Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Konoha, Year 54. Inside the Yagyu family dojo. 957. 958. 959. 997. 998. 999. 1000. Ding. Daily task completed. Swing the sword 1000 times. Reward, plus 0.02% experience. Legacy template Hawkeye Dracul Mihawk. Progress, 0.7%. Phew. Dusk settled over the village as a small figure, barely 6 years old, finally dropped his bamboo sword. Yagyu's tiny arms trembled, drained of all strength after hours of relentless practice. He sat cross-legged on the dojo floor, eyes slowly closing as sweat dripped down his cheeks. A deep breath escaped his lips, and the world around him shifted. In his spiritual realm, a boy with sharp yellow eyes and slicked-back hair practiced swordsmanship with unwavering focus. Day after day, through the changing seasons, the child honed his skills, his movements more refined each time. The effort bore fruit. By the time he was 10, he had already defeated a dozen opponents his age. Yet this snippet of memory, this sliver of mastery, was just 0.7% of the legendary swordsman's lifetime experience. Time in the spiritual realm flowed differently. While only seconds passed in reality, Yagyu absorbed months' worth of training. The vision paused. Hawkeye, still a boy, stood victorious again. Yagyu's consciousness returned to the real world. His crimson eyes opened. A gleam of clarity flashed within them, fatigue melting away like snow under sunlight. His understanding of kendo had deepened, just a little more. It was as if he had walked through years of training in mere moments. As expected of the world's strongest swordsman, Yagyu whispered, standing back up. He picked up the bamboo sword again and performed the same basic techniques, but this time, his movements were smoother, sharper. Graceful. Masterful. To anyone watching, it would seem like he had spent years under a renowned teacher. But only Yagyu knew the truth. He had never received a single lesson. All of it came from the system embedded within him. Yes, Yagyu was a reincarnator. His former name was Yusuke Yagyu, a 21-year-old from another world. After his death, he awoke in the body of a 5-year-old boy in the world of Naruto. In this life, his father had been a special jonin who died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. His mother, unable to cope with grief, passed away soon after. The child Yagyu left behind, his predecessor, became quiet, reclusive, and eventually starved to death. That's when Yusuke took over. Reborn with knowledge of what was to come, he realized he was the same age as Naruto. No bloodline. No Kekki Genkai. No clan prestige. Nothing. Just a civilian-born orphan in a shinobi world hurtling toward chaos. In 11 years, the Fourth Great Ninja War would break out. Before that, the Konoha Crush Plan. Then Pain's assault on the village. Without power, he wouldn't even make it to the war as cannon fodder. He hoped for a golden finger, some cheat to tip the odds. A full year passed. Nothing happened. Despair was settling in. Until one fateful day, after getting beaten up in a scuffle, something finally clicked. A system interface appeared before him. Strongest inheritance system activated. Randomly acquire the legacy of a supreme being. Unlock their powers by completing daily tasks. That was the beginning. The system granted him the legacy of Dracul Mihawk, the greatest swordsman in another world. Each day, Yagyu received a task. Completing it gave him a fragment, 0.02%, of Mihawk's experience. Every time he completed a task, he entered the spiritual realm and relived Mihawk's youth, the basics, the drills, the early duels. It wasn't just learning, it was becoming him. Within a month, Yagyu went from a complete amateur to a beginner who could display flawless form. He now moved with purpose. Each swing of his bamboo sword felt sharper, more precise. But it wasn't easy. For a 6-year-old, swinging a sword 1,000 times was brutal. Hours of sweat and strain. His clothes were soaked, dried, and soaked again. The dojo reeked of sweat and steel, but Yagyu persisted. After finishing his training for the day, he headed to the bathroom to wash away the fatigue. Though his parents had passed, they had left behind enough to live comfortably, pension money, savings, and the family home. He wouldn't need to worry about survival for a long time. More importantly, His father hadn't just left behind material wealth. In a locked drawer, Yagyu had found old scrolls, basic chakra extraction techniques, the 3-body technique, and even 2 powerful B-rank jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Fire Style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Of course, Yagyu wasn't capable of using them yet, not even the 3-body technique. Right now, all he could do was focus on chakra extraction. But honestly, that didn't bother him. His goal was never ninjutsu. Not anymore. Why aim to become a mid-tier ninja mastering a few flashy jutsu, when he had the potential to become a sword saint who could cleave mountains and split the sea? Yes, the ninja world had terrifying powers, Flying Thunder God, 8 Inner Gates, Sage Mode and Jinchuriki, but those were dreams too far away, reserved for prodigies and plot-armored protagonists. He was just a forgotten side character. But now? Now he had the path of a monster in his grasp. Mihawk's legacy could bring him to Super Kage level, or beyond. Even if he couldn't beat the likes of Madara, he could survive, and in this world, survival meant everything. Why waste time on ninjutsu, when one swing of his sword could be mightier than 1,000 hand seals? Time passed quickly. 7 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. During that week, Yagyu barely stepped outside, except for meals. His reclusive nature drew sympathetic glances from neighbors. They remembered him as a cheerful, lively child, but ever since the death of his mother, he had changed. The transformation tugged at the hearts of those around him. While children his age played ninja games in the streets, Yagyu remained indoors, silent, distant, and alone. His condition didn't go unnoticed. One person in particular grew concerned, Yumino Irika, a Chunin and teacher at the Konaha Ninja Academy. Irika would one day become one of the most important figures in Naruto Uzumaki's life, alongside the third Hokage. For now, his duty, ensuring the will of fire passed on to the next generation, demanded that he personally deliver enrollment notices to orphans eligible for the academy. Founded by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, the Ninja Academy accepted all children of the village, regardless of clan or background. It was the first step on the path to becoming a ninja. But enrollment was just the beginning. The curriculum was divided into stages: admission, fundamentals, practice, application, graduation, and finally, promotion to genin. And admission began with a test. Passing it was the only way to begin formal training. Even in the original timeline, someone as talented as Might Guy nearly failed at this first step. Enrollment, After bidding farewell to a cheerful Irika, Yagyu stared down at the admission notice in his hands. His mind drifted to the future. 12 shadows, powerful and destined for greatness. Among them, 2 stood out, the reincarnations of Indra and Azura, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Right now, they were just children like him. No one could imagine that in just over a decade, those same kids would become the saviors of the entire ninja world. And their existence would change the very power structure of the world. A month ago, Yagyu might have tried to befriend them, cling to their destined greatness. But now, my future won't lose to anyone's. With determination burning in his eyes, Yagyu headed toward the training ground. 5 days later, Yagyu aced the entrance exam, becoming the fastest student to pass that year. The exam tested physical ability more than anything else. But what truly defined a ninja was their chakra, and Yagyu, being born into a shinobi family, had already refined his. On the morning of his first day of class, Yagyu awoke early. After washing up, he stood before a full-length mirror. A young boy with silver hair and crimson eyes looked back, delicate features still holding baby fat. There was no denying it, he would grow into a striking young man. In a world where maturity often came early, this appearance alone would draw attention. Dressed neatly, Yagyu stepped out of his house. As he walked toward the academy, his mind wasn't on the path, but on something else entirely. Legacy template, Hawkeye Dracul Mihawk, progress, 0.94% unlocked. Over the past 12 days, Yagyu had swung his sword 12,000 times. Though just shy of 1% progress, the benefits were tremendous. In the spiritual domain, Mihawk had fought and defeated every peer in his age group, becoming unmatched. That battle experience, and Mihawk's foundational sword techniques, had been gradually imprinted into Yagyu's mind. His grasp of the sword had become fluid, his aura more composed and focused. Hawkeye had started training seriously at a young age. Yagyu, through this connection, had effectively experienced over a year of combat practice and victories. The emotions, triumphs, and mindset of a true swordsman were his to draw from. And yet, this was only the beginning. Mihawk, at 43, had spent over 3 decades mastering his sword. The current progress in the template was a mere glimpse of that vast experience. Once Mihawk ventured into the world, his strength soared. With each duel against the world's strongest swordsman, his battle-hardened instincts sharpened. Those memories, that growth, would all become Yagyu's strength. At the academy, Yagyu entered the classroom assigned to him. He wasn't the first to arrive. A dozen students had already taken their seats, including 3 familiar faces who would one day become part of the legendary Konoha 12. They were the next generation of Ino Shikacho, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Choji. The moment Yagyu stepped in, he drew attention. "Wow! He's so handsome. He's totally my type," Ino whispered with stars in her eyes. Shikamaru, sitting beside Choji, sighed and rested his chin on his palm. "Man, kids these days are so precocious." "You're the last person who should say that." Ino huffed, glaring at him. Yeah, so troublesome," Shikamaru muttered as he yawned. Ignoring the chatter, Yagyu calmly made his way to the back of the class. He wasn't here to specialize in ninjutsu. The academy, for him, was more of a formality, a stepping stone. His true path was different. In a year or two, once his chakra reserves were sufficient, he planned to learn the shadow clone technique. Then, he'd let his clones absorb the boring theoretical lessons, while he focused on the one thing that mattered, swordsmanship. His goal wasn't to be just another ninja. He wanted to become a true swordsman. In the pirate world, swordsmen were divided into 3 levels: novice swordsman, swordsman, and great swordsman. No matter how refined your technique, without surpassing your limits, you remained just a swordsman. To become a true swordsman, one had to grasp the breadth of all things, the hidden rhythm of nature, known also as the realm of cutting steel. It was this understanding that allowed one to unleash flying slashes, blades of wind cutting through space itself. And Yagyu was determined to get there. Step by step.
Time passed by, and the number of students in the classroom gradually increased. Lu Shang, who was sitting at the back of the classroom, also saw the other Ju Xiaoqiang. As expected, he was assigned to the same class as Naruto and others. This is not surprising. Because the ninja school has a new semester, this is the only class. Yes, they are the students of this class. Although Konaha is very big and there are many children of the same age, not everyone is willing to be a ninja, or has the qualifications to become a ninja. If 100 people enroll, maybe 80 will enroll, but if only 50 people can survive, that's already great. Yes, the entrance test is not over yet. Extracting chakra is not an easy task, not everyone can extract chakra so quickly. Chakra is an energy produced by the perfect fusion of spiritual energy and physical energy. When enrolling, the school will test who has the qualifications to refine chakra, and then the school teachers will provide them with professional training to enable them to meet the requirements. Almost half of the students in this classroom don't have chakra yet. This is the real world after all, and life is not as beautiful as in anime. The classroom gradually filled up with students, and Irika, who was the teacher of this year, began to appear. He first introduced himself, and then organized everyone to attend the entrance ceremony. On the playground, the third Hokage told the new shoots about Konoha's will of fire. Listen to the classic saying, as long as there are flying leaves, the fire will burn, the shadow of the fire will shine on the village, and new leaves will sprout. With his words, Yagyu clearly felt the excitement of the emotions of those around him. This is indeed a very heartwarming sentence. It is easy to strengthen those orphans and children's sense of belonging to Konoha. However, Yagyu was not among them. Putting aside his mental maturity, the world of Naruto is the darkest politically among the 3 major migrant workers. The 3rd generation of the elders who have lost the ninja heroic style is rooted in the darkness and covets the position of Hokage Danzo. These 2 people will exterminate the Uchiha family, known as the strongest in the ninja world, next year. Peaceful times are the worst of times and the best of times. The bad thing is that without war, students grow up like a greenhouse, and it is difficult for geniuses to graduate at a few years old. Fortunately, even if you become the chief student, unless you have a special blood inheritance limit, you are not afraid of being targeted by Danzo hiding in the darkness. After activating the strongest inheritance system, Yagyu has already made plans for the next 6 years. Obscene development? Based on the fact that 1 day can gain 0.02% of experience, 1 year is 7.3%, and 6 years is 43.8%. After unlocking nearly half of the progress, at that time, his strength was definitely the best among his peers. Thinking of this, a flash of light flashed across Yagyu's red eyes. The morning is book distribution time and there are no classes. After receiving the books, Yagyu followed the footsteps of his classmates and left the classroom. Anxious to go home and practice swordplay, he refused the enthusiastic and proactive invitations from other children of the same age and walked out of the school in their disappointed eyes. After returning home, Yagyu raced against time to put on his training clothes, came to the gym, took a bamboo sword, and started swinging the sword on a daily basis. 1,000 blows may not seem like much, but postures and movements need to be standard. The system will not take into account incorrect operations. The weight of the bamboo knife is too heavy for a 6-year-old child. For the health of both arms, Yagyu, will you control it yourself? It takes about 10 seconds to swing the knife once, and you need to rest for a few dozen times. After completing the task, you still have to go to the spiritual world to gain insights. After you gain insights, you have to continue practicing until you have absorbed all the insights and experiences. After that, chakra needs to be extracted. Normally, this little time would not matter. But when entering the ninja school, the courses have to occupy the morning and afternoon. Only the time at noon and evening is obviously not enough. So Yagyu counts every second. And he had a hunch that swinging the knife 1000 times might just be the beginning, and the system would definitely not be so easy on him. In fact, Yagyu's hunch was right. Swinging the sword 1000 times while maintaining standard postures and movements is indeed a chore for beginners who are new to kendo. But once you get used to it and your body develops, swinging a knife 1000 times is actually very easy. So, 19 days later, 2 months after Yagyu obtained the system, the content of daily tasks was changed. Swing the knife 2000 times. The number has doubled. However, this task did not put much pressure on Yagyu. In 19 days, the Eagle Eye template has been unlocked to 1.32%. As the unlocking progress increases, there are still only scenes of Hawkeye practicing swordsmanship and fighting in the spiritual world, but these battle scenes have long since changed from childish peers fighting to fighting young swordsmen. Hawkeye in the spiritual world is no longer a beginner who has just come into contact with the sword, but a talented swordsman who already has a record of defeating a 16-year-old boy. Thanks to his understanding and assimilation of the spiritual world, Yagyu mastered the sword from a clueless layman to an extremely skilled genius swordsman in just 2 months. Every swing of the knife in daily tasks is natural and smooth. There is no need for deliberate control at all, just a casual strike is a textbook standard. The sword swing that originally took about 2 or 3 hours was shortened every day, and in the end there was no need to rest and it could be completed in 1 hour. Even if the number of tasks were doubled now, it would only take Yagyu 5 seconds to complete each swing of his sword in just over 2 hours. The improvement of swordsmanship made Yagyu's temperament more confident, and his comprehension and vision were greatly improved. The best proof is that through the window, he watched the seniors on the playground practicing, and he could clearly light their weaknesses. Even the idea of how to crack and win came to mind subconsciously. 1 month later. Before I knew it, nearly 2 months had passed since the start of school. During this time, Yagyu seemed to be the most lonely person in the class, even worse than Uzumaki Naruto. At least Naruto, despite being hated by the villagers, was still able to join in the games of other people his age. Although after the game is over, you will be alone again. But Yagyu was completely different. His appearance is very good among his peers, and he is very popular with the opposite sex of his age. At first, the number of women surrounding him was no less than that of Uchiha Sasuke, or even more. Among them, a group of girls headed by Ino would come around enthusiastically every day, making Yagyu jealous for a long time by the men in the class. This sign has lasted for a long time since the beginning of school. It wasn't until Yagyu's cold face, refusing to talk to them, and his unabashed rejection that most of the girls' enthusiasm dissipated. At the same time, because of Yagyu's gradually gathering aura, they were afraid to come forward and talk to them. 2 months later, Ino, the eldest female in the class, still stepped forward to talk to her without fear. In fact, it's not that Yagyu doesn't want to develop his own circle of friends. After all, he has the advantage of knowing the plot well, and Lu Sheng is very clear about Juzio Kyung's future status. The future 7th generation Hokage, the future Uchiha clan leader, the future military advisor. It will definitely be beneficial to you to have a good relationship with them. But Ino's first invitation immediately made Yagyu give up the idea. What a joke? How old are you, and you still play tricks with you? From then on, Yagyu decisively put on a cold face, rejecting all approaches of the opposite sex and the same sex. This decision indeed made Yagyu's life quieter. Although he didn't have any social interactions, Yagyu didn't feel awkward because in his previous life, he was a deadbeat with no social connections. It's been more than a year since time travel, and he has never interacted with anyone. I have long been accustomed to the company of loneliness, and I will not find life boring. On the contrary, he had more time to practice swordsmanship and meditate. In 1 month, Hawkeye's inheritance template has been unlocked to 1.92% progress. The nearly 2% progress did not increase Yagyu's swordsmanship much, because in the process of unlocking from 1.32% to 1.92%, Hawkeye in the spiritual world did not have a few battles. They were all scenes of sword practice and enlightenment. Since this template only records Hawkeye's sword training experience and battle scenes, but does not record his life, even Yagyu doesn't know the reason. Maybe he is already invincible on that island, maybe he is feared by other peers, maybe he feels there is no need to bully the weak. But what Yagyu can know is that his next progress will not be too great. Because Hawkeye is already in a bottleneck period and is also in a growth period. Only when he grows up and goes to sea will his strength skyrocket. Yagyu was not in a hurry, he had plenty of time. Just by unlocking 1.92%, his swordsmanship foundation is already very solid, and it does take some time to settle. The swordsmanship encountered a bottleneck, but Yagyu didn't waste time. Instead, he divided his sword training time into 2 parts and used them for physical training. A swordsman who pursues superb skills does not need a monster-like body, but he must be physically stronger than his peers. Yagyu's swordsmanship is not that of a beast like Zoro, and requires a strong body to support his 3-sword style. Yagyu uses only one sword and only needs to focus on training his arms and feet. So Yagyu spent the other half of his time doing frog jumps, push UPS and pull UPS, running around Konaha for 2 hours every day. Yagyu had planned out his daily time half a month ago. Exercise in the morning, go to the ninja school in the morning and afternoon to learn theoretical knowledge and ninja training, complete daily tasks, insights, and sword practice at noon, run for 2 hours in the evening, and meditate in the room to refine chakra after taking a shower. It has been more than 2 months since the system was activated. Although Yagyu has not had a single actual combat experience, assimilating Hawkeye's combat experience, he has overcome the mentality of not being blinded by arrogance ahead of time by small victories, and has cultivated it. The ability to see the flaws in others. Without boasting, Yagyu felt that his strength could already defeat those seniors who were about to graduate. Of course, the premise is that the opponent does not know ninjutsu. Yagyu is just good at basic swordsmanship. Unless he understands the sound of breathing of all things and crosses the threshold to the realm of swordsman, Yagyu will not be able to cut off the elemental ninjutsu. Otherwise, even the powerful fireball technique of no-kill fire release could pose a fatal threat to Yagyu. With this level of strength, Kakashi Hatake graduated from a ninja school at the age of 5, was promoted to Chunin at the age of 6, and became a Jounin at the age of 12. And Kakashi Hatake graduated from the ninja school at the age of 7, was promoted to Chunin at the age of 10, and joined Umbu at the age of 11. They couldn't compare to Itachi Uchiha, who became the captain of the Umbu at the age of 13, but Yagyu was already very satisfied with such an obvious improvement. As long as he successfully comprehends the sound of breathing of all things before graduation, Yagyu believes that his achievements will not be inferior to theirs. Because Yagyu knows how big the gap is between a swordsman who can hear the sound of breathing of all things and a swordsman who cannot hear the sound of breathing of all things. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a world of difference. Back to business. No one disturbs his life, and Yagyu enjoys peace and quiet. Sitting in the back row of the classroom, Yagyu was listening to the class while holding a kunai and secretly peeling a piece of wood with the bark peeled off. The plastic bag hanging under the table was filled with debris. This huge piece of wood gradually turned into a stick, vaguely revealing the prototype of a wooden knife. Yes, Yagyu is going to make himself a wooden sword. The ninja school teaches theoretical knowledge in the morning and ninja training in the afternoon. Ninja training courses include taijutsu, shuriken throwing, 3-body technique, kunai close combat, etc. After 2 months of study, Yagyu also mastered the shuriken throwing technique. Although his skills are not as good as those of Uchiha Sasuke, he is still above the average level in the class. Thanks to his experienced vision, kunai's results in close combat were amazing. But Yagyu wanted to use the knife more than kunai. However, the era of samurai has long been eliminated. Now, except for the Iron Kingdom and those Ronin, there is no samurai profession in the ninja world. The school will not provide such things as knives. And real swords can easily hurt people, so Iruka will definitely not let himself fight with people with real swords. If you want to avoid hurting anyone, you can only use a wooden knife. The morning passed quickly. After the bell rang, Yagyu left the classroom, walked out of the school gate, returned home, had something to eat, and started today's daily tasks. Within a month, Yagyu had already turned the action of swinging a sword into instinct. Even a casual blow with one hand was the most standard posture. Yagyu has compressed the time of each swing of the sword to less than 2 seconds. No rest is required during this period. Therefore, it only took Yagyu 1 hour and 6 minutes to complete the day's daily tasks. No matter how long has passed in the spiritual world, reality is only a moment, and it doesn't take much time to realize it. I spent half of the remaining time practicing my sword, and then I felt like I was done, so I went to take a nap. After waking up, Yagyu came to school full of energy. Students, all gather at the training ground. When the bell rang, Iruka came to the classroom and organized the students to come to the training ground. It is worth mentioning that the entrance test has ended. In this month, a total of 5 students left, and now there are only 48 in the class. Students. These 48 students, if nothing unexpected happens, will stay until the end, and then in the survival exercise, they will be eliminated until there are only 5 teams and 15 genin left. Counting the butterfly Yagyu, there are 16. Ninja world, it is indeed cruel. On the training ground, Iruka looked at the students in front of him, holding a form in his hand, and said seriously, in the past month, you have performed a total of taijutsu, shuriken throwing, although you are not yet proficient in training such as 3-body techniques and kunai close combat, and you have only scratched the surface. I believe you are all looking forward to it. Who is the most powerful in the class? This is our purpose in the next few days. First is the physical skills test. Iruka-sensei, what is the taijutsu quiz? As soon as Iruka finished speaking, someone in the team asked a question. It's a practical assessment. Iruka replied, it's no longer the kind of drill where you can show off your skills, but let you have a real duel. The teacher will not stop your fight until the winner is determined. Oh, just what I want. Sasuke, let's see how I, Mr. Uzumaki Naruto, teach you. The yellow-haired kid jumped out of the team, pointed at the black-haired kid arrogantly, and said nonsense. As soon as he said these words, Naruto suddenly received a lot of hostile looks. Sasuke, who had not yet gone through the baptism of genocide, showed an arrogant expression. Smile, come here. Looking at Naruto who was disturbing the discipline, a row of black lines suddenly appeared on Iruka's forehead. He suppressed his roaring heart and said in a stiff tone, Naruto, stand back. Ahaha. Seeing Iruka who was about to get angry, Naruto scratched his head and laughed, then quickly returned to the team. Ahem. Iruka coughed twice, stared at Naruto and said seriously, the physical skills assessment is not for you to fight whoever you want. You need to make corresponding arrangements based on your usual training results. The next name I call, you all stand up. Yes. In the first game, Yuzuki Yagyu fought against Hinata. Before the response, Iruka shouted loudly. Yagyu, who was standing behind the team, raised his eyebrows slightly. Unexpectedly, he was the first one. The class team quickly dispersed, leaving a large open space for Yagyu and Hinata. Looking at Yagyu in front of him, Hinata was like he lowered his head like a frightened bird, but from time to time he raised his head and peeked at Yagyu Shang. After a few seconds, as if he mustered up the courage, he timidly said, hello Lu, hello, Yagyu-kun. Hello. Staring at that cute little red face, Yagyu nodded slightly, a strange color flashing in his eyes. While his courage was still there, Hinata said quickly that day, thank you. You are welcome? Actually, I should be thanking you. The last words sounded from Yagyu's heart. Ah, does Hinata know Yagyu-kun? Looking at the two people communicating in low voices, Ino, who was standing far away and couldn't hear clearly, couldn't help but said in surprise. Yes, Yagyu and Hinata know each other. It can't be said that they know each other, they can only be said to be acquaintances. The first fight that Yagyu had when he came to this world was for Hinata. But it was also in that fight that Yagyu activated the system that had been dormant for a year. So Yagyu was not wrong, it was him you should be grateful to Hinata. If it weren't for her, I don't know how long it would take to activate the system. After hearing Yagyu's words, Hinata felt like a deflated balloon. She wanted to say a few more words to Yagyu, but she could only lower her head and respond like a mosquito. The courage I had just now took me more than a month to hold back. Are you ready? Looking at the two people who obviously had a story, Iruka took a long time to interrupt. Ready. Me too. Hinata responded in a panic. Iruka nodded, took a few steps back with the form in hand, then, let's get started. Yagyu and Hinata looked at each other face to face. Hinata's pure white eyes reflected Yagyu's face, and when they looked at those red pupils, they felt dizzy. Since more than 2 months ago, after being rescued by Yagyu, I remembered the boy's face. When school started, I was happy to see that I was in the same class with him. I always wanted to thank him and apologize to him, because before I had time to thank him that day, I was killed. The family members took him back. But seeing how popular he was and being surrounded by so many girls every day, he couldn't muster up the courage to get close to him. After holding in his words for more than 2 months, he finally said them out, and Hinata, I felt a secret joy that I didn't even notice. I was finally one step closer. From this moment on, I can't be so timid anymore. At least not now, because I want to be remembered by him. A look of determination suddenly dispelled the timidity in Hinata's eyes. Hinata's changes were noticed by Yagyu. Seeing the shy girl who had lowered her head timidly just now, she suddenly became determined. While feeling confused, Yagyu said seriously, I'm coming. If I accidentally hurt you, please don't mind. Yes. Hinata nodded, formed a seal of opposition to Yagyu, and then put on the Hyuga family's soft fist posture with a serious look. Without any nonsense, Yagyu rushed towards Hinata after forming a seal of opposition. Ha! Looking at Yagyu approaching, Hinata also took a step forward, and slapped Yagyu with her young hands. With Yagyu's speed, if he was reckless and did not slow down, he would definitely be perfectly slapped by this slap. To the face. Hinata struck very quickly. Although she was defeated by her sister who was 5 years younger than herself, she couldn't bear to do it. The reason why she was bullied by the 3 children was also because she was kind. This is not it means that Hinata is really weak. On the contrary, the white-eyed princess is not weak in soft fist talent. In order to let Yagyu remember her, she changed her weak side, and her physical strength is definitely among the top 3 in the class. She has no actual combat experience. An ordinary person would definitely be easily fooled. But Yagyu's eyesight allowed him to react in an instant. Snapped. Yagyu raised his hand and hit Hinata's wrist from bottom to top, knocking her slap away. Taking advantage of Hinata's distracted moment, Yagyu quickly changed his tactics, grabbing Hinata's arm with both hands, turning his body, throwing her over his shoulder and knocking her down to the ground, pressing his knees on her chest without using any of his hands. He grabbed her neck hard. It ends here. Yagyu wins and seals the seal of reconciliation. Seeing Yagyu subduing Hinata, Iruka next to him immediately shouted. So fast. Yagyu-kun is so powerful. The battle was over in an instant. The students outside the field all sighed. Before they could react, the battle was over. Especially the girls who have a secret crush on Yagyu, their eyes are shining brightly. Sorry, are you okay? Yagyu got up from Hinata, stretched out his palm to her, and asked in a gentle voice. No, it's okay. Hinata stuttered in reply, not daring to grab Yagyu's stretched out hand. She quickly got up from the ground and lowered her head to prevent others from seeing the disappointment on her face. At the same time, she began to admire Yagyu in her heart. Love. As expected of Yagyu-kun, he is no match at all. In fact, Hinata's strength is not weak, at least among her peers. If she is not suppressed by kindness and intolerance, not many of the 9 Xiaoqiang can defeat her now. Even Yagyu's physical skills are no match for Hinata. The reason why she lost was due to her lack of combat experience and Yagyu's quick and accurate way of dealing with the enemy with one move. In the next match, Inyazuka Kiba fights Tota Motoki. The two who had decided the winner formed a seal of reconciliation and walked outside the field. Iruka began to announce the list for the next game. In the next match, Ino Yamanaka vs Megami Nishikawa. Unlike the instant kill battle in which Yagyu instantly eliminated Hinata, the strength of the other students was on par with others. Even Nara Shikamaru and others who came from a family, their current strength has not left behind their peers. Time gradually passed with the fighting figures on the training ground. Dusk came, and when the last group was determined, Iruka disbanded. After leaving school, Yagyu didn't go home immediately, but started running around Konaha. 2 hours later, just after dragging his exhausted and hungry body to the restaurant to pack a lunchbox, Yagyu returned home and took a shower. After filling his stomach, he began to meditate and refine chakra. After 11 o'clock, Yagyu just stopped meditating and took out a scroll from the cabinet. When he opened it, it turned out to be the shadow clone technique known as a cheating tool. As chakra increased, Yagyu felt the need to master the shadow clone technique. Once you learn the art of shadow clone, you can just leave school matters to the shadow clone in the future. The art of shadow clone is not difficult to practice, it only has one Ren seal. The only difficulty with it is that the distribution of chakra requires not only equalization, but also sufficient magnitude. If the distribution is uneven, the shadow clone will disappear easily. If the amount is not enough, it will disappear automatically after consumption. After trying for more than half an hour and failing many times, Yagyu managed to assign an ordinary shadow clone that was 6-point like him, but he did nothing and only lasted for 30 minutes before disappearing. But Yagyu's chakra was consumed by 1/3. Yagyu had already refined chakra when he was 5.5 years old. His current chakra level is much greater than most ordinary people of his age. But his chakra can only create a shadow clone that lasts for 30 minutes. Even if half of the chakra is allocated, the shadow clone will not exist for more than an hour. This little time is not enough. When the hour hand reached midnight the next day, Yagyu gave up the idea of continuing to practice and began to rest. Morning was approaching, and Yagyu woke up at the urging of the alarm clock. As usual, Yagyu finished his exercise, had breakfast, took a shower, and then headed to school. These days are the time for quizzes. During the last lesson in the morning, Iruka suddenly conducted an assessment on the 3-body technique. The 3-body technique is different from Taijutsu, shuriken throwing technique, and kunao close combat courses. It does not require going to the training ground, it only needs to be done in the class. As expected, Yagyu got the highest score in this quiz. In any case, Yagyu's mental age is also in his 20s, and he has been in this world for more than a year. After adapting to the world of ninjas, Yagyu's understanding ability may not be as good as that of Kakashi Hatake and Itachi Uchiha. A genius, but not something that these little brats of a few years old can compare to. In the afternoon, Iruka gave the class another quiz on shuriken throwing. On the third day, the theoretical assessment was conducted in the morning, and the kunao close combat assessment continued in the afternoon. Without exception, Yagyu won the highest score. Hawkeye's rich combat experience and tempered state of mind allowed Yagyu to develop excellent eyesight and mentality. Whether it was physical skills or kunao close combat, he won with an instant kill. The skill of shuriken throwing has become as good as that of Uchiha Sasuke. Theory also received full marks. In this way, when Iruka announced the results on the 4th day, Yagyu took the position of the top student without any surprise. The title of chief student made Yagyu's popularity completely explode. Yagyu, who was originally well known in the ninja school because of his good looks, not only caused the girls who were initially put off by his coldness to flock to him again, but also attracted many seniors to watch. Time flies. 1 year later. Ever since Lu Sheng became the chief student, his life has become boring. The help from the ninja school, apart from theoretical knowledge, was of no help to him at all. Whether it was the 3-body technique or the shuriken throwing technique, he had mastered them all. Therefore, 3 months ago, Yagyu's shadow clone was able to last for 4 hours, and his true body said goodbye to school life completely. I stay at home every day, and apart from 3 meals, I spend my time exercising, practicing swordsmanship, and practicing swordsman to understand my own swordsmanship. In 1 year, Hawkeye's inheritance template has been unlocked to 9.22%. Hawkeye in the spiritual world has turned from a child into a teenager. While growing up, Hawkeye spent much more time practicing swordsmanship and gaining insights than fighting. Even the scene of battle has not appeared in the spiritual world for a long time. But compared to fighting, Hawkeye's sword practice and insights are more precious in Yagyu's eyes. Even though Hawkeye rarely fights anymore, Yagyu can clearly feel that his strength is rapidly increasing. Because, so quiet. In the gym, after Yagyu returned from the spiritual world, he suddenly found that the world was completely different from usual. The surrounding environment, the whole world. At this moment, it seemed that it had fallen into silence and became very quiet. In Yagyu's ears, there was only the sound of his own heartbeat and the sound of breathing coming from the front. The source of the sound comes from a wooden dummy specially made by carpenters. Realizing that the sound of breathing was really coming from the wooden dummy, Yagayu's eyes suddenly widened, filled with disbelief. 10 seconds later, the vision still did not disappear. Yagyu stood up and took out a katana he bought half a year ago from the sword stand not far away. Choke Shua. The clear sound of the sword being unsheathed was particularly harsh in the silent world, and it brought up a silvery sword. Bang! The blade of the cold light flickered down from top to bottom, passing through the wooden dummy without any obstruction. A few seconds later, a smooth mark appeared on the wooden dummy, neatly divided into two, and heavily fall on the ground. Ding! You have successfully entered the path of a swordsman, and you will be rewarded, a gift pack for newbies. Ding! You have received a newbie gift pack, do you want to open it? Staring at the wooden dummy that was split into two, the reminder sound in his mind confirmed Yagayu's suspicion. It was just the strong shock that kept him from coming back to his senses. It wasn't until the second prompt sound sounded that he answered, yes. Ding! You opened the newbie gift pack and obtained the clothing male kimono and weapon Shijur Kintoki. As the beep sounded, two items appeared in front of Yagayu's eyes out of thin air and were placed on the tatami. One is a small black kimono, and the other is an ordinary-looking bamboo sword. The system without consciousness and the game-like prompt sound are very similar to digitalization. But there is no template for personal information, and there is no space backpack, Yagyu murmured to himself while picking up the kimono and bamboo sword on the floor. He was suddenly startled. The moment he touched the kimono and bamboo sword, a strange piece of information suddenly appeared in his mind. That was information about kimono and bamboo sword. Kimono is not an ordinary kimono, but a piece of clothing with special effects. After wearing it, it will change according to the owner's body shape, and has a self-cleaning function, and even if it is damaged, it can be repaired automatically through the transmission of chakra. This piece of clothing is not an armor, it has no defensive power, but its effect is very suitable for war, and it perfectly solves health problems. It can even make Yagyu never have to wash clothes, and clothes are for sale. Only for lazy people. But what Yagyu cares more about than this dress is another item, Shijur Kintoki. Shijur Kintoki is the 10th generation of the Vongola family in Tutor the Guardian of Rain, the weapon used by Takeshi Yamamoto. It looks like an ordinary bamboo sword on the outside, but when used by someone with both magnanimity and talent, it turns into an extremely sharp real sword. It is a bamboo sword with the ability to change. Putting the kimono aside, Yagyu stood up, holding the bamboo sword towards half of the wooden piles on the ground, and waved it lightly. Swish, click. A white bolt passed through, and the half of the wooden pile was like tissue paper, turning into two pieces. The blade of Shijur Kintoki in Yagayu's hand has disappeared, replaced by a blade with a cold light, and even the sword the handle also turned into black and white iron. Yagyu thought slightly, and the Shijur Kintoki in his hand turned into an ordinary bamboo sword again. Although it is not the black sword of the 12 skills of the Supreme Sharp Sword, Knight, it is still a good sword. Yagyu gave such an evaluation. Immediately, Yagyu sat cross-legged on the floor, put the bamboo sword on his lap, slowly closed his eyes, and his breathing became even and long, as if he was asleep. This is sword zen, a swordsman's favorite way to understand his swordsmanship and cultivate his state of mind. In this position, Yagayu's heart was very peaceful. The world around him became silent again, and there were faint sounds of breathing coming from all around. As well as all things. After a long time, Yagyu opened his eyes and sighed with admiration. You are worthy of being an eagle eye. He has realized the sound of breathing of all things at such a young age. I am afraid that he is not far from the realm of Zhang. How strong Hawkeye's sword is, Yagyu finally saw a little bit. The inheritance template has only been unlocked 9.22%, and not even 1/10 of the progress. Hawkeye has already understood the sound of breathing of all things. Although all things the sound of breathing does not mean that you can cut steel, but it is the closest to the state of cutting steel. As mentioned before, there is a world of difference between a swordsman who cannot hear the breath of all things and a swordsman who can listen to the breath of all things. There are other gaps. Although Yagyu cannot cut steel yet, he can be regarded as a swordsman who has embarked on the road to become a swordsman. However, this road will be longer and more difficult than a swordsman becoming a swordsman. As for listening all things breathe, why can't they cut steel? In fact, it is very simple, that is, although all things are called all things, there are more than 10,000 kinds of things in the world, and there are countless objects with amazing hardness. The swordsmen and great swordsmen in the pirate world, the reason why they can cut mountains and seas with a knife is because they hear the breath of all things in nature and capture that breath. Then the knife in their hands can cut off that object as a person. But even if it is as strong as Hawkeye, his slash was also blocked by Diamond Man Jose. Although it was not his full strength, it also proved that the great swordsman can't cut anything. He can also capture the breath of all things. Why? Hawkeye can become the world's greatest swordsman. That's because of his superb swordsmanship and his ability in this area, which makes him the strongest among all swordsmen. But his strongest position also came step by step. He is not able to truly listen to the breathing of all things from the beginning. From the path of a swordsman to the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye must have come a long way, and there is still more than 90% progress from the inheritance template. You can see it. Therefore, it will take a long time for Yagyu to reach the realm of cutting off the iceberg with a wave of his hand in the original work. Listening to the sound of breathing of all things is different from listening to the sound of all things. At the same time, it is not the same as seeing, hearing, color and domineering. Listening to the sound of breathing of all things is the threshold for a swordsman in the pirate world to cross from a swordsman to a swordsman. And listening to the sounds of all things is the ability of the legendary hegemon's territory. As for seeing and hearing color haki, you can detect changes in the breath and emotions of living creatures. Listen to the breathing of all things, but you can hear the breathing of dead things. After entering the realm of swordsmen, Yagyu took some time to finally figure out the strength of the breath he could capture. Although all swordsmen can cut steel, the swordsmen in the pirate world who can sense the breath of all things are very old, their bones have grown, and they have been immersed in swordsmanship for many years. Although Yagyu realized the breathing of all things at the age of 7 due to his system's ability, his bones had not yet grown, so he was still unable to hear the sound of steel breathing. The only objects that he can listen to breathe now are wood and stone, such as bamboo and ordinary stones, but the more rigid boulders cannot. Of course, in addition to these two, there are also fragile objects such as paper, candles, cups, etc. Even after half a month of groping, Yagyu finally understood what Zoro's master, Kao's hero, said in the original work. There are two types of swordsmen in this world. One type is a swordsman who cannot cut anything, and the other type is a swordsman who can cut anything. These two types of swordsmen actually refer to swordsmen. In the original work, Kao's hero once demonstrated in front of Zoro how to use a real sword to cut off a piece of paper floating in the air, but failed. Taking into account the effect of force, if an ordinary swordsman holds a real sword and does not master the skills, it is really impossible to cut a piece of paper. But as long as you listen to its breathing, even with a bamboo knife, you can cut a piece of paper smoothly and straightly. Yes, Yagyu really did that. And it worked. Using Shijir Kintoki, who had not transformed into a real sword, he cut a piece of paper in half. At the same time, he also understood that Koshiro's demonstration was actually teaching Zoro the technique of slashing. After exploring this point, Yagyu decided to change his training methods. The life trajectory that had been maintained for more than a year changed. Yagyu got up in the morning to exercise, and then went to the forest area of Konaha, to the foot of an inaccessible small valley, and sat cross-legged and stared at the waterfall. The sound of the crashing waterfall drowned everything. Unable to listen to the breathing of other objects, Yagyu was not discouraged and spent the whole morning observing the waterfall, trying to integrate his breathing into the violent waterfall. Even in the future, apart from 3 meals every day, Yagyu's exercises, daily tasks, and spiritual understanding were all completed under the small valley. Anyway, with the kimono rewarded by the system, Yagyu can take a bath on the spot at any time without having to clean his clothes. Just like that, another 3 months passed. Counting the previous half month, Hawkeye's inheritance template has been unlocked to 11.36%. The eagle eye in the spiritual world gradually emerges on the sea. The number of battles was extremely frequent. However, since there is no record of his life, Yagyu doesn't know Hawkeye's current time period. But after going to sea, Hawkeye's strength really skyrocketed. Fighting with those swordsman masters is not comparable to bullying peers or swordsmen with mediocre talents. Yagyu, who had absorbed and assimilated all his combat experience and insights, could clearly feel that he had a deeper understanding of the breath of all things. Now Yagyu no longer needs to capture that wisp of breath, and then focus on that position, he only needs to strike casually. It can cut an ordinary stone into 2 halves. But he still can't listen to the breathing of steel, and he can't compare with the eagle eyes of the spiritual world. However, Yagyu believed that he was not far away from hearing the sound of steel breathing. Today, as always, Yagyu walked out of the house with his shadow clone. Arriving at the familiar valley, Yagyu planned to complete today's daily tasks first. It is worth mentioning that as Yagyu enters the realm of swordsmen, the daily tasks issued by the system have also changed. It's no longer a matter of how many times you swing your sword. It's a task of killing how many times. A swordsman is stronger than his mastery of swordsmanship, and a swordsman's strength lies in his opponent's cutting power. Completing 300 slashes is Yagyu's daily task this month. Standing on the bank of the stream, Yagyu held Shijir Kintoki in the shape of a bamboo knife, staring at the clear water with rolling ripples. Whoosh whoosh. After pondering for a few seconds, Lu Sheng suddenly raised the bamboo knife with one hand and swung it forward with all his strength. The tip of the knife fell from top to bottom, making a sound in the air. A white light flashed past. On the rolling surface of the stream, a straight trace appeared. Emerged. Although it only lasted for a few seconds, it healed instantly. But the scene of being cut off was not false, and the bamboo sword in Yagyu's hand had turned into a sharp samurai sword at some point. Next, Yagyu continued to lift the sword was swung towards the stream. Obviously the blade did not touch the water, and the sword was only held with one hand, but every time the sword was swung down, a straight mark appeared on the water. This scene was different from the sword swing a few months ago. The picture forms a sharp contrast. This is the secret of cutting. When his cutting is realized, it is equivalent to mastering the flying slash of the swordsman. For more than a year, Yagyu has mastered the strongest inheritance. He already has a certain understanding of the system. After Hawkeye's inheritance template is unlocked to 100%, it does not mean that he has 100% of Hawkeye's full strength. Yagyu already knows this. Because Hawkeye in the spiritual world, he has already mastered Zhang Gong, but he has not. The biggest function of this inheritance version should be to give him, even in the world of Naruto, the power system of the pirate world, as well as the swordsmanship experience of a famous teacher, and rich combat experience. Yagyu can substitute it, or he can integrate these insights from a god's perspective and make it his own, rather than completely copying Hawkeye's strength and swordsmanship. This is better and will not let Yagyu go down the wrong path. Taking the same path as Hawkeye will not make his swordsmanship style exactly the same as Hawkeye, unable to surpass his predecessors. Yagyu-kun. Just as Yagyu kept slashing, cutting open the rolling surface of the stream again and again, suddenly a soft voice interrupted his movements. Holding Shijir Kintoki for a moment, Yagyu turned around and looked at the petite figure coming out from behind a tree, and couldn't help but shout unexpectedly, Hinata. Yagyu-kun, don't you go to school? Hinata mustered up the courage and walked over. Looking at Yagyu with her pure white and soft beautiful eyes, she asked doubtfully, "How did you find this place?" Lu Sheng did not answer, but asked, "Could it be said that you have opened your eyes?" Yagyu's words made Hinata panic, and she quickly explained, I didn't mean to follow you. I just followed the two Yagyu-kuns after accidentally seeing them." As if she was afraid of being disliked by Yagyu, Hinata rarely spoke so many words, and showed a pitiful look about to cry. In fact, she really didn't say anything. She just opened her eyes not long ago, and she went to school. When she passed Yagyu's house, she couldn't help but open her Byakugan to see if Yagyu had gone out, and found that there were two identical chakras inside. Hinata, who knew something about Yagyu's family situation, couldn't help but hide secretly, and found two Yagyu. As she went out one after another, she suddenly seemed to have seen some secret of Yagyu. Then she couldn't help but followed Yagyu here. Seeing Hinata looking like she was about to cry, Yagyu said quickly, "It's okay, I'm not blaming you, I'm just asking out of curiosity, how did you know I'm here?" Seeing that Yagyu didn't blame herself, Hinata's panic disappeared, and then the suppressed shyness surged up again. She lowered her head and no longer had the courage to look directly at Yagyu just now. Immediately, Hinata seemed to remember something, and slowly raised her head, looked at Yagyu timidly, and asked, "Yagyu-kun, when did you start letting the shadow clone go to class?" "It's been more than half a year," Yagyu replied casually. So awesome." Hinata looked at Yagyu with unconcealed admiration. Being worshipped by this heroine whom he had a great crush on in his previous life, Yagyu's heart was filled with excitement. As a Chinese in his previous life, he was gentle, considerate, and virtuous like Hinata. Paper dolls based on the character of Tsumabuki have always been very popular among otakus. Yagyu is naturally one of them. This is why he couldn't help but rush up to those three little brats when he saw them bullying Hinata. The reason why the hero saves the beauty. If the system had not been activated, Yagyu might have taken the lead in attacking Hinata. But after activating the system, he spent all his time on improving his strength. In this ninja world, having strength means having everything. On the contrary, without strength, you cannot protect your own things. Especially Yagyu, who was an ordinary person in his previous life, pursues and perseveres in strength above all else. But while pursuing strength, it does not mean that he wants to. If you want strength, you will abandon everything, including love. Now that Hinata came to her, Yagyu didn't mind cultivating feelings with her. So Yagyu started chatting with Hinata. He was almost the one doing the talking. After all, he wanted to make shy people. It is difficult for Hinata to open her mouth. Hinata only talks occasionally, and most of the time she looks at Yagyu secretly. As soon as her eyes come into contact with Yagyu's, she immediately lowers her head as if she is frightened. Such a cute look is really make Yagyu feel lovable. Oops, class is about to begin. Suddenly, Hinata woke up with a start, and said goodbye to Yagyu in a panic. "Yagyu-kun, I have to leave first." "Go ahead." Yagyu nodded, waved his hand and said. Before leaving, Hinata couldn't help but ask Yagyu-kun, "Are you really not planning to go to school anymore?" I probably won't go there except for major exams in the future." Lu Sheng nodded, and then said, "But if you have time, you can come here to find me, and we can practice together. After all, your physical skills are still very good." "Is it really possible?" Yagyu's words made Hinata feel ecstatic, as if she was worried that Yagyu would regret it, and she quickly said, "I understand. I'm leaving first." After saying that, Hinata turned around and ran away quickly. Looking at her leaving back, Yagyu laughed dumbly. Holding Shijir Kintoki, Yagyu continued to slash at the stream. After completing today's mission, he went to the stream, took a shower, and then left the valley, preparing to return to the village to have breakfast, and then go to the spiritual world to understand Hawkeye's growth experience. Time flew by, and the afternoon came quickly. When dusk fell, Yagyu stopped practicing and left the valley with Shijir Kintoki and returned to the village. However, when he returned home, he found that the shadow clone had not returned yet. It was obviously time for school to end, and even if there was no ninja training, the theoretical courses where it can't be extended for so long, right? Yagyu felt a little confused, but didn't think much about it. After going out for dinner, Yagyu came back and found that the shadow clone had gone home. Unlocking the shadow clone technique, a lot of information came to his mind, and the shadow clone accumulated. The fatigue of the day also hit. Yagyu just felt tired, so he went to take a shower and went back to the room to sleep. It was rare that he didn't refine chakra today. When he woke up, it was already the next morning. More than a year Yagayu's biological clock made Yagyu develop the habit of waking up at this point no matter how tired he was. When he finished exercising and left the house with his shadow clone, he finally knew why the school extended the time yesterday. It turned out to be Uchiha genocide. The incident happened. The Uchiha clan was wiped out by Uchiha Itachi, known as the strongest family in the ninja world. All of a sudden, there were only 2 sons of the clan leader left. One was Uchiha Itachi, who was classified as an S-class traitor, and the other was Uchiha Sasuke. Of course, these villages have clear information. Yagyu, who is familiar with the plot, knows more inside stories. There are 2 murderers who exterminated the clan, namely Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito. But the one who forced Uchiha Itachi to exterminate the clan, but it is the family and the village. In the end, because of Uchiha Sasuke and considering the reasons for the establishment of the village, Uchiha Itachi chose the village and placed his hope of reviving the family in the future on Uchiha Sasuke. He carried the sin and became a double-faced spy. Everything Uchiha Itachi did was very complicated and related to many places, which cannot be explained in a few words. But in the entire Naruto world, he is the most ninja-like person. But these are not important to Yagyu. He is still too weak, and improving his strength is the top priority. Moreover, he has only been in this world for more than a year, and his mature psychological age excludes his peers except Hinata, and he has no sense of belonging to the village of Konaha. What? Will of fire, what does it matter to him? Time flies, and 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. In 3 years, the new generation of buds have turned 10 years old, and there are only 2 years left before they graduate from the ninja school. In the past 3 years, certain people and certain things have changed a lot. The first is Uchiha Sasuke. Ever since Uchiha was exterminated, he has become withdrawn, cold and arrogant. His level of isolation is even comparable to that of Yagyu. However, this arrogant male god's temperament is more and more charming to those immature little girls, causing the women who flock to him every day to stay high. Next is Yagyu Yuzuki, the recognized second male god in the class. Secretly dubbed by many girls as the true and cold male god, his popularity has never been weaker than that of Uchiha Sasuke. He has even been named the top student for many years. The title makes him much more popular in other classes than Uchiha Sasuke. But except for Hinata, no one knew that this truly cold man had been a shadow clone more than 3 years ago. The more than 3 years I spent as classmates with them were all shadow clones, not their true bodies. In addition to the first year exam, Yagyu's true form would occasionally come to the ninja school. Since the second year, Yagyu has never stepped foot into the ninja school. Because he is too strong. This is too strong, it refers not only to the overall strength, but also to the ninja foundation. The improvement of overall strength and the small skills that trainee ninjas need to master are not worth mentioning. Coupled with the increase in chakra, Uchiha Sasuke has been unable to defeat Yagyu's shadow clone since 3 years ago. The final change was Hinata. Few people know that Hinata, who has a weak presence in the class, has also become a shadow clone since a year ago. This is her and Yagyu's secret from each other. The brave act that year formed a bond between the 2 children, and their relationship continued to sublimate over the past 3 years. As a result, Hinata, who had always been disciplined, changed from being weak and secretly let the shadow clone go to class while he went to practice with Yagyu. Yagyu family, in the dojo, drink hot, 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. From the open wooden door of the gym, you can see 2 figures fighting and intersecting inside. They are no longer as short as they used to be, and their attacks are no longer as weak as they used to be. They have become sharp and powerful. Hinata used her family's unique skill of soft fist. The temple veins at the corners of her eyes bulged, and both fingers and palms came out to attack Yagyu's veins. In front of her, Yagyu not only avoided it freely, but his eyes were actually tied with a black cloth strip. His body was like walking leisurely, like fallen leaves fluttering in the wind. They always dodge Hinata's attacks by coincidence and elegance. Snapped. When all Hinata's 32 palms failed, a hand knife fell lightly on her forehead. The winner was decided. Yagyu-kun, I lost again, Hinata said breathlessly, but her face was not disappointed at all, but full of joy. Sweat beads slipped from his smooth face and dripped on his delicate chin. Yagyu took off the cloth strips that tied his eyes, revealing a pair of red eyes with a smile. He stared at the beautiful face in front of him with black hair reaching his waist and no longer the baby fat. He said with a smile, thank you for your hard work, Hinata. No, I'm very happy to be able to help Yagyu-kun. Hinata said softly with her cheeks flushed, and her voice gradually weakened. Her eyes looking at Yagyu also dropped with the voice, and she did not dare to look directly. He was as weak and pitiful as ever. He took in the changes in his eyes. Yagyu slowly opened his hands and embraced this precious girl into his arms. Yagyu-kun. Yagyu clearly felt the girl in his arms tremble slightly, and his fingers gently ran through his waist-length hair that had grown to the waist in 3 years due to his suggestion. Smelling the girl's natural fragrance without any odor of sweat, Yagyu let go of Hinata and used the cuffs of his kimono to wipe the sweat from her face. Then he put his palms against her red and hot cheeks, feeling the gradually increasing body temperature. Yagyu smiled and said, let's start the next stage. I was about to be dizzy with shyness. As Yagyu's words disappeared immediately, Hinata nodded vigorously. From this point of view, Yagyu has done this more than once. Not only is he very familiar with Hinata, but the training is enough. Give Hinata. After a few seconds of recovery, Yagyu tied his eyes with cloth strips and sat cross-legged with his back to Hinata. Looking at Yagyu's straight back, Hinata's pure white eyes finally no longer concealed the admiration. Yagyu Yuzuki and Uchiha Sasuke has always been known as a genius in the ninja school. One is the top student of the civilians, and the other is the orphan of the Uchiha clan, always occupying the first and second rankings. It seems that there is only one step away, but only Hinata knows. The gap between Uchiha Sasuke and Yagyu is not one step, but a chasm that cannot be crossed. Thinking of that miraculous sword in his mind, Hinata picked up Shijir Kintoki, who was placed not far away by Yagyu. Then standing behind Yagyu, he held the bamboo sword hard and swung it towards Yagyu. Hinata's attack was very powerful. If he couldn't avoid it, he would definitely suffer a lot of pain on the right side of his head. But when the bamboo sword was about to hit his head, Yagyu suddenly he lowered his head and dodged the attack by coincidence. Hinata had long been accustomed to it, and continued to raise the bamboo sword and attack Yagyu's head from various tricky angles. In the end, Yagyu suddenly stood up, and once again seemed to be shuttled between the butterflies in the flower forest, escaped Hinata's blows again and again. Her breath and the breath of the bamboo sword seemed to be caught. Every step, every breath, every movement, he could prediction. This feeling is like the observation of the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. But compared to the observation of the Sharingan, Yagyu's ability is more powerful. Not only can he predict the opponent's next move, but he can also read the location and number of enemies outside the field of vision. Is simply the ability to combine Sharingan observation and Byakugan insight. Yes, this ability is seeing and hearing Haki, an ability that does not belong to the Naruto world. After practicing to an extremely high level, you can predict the future. Powerful ability. In 3 years, if Uchiha Sasuke has only improved a little, then Yagyu's progress has been rapid. Hawkeye's inheritance template has been unlocked to 33.26%. At this stage, the eagle eye in the spiritual world has become very scary, and may have already entered a new world. The best proof is that he has mastered the Haki of Armed Color and Knowledge Color. After acquiring the two-color domineering training method, Yagyu began to exercise like crazy a year ago. But Armed Color domineering is obviously not something that someone at his age can master. Yagyu was not in a hurry. While exercising like crazy, he spent more time on seeing and hearing Haki. The ability to see and hear the domineering power of color is similar to listening to the sound of breathing of all things. In addition, there is no age limit for the Haki of the observation colors, so it only took Yagyu 3 months to awaken the Haki of the observation colors. 7 months of training gave him a preliminary grasp of the power of seeing and hearing. However, compared with the initial awakening of Haki, Yagyu progressed more in the breathing of all things, which is the realm of Kendo. I believe Hinata is the best witness to this. The sword that cut off the waterfall completely gained Hinata's admiration. Konaha 60 years. This is a very memorable year. It is also the beginning of the current life of Asura and Indra, and it is also the year where Yagyu's previous life is known as the beginning of the plot. Today is also a very valuable day, known as the beginning of everything. In the Yagyu family's gym, Yagyu was wearing a kimono and holding a notebook in his hand. He looked through the window at the short figure who was scribbling on Hokage rock, his eyes full of reminiscence. Unconsciously, he has been in this world for 7 years. It was rare for him not to practice today, and he specifically asked Hinata not to come over. Not to witness this scene, but to prepare for the future. Opening the note, it was filled with Chinese characters that this world could not understand, recording some important information. No one has a photographic memory, not even him. Because of this, Yagyu has written down some important information in his notes every once in a while since he was 5 years old. 7 years have passed, and he has indeed forgotten many plots, such as the supporting characters who did not appear in many scenes, such as the 4 sound ninjas in the Konaha collapse plan, whose names he has forgotten. But fortunately, he had anticipated this moment and recorded some important plot points in advance. In March 1960 in Konaha, the new generation graduated and conducted survival exercises. In May, Team 7 carried out about 3 or 4 D-class missions, and then began the plot of the Land of Waves. On June 23, classes 7, 8, and 9 will accumulate 8 missions and reach the registration level for the Chunin exam. The Chunin exam will begin on July 1. After 3 games, there will be a month of training time, and then Konaha will collapse. Plan: Uchiha Itachi returns to the village, looks for Tsunade, and the battle of the 3 ninjas. Yagyu looked at the notes carefully, thinking silently about the future direction of Class 7. Through the recollection of words, some forgotten pictures, or pictures hidden deep in the brain, finally emerged vaguely. After reading it all morning, Yagyu didn't finish reading until the shadow clone came back from school. Unlocking the shadow clone, Yagyu received today's message. Because of Naruto Uzumaki, today Iruka gave the entire class a random test on the transformation technique. Then tomorrow is the graduation assessment. Uzumaki Naruto will be eliminated by Iruka due to the failure of the clone technique. Then he will be bewitched by Mizuki and go to steal the sealed book. Then he will learn his identity as the 9-tailed demon fox and receive the first real gift in his life. Recognition, successful graduation. Recalling this episode, Yagyu closed his note. Picking up the Shijir Kintoki aside, Yagyu stood up and began to complete today's daily tasks. Swish. With a flash of cold light, the ordinary bamboo sword turned into a real sword that exuded coldness. The sharp blade cuts through the air. It was obviously an ordinary sword swing, but Yagayu's kimono and long silver hair tied into a ponytail were not flying in the wind. In his vision, everything seemed alive. The breathing of all things ranges from weak to heavy, and he can kill them all just by waving the knife in his hand. When Yagayu completed today's task, dusk had arrived. Yagayu-kun, have you eaten? Just when Yagayu took a shower and was about to go out to eat, Hinata, who he had asked not to come over today, appeared in the living room at some point. Looking at Hinata holding a lunchbox, Yagayu smiled slightly. Haven't eaten yet. 2 years have passed, and the girl has looked just like the paper figure in the memory. The only difference is that her temperament is not as weak as the original one. In the past few years of practicing with Yagayu, she has seen some of Yagayu's power and developed a strong temperament. There is a bit of confidence that the original work does not have. There is no extreme weakness and shyness, plus the long lavender hair that reaches the waist. Except for the white jade in the bowl that was glimpsed back then, Hinata has not yet grown up. Hinata has already developed Shippuden. The rudimentary form of his life has taken shape. The white windbreaker and trousers are full of conservatism. The pure white lavender eyes, the heart-melting gaze, and the thoughtfulness and care for Yagayu in daily life, make Yagayu unyielding on the road to becoming stronger. Lonely again. This girl has unknowingly captured Yagayu's heart for 6 years. And so has he. Eating the bento made by Hinata, Yagayu chatted with her about today's transformation test, and secretly took some Uzumaki. Naruto's seduction technique made this gentle and lovely girl blush, and the atmosphere was extremely warm. After eating the bento, Yagayu and Hinata chatted for a while. Then he accompanied Hinata to leave the house and asked her return to the Hinata family's mansion. Yagayu didn't send her to the door because his relationship with Hinata was still wandering between lovers and friends, and he didn't have any achievements and didn't show his strength and power to Konaha. Take it into consideration. When a commoner falls in love with a princess from a big family, it is just like the princess in the story marrying a commoner. There will be countless obstacles in the way. Even if Hinata completely disappoints Hinata and Hinata, her identity remains unchanged. Seeing Hinata after Tien entered the door, Lu Sheng returned to his home. With notes in hand, Lu Sheng leaned against the bedside and continued to read the notes with the help of the light. When the night got darker, and every household turned off the lights, Lu Sheng just closed the notes and rubbed his tiredness. With his eyes open, he lay down and prepared to sleep. As the sleepiness decreased and his consciousness gradually fell into sleep, Yagayu felt that the surrounding environment began to change suddenly. The world was overturned, and his soul seemed to have traveled through time and space and was attached to a man with eagle eyes. On his body, he was engaged in a fierce battle with a red-haired man of similar age. This battle was a battle between top swordsmen. This battle was evaluated as just like yesterday by the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. Wonderful battle. The morning light slowly opened, and another colorful morning came. Under the urging of the alarm clock, Yagayu slowly opened his eyes and returned to reality from his dreamland. When he sat up, the surroundings suddenly became silent. This silence is no longer limited to the room and Yagayu's house. The noise of the villagers on the street in the past has also disappeared at this moment. The sound of breathing came like a breeze at dawn, and the whole world seemed to have stopped. The breath formed an invisible sensation like a spider web, covering most of the leaves. The perception comes and goes quickly, like an illusion, disappearing quickly. When Yagayu wanted to feel it again, that feeling never came again. But Yagayu knew that feeling was not an illusion. Is that the realm of a great swordsman? Yagayu held his forehead with one hand, and the battle between Hawkeye and Red Hair flashed through his mind, and he murmured softly that kind of power is so exaggerated that it doesn't look like a human being. The battle between Hawkeye and Red Hair was the most shocking scene Yagayu had seen in these years. It was indeed a battle that Whitebeard commented as just like yesterday. That battle not only broadened Yagayu's horizons, but also made him. He initially felt the gap between the top swordsman and the great swordsman. Although Hawkeye and Red Hair are still top swordsmen, I believe they will not be the top swordsmen soon. Putting into Hawkeye's perspective, Yagayu can see the great sword in advance in Hao's realm. Hawkeye, who is much stronger than him now, can naturally see it. I have benefited a lot from this realization. Your Eagle Eye Heritage template has been unlocked to 47.86%. After looking at the unlocking progress, Yagayu got up in a happy mood. After a brief wash in the bathroom, he created a shadow clone and asked him to go to the ninja school and take the graduation exam on his behalf. As always, he came to the gym and used Dao Zen to understand the sound of breathing of all things. After entering the realm of swordsman and mastering the cutting technique, you no longer need to practice basic swordsmanship. From now on, you can mainly improve your ability to capture the breath of all things. Knife Zen meditation is a very boring thing, and people who lack patience simply cannot stand it. But meditation also has benefits. It can exercise people's state of mind and cultivate their moral character. Swordsmen like to find their own way of swordsmanship in Sword Zen. Especially after realizing the sound of breathing of all things, Yagayu also fell in love with Sword Zen. The calmer his mind is, the louder and more breathing he can hear. In the state of Sword Zen, Yagayu clearly felt that his realm was slowly improving. As Yagayu assumed the Tazen posture, time passed by minute by second. The morning passed quickly. When the shadow clone walked into the gym from the outside with a lunchbox and a forward protector in both hands, Yagyu just exited the state of Sword Zen. Taking the lunchbox Hinata made specially for him from the hands of the shadow clone, Yagyu protected the genin's forehead, just looked at it, released the shadow clone's technique, and walked out of the gym. After eating a bento in the restaurant, Yagyu washed the bento box and waited at home. After releasing the shadow clone, Yagyu received some information and learned that Hinata would come to him later. Playing with the genin forward protector in his hand, Yagyu's eyelids were slightly closed, as if he was taking a rest. Yagyu-kun. Not long after, Hinata's gentle voice came to Yagyu's ears. Opening his eyes, he looked at Hinata who was bent over, holding a bunch of keys in his hand, looking at him softly, and looking into those beautiful lavender pure white eyes. Yagyu smiled and said, "Let's go." Hinata smiled lightly and nodded. The two left home, walked side by side on the street, and headed towards the ninja school. After the graduation examination, they had to take photos of the ninja files. Taking the file photos, Yagyu did not let him go. The shadow clone replaced him. Firstly, it was of great significance, and secondly, he needed to relax. After watching the battle between Hawkeye and the red-haired man, his emotions have been in a state of excitement. A new world is waiting for him ahead. Tomorrow will be a new one. The beginning of the crisis was also the beginning of the storm that officially disrupted history. Thinking of this, Yagyu suddenly grabbed Hinata's hand. Yagyu-kun. Hinata's body trembled slightly as her little hand was held, a touch of red appeared on her cheeks, and she glanced at Yagyu secretly. Seeing Yagyu looking forward, as if he didn't notice his gaze, Hinata lowered her head slightly and held Yagyu's hand with slight force. As if aware of the girl's determination, Yagyu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and the two hands he held changed to interlocking their fingers, like a couple in love. Yagyu-kun, Hinata, you guys. Just when Yagyu and Hinata arrived at the entrance of the ninja school, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of them. I saw Yamanaka Ino looking at Yagyu and Hinata in surprise. First he glanced at their intertwined hands, and then saw Hinata's face turning red with embarrassment. She not only covered her lips and said with a smile, "Oh, it turns out. So, no wonder our Yagyu-sama is so dismissive of other girls. It turns out someone has already taken advantage of him. Yamanaka-san." Listening to Yamanaka Ino's teasing, Hinata's face turned red, her head gradually felt dizzy, and there was even mist on her head. Yagyu didn't care at all. He held Hinata's little hand that was trying to break free, nodded to Yamanaka Ino, and then pulled Hinata into the ninja school. Looking at the two people leaving, Yamanaka Ino smiled slightly. These two people are so hidden, but judging from their backs, they really match each other. There was no trace of envy or jealousy in his words. When he was a child, a group of girls led by Yamanaka Ino pestered Yagyu for a while. However, this period of time did not last long. Under Yagyu's unabashed rejection and the majesty of the chief student, many people were afraid to come forward even if they had a secret crush. At first, Yamanaka Ino still persisted, but it was a child's pursuit of beautiful things, and she really wanted to make friends with Yagyu. But with Yagyu's constant rejection and falling out with her best friend Haruno Sakura, Yamanaka Ino shifted all her attention to Yagyu 5 years ago to her fight with Haruno Sakura. I thought that no woman in the class could be worthy of such a cold male god like Yagyu. Unexpectedly, when everyone was afraid and did not dare to move forward, Hinata, who had the weakest presence in the class and looked shy, had secretly reached the finish line. Hinata, it's really not easy. It took more than an hour to take the file photos. When Yagyu and Hinata finished taking the photos and walked to the school gate, they found a lonely figure on the swing. That figure was Uzumaki Naruto. Awakening his haki, Yagyu clearly sensed that the parents who were standing not far away, accompanying their children, were all discussing Uzumaki Naruto. There was nothing kind in his words, and his tone was full of disgust. Seeing this scene in his eyes, Yagyu seemed unchanged on the surface, but in fact he was filled with emotion. He is obviously a hero, but he enjoys the treatment of a murderer. Especially in the real world, if he was treated like this, he would probably be full of hatred for Konaha. Yagyu shook his head slightly and left the ninja school with Hinata. They said goodbye at the door of their house. Since it was still daytime, Yagyu didn't send Hinata back. Back in the room, Yagyu put the ninja forward protector on the counter, then took off his kimono and went to the bathroom to take a shower. After coming out, I put on my training clothes and came to the gym to start completing today's daily tasks. The content of daily tasks in the past 2 years has not changed much. The number of slashes has been fixed at 2,000 since a year ago, but since a year ago, Yagyu has mastered the secrets of sword wielding and slashing. Now he can achieve the point where every swing of the sword is a slash without damaging the field. Dusk began to fall under Yagyu's sword. When night falls, the bewitched son of destiny begins to take action. Knowing that the sealed book incident happened tonight, Yagyu had no intention of getting involved. Only a fool would get involved in a plan that was full of loopholes, where the third generation was dedicated to catching mice and giving some compensation to the fourth generation's son. After running around Konaha for 2 hours, Yagyu returned home, took a shower, and went to bed early. Lying on the bed, Yagyu looked at the starry night sky through the window, but he didn't feel sleepy at all. Tomorrow is the day for class placement, and I don't know which class I will be placed in. First of all, class 7 is impossible. It is impossible for the third Hokage to let the chief student and the second-ranked student be in the same team. Moreover, the fateful battle between Indra and Azura, as well as the nine-tailed Jinchuriki and the Uchiha orphans, whether it is the consciousness requirements of the world or the identities of both parties, it is destined that Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke cannot be separated. Coupled with the reconciliation of 2 men and 1 woman, it is impossible for the third person in Class 7 to be a man. Secondly, Class 10 is a new generation of Zolidi, and it is impossible for outsiders to get involved. Finally, there is Hinata's 8th class, all of whom are sentient ninjas. The chance of Yagyu being assigned to this class is almost 0. So, how will the third Hokage arrange his position as the chief student? Randomly assigned to an ordinary team? Thinking like this, Yagyu's mood felt inexplicably bad. If you are assigned to an ordinary team, it doesn't matter, but if your teammates are rubbish and you are sent back to the ninja school for survival exercises, then it doesn't matter that you are not a ninja. I don't want to be a nanny, and even if he is not a ninja, he can still stand out in this era of approaching chaos. After making his decision, Yagyu finally slowly closed his eyes and began to connect with the dreamland. And after he fell asleep, he didn't know that someone was also worried about the class division. That person is the third Hokage. In the dead of night, after solving Naruto Uzumaki's theft of the sealed book, Iruka submitted the list of graduating students of this class, and the third Hokage began to classify these names into classes. If there is no Yagyu butterfly, or if this butterfly does not perform too well, then it is not difficult to divide the classes. Just assign the children of the 6 major families into 2 teams, and then put the Uchiha clan and the Jinchuriki together, and finally finding a girl that Naruto cares about to intervene, the new generation will be properly arranged. But with the addition of Yagyu's outstanding butterfly, the third Hokage naturally felt extremely distressed. First of all, Inazukeko cannot change, so there are 5 extra people, Inuzuka Kiba, Abarame Shino, Hinata, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto. Plus Yagyu, there are exactly 6 people, which can be allocated to 2 teams. But just as Yagyu thought, it would be unfair to the other teams if the top student and the second-place student were assigned to the same team. Moreover, if they were all men, it would be difficult to reconcile conflicts. Excluding Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, only the children of the Inuzuka clan, the Abarame clan, and the Hyuga clan are left, exactly 2 boys and 1 girl. But if they are all put into a team, the extra chief student will have to be with the ordinary students. Yagyu Yuzuki, that genius, the third generation took a puff of smoke from his pipe, looked at the ninja files on the table, and looked at the photo of Yuzuki Yagyu, and felt a sense of familiarity. Immediately, the scene that I saw with the crystal telescope came to my mind. Has the child who worked so hard at practicing swordsmanship grown so big? It turns out that he is the chief student of this session. The third generation's cloudy eyes flashed with a trace of reminiscence, and he sighed. They really look like Minato and Sakumo. After uttering this sigh, the third generation finally made a decision in his originally tangled thoughts. So, he picked up a digital seal and stamped it on Yagyu's file. Yagyu-kun, Yagyu-kun. This time, Lu Sheng slept in for the first time. It wasn't until Hinata's gentle call came to his ears that his consciousness came out of his sleep. When he opened his eyes, a pair of pure white eyes full of concern suddenly came into view. Hinata, you are here. Yagyu rubbed his eyes and slowly sat up. Looking at Yagyu, who got up and went to the ground, Hinata asked caringly, Yagyu-kun, are you okay? What can happen to me? Yagyu pinched Hinata's nose and said with a smile. Seeing that his expression didn't seem to be fake, Hinata breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling Yagyu's intimate movements, her cheeks turned red and she whispered, I am the first time I saw Yagyu-kun getting up so late, I thought you were sick. We have known each other for so many years. Although Hinata has the key to Yagyu's house, she has long been accustomed to seeing Yagyu practicing swordsmanship in the gym or sitting in the living room when she enters the door. This is the first time she has seen Yagyu sleeping. She is so cute. Yagyu didn't know what Hinata was thinking. After pinching Hinata's nose, he went into the bathroom to wash it. When he finished brushing his teeth and washed his face, Hinata was already standing beside him, holding a pair of the dry towel was handed to him. After taking the towel and drying their faces, Yagyu and Hinata left the room and came to the living room. There was a carefully prepared lunch box on the table, with just enough content for 2 people. After breakfast, Yagyu went back to the room to change clothes. When he came out again, Hinata, who had been staring at the door, blushed slightly and lowered her head subconsciously. The way Yagyu looked now was too lethal. Silver long hair, tied into a single ponytail with a hairband, slanting sword eyebrows, slender and sharp red eyes, wearing a light black kimono and a white scarf. Her temperament is like an eagle in the night, cold and arrogant at the same time, but there was an aura of nobility. An ordinary bamboo sword was tied around his waist. At first glance, he looked like a noble man from a famous kendo family. With a genin forehead protector tied to his arm, Yagyu walked towards the door and faced Hinata said, let's go. Hinata nodded repeatedly, looking at his back with eyes full of longing and admiration. The two came to the ninja school together, and the classroom was already full of people. Every student either wore a forehead protector on their forehead, or tied it around their neck like Hinata, or tied it on their arm like Yagyu, their faces full of longing for their future ninja career. But what they obviously don't know is that the so-called graduation assessment will only start after the classes are divided. He and Hinata came to the back of the classroom and sat down. Yagayu's image attracted the attention of many girls. When they saw Hinata next to Yagayu, they did not hide their envy. Time passed quickly, and several classmates walked into the classroom during this period. Among them are Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura, who are running like a 100-meter race, and Uzumaki Naruto. Looking at the love kiss between Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, Yagayu's mouth twitched slightly. Good morning, students. Just after Uzumaki Naruto was beaten up by the girls, Iruka walked into the classroom and ended the farce. Looking at the expectant students, Iruka's eyes were filled with relief and sentimentality, and he sincerely blessed congratulations. From today on, you are your own ninja. However, since you are still genin, you need to form a team of 3 and perform tasks beside the jounin who leads you. Then next, I start to announce the grouping. Hearing that they were in groups of 3, the atmosphere in the classroom became lively. A large number of gazes full of heat were directed at Uchiha Sasuke and Yagayu. There was no concealed desire in those eyes. Even Hinata, who was sitting next to Yagayu, looked at Yagayu with hope. However, as Iruka called out names one by one, those fiery gazes suddenly dimmed. Soon, 6 groups were assigned. Class 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke. Iruka-sensei, why am I assigned to that bastard Sasuke? This is what I should say. Crane tail, don't drag me back. Bastard Sasuke, what did you say? Quiet. Seeing the 2 people who were about to start a fight again, Iruka glared at Uzumaki Naruto fiercely, and then coughed twice next. Class 8. Hearing this word, Yagayu narrowed his eyes slightly. Hyaga Hinata. As Iruka pronounced the name, Hinata next to him suddenly became nervous. Shino Ibarame, and Yagayu Yuzuki. Yagayu-kun, that's great. Hearing this name, Hinata became excited and subconsciously grabbed Yagayu's arm. For this shy girl to behave like this in the class, it can be seen how much she felt being in the same class as Yagayu. Happy. Yagayu also felt surprised. He didn't expect that the 3rd Hokage would take him seriously. He actually opened up the perception class and let him join in. However, Yagayu was very satisfied with this division. Not only Hinata, a childhood sweetheart, but also the calm and composed Ibarame Shino, the Byakugan who detects insects within a kilometer radius, and the omnipresent bugs, as well as his own haki for seeing and hearing. This class 8 is also a perception class. Although the instructor Kurane Ui is a bit weaker, she makes up for the shortcomings of Yagayu's genjutsu. He makes up for it in terms of physical attacks. Class 8 will be more powerful than the original. Class 9, Inuzuka Kiba. Class 10, Ino Yamanaka, Koji Akimichi, Shikamaru Nara. As Iruka announced the list of the last group, the division of classes came to an end. When Iruka walked out of the classroom with the list, the figures of Jonin gradually walked into the door. Everyone from the 3rd shift, come with me. Everyone from class 1, come out to me. The class members who were called all left the classroom with anticipation or apprehension. Not long after, a graceful figure walked in. She first glanced at the remaining students in the classroom, and finally fixed her eyes on Yagayu's face, and then said with a satisfied smile, everyone from class 8, come out with me. Yagayu-kun, our teacher is a woman. Looking at Ui Kurane's leaving back, Hinata whispered in surprise. Just now she saw so many jounin were male, she thought the instructors were all male. Let's go. Yagayu didn't answer, but turned his eyes to Shino Ibarame who was standing up, and he happened to look towards Yagayu. Looking at Shino Ibarame's sunglasses, Yagayu seemed to meet his eyes through the lenses, and then clicked nodding. He left the classroom with Hinata. The 3 of Yagayu followed Ui Kurane out of the ninja school and came to a deserted and inaccessible open space in the village, surrounded by woods. There were several wooden piles not far away, which seemed to be deserted. Training ground. When we meet for the first time, let's introduce ourselves first. For example, things you like, things you hate, dreams for the future, etc. Let's start with me. Kurane Ui turned to face the 3 of Yagayu. Her beautiful face was full of heroic spirit, and she said with a friendly smile, my name is Kurane Ui, and I will be your future guidance jounin. You can call me Teacher Kurane. I am good at illusions, and I like sojo, vodka, wasabi octopus. What I hate is cake. My dream is to become a great ninja like Tsunade-sama. What about you? Ui Hong's eyes were cast on Yagayu. Feeling her gaze, Yagayu spoke consciously, my name is Yagayu Yuzuki. I am good at swordsmanship. I like many things and hate many things. My dream is to become a ninja who can stand alone. The perfunctory introduction made Ui Kurane, who was expecting what the chief student would say, gradually fade her smile. Next to her, Hinata covered her lips and smiled. Yagayu-kun is really as indifferent as ever. What about you? Ui Hong turned her attention to Hinata and Ibarame Shino again. Yes? Hinata responded quickly, and then introduced herself, my name is Hinata. I'm good at physical arts. I like many things, but my main interest is flower pressing. I don't like anything I hate. My dream is, yes, become a housewife. When it came to the last sentence, Hinata hesitated for a long time, as if she was trying hard to express her inner words, but in the end she still didn't have the courage to speak. I want to be with Yagayu-kun forever. Housewife. Ui Kurane didn't know what Hinata was thinking. Looking at the weak girl, her eyes softened. Then, she looked at Ibarame Shino, who had a presence that was not much stronger than Hinata. My name is Shino Ibarame. I am good at family secrets. My favorite foods are vegetable salads and winter melons. I hate things with strong flavors. My hobby is observing insects. My dream is to find new varieties of insects. Abarame Shino said in a calm tone. Very good. After getting to know the three of them initially, Yui Hong nodded, and then said we have gotten to know each other for the first time, but I need to understand your strength and team awareness. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, we will still gather here and we will conduct a survival exercise. After all, she is a gentle woman, and Yui Kurane did not threaten them with her inability to graduate. Of the three people in front of her, two are children of big families, and the other is the chief student. She has led such an outstanding team as soon as she became a jonin. It was too late for Yui Kurane to cherish her, so how could she hurt them? Of course, in the eyes of other jonin, she was inexperienced and her approach was too gentle. However, she made the three of them, Yagyu, have a slight affection for her. After all, Yagyu is not like an arrogant person like Inuzuka Kiba who looks down on female jounin. Without Inuzuka Kiba, whose nature is similar to Uzumaki Naruto, the team consciousness of Class 8 is definitely the best among the three classes. Yagyu's strength is absolutely being able to be the core. Hinata listens to him the most, and Abarame Shino is the kind of person who has a weird personality and doesn't like the leader. As long as he shows strong strength, I believe that Class 8 will be led by him. Class 8, after the place was disbanded, Yagyu and Hinata walked together and returned to their home. Yagyu-kun, what do you think the purpose of Hong-sensei's survival drill is? Is it really just to understand our strength and team awareness, and has no other purpose? Walking on the road, Hinata asked as if looking for a topic. Yagyu shook his head and said probably not, she doesn't look like she is lying. Of course he knows what the purpose of the survival exercise is. The classic bell-grabbing plot is a classic that he has never forgotten. It is to let the team members understand the importance of team spirit. But Yui Kurane may be disappointed, Yagyu-kan, I don't want to play these house games. It's also time to test my strength on the jonin and what level I have reached. Walking to the street with Hinata, the two separated temporarily. Yagyu returned home, washing and cooking rice. Not long after, Hinata walked into the house carrying vegetables. The two of them stayed in the kitchen, preparing lunch. While busy, they chatted about interesting little topics. Most of them were Yagyu talking. Hinata spoke softly. In response, he pursed his lips and smiled when it was interesting. When the time was almost right, Yagyu began to train Hinata. This girl was very shy, and Yagyu knew it very well. During the time when they first met, Hinata would be satisfied with the slightest intimacy. His face was red, his head was filled with fog, and then he fainted. It took Yagyu a long time to solve this problem, and he also developed the ability to feel Hinata's body temperature and know when she has reached her limit. In the past 6 years, the intimate behavior between Yagyu and Hinata naturally goes beyond hugging. Especially Hinata's gradual growth, her frail appearance with long hair, can easily arouse people's sense of conquest. When they usually cook together, Yagyu he often makes surprise attacks on her. He hugs her waist from behind, puts his warm palms inside her apron, against her white windbreaker, gently caressing her belly, and then chats, patting her with his hot breath. While her body temperature was rising and she was completely distracted, Hinata's hands sneakily attacked the bowl-sized piece of white jade without leaving any trace. Before Hinata could react, she quickly retreated, ending the scene very cleverly. Training. After Hinata came to her senses, her face was flushed with endless embarrassment. But she didn't faint. The appearance of the steam engine was really pleasing to the eye. It is worth mentioning that Hinata's first kiss was also touched by Yagyu. That was one day a year ago at noon. Hinata took a rare nap at Yagyu's house, and Yagyu secretly took it away. At that time, Hinata was not asleep yet. Yagyu also knew that she was not asleep. They both have their own thoughts. The next day, at 8:30 in the morning, Yagyu and Hinata went out on time. Arriving at the clearing yesterday, Abarame Shino had already arrived. Good morning. Looking at Abarame Shino leaning under the wooden post, Yagyu said hello. From now on, we are all teammates fighting side by side, and Yagyu will naturally not show the rejection face he had in school. Good morning, Abarame-san. Hinata also greeted him softly. Good morning, just call me Shino. As if he didn't expect Yagyu and Hinata to greet him, Abarame Shino responded quickly, but his face was hidden by sunglasses and a collar, so his expression couldn't be seen. But after this greeting, the three of them finally knew each other. Yagyu. He and Hinata came to another wooden stake. Hinata packed her ninja bag, while Yagyu held a bamboo sword and closed his eyes to rest. At this moment, Abarame Shino suddenly came over Yagyu-kun. What do you think? Do we need to prepare a battle plan? Abarame Shino is very aware of current affairs, and these words clearly indicate that Yagyu has been regarded as the leader. The relationship between Yagyu and Hinata can be seen by any classmates during this period. The two are inseparable, and Hinata naturally obeys his words. In addition, Yagyu has been the chief student for many years, so he must have the arrogance of a genius. If he tells them what to do, he will only ask for trouble. So Abarame Shino took the initiative to ask. We will all be companions from now on, just call me Yagyu or Yuzuki. Yagyu opened his eyes and said calmly, as for the battle plan, there is no need for it. Team awareness can be cultivated in the future. Now I finally have the opportunity to play against ninja. I can't give up this opportunity. So that's it, I know. Abarameshino nodded slightly, and his indifferent expression could not reveal his inner thoughts. Maybe in his heart, he felt that Yagyu was extremely arrogant at this moment, maybe not. But when he saw that Yagyu had no intention of preparing a battle plan, he stopped speaking. Return to the original position and wait for the arrival of Yui Hong. Call out. Time passed by minute, and it was still 5 minutes before 9 o'clock. A graceful figure appeared out of thin air in front of the three of them. Red eyes looked at the three Yagyu people who had obviously been waiting for a while. Yui Hong smiled and said, "I've kept you waiting for a long time, let's officially start." Ding dang. The sound of bells rang. Yui Hong took out 3 bells, looked at Yagyu and the others and said, "Today's survival exercise, your task is to successfully snatch these 3 bells from me. No matter what method you use, whether it is assassination, direct confrontation, or using a strategy, as long as you snatch the bell from my hand, the teacher will treat you to a barbecue." After saying that, Yui Hong tied the bell around her waist. Hinata. At this time, Lu Sheng suddenly shouted. Yes. Hinata understood instantly and quickly took out a piece of cloth from the ninja bag. Taking the piece of cloth, Yagyu quickly tied his eyes. "You all get out of the way." Hinata and Abarameshino jumped up and distanced themselves from Yagyu. Hinata knew what Yagyu was going to do, but Abarameshino didn't understand, but seeing Hinata trusting Yagyu so much, and thinking of what Yagyu just said, she naturally understood. This chief student must be hiding some unknown trump card. Looking at Yagyu with his eyes tied, Yui Hong also looked curiously and asked doubtfully, "Do you want to confront me head-on?" Yagyu nodded, held the bamboo sword in his hand and made a gesture to draw the sword, and reminded Teacher Kurane, "Please be careful. It is very ridiculous for a newly graduated genin to tell a battle-hardened jounin to be careful. Things." But Yui Hong's face changed suddenly, and a chill that was locked in the crisis spread throughout her body. Swish. The next moment, a dazzling horse roared out from in front of Yagyu Shang. The white sword turned into dark red sword energy in an instant, leaving a deep and straight trace on the ground, spreading towards Yui Hong. The sword energy spread very quickly, as if it only took an instant. However, Yui Hong trusted her intuition. The omen of danger made her jump to the side when she saw the sword energy appearing. Rumble. There was a vibration in the woods behind him, and a tree with a diameter collapsed suddenly as if it had been ravaged by a hurricane. Thick dust filled the air. The straight and smooth ravine on the ground shocked the hearts of everyone present. Yui Hong looked at Yagyu with horrified eyes. Her turbulent mind could not calm down for a long time. So powerful. Is this his true strength? Abarameshino from behind also murmured in shock, finally understanding what Yagyu just said. Hinata's eyes were already filled with admiration. "Teacher Hong, please note that the sword is ruthless." Yagyu's eyes were tied with cloth strips and he did not see the expressions of the three of them. Seeing and hearing, Haki sensed the movement of Yui Kurane's aura, and predicted that she had escaped the slash just now, so he reminded her again. Then, the figure suddenly jumped. Rush out. Terrifying sword skills, powerful perception, it's so good, I found a treasure this time. Looking at Yagyu rushing towards him blindfolded, the look of shock on Yui Hong's face turned into undisguised surprise. How could he not understand what Yagyu had done just now? He knew that his best skill was illusion. As long as he blindfolded himself, he would be completely. There is no way to cast illusions. With powerful sword skills and perception, Yagyu really made Yui Kurane feel strong pressure. This student is a genius. He is even better than Kurama Yakumo, like Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi, a genius. Yui Hong felt the joy of picking up a treasure in her heart, and a solemn look appeared in her red eyes. It would be a hard battle to fight against such a genius, especially when the opponent also blocked his illusion, and he fell into it was a disadvantage. Seeing that Yagyu had already rushed towards him, Yui Kurane could only take out a kunao and face him. Zhang, Zizi, Shijir Kintoki, who transformed from a bamboo sword into a real sword, collided with Yui Kurane's kunao. The sharp blade brought out a little fire on kunao's body, and then Yagyu's palm holding the knife paused slightly. Shijir Kintoki immediately broke away from the confrontation, turned around and slashed Yui Kurane's neck with the back of the knife. The advantage of long soldiers is highlighted. Faced with Yagyu's gentle and merciless blow, Yui Kurane squatted down and rolled to the side. After rolling a few times, she half-crouched on the ground. She already had a few more shurikens in her hands, and she threw them at Yagyu. And go. Jingling jingling. When Yagyu lightly danced Shijuken a few times, several flying shurikens were shot down to the ground, all broken into 2 halves. Immediately, Yagyu held up the Shijir golden toki in his hand and swung it down again. Swish, boom. As the familiar horse passed by, another sword energy 3 to 4 meters high roared out. The sword energy spread very quickly, and the noise it made was also loud. Like a hurricane, it set off a wave of air, sweeping towards Yui Kurane. The irresistible power made Yui Kurane can only dodge. Before she could stand upright, she rolled to the side again in embarrassment, and then jumped up. While she was focusing on avoiding the sword energy, he didn't notice a figure, hiding behind the sword energy, running towards him with the help of the air waves set off by the sword energy. Snapped. Rumble. When Shirahong fell to the ground, a bamboo knife was suddenly placed on her neck. Looking at the extremely handsome face in front of her, there was a sound like an earthquake from behind, and Yuri Hong was in a trance. You lose, Teacher Hong. Yagyu didn't take off the cloth immediately, but reached out to grab the bell on Yui Hong's waist. A strong illusionist is the most dangerous type of ninja in the ninja world. Every move he makes may make people fall into a false illusion. Although he has the haki of insight, he may be able to capture the opponent's true form even if he is caught in an illusion. But he has never experienced the methods of Chunin. To be safe, he would seal his eyes. The illusion ability was blocked by himself. Kurane Yui actually has no ability to resist at all. The slashes in the pirate world are really powerful in this world. Looking at the entire Naruto series, Susanoo is the only one who can wield slashes. The only person who can break the mountain is the complete Susanoo. Although his chakra is only at the Chunin level, Yagyu's strength can even defeat the Chunin. Although the main reason is that Yui Kurane cannot use his methods. But Yagyu also I understand that the swordsmanship in the pirate world, in this world of Naruto where everything relies on chakra, has a huge advantage. There is no need to consume powerful slashes of chakra. As long as you can block the opponent's ability, then you are already on the right side. The most advantageous position. Except for Taijutsu masters and blood successor limiters, ninjas who have lost their proud skills are, at best, just ordinary people who have chakra and can jump high and run fast. Such people, among pirates it can be seen everywhere in the world. Kurane Yui is the best example. Kurane Yui's performance just now was like a genin. You are so stunning, Yuzuki. Yui Hong let Yagyu take away the bell, with a look of amazement on her face. That kind of sword skill is simply unheard of. How did you do it? Feeling the real feeling from the bell, Yagyu finally took off the cloth. His red eyes, which were the same as Yui's red, contained a smile, and he said bluntly, actually, even I don't know. When I was a child, Hinata and I were by the river together. While practicing, the river surface was suddenly cut open, which shocked us all. As a child, Zihi Hunglio frowned slightly and thought to himself, speaking of which, those two sword energies have no chakra fluctuations. Is there a blood inheritance limit in the ninja world that does not require the consumption of chakra? Or is this not the limit of blood inheritance? Teacher Hong, what's wrong with you? Yagyu didn't know what Yui Hong was thinking at this moment. He just said that just to deal with it. The sound of breathing of all things is the power system of another world. Except for him who has the help of the system, even if he hands over this cultivation method, and no one can practice. No, it's nothing, I lost. Yui Kurane came back to her senses and looked at Yagyu with a faint golden light. She really found a treasure? I didn't expect that she would find such a terrifying disciple when she just became an instructor. Kakashi, ACI I will definitely win. Yagyu-kun. Seeing that the two of them seemed to have decided the winner, Hinata and Abarameshino came over immediately. Hinata rarely looked directly at Yagyu, her eyes filled with deep admiration. Abarameshino also adjusted her sunglasses and said calmly, Yagyu, you hide too deeply. If you wanted to, you should have graduated from the ninja school long ago. In the last sentence, Abarameshino used affirmation mode. I still have a lot of shortcomings. Yagyu said softly. In fact, even he doesn't know how strong Yagyu is now. Judging from today, the Genjutsu Jonin should not be able to test his strength. At least he needs to compete with an elite Jonin like Heitake Kakashi, to see one's own strength. Shino Abarame didn't say anything else, she just thought he was being modest. Kurane Yui felt the same way, looking at this student with admiring eyes. Snap. Yui Hong clapped her hands, attracted the attention of Yagyu and the other three, and said with a smile, today's survival exercise was originally intended to see your temporary teamwork, but I didn't expect that I lost to Yagyu. But I'm willing to admit defeat. Let's gather at the school gate at 6 o'clock tonight, and I'll treat you to a barbecue. Zihi Hong raised 2 fingers, then, let's disband. After saying that, Yui Hong's figure disappeared. Looking at the place where she disappeared, a flash of light flashed in Yagyu's eyes. He almost forgot the technique of instantaneous escape. This kind of escape technique can be easily avoided his own sword energy. Although he didn't know why Yui Kurane didn't use it just now, Yagyu remembered it at this moment. In fact, in the battle just now, Yagyu had let go. The time comes 2 months later. After the 8th squad was established, it did not perform tasks frequently. So far, Yui Hong has only led Team 8 to complete 7 D-level missions. There were small tasks such as finding cats, taking care of children, and picking up garbage. Half of the remaining time was given to Yagyu and the other 3 to rest, and the other half was used to teach them. Although it was said to be a teaching, Yui Kurane actually had nothing to give to Yagyu and the others. Abarameshino and Hinata are both good at family secret arts and do not have any talent for illusions. Yagyu, on the other hand, is good at swordsmanship, and Yui Kurane has nothing visible. The only things that can be taught are tree climbing, which Kakashi taught Team 7 in the original book, and Jiraiya, who taught Naruto how to tread water. These 2 techniques can effectively improve chakra control. After learning it, you can use ninjutsu in the future to reduce the consumption of excess chakra. These techniques are useful for Abarameshino, but they are of no use to Yagyu and Hinata. As a time traveler, Yagyu's greatest advantage is to have information. Although after 7 years, he has forgotten many unimportant plots. But Yagyu has not forgotten the plot of climbing trees, treading water, the changes in the nature of wind escape chakra, and practicing the Raisnon. Specializing in swordsmanship, he had never tested his chakra attributes, nor had he learned Raisnon, but climbing trees and treading water, these two skills that can make people fly over walls and walk on water, Yagyu did not miss. Hinata has also mastered these two skills because she has been by Yagyu's side all year round. Seeing that both Yagyu and Hinata have mastered climbing trees and treading water, Yui Kurane understands the relationship between the two and has nothing to teach them. She can only let them practice on their own and notify them when there are tasks. However, Yagyu took the initiative to ask Kurane Yui about the teleportation technique. Then he got a D-level escape technique scroll from Yui Hong. Konaha blinked. The so-called teleportation technique is not that advanced. Its principle is just to gather chakra on the feet and move at high speed like a gust of wind. In fact, as long as you master the two skills of climbing trees and treading water, you can achieve the point of teleportation. Only by improving the instant body technique can this D-level escape technique become more advanced. For example, the second Hokage created the Flying Thunder God technique, and the fourth Hokage improved the Flying Thunder God technique, as well as the physical movement of the 8-Gate Dungeon, and the Thunder Escape Chakra mode of the 4th generation Reikage of Kumoyin Village. What's more, Uchiha Shisui, who is known as Shisui Shunsui, can be separated with his Shunshen technique, making people mistakenly think that he is the clone of an ordinary residual image. Knowing this, Yagyu began to spend all his time practicing the art of instantaneous movement. It only took half a month for Yagyu to be able to teleport at will. The art of instantaneous movement relies on explosion, and the control of chakra is very strict. The moment it bursts out, you must use chakra to tightly absorb the ground where you want to move. Otherwise, it is easy to move incorrectly or even hit other places. However, 3 years ago, Yagyu could do it and practice slashing while standing on the water. Although he is not as good as Hinata in terms of chakra control, he can still easily suck the ground instantly. Coupled with the ability to see and hear haki, Yagyu is able to teleport even in places with unfavorable terrain. When he usually goes on a cat-catching mission, Yagyu alone doesn't need to spend much time. The combination of seeing, hearing, color and domineering combined with the technique of instantaneous body is simply an understatement. While his speed improved, Yagyu didn't forget to improve his physique. After several years of training, doing push UPS, frog jumps, pull UPS, and running around Konaha for 2 hours every day, Yagyu has a very strong figure under his thin appearance, and there is no shortage of mermaid lines. Hinata understands this very well. When she was still practicing outside, Hinata fainted many times because of looking at Yagyu's body. Yagyu worked so hard to train his body in order to master the armed color haki. As long as he masters armament haki, Yagyu's comprehensiveness will increase to several levels. Weapons, strength, defense, these will all skyrocket. Today, Hinata came to Yagyu's house. After seeing no one in the living room, he came to the gym. In the dojo, I saw Yagyu who was meditating in Tazen. Yagyu-kun, Teacher Hong asked us to gather. Hinata's voice brought Yagyu away from the world of sword zen. Opening his eyes, Yagyu nodded slightly. I understand. Picking up the bamboo sword on his lap, Yagyu went to the sword stand not far away, took off the sword from the sword stand, and then placed the bamboo sword on the sword stand. There are many ways to say katana swords, and they vary according to shape and length. The difference is divided into tachi, katana, wakaizushi, short sword, etc. A katana that is more than 3 feet and less than 5 feet can be called a tachi, and Yagyu's katana is 3.5 feet long, which is 116 centimeter, can be called a tachi. Seeing that Yagyu had replaced the Shijir Kintoki he usually used with Itachi, Hinata couldn't help but asked in confusion, Yagyu-kun, don't you bring Shijir Kintoki with you? Yagyu's interesting comment for me now, unless it is a very precious knife, it doesn't matter what kind of knife I use. Since Shijujinshi is a gift package for newbies, it has fulfilled its mission by accompanying me through the journey of becoming a newbie. Oh, Hinata didn't understand. After tying the tachi to their waists, Yagyu and Hinata walked out of the house. Arriving at the gathering place, Yui Kurane and Abarame Shino were already waiting there. Teacher Hong, is this still a D-level mission? Yagyu asked. No, not this time. Yui Kurane glanced at the sword on Yagyu's waist, then shook her head with a smile and said, in the past 2 months, you have developed a basic sense of teamwork. With your strength, there is no need to use D-class. The mission has sharpened you. Today, I will take you to receive a C-level mission. After hearing Yui Kurane's words, Hinata's eyes lit up. As for Yagyu and Abarame Shino, there was no change. Yagyu was due to his mood, and Abarame Shino was wearing sunglasses. You go back and tidy up, and meet at the Hokage building in 15 minutes. Zihai Hong ordered, and then left in a flash. After Yui Hong left, the 3 of Yagyu separated. Hinata and Shino Abarame went back to pack their luggage, while Yagyu went walking on the street. With a self-cleaning kimono, Yagyu doesn't need to prepare other clothes at all. He only needs to carry a wallet with him. Walking on the street, Yagyu passed through the crowd. Suddenly, his steps paused slightly and he stopped in front of a stall selling umbrellas. At first sight, he caught sight of a red paper umbrella, and Yagyu paid for it. Holding a paper umbrella, Yagyu walked towards the Hokage building. On the way, his image attracted the attention of many women of the same age, including many young married women and some aunts, who looked at him with admiration. Human beings are beautiful creatures and like to pursue beautiful things. Good skin is common, but a good skin combined with a unique temperament makes Lu Sheng become a ball of light, shining brightly. Fortunately, Yagyu was used to being watched and came to the Hokage building without changing his expression. Downstairs, Yui Hong is already waiting there. So soon, don't you have anything to pack? Looking at Yagyu holding a paper umbrella, like a noble prince walking out of a painting, a flash of surprise flashed across Yui's red eyes, and then seeing that he didn't bring anything with him, he couldn't help but ask. Yagyu closed the umbrella while saying calmly, my clothes are a bit special, so don't worry about cleaning. I have asked Hinata to prepare the dry food. Yui Hong did not dwell on this issue, but asked with a gossipy face, speaking of which, when did you and Hinata start? Sorry, no comment. Yagyu Sheng flatly refused to answer. Cut. There is nothing to hide in the love of a little kid. Zihai Hong pretended to be disdainful and said, if you don't want to say it, don't say it. Yagyu held a paper umbrella, leaned against a pillar, closed his eyes and meditated. Looking at the aloof Yagyu, a trace of reminiscence flashed through Yui's red eyes. It's so similar. I couldn't understand it when I was a child. Now it seems. Is this the unique temperament of a genius? In Yui Kurene's eyes, Yagyu and Kakashi looked so similar when they were children. Whether it is talent, temperament, or that powerful strength. Kakanishi became a jonin at the age of 12, and Yagyu defeated her at the age of 12. Although at that time, he was extremely shocked by his sword skills, and his reflexes and vigilance were reduced to the extreme. But his genjutsu was blocked by Yagyu. With Yagyu's terrifying sword skills, Yui Kurene also understood that even if she could withstand a few rounds, she would definitely not be Yagyu's opponent. Afterwards, recalling Yagyu's slashing and the scene of slashing herself with the back of the sword, Yui Kurene understood even more. Yagyu should have let his guard down when fighting in close combat. In a life and death battle, just because of his lack of intelligence, Yagyu has the information and uses it to make himself either dead or disabled. Yagyu doesn't know Yui Kurene's thoughts. He was not doing nothing while he was cultivating himself with his eyes closed. The domineering energy spread quietly, and he had already sensed two familiar auras approaching here. A few minutes later, the figures of Hinata and Abarameshino appeared in front. The two people walked over with different colors on their backs. After the three gathered, Yui Hong took them into the Hokage building. Arriving at the Hokage's office, Yui Hong applied for a mission to the third Hokage. Sea-level mission. The third Hokage looked at Yagyu and the other three, most of his eyes staying on Yagyu. Then he glanced at Hinata and Abarameshino, nodded slightly and said, it is indeed time for them to experience the life of a ninja. After finishing speaking, the third Hokage took out a huge scroll from under his desk. This scroll records the commissioned tasks in recent days. The third Hokage took his pipe and said, speaking of which, there happened to be a commissioned escort yesterday. Let you carry out the task. Yes. Yui Hong responded. Let someone bring Mr. Dasner here. The third Hokage looked at the door and said. The atmosphere in the office fell into silence. But there was a look of surprise in Yagyu's eyes. Tajuna? Is that escort mission a mission to the Kingdom of Waves? As the third Yagyu's memory of Class 7's first sea-level mission is extremely clear. This mission was apparently a sea-level mission, but it was actually a B-level or above. He and others actually stole the mission from Class 7? This kind of thing, a mission of great significance, can also be intercepted. Could it be said that the butterfly storm has already begun? While Yagyu's mood was slightly heavy, there was also a hint of excitement deep in his eyes. Machi, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen Zabuza, should be able to test his true strength, right? Yagyu is very interested in the beheading sword, a weapon that can absorb the iron in the enemy's blood and repair itself. If that sword is melted and forged into Itachi, will it be possible? Also has the property of blood-sucking repair? Thinking so, Yagyu waited silently. He did not intend to expose Dejuna. This was a rare opportunity. Soon after, a Chunin came in with an uncle wearing a bamboo hat. Client. After negotiating with the mentoring Jonin, Tajuna did not question it as in the original work. The reason was that he saw Hinata's eyes. The famous family in Konaha, the current strongest family in Konaha, is the same as Uchiha's Sharinon. The white eye is the best identifying characteristics. Although the land of waves is a country without ninjas, Tatsuna is not ignorant to that extent. Moreover, the temperaments of Yagyu and Abarameshino are not ordinary brats at first glance. Although they are still deep inside uneasy, but Dejuna didn't dare to speak. Who asked him to lie about the mission level? After the negotiation, a group of 5 people left Konaha and began the escort journey. It's noon. On the forest path, a group of 5 people were walking on foot. No one spoke during this period, and the atmosphere seemed a bit heavy. Yagyu held a red paper umbrella and walked behind Yui Kurene and Tatsuna. Hinata and Abarameshino, one on the left and one on the right, were using family secrets and observing the surroundings. Looking at Hinata with the bulging veins in her temples, Shino the Abarame who looked very stylish in sunglasses, and the silver-haired guy who was obviously the core of the 3, Tatsuna felt an inexplicable sense of reliability. Kurene Yui seemed to have noticed Dejuna's little move, and smiled and said, they are all very outstanding genin in this class. With them here, even if the enemy is hiding underground, there is no way they can escape their perception. In this class of her own, Yui Hong is very clear about its power. The physical skills include the Hyuga clan's soft fist technique, the assistance includes the insects of the Abarame clan, and the physical attacks include Yagayu's terrifying sword skills. More importantly, their perception is equally astonishing. The 360-degree white eyes can see through and see up to 1 kilometer away. Bugs are everywhere. As well as being blindfolded, the perception is as powerful as having eyes. Their combination was flawless, and Yui Hong couldn't find any flaws at all. After listening to Yui Kurene's words, Daijuna remained silent and felt uneasy inside. The stronger your perception, the faster you can expose your lies. At that time, the female Jounin found out that she had lied about the mission and decided to terminate it. What should she do? At this moment, Yui Hong and Yagayu's expressions changed slightly. Kurene Yui glanced at Tatsuna, with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. Hinata closed her eyes and whispered softly into Yagayu's ear, as if she was reporting something. Yagayu nodded slightly. None of the 4 people in Class 8 said anything and continued on their way. But as Dasna saw their changes, his heart became heavier, and his face under the bamboo hat was covered with sweat. Not long after, 5 people passed by a large beach. On the road that had not rained for several days, a puddle suddenly appeared, which was very eye-catching. But Yagayu and the others didn't care. It's just that Yagayu's footsteps were at the end at some point, one position behind Hinata and Abarame Shino. As the 5 people continued to move forward with their backs to the beach, a head suddenly emerged from the water. Wow. First, the sound of the chain extending was particularly harsh in this silent forest road. A low voice full of murderous intent came from behind. Only 2 figures were seen, and they appeared behind Yagayu at some point. Choke Shua. Just when they were about to tie up Yagayu with chains, a dazzling sword light was suddenly brought up by the sound of Qingyan unsheathing it. Like a meteor, as Yagayu turned around, it passed in front of the 2 of them and disappeared in an instant. When Yagayu turned around, the sword in his hand had already been sheathed. The figures of the 2 people in front of him were still. Poo-chi-chi-chi. A few seconds later, Deng Yagayu held a paper umbrella in front of him. A large amount of blood rained out from the waists of the 2 people, pouring down on the paper umbrellas, making the originally red oil paper more colorful. A little blood rain accidentally splashed on Yagayu's trousers, but when it first touched his clothes, it disappeared quickly as if it was wiped away by something. When the blood rain stopped, Yagayu just raised the paper umbrella, and the 2 people in front of him had been cut in half. Yui Hong and others came over. Yui Hong did not immediately pay attention to the 2 ninjas who died tragically, but looked at Yagayu and asked, how does it feel when you kill someone for the first time? I don't feel anything, I just forgot to keep him alive. Yagayu shook his head and said softly. Of course, when someone kills someone for the first time, he will feel uncomfortable at the first time. But this is not the first time for Yagayu to kill someone. In the spiritual world, Hawkeye not only fights against strong men, but also kills many. There are few evil-minded people and enemies of life and death. Yagayu had adapted to the discomfort of killing someone for the first time a few years ago. Seeing that Yagayu's expression did not change, Yui Hong first marveled at his psychological quality, and then said indifferently that's okay, as long as it's clear who they're targeting. As the last sentence fell, Yui Kurene's eyes turned to Daijuna. Daijuna's eyes were evasive and did not dare to look directly at Yui Kurene. In response, Yui Kurene took the initiative to speak. Mr. Daijuna, for this mission, it seems like you're hiding a lot? Judging from the characteristics of these 2 corpses, they should be Chunin from Kirigakure village. According to the mission system of Ninja Village, as long as it includes fighting ninjas, the minimum is B-level missions. Why did you lie about the mission level? How do you know that their target is me? Dasna, who was being questioned, still wanted to continue struggling. The first person they attacked was the silver-haired guy. If you don't tell us the truth, we will feel very embarrassed. Seeing that Daijuna seemed to be hiding something unspeakable, Yui Kurene couldn't help but said we have encountered a Chunin-level surprise attack before we arrived at the Land of Waves. There will definitely be more powerful enemies waiting for us later. If you don't tell the truth, tell us. The most we can do is send you to the country of waves, even if the mission is completed. Then please send me back to the country of waves. Isn't the mission not over yet? Daijuna gritted his teeth and insisted. Looking at this stubborn old man, Yui Kurene couldn't help but feel distressed. At this time, Yagayu suddenly said, Teacher Kurene, continue the mission. Looking into Yagayu's eyes, the distress on Yui Hong's face paused slightly. From the red eyes that were the same as hers, Yui Hong seemed to see excitement. Does he know the enemy he will face next? That's right, after all, he is the chief student. How could he not understand the mission system? Thinking of Yagayu's sword drawing technique that instantly killed the 2 Chunin and the 2-month battle, Yui Hong's worried heart suddenly calmed down. She clicked. He nodded and said continue the mission. After finishing speaking, Yui Kurene faced Daijuna again and said in a deep voice, I hope that before arriving in the country of waves, Mr. Daijuna, you can tell us the truth about the mission you lied about this time. Otherwise, if there is a force majeure situation, we will lead with retreat. Dasna was silent, his expression changing repeatedly. The country of waves is a small island country surrounded by sea. Before the bridge was built, it had to be reached by water. Therefore, as long as you control the maritime transportation, it is equivalent to controlling the wealth, politics, people, and everything in the country of waves. Thick fog filled the air, and a small sailboat sailed on the water. Using the cover of the thick fog, it secretly headed to the Kingdom of Waves. On the sailboat, Dejuna finally told Yui Kurane all the truth. Knowing that the country of waves is controlled by one of the few tycoons in the world, Kurane Yui couldn't help but feel a little troubled. A rich man with so much wealth must have many desperados under his command, and maybe even powerful traitorous ninjas. 2 Chunin were dispatched on the road. There was a very high chance that the opponent had a Jounin under his command. Thinking like this, Yui Hong once wanted to terminate the mission. However, Dejuna used the same moral kidnapping method as in the original work, leaving Yui Hong speechless and at the same time in a dilemma. In the end, under Yagayu's persuasion, he decided to continue the mission. Yagayu, on the other hand, has been in a state of excitement from the moment he boarded the ship to now. He couldn't control it, so he could only close his eyes to prevent Yuri Hong and others from noticing his changes. Because you killed the ghost brother and gained 0.12% experience. Your Eagle Eye Heritage template has been unlocked to 49.2%. 6 years since the system was activated, Yagayu finally found a second way to gain experience besides completing daily tasks. Kill people, no, kill monsters and level up. After killing the 2 ghost brothers, the 2 notification sounds in his mind finally let Yagayu know the nature of the system. As expected, this system is a data flow, just as I guessed at the beginning. What is a data flow? The so-called data flow can be understood as the real world is a game, and you are the only player in the server. Others can be regarded as NPCs and the like. In the game, players can gain experience by killing enemies or monsters. Yagayu's current situation is very similar to data flow. The only difference is that he does not have any personal information, space backpack or other templates. He is not a bunch of data, but a living person with flesh and blood. Those experiences only accelerated his progress in unlocking the inheritance. Yagayu couldn't help but be excited about finding a second way to gain experience. Complete daily tasks every day, only a pitiful 0.02% experience, 365 days a year, only 7.3%. It has been 6 years, and Hawkeye's inheritance template has not even reached half of its progress. In another 6 years, the troubled times will be over. If this continues, it is still unknown whether he can survive. Infinite Tsukuyomi, even if he hides underground, he cannot avoid the white light. If there is no other way to gain experience, in the final stage, I will be just a supporting role like Wu Ying. How could Yagayu, who had developed a strong heart, allow such a situation to occur? And now, how could he not be excited? Those 2 rubbish Chuyunins, ghost brothers, can provide themselves with 0.12% experience, which is a daily mission for 6 days. So how much experience will an elite Jonin like Mamakai Zabuza bring to himself? The sword just now was indeed drawn correctly. If you had any sympathy, you might have missed the second method. Back to business. When Yagayu closed his eyes to calm down, the small sailboat had already crossed the unfinished bridge and arrived at the country of waves. But it's still a long way to go from Dazna's home. Walking in the inaccessible forest road, the attitudes of Yagayu and the others were completely different from before. Knowing that the next ninja to come was most likely a Jonin, both Yui Kurane, Hinata, and Abarame Shino's expressions were extremely solemn. Hinata kept her Byakugan open at all times, observing her surroundings. Suddenly, Hinata said, "Teacher Hong, someone is coming in front. Be on guard, protect Mr. Dazna." Yui Kurane trusted Hinata's white eyes very much and immediately issued the order. Moreover, with her perception technique, she did detect the approaching aura ahead. Call out. An afterimage suddenly shot out of the forest and landed on a treetop in front of Yui Hong and others. It was a black-haired man carrying a large sword, wearing a Kirigakuer forehead protector, and the lower half of his face and neck were wrapped in bandages. It was one of the second batch of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Mamakai Zabuza, nicknamed Kajin. Ouch. He is actually a member of the famous Hyuga clan of Konaha. Is that the legendary Byakugan? Mamakai Zabuza did not say hello with the decapitating sword, but stared at Hinata with interest and said, "No wonder I can be found." Yui Kurane quickly took out a kunao from the ninja bag, looked at Mamakai Zabuza with a solemn face and said, "It's actually the Kirigakuer traitor, the common Mamakai Zabuza. You are very unfamiliar." Mamakai Zabuza looked at Yui Kurane and said, "Konaha's well-known Jounin. The ninja manual I carry with me has records. I can confirm that I have never seen you. Can you please hand over that old man to me?" Mamakai Zabuza turned his attention to Tajuna, not taking Yui Kurane into consideration at all. Magic-bound killing. Yui Kurane did not hesitate and took the initiative to attack. As her handprint fell, Mamakai Zabuza, who was standing on the treetop, frowned slightly. He looked at the branches growing under his feet and bounded him, and said calmly, "So that's it. A genjutsu ninja. You are really unlucky to meet me." Boom. The moment he finished speaking, Machi Zabuza formed a mudra with his hands, and a powerful chakra wave erupted from his body, instantly dissipating the unfinished illusion, and cast the spell Kirigakuer no Jutsu. The thick mist spread to the sky. The scene that was originally a sunny day suddenly turned into a foggy day, and all the sight was blocked. "Hong-sensei, that person's chakra is moving rapidly." Hinata warned loudly as the veins in her temples bulged out from the corners of her eyes. "Be careful and protect Mr. Dazna." Yui Hong's eyes rolled, and she reminded him again, saying that person is very good at the silent killing technique. "Yagayu, you have to protect Hinata and the others." Yagyu threw the paper umbrella aside, put his palm on the handle of the sword, and said softly, he is already here. Swish swish, clang. As soon as the light of the sword appeared, the sound of metal clashing resounded. Yagyu stepped forward and stood in front of Tesna. He held the sword with one hand and blocked the heavy decapitation sword. The successful blow was blocked. Zabuza Momokoi's eyes were successfully attracted to Yagyu. Staring at the black sword that blocked his beheading sword, Zabuza Momokoi asked in a deep voice, "Kid, what kind of sword is this? The katana is completely black, even the blade is black." Momokoi Zabuza has never seen it before. "It's an ordinary knife just because it's in my hands." Yagyu looked straight at Momokoi Zabuza and said. Momokoi Zabuza then discovered that the hand holding the sword in Yagyu's entire wrist was also completely black. He raised his eyebrows and said in confusion, "Ninjutsu? Or is it the limit of blood inheritance? This is domineering." Yagyu grinned, and with his right hand holding the sword, he pressed forward suddenly. The slender blade suddenly burst out with an irresistible force, pushing Momokoi Zabuza away. Then he raised the sword high, and Yagyu faced it. Momokoi Zabuza tapped his toes lightly on the ground, jumped back, and swung down with all his strength. Swish, boom. The silver sword light cut through the thick fog. A dark red sword energy 3 to 4 meters high, like the roots of the trees hidden in the earth, suddenly rose from the ground, setting off a violent wave of air, heading towards Doubty Zabubu. Zabuza roared away. The sword energy spread extremely fast, like a tsunami, drowning Machi Zabuza's eyes. "Are you kidding? This is a slash." Momokoi Zabuza roared in disbelief. He quickly raised the decapitating sword with both hands and placed it horizontally in front of him to resist the incoming sword energy. The sword energy hit the blade of the decapitating sword, and the terrifying power hit Machi directly. Zabuza flew out with his sword and his body. The flying figure shattered a big tree and continued to spread forward for several meters. Only then did the dark red sword energy gradually dissipate. A straight and smooth ravine connected Yagyu, and the disappearing position is a full 16 or 70 meters. A 3 to 4 meter high and 16 or 7 meter long slash. If you just release chakra, even the shadow level chakra will not be enough. It can be seen that Yagyu's the sword energy frightened Momokoi Zabuza. Although I have seen it twice, it is still shocking to me now. Yui Hong looked at the marks on the ground and exclaimed, "Such an exaggerated slash, even the former Konaha White Fang could only do this." After Momokoi Zabuza was blown away, Yagyu did not pursue the victory, but looked at the black sword in his hand with satisfaction. Just the first stage of entanglement made his wrist strong enough to block the decapitating sword with one hand. One-handed slashing is more powerful than his normal self. Armed haki is indeed well-deserved. Yes, Yagyu has mastered armed haki. This is why he abandoned Shijukinki and used ordinary tachi. Unless it is very precious, no matter what kind of knife is in Yagyu's hands, the effect is the same. Hawkeye once said that any famous knife will be damaged or even broken. If you want to protect your knife or make it sharper, you must master the armed haki. Once you master the armed haki, any sword can be a black sword. Yagyu agrees with this sentence very much, because the sword in his hand is just an extremely cheap mortal object. If there is no taming haki, with Zabuza's strength, it had already broken after just colliding with the beheading sword. A good sword is indeed as powerful as a swordsman. Yagyu held up the sword in his hand, looked forward and murmured softly with the domineering energy, "The breathing of all things becomes heavier. I feel like I can cut through everything now." After the words were spoken, chakra gathered at Yagyu's feet, and his figure was like a gust of wind, and he suddenly ran forward. Seeing and hearing the domineering look, like an invisible giant hand, tore open the thick fog that had recondensed. He was forming seals on Dokai. Zabuza was exposed in front of Yagyu's eyes. At this time, Zabuza Momokoi was in a very embarrassed state. The ninja's physique was very weak. He was knocked away by the sword energy and cracked a big tree. The internal injuries Momokoi Zabuza received were not light at all. The bandage covering the lower half of his face was stained red. But he was still forming seals quickly, and while Yagyu gave him time to breathe, he shouted, "Water release, water dragon bullet technique." The fluctuations of chakra spurt out. Groan. In the pond behind, the calm water surface swept away, and a huge water dragon took off, roaring in the direction of Yagyu from behind Zabuza Momokoi. Call out. A residual image shot up from the ground and passed by the roaring water dragon. The silver ponytail and the white scarf wrapped around the neck were fluttering in the wind. The red eye stared at the little bit of water in the air. Drops of water. Yagyu held the black sword in his right hand, and his figure fell to the ground gracefully. The water dragon behind him was divided into several parts, and instantly turned into a downpour, falling down. After landing, Yagyu, who was soaked all over, ignored him. Looking at Zabuza Momokoi. Looking into those red eyes, Zabuza Momokoi actually felt a fear in his heart that even he couldn't believe. "Are you kidding me? I'm afraid of this kid." Momokoi Zabuza didn't want to believe it. He was a Kirigakuer ghost who had experienced the Blood Mist era. As if to express his feelings, Machi Zabuza held the decapitating sword and rushed towards Yagyu. "You are really unlucky to meet me." Yagyu suddenly closed his eyes and said what Momokoi Zabuza said to Yui Kurane just now. "Your ninjutsu, your sword skills, your assassination skills, all look so fragile in my eyes." Yagyu put the sword back into its sheath and assumed the posture of drawing it. Under his feet, blue chakra fluctuated and began to condense. "Arm yourself with a sword." The next moment, Yagayu's figure disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already 6 meters away, and behind him stood a figure with a dull expression. It was Mamakai Zabuza. Yagyu was still there pretending to draw the sword, only this time she sheathed it. Click-pft. As the last blade returned to its sheath, a column of blood suddenly shot out from Mamakai Zabuza's body. The beheading sword held in front of him broke into 2 pieces. A long knife mark spread from his left shoulder to his right leg. The ribs inside have been cut off by Yagyu. You're hiding over there, aren't you planning on coming out? Combing his long silver hair with his 5 fingers, Yagyu suddenly turned his gaze to the forest on the right. After the death of Mamakai Zabuza, the thick fog that filled the air had dissipated. But the remaining 3 people in Class 8 did not relax their vigilance and were already on guard. They all have amazing perceptions. Just now, their attention was attracted by the fight between Yagyu and Mamakai Zabuza. Now after listening to Yagayu's words, they immediately noticed the existence of another aura. Call out. A figure appeared in an instant. It was a beautiful boy who looked like a woman. His face was full of apologies. He bent down to Yagyu and begged, we will give up this mission, please allow me to take him away. Zabuza-sama's corpse. Taking the hair tie and tying his hair into a ponytail again, Yagyu nodded and said, okay, you can come and take it away. Thanks. The beautiful young man thanked him softly, and then walked up to Lu Shang. He was not afraid at all, not afraid that Lu Shang would deceive him. Even from his black eyes, Lu Shang could see a trace of death. He seemed not to intend to go to Lu Shang. Does Yagyu want to take revenge because he knows he is not his opponent and dare not take action? Or is he still unable to kill Yagyu because he is kind-hearted? Or is it because he is not like Zabuza-sama and leaves his body in the wilderness? Yagyu doesn't care about these. Seeing, hearing, color and domineering since the beautiful boy, Shiro, did not feel any murderous intention, Yagyu let him come and take away Mamakai Zabuza's body. However, when Shiro passed by him, Yagayu's mouth squirmed slightly. Yes. Haku paused for a moment, then nodded, walked behind Yagyu, picked up Mamakai Zabuza's body, and the decapitating sword that broke into 2 parts, and disappeared in an instant. Yagyu didn't stop him, nor did he ask him to stay. He used the decapitating sword. After being cut off by his own sword, Yagyu no longer paid attention to the decapitating sword. He only needed to entangle/wrap the armed haki to cut it off, and the mist ninja sword was no more than that. Taking it back and rebuilding it was just too much. It only has the effect of blood-sucking repair. It is trivial to use these 2 things to make a small deal with Bai. As for what kind of deal? When a group of 5 people come arriving at Dazna's home, an exciting news excited the Dazna family and even the entire country of Wave. Cardo is dead. The villain who did all evil is dead. After hearing the news, Dazna couldn't believe it for a while, but it wasn't until his daughter and some bridge builders came over to tell him the news that he finally believed it. Without saying anything, Dazna followed the bridge builders and left home. Also, I don't know if she was going to deal with the funeral affairs of the Land of Waves or to be busy with the work of building the bridge. However, ordinary people's naked eyes are blinded, but Yui Hong saw the clues. She looked at Yagyu and asked, did you do it? Teacher Hong, I don't understand what you are talking about. Yagyu looked like he didn't understand and said, since Cardo is dead, our mission should be over, right? Ah, we will leave tomorrow after Mr. Dejuna comes back. Zihi Hong nodded and asked no more questions. Then I'll take a rest first. Yagyu walked towards the room arranged for him by Tatsuna's daughter. Hinata quickly stepped up to follow. The 2 were naturally not in the same room. The reason Hinata followed was because she found that Yagayu's hair was not dry yet. Yui Kurane and Shino Aberame looked at the backs of the 2 of them. After their figures disappeared, Shino Aberame adjusted her sunglasses and said, Teacher Kurane, what Yagyu did this must be out of ninja rules, right? If he doesn't tell us, let's not ask. Zihi Hong shook her head and said softly, it's okay if you and I know about this matter. If we report it, Lord Hokage will definitely blame Yagyu. Besides, killing a bad guy and saving a country is also a good deed. Aberame Shino was silent, seeming to understand but not understanding. In the room, Yagyu took off his upper body kimono, revealing his strong figure. He sat on a stool and let Hinata wipe his back and hair. Yagyu-kun, did you ask that person to kill Kato? Hinata wrapped Yagayu's hair with the towel she brought, and while wiping Yagayu's hair, she rubbed the acupuncture points on his head. Although her face was red, the skillful movements were obviously not the first time she had done it. Listen. After hearing Hinata's question, Yagyu just told the truth. I'm not sure if he will do it, but it seems that Zabuza's status in his heart is higher than anything else. To be honest, Yagyu was a little surprised when he learned about Cardo's death. He still remembers Bai's kindness very clearly. Bai, who did not want to kill, chose to kill Cardo. It seems that the death aura left him. That's not wrong. After killing Kato, he should have gone to bury Mamakai Zabuza, and then he would accompany him. Yagyu felt a sigh of relief in his heart, but he didn't feel any guilt. There are so many poor people in this ninja world. Count. Like Pain, like Uchiha Itachi, even more like Uzumaki Naruto, none of their life experiences are much worse than Shiro. Yagyu knew this clearly, but he didn't extend a hand of friendship to Uzumaki Naruto. He is not a saint, on the contrary, he has no kind heart at all. Moreover, the pathetic combination of Mamakai Zabuza and Haku deserve their punishment. Mamakai Zabuza killed many people, and Haku could not stop them. There are not many people who died because of them. If you die, just die. Yagyu tilted his head back, leaned against Hinata, and slowly closed his eyes. He hugged Liu's body and felt the energy from his upper body. Looking at Yagyu's quiet face, Hinata's face flushed, her body temperature rising, and a wave of dizziness came over her. However, looking at Yagyu's quiet face, Hinata's dizziness suddenly dissipated, and the lavender pure white eyes showed a touch of tenderness. Gently untying the towel, Hinata put Yagyu's head in her arms, placed it on her slightly swollen chest, and pressed it against the silver hair that had not been completely dried with a satisfied look on her face. Close your eyes quietly and let your breathing synchronize with his lying in Hinata's arms. Yagyu fell asleep unconsciously. When he woke up, he was already lying on the bed. His shoulders were a little cold, and there was a heavy feeling in his arms. A smile appeared on Yagyu's face, and he raised his hand to gently stroke Hinata's long hair. He didn't care at all about the two of them sleeping together. Over the past 6 years, the scene of the two sleeping together has happened frequently. It was because she was used to it that Hinata dared to lie on top of him and sleep together. Otherwise, with her shy personality, she wouldn't even have the courage to stay in this room, let alone sleeping together. Yagyu didn't push Hinata up. After gently stroking her long hair, he put his hand on Hinata's back and rested his head on his head with the other hand, looking at the ceiling in a trance. In fact, I am checking the system records. You kill the ghost Zabuza Mamakai and gain 1% experience. Your Eagle Eye Heritage template has been unlocked to 50.2%. Killing Mamakai Zabuza gave Yagyu a full 1% experience. Including Ghost Brothers 0.12%, the total is 1.12%. It only took 1 day, but Hawkeye's inheritance template accelerated the progress by a full 56 days. Moreover, Yagyu hasn't finished even today's daily tasks. Just killing 3 people shortened 56 days of effort? This promotion made Yagyu feel very complicated. Immediately, Yagyu threw away his distracting thoughts. Close your eyes again and enter the spiritual world to appreciate the kendo of Eagle Eye. Ever since Hawkeye's battle with the red-haired man, every battle he fought in the following battles, except for a few bully-crushing battles and a cat-and-mouse fight to kill boredom, the rest of the battlefields were all earth-shattering. Yagyu's sword energy, which was 16 or 17 meters long, seemed extremely exaggerated in the eyes of Mamakai Zabuza and Yui Hong. But in the pirate world, there are many swordsmen who can do this in the new world. In the battle between Hawkeye and Red Hair, flying slashes that cut off mountain peaks, destroyed a forest, and split mountains and rocks would appear from time to time. Compared with Hawkeye's slash in the original work that cut off an iceberg with a single swipe, Yagyu didn't think his sword energy was anything special. 1.12% experience is equivalent to 1% of Hawkeye Kendo's life. The time when Yagyu realized this time was no longer a moment of reality. When he returned to reality and opened his eyes, Hinata, who was lying on top of him, had disappeared. The sky outside the window is as dark as ink. Wow. The room was silent, with only the sound of water coming from the bathroom. Yagyu sat up, touched his empty stomach, and waited quietly for Hinata to come out. Click. The sound of water in the bathroom gradually weakened and then disappeared. As the door opened, a beautiful figure walked out under the light reflected in the bathroom/room. Yagyu-kun, you wake up. As if she sensed someone looking at her, Hinata subconsciously looked towards Yagyu, and looked into those red eyes that were still bright and full of admiration in the darkness. While Hinata was pleasantly surprised, her face changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hong subconsciously held his hands in front of him, lowered his head and said shyly, Yagyu-kun, can you lie down first? I forgot to take my clothes. Yagyu didn't agree, but walked barefoot in front of Hinata. His body was as close as a giant wall, forcing Hinata to keep retreating and leaning against the cold wall. But the coldness coming from his shoulders, but she couldn't dispel the gradually rising body temperature. Looking into the beautiful lavender pure white eyes with those crystal clear eyes like rubies, Hinata felt as if she was electrocuted, and she felt a strong dizziness that made her body tremble slightly. Hinata. Yagyu's magnetic voice helped distract her a little. Holding back the dizziness, Hinata looked at Yagyu with doubts. Boom. Holding Hinata who fainted, Yagyu carried her to the bed with a smile. He gently covered her with a quilt. Yagyu found the backpack in the room, took out the cleaning tools from it, and then went to the bathroom to do a simple scrubbing. Grabbing some dry food, he went out from the window to the roof. After a little bit of relief from his empty stomach complaint, Yagyu meditated with a bent sword and waited for dawn. Yagyu Tazan meditated until dawn. While feeling the sound of breathing of all things, digest the experience gained from the spiritual world. The breathing of all things is getting larger and larger in scope, more and more in number, and the breathing is getting heavier and heavier. After digesting Hawkeye's battles with strong men, the experience of fighting, and the joy and emotion after victory, Yagyu's state of mind and will became stronger. When he heard the movement in the house and Hinata's breath moved, Yagyu just exited the world of Tazan, jumped from the roof, and returned to the room through the window. In the room, Hinata was fully clothed. When she saw Lu Sheng coming back, her face suddenly turned red again, and she lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Lu Sheng. Let's go wash up and eat something. After Teacher Hong communicates with the client, we will return to the village. Yagyu raised his hand and put it on Hinata's head, rubbed her hair, and said softly, Hinata responded softly, and then walked to the bathroom. Yagyu followed. Neither of them mentioned anything about last night. Yagyu did it because of Hinata's state. If he mentioned last night, the girl would definitely faint again. In the past. And Hinata is ashamed. In front of Yagyu, Hinata has always been submissive. Let alone kissing, even if it is something more extreme, the girl will not blame Yagyu at all. It is precisely because of this character, Yagyu loved Hinata so much that he couldn't bear to blaspheme too much when she fainted. This was a gem that he couldn't put down. After washing, the two of them ate dry food in the room to fill their stomachs. Then they left the room together. Came to the living room. None of the Tatsuna family was at home. The auras of Yui Kurane and Abarameshino were not in the house either. So Yagyu and Hinata went out for a walk. After they came back, Yui Kurane and Abarameshino, the figure of female Shino, who was ready to go, was already waiting in the living room. Seeing them coming back, Yui Kurane said, "Go pack your things, we are going back to the village." "Yes." Hinata responded quickly and walked towards the room. After a while, Hinata came out with a backpack and a tachi. Taking the tachi handed over by Hinata, Yagyu, and the five of them embarked on the return journey. Tajuna did not appear again. The four members of Class 8 arrived at the dock, and a boatman was waiting for them. They took a sailboat and left the country of waves along the waterway. After another day of running, Class 8 arrived at the entrance of Konaha village. They immediately returned to Hokage in the office. Yui Kurane told the third Hokage all the truth, and then the first D level or above task of Class 8 was changed from C level to B level. The difficulty of this task was actually A/level. But because A/level tasks are related to the trends of the country and the village, or to join the war of other countries, or to escort important people, to defeat ninja troops, etc. Tatsuna is obviously not an important person. However, due to the process of the task, Kirigakura rebels and ninjas appear. Kaijin Machi Zabuza, the third generation, decided to classify the mission as B level. Although he completed the first B level mission in his life, the reward for the 8th class was only C level. Tatsuna did not pay more rewards. Cardo, the villain who did all evil, died, but more villains were liberated. Those poor and fearful nobles would not give up the cake left by Cardo. The bridge has not been built yet, and the Kingdom of Waves is still without getting rid of poverty. There will be no extra remuneration to pay. And Yagyu doesn't care whether the remuneration is more or less. If he really wants money, he won't let Bai get it. It is not a good thing for ordinary people to have huge wealth. Just like Kato, he is one of the few tycoons in the world, but apart from inviting some Ronin and ninjas, who else would he dare to invite? Even elite Jonin like Zabuza Mamakai, in the original book, because of being he almost killed him after scolding him. Let alone a shadow level person. I am afraid that the moment Cardo invited a shadow level expert, that is when his wealth was handed over to others. For example, Kakuto. Yagyu's will has already been. It's not something that money can shake. Hinata and Abarameshino come from big families, and experience is far more important than money. After receiving their rewards, Team 8 disbanded under the Hokage building. Yagyu and Hinata walked side by side on the street. Go up and say nothing. Hinata. When the two came to the door of Yagyu's house and were about to separate, Yagyu suddenly spoke. Hinata, who had been lowering his head, subconsciously raised his head. In his eyes, the familiar red eyes widened again. A touch of warmth came close to him. This time, he didn't pry open the teeth like last night, just like a dragonfly touching water, it could be separated. Before Hinata could react, Yagyu's figure had already walked into the house. Willow. Looking at the closed door, Hinata's face turned red, and her head was filled with blood and dizziness, leaving her speechless. The lavender pure white eyes were vaguely surrounded by mosquito repellent. But when she realized that this was the street and Yagyu's figure had disappeared, she resisted the dizziness and prevented herself from fainting. Just being kissed on the street gave her the illusion of being watched by countless people. She quickly lowered her head and quickly left the door of Yagyu's house. Walking on the way home, Hinata's red face had a shy smile. No one knows the joy in my heart. After the mission to the Land of Waves, life in Team 8 became peaceful again. In the next month, Yui Hong did not let the three of Yagyu gather together. They rested every day and did not even have to do D-level tasks. However, except for Yagyu, Yui Hong and others really need some time to digest the experience of the Land of Waves. Especially Yui Red. As the instructing Jounin of the 8th team, when facing Zabuza Mamakai, the Kirigakura technique completely defeated her illusions. If Yagyu wasn't around, she probably wouldn't be able to protect her students. If we don't improve our strength, we can't let Yagyu stand in front every time we fight in the future, right? Then what qualifications do you have to be their teacher? Next is Abarameshino. In the battle between Yagyu and Mamakai Zabuza, Yagyu showed his overwhelming power. This power not only makes people feel reliable, but also makes people feel stressed. Every day after returning to the village, Abarameshino often thought of the battle scenes between Yagyu, Yui Kurane, and Mamakai Zabuza. The heavy pressure turned into motivation for him. Class 8 is one, and I can't help myself, but I can't hold them back. Yagyu didn't know what the two were thinking. Class 8 does not gather, and he is happy to be quiet. Life is like going back to before graduation, exercising the same way every day, completing daily tasks, comprehending the kendo of Eagle Eye, and improving one's ability to capture the breath of all things through Sword Zen. In his spare time, he practices with Hinata. After staying with Yagyu for 6 years, Hinata became much stronger than the original. Mastering the skills of climbing trees and treading water a few years ago, her chakra control of Row Fist is at least several times greater than that of the original. More than a year ago, Hinata was able to master the Bagua 64 palms. Before graduation, Hinata's strength was absolutely stable, and Uchiha Sasuke could only master the fireball technique. It's just her kind and uncompromising character that makes her seem so inconspicuous. Hinata's dream is to be with Yagyu forever and be a housewife. She doesn't have the same pressure as Yui Kurane and Abarame Shino. He practices flower pressing every day as usual, learns tea ceremony and cooking skills, and then sneaks out of the house and comes to Yagyu's house to take care of Yagyu. Once he practices, it is easy to forget to eat. There is no shortage of food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Yagyu, who is used to being taken care of, can no longer live without Hinata. Although the two have not confessed their feelings yet, they have obviously crossed that threshold and are living like a couple. The reason is that Yagyu takes the opportunity to kiss Hinata openly every day. From the touch of a dragonfly, to the overbearing and suffocating. Hinata also gradually learned to respond from the initial fainting. The relationship between the two is no different from that of a couple. In other words, the prototype of the future couple's life has already been formed. Today, Yagyu and Hinata finished their training and went to the bathroom one after another to take a bath. In the room, Hinata suddenly took out a white scarf from the backpack he brought, handed it to Yagyu, and said softly, "Yagyu-kun, this is for you." "This is." Yagyu took the scarf and looked at Hinata in surprise. Yagyu-kun's clothes are always so clean, without any stains when washing. Hinata smiled lightly and said, "But that scarf didn't have that effect. I found that its color had changed last time, so I bought a new one for Yagyu-kun." Hearing this, Yagyu's heart warmed up. This girl was still so attentive. She put the scarf in front of Hinata and tied it around her neck. Yagyu suddenly took one end, smiled at Hinata and asked Hinata, "This looks like not the same color as your eyes." Hinata lowered her head and responded shyly. Yagyu held her head in both hands and stared at Hinata's beautiful eyes that were no longer evasive like before. The red eyes gradually enlarged in Hinata's eyes. Hinata seemed to know what was going to happen, and slowly closed her eyes. The figure who was standing and sitting fell down. When Yagyu felt that Hinata was about to suffocate, it ended. Yagyu looked at her eyes closed, and her face turned red. Hinata suddenly said, "Hinata, I want you to be dyed in my color." Hearing this, Hinata slowly opened her eyes, and looked at Yagyu with foggy eyes. Helping Hinata pull the chain, Yagyu fell to the ground and faced Hinata, who reacted, her head exuding fog, and he stretched out his right hand and said, "Come on, give me your hand." Yagyu's words once again dispelled the girl's dizziness in time. With curiosity, she grabbed the hand stretched out by Yagyu. Pulling Hinata up, the two left Yagyu's house holding hands. They walked hand in hand on the street like a couple. Yagyu took Hinata to a clothing store. Walking to the scarf area, Yagyu picked up a red lightweight scarf, smiled at Hinata and said, "Do you like this color?" Hinata glanced at the color of the scarf, and then at the color of Yagyu's eyes. Combined with what Yagyu had said before, her face that had just faded turned red again. But the joy in her heart made her nod her head and said with nasal reply, "Yeah." Yagyu immediately went to check out, and then personally tied the scarf around Hinata's neck. One white and one red, the colors of each other. Another half month has passed. Before we knew it, June 23rd had arrived. It has been nearly 2 months since they returned from the Land of Waves. During this period, Team 8 has only completed 3 D-level missions. In the 4 months since graduation, Class 8 has accumulated a total of 11 missions, one of which is B-level, which has met the registration standards for this Chunin exam. Today, Yui Kurane summoned Class 8 for a rare occasion. In the open space where the survival exercise was held, Yui Hong looked at the 3 of Yagyu and said, "I called you here this time to inform you of something. Not long ago, the 3 Hokage summoned us and announced that July 1st would be the time for this Chunin exam, and the registration time would be in a few days." Yui Hong said, "Although I am very confident in your strength, the teacher still wants to ask, do you want to take the Chunin exam?" After hearing Yui Kurane's words, Hinata and Abarame Shino immediately looked at Yagyu. Yagyu's will is Hinata's will. After showing his unparalleled strength, Abarame Shino also regarded Yagyu as a team member. The core of the meeting is naturally headed by Yagyu's opinion. Feeling the gazes of the two people, Yagyu nodded, "We will participate." Hinata smiled shyly and said nothing. Shino Abarame adjusted her sunglasses and did the same. But their attitudes had already told Kurane Yui the answer. She nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "Very good, the teacher is here. We will help you register at that time, and the time and location will be notified to you again. So, disband." After those words were spoken, Yui Hong's figure had disappeared. The 3 members of Team 8 returned the same way they came. The Chunin exam, I heard from my father, is the exam for genin to be promoted to Chunin. It is held every 3 years. It is usually an important occasion for big countries to observe their national strength. On the way, Abarame Shino said in a calm tone, every Chunin exam is held at a different location. This time it happens to be Konaha's turn. In other words, if we take part in this Chunin exam, we will definitely face many powerful opponents, not only from our own village, but also from more genin from other ninja villages. Yagyu said calmly, no matter who the opponent is, we will definitely get to the end. Abarameshino nodded slightly. He believed in Yagyu's words and even more in Yagyu's strength. Even Hinata's character was not worried at all at this moment. This shows how powerful Yagyu's impression is in their hearts. It's almost like Temari and Kankuro was equally confident in Gaara's strength. The three of them separated on the street, and Yagyu and Hinata returned home together. It was now morning, and they had just had breakfast before gathering. So the two came to the road. He started training at the gym. He was defeated by his sister who was 5 years younger than him and was considered not to have the potential to inherit the clan. Hinata didn't seem to care about this eldest daughter, so Hinata's freedom was not restricted at all. During the day, except at night you must go home. Hinata almost always stays at Yagyu's house, taking care of Yagyu's daily life and practicing with Yagyu. Since 2 years ago, Yagyu and Yoda have not practiced outside. So too in the hall, there are many wooden dummies specially used for Hinata to practice soft fists. Yagyu is holding Shijuken in one hand and is slashing. The cut air forms waves of cyclones, blowing Yagyu's clothes were flying. It seemed that if the control was wrong, it would turn into a violent sword energy. Not far away, Hinata was surrounded by several wooden dummies. He stretched out his 2 palms and quickly marked the wooden dummy on various acupuncture points. After more than an hour, after Yagyu completed his daily tasks and withdrew from the spiritual world, the two ended the first phase of training and then began the second phase of the duel. It was not so much a duel as it is said that Yagyu unilaterally dodged Hinata's attack. However, in the past, he had his eyes tied with cloth to practice his knowledge. But now, Yagyu allows Hinata to attack. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. Boom boom boom. The slender jade-like palms fell on Lu Sheng's body like an afterimage, but they made the sound of an object hitting him. If you open the collar of the kimono, you will find that Yagyu's chest/mouth is covered with a black substance. It was this layer of material that withstood Hinata's powerful attack. Of course, there was also a reason why Hinata didn't put chakra into his body. Yagyu didn't know whether the armed haki could prevent internal injuries. But even if he wanted to try, Hinata would definitely refuse. Even with his armed domineering attitude, it took a burst of comfort and encouragement from Yagyu before the girl could hit him with the 64 bagua without mercy. After Hinata finished a set of 64 bagua palms, Yagyu looked at the sweaty girl and said with a smile, "It's great, Hinata." No way, compared to Yagyu-kun. I'm still far behind. Hinata, who was praised, lowered her head shyly and said softly. Opening his arms, Yagyu held Hinata in his arms, lowered his head and pressed it against the girl's neck, smelling the girl's natural fragrance without any odor of sweat. Quietly listening to the panting breath, he whispered softly, "I won't let Hinata catch up, and there are others. Because I want to protect Hinata, I want to become stronger than anyone else." Hinata hugged Yagyu back, buried her head in his arms, and responded happily. July 1st. Today is a very important day for those genin. The Chunin exams are finally here. In the past few days, many unfamiliar faces have appeared in the village of Konaha. They are all genin from other countries who have come all the way to Konaha to participate in this Chunin exam. In the morning, at the door of Yagyu's house, Hinata and Abarameshino stood at the door, waiting for Yagyu to come out. Not long after, Yagyu came out wearing a black kimono, a tachi tied around his waist, and holding a red paper umbrella. The three of them walked towards the examination room. The first Chunin exam is a written test, and the exam venue is the ninja school. As they walked on the road, Yagyu asked as a reminder, "Have you brought all the application forms?" "Well, they have all been brought." Hinata and Abarameshino nodded and responded. Yagyu nodded slightly. The three of them quickly arrived at the ninja school, but they did not go to the examination room and classroom immediately. Instead, they went to the complex building to submit the application form. Just when they walked up to the second floor, they saw many figures standing in the corridor. It's better to remove this barrier created by illusion as soon as possible. I want to go to the third floor. As soon as they came up, the three of them heard a familiar voice. Through the gap in the crowd, Yagyu suddenly realized. What a coincidence, he actually bumped into this scene in the original work. Standing behind the crowd, the three of Yagyu seeing the clumsy genjutsu barrier being broken down, the two Chunin guarding the door suddenly launched an attack on Uchiha Sasuke, but were blocked by a thick-browed boy wearing green tights. Ninkai brother. Hinata noticed another figure, a boy with white eyes like her. There was a girl standing next to him, wearing a pink cheongsam and a small top. It was the other three of the 12 Little Strong, Hyaga Neji, Rock Lee, and Tenten from Kaiban. As if hearing Hinata's voice, Hinata Neji, who was looking at Xiao Li, turned around. Making contact with his eyes, Hinata lowered her head subconsciously. At this time, Hyaga Neji had already walked over. "I didn't expect that you would dare to take this Chunin exam just after graduation, Ms. Hinata." Hyaga Neji looked at Hinata, who lowered his head and said expressionlessly. Although it was an honorific title, his tone was not respectful at all, and his eyes even showed a coldness of hatred. "Ning, brother Ninkai." Hinata seemed to be afraid of this cousin, but she still raised her head and said hello again. Looking at the timid Hinata, Neji said bluntly, with your character, you shouldn't be here, let alone take part in this Chunin exam. You are not suitable to be a bang. The whole sentence before he finished speaking, a figure walked past him. When their shoulders collided, a huge force pushed Hinata Neji to the ground. The Taijutsu ninja's foothold was very stable, but Hyaga Neji was still knocked down. Neji. Seeing Hinata Neji fall to the ground, Xiaoli and Tian from behind quickly ran over. All the eyes in the corridor are gathered here. Seeing that the person who knocked down Hinata Neji was Yagyu, Team 7's expression changed slightly. Yagyu looked down at Hyaga Neji sitting on the ground and apologized expressionlessly, sorry, I didn't pay attention. But are you really a ninja of the Hyaga clan? With all due respect, you are not suitable to be a ninja like this. Ninja. You guy. Seeing Yagyu's disdainful eyes, Hyaga Neji stood up angrily, and the veins on his temples on both sides of his eyes bulged. Are you angry? Yagyu said calmly, in that case, then try your best to persevere until the end. We will definitely meet in the Chunin exam. I hope you won't be eliminated midway. After finishing speaking, Yagyu glanced at Tian and Xiaoli, then took Hinata and Abarameshino towards the third floor. What? Who is this guy? Looking at Yagyu Shang's back, Tian muttered dissatisfiedly, you obviously have such a beautiful skin, why are you so arrogant? Speaking of Neji, why didn't you attack him just now? Can't hit. Hinata Neji closed his eyes and said expressionlessly that guy's feet have been gathering chakra. And when he bumped into me, a lot of force came from his shoulders, which was no better than Xiaoli's kick. Power difference. Is that a lie? Tian covered his lips in surprise, somewhat disbelieving that guy, is he so powerful? Xiaoli also had a look of surprise on his face. Of course, that guy Yagyu is the top student of our class. At this time, a carefree voice suddenly came from the ears of Hyaga Neji and the others. Uzumaki Naruto said proudly. Next to him, Uchiha Sasuke looked unhappy, but did not refute. Chief student. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto and the three of them obviously knew Yagyu, and combined with Hinata always following him, Hinata Neji's lips slightly raised, so that's it. Things are getting more and more interesting. Xiaoli, every day, let's go. After handing in the application form, Yagyu and the others left the complex building and walked towards the test room. Looking at Hinata, who was always lowering her head and twirling her fingers, Yagyu thought she was scared and comforted her with a smile. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. Hinata responded softly. Little did she know, she was no longer afraid. The reason why she lowered her head was because she didn't want to share the happiness in her eyes with others. The scene of Yagyu standing up for her just now kept replaying in her mind. The strong sense of security made her feel extremely happy. The three of them came to the building of the examination room and saw three figures at the door of the examination room. They were the instructing jonin of this year, Heitake Kakashi, Ui Kurane, Sarutobi Asuma. You are here. Seeing the figure of Class 8, Ui Hong stood up immediately and smiled. Teacher Hong. The three of them from Yagyu hurriedly said hello. Is this the chief student of this year? Kakashi put down the intimacy paradise in his hand, looked at Yagyu, and praised the temperament is much calmer than Sasuke, and there is that restrained energy. Kurane, you have found a good student. After listening to Kakashi's words, the smile on Hong's face became even brighter. Yagyu's face did not change at Kakashi's praise. At the same time, he was also looking at this genius ninja who was a jonin at the age of 12. He has long white hair. Wearing a black cloth mask, his left eye was blocked by a forehead protector, and he was wearing a jonin's mail, exactly like the paper man in his memory. Looking at his dead fish-like right eye for a while, Yagyu nodded slightly. Thank you for the compliment. After finishing speaking, Yagyu nodded to Ui Hong, and then he and Hinata pushed the door open and entered. The moment they walked into the examination room, Yagyu and the others clearly felt that a lot of eyes were coming towards them. His eyes swept over those genin who were either fierce, approachable, or mysterious with their faces. If you were a timid person, you would be easily frightened. But Yagyu and the other three kept their expressions unchanged and walked towards their seats. It is impossible to arrange the seats in Class 8 together. Hinata is in the first row, Yagyu is in the third row, and Abarameshino is in the fifth row. Some people standing at the back of the classroom looked at the three Yagyu students with a hint of hostility, and their eyes were full of evil. People who are good at gathering intelligence already know their identities. People who did not collect intelligence, but knew something about Konaha, even saw the identities of Hinata and Abarameshino. There is only one person who is very interested in Yagyu. That is Kabuto Yakushi, who together with Itachi Uchiha are known as the two great spies in the Naruto world. No one is better than him in gathering intelligence. In the original book, he told Uzumaki Naruto and others that he had collected information on almost all genin present. This statement is not false. It was precisely because of this that he was extremely curious about Yagyu. From the information he collected, Yagyu was an absolute genius. Born as a civilian, he has dominated the Uchiha orphans since entering school. He successfully graduated with the title of chief student and performed 10 D-level missions and 1 B-level mission. Among the candidates for this genin exam, he is the only genin who has completed the B-level mission and is the core of Class 8. The other person is Sandstorm Gaara. But Gaara's identity was very clear to Kabuto Yakushi. He was a monster like Jinchuriki. How could a ninja born as a commoner be on par with a Jinchuriki, not a genius? It's a pity that he has no blood inheritance limit. Otherwise, we can report this interesting person to Lord Orochimaru. Yagyu didn't know what Kabuto Yakushi was thinking. However, seeing and hearing Se Haki, she was aware of his gaze. Yagyu didn't care about this. Although he could not be said to be fearless now, neither Orochimaru nor Yakushi Kabuto could scare him. Back to business. Time passed by, and gradually more candidates entered the venue. Among the 12 little ones, Class 8 was the first to come in. The remaining Class 10, Class 9, Class 7, and Class Kai. Just like the original work, after the 9 strong men entered the scene one after another, they gathered at the entrance of the examination room, having not seen each other for 4 months. However, Hinata and Abarameshino were missing from Ziokyang's meeting this time. Because Yagyu didn't go over, Hinata and Abarameshino didn't leave either. Before graduation, the 3 people's presence in the school, except for Yagyu, Hinata, and Abarameshino's presence was very weak. Even the most popular Yagyu is the most lonely person in the class. They didn't have much interaction with Uzumaki Naruto and the others. Not long after the meeting, Uzumaki Naruto and the others made a fuss, successfully causing Kabuto Yakushi to intervene and show them his intelligence capabilities. Then Uchiha Sasuke still asked Yakushi Kabuto for information about the 2 people. One is Sandstorm Gaara, the other is not Rock Lee, but Yagyu Yuzuki. Huh, your vision is really sharp, and you actually happened to ask the 2 candidates with the most terrifying intelligence. Yakushi Kabuto raised his glasses and said with a smile. The 2 scariest. Uzumaki Naruto and the others were confused. Kabuto Yakushi did not explain, but ran his fingers across a stack of cards. The 2 intelligence cards were sandwiched between his fingers. With the transmission of chakra, the intelligence of the 2 people emerged. First up, Yuzuki Yagyu, the genin of Konaha who just graduated from the ninja school this year is good at swordsmanship. The mentor is Kurine Ui who has just become a jounin. Mission experience, 10 times D level, 0 times C level, 1 time B level. Followed by Sandstorm Gaara, mission experience, D level unknown, C level 8 times, B level 1 time. Is that a lie? B level mission. After hearing the information from these 2 people, the 2 girls, Harino Sakura and Yamanaka Ino, covered their lips in surprise and subconsciously looked in the direction of Yagyu. Damn it, is the difference so big? Uchiha Sasuke had a look of reluctance. He looked at Yagyu in front of him who was cultivating with his eyes closed. He clenched his hands slightly and said secretly it doesn't matter, mission experience is nothing. I have activated my Sharingan, and I will never lose to him again. Immediately afterwards, Kabuto Yakushi pretended to despise the Sound Ninja village unintentionally, which attracted the attack of the Sound Ninja trio. He used vomiting to pretend that he was weak, and successfully weakened the others, who valued him because of his intelligence. And fear. Just calm down, you losers. Just when the atmosphere was tense, a burst of white smoke spread. When the smoke dissipated, the examiner headed by Marino Ikki appeared in everyone's eyes. His face was covered with scars left during torture. Successfully giving these genin a powerful blow, the atmosphere instantly became quiet. After ending the farce between the Sound Ninja and Yakushi Kabuto, Marino Ikki announced the exam rules and then began to hand out the test papers. Taking the past test paper, Yagyu scanned the 10 lines with one glance. He glanced at the title. These were theoretical and logical questions, which were not difficult for Yagyu. He looked up at Hinata in front of him, who was already immersed in writing. Yagyu picked up his pen and began to answer the questions. These questions were not difficult for him and Yagyu. Hinata. As for Abarameshino, his IQ will definitely understand the true meaning of this exam. So there is no need for Class 8 to worry. As expected, when the tip of Yagyu's pen danced, the candidates who realized the meaning of this exam showed their excitement. They used their magical powers to use their own methods. Some clumsy plagiarism methods make the examiners look down on them. 2 points will be deducted for cheating once, and they will be expelled from the examination room after a total of 5 times. Every time the minute hand jumps a certain distance, a class will leave. The number of people in the classroom gradually decreased. During this period, Yagyu found that many people were using various methods to check their exam papers. But he didn't care, and he graciously let them copy without even bothering to cover up. He could copy if he wanted. Well, how many people will be able to persist to the end? Time gradually passed as the candidates showed their magical powers. The 1-hour exam time passed quickly and 45 minutes passed. The originally packed classroom was missing more than a dozen groups of people, and dozens of wastes were eliminated at once. I saw that many candidates had already answered the first 9 questions. A ferocious smile appeared on Marino Ikki's scarred face. That's it, you losers? Now put down the pen in your hands and get to the point. As his voice fell, accompanied by that such power made some timid candidates swallow their saliva subconsciously and anxiously await Marino Ikki's next words. So, let's announce the 10th question below. Holding his chin with one hand, Yagyu stared at Mori Ibiki, and continued to use words as weapons to further intimidate those candidates who were not determined. He was familiar with the plot and waited boredly for the farce to end. It has to be said that Marino Ikki, a sadistic examiner who specializes in psychology, is a natural devil for those losers who have no confidence. After he announced the desperate rule for the 10th question, which was a multiple-choice question of answer or no answer, some candidates who had finally used their own skills to copy the test questions from other people were shattered. When it comes to answers, if you answer the 10th question incorrectly, you will never bear the price. Some candidates who were not determined, or whose theory was very poor and who had no confidence in themselves, could not bear the pressure and chose to withdraw from the exam. If one person quits, it will bring disaster to the whole group. The number of candidates in the classroom began to decrease sharply again. Seeing more and more candidates withdrawing, some candidates who were originally very confident in themselves began to feel confused, and the thought of quitting also gradually emerged. In the end, under the declaration of Naruto Uzumaki, who was the unexpected one, the candidates who were disturbed became firmer one after another. Morale, which was originally low, suddenly soared. This scene couldn't help but make Marino Heike look at Naruto Uzumaki with admiration. Yagyu was also amazed. He is worthy of being the reincarnation of Ashura of this generation. With his ability to exaggerate emotions, it is no wonder that the Fourth Ninja World War can make all ninjas in the ninja world stand behind him. Seeing that psychological torture had no effect on these candidates, Marino Ikki announced that they had all passed. This result shocked the candidates who had originally made up their minds to face difficult questions. For a while, I couldn't accept it at all. Only Uzumaki Naruto felt intense joy, causing Hinata next to him to look at him with rare surprise. This guy is so awesome. Since she was sitting next to Uzumaki Naruto, Hinata was very aware of Uzumaki Naruto's situation. Except for one name, the paper has been blank so far. But this exam happened to be passed by him. Hinata couldn't help but wonder, wouldn't this person already know the answer to the 10th question? After announcing that everyone had passed and explaining the true meaning of the first exam, the first round of the Chunin exams officially came to an end with the high-profile appearance of the examiner of the second exam, Anko Mitere. On the way back, Hinata told Yagyu and Abarameshino about Uzumaki Naruto. Yagyu smiled slightly, but Abarameshino said, Uzumaki Naruto, this man is very strange. I had observed him for a while. He was an orphan and seemed to have always been unpopular with the villagers. Abarameshino said doubtfully, and the reason is still unknown. Yagyu smiled slightly, but did not speak. After leaving the ninja school, the three of Yagyu did not separate immediately, but went to the open space where the survival exercise was held. Because they all received the summoning message from Ui Kurane. When they arrived at the clearing, Ui Kurane first asked tell them how they feel about the exam. Then tell them the venue for the second exam. The Forest of Death, also known as the 44 Training Ground. This is a circle with 44 entrances, all locked, for survival in the wild. Training ground. There are rivers and forests inside, and there is a tower in the middle. The distance from the 44 entrances to the tower is about 10 kilometers. That is 10,000 meters, 20 miles, 10 kilometers. After getting this information from Ui Hunkao, the first class 8 was disbanded on the spot. 10,000 meters, whether it is far or close. Returning along the road, Abarameshino expressed her analysis. Although there are rivers and forests as obstacles, this distance is nothing to a ninja. It's impossible for us to have a race in the second exam. Abarameshino adjusted her sunglasses and said, if I'm not wrong, the content of the second exam should be to let us escort something, or collect certain items, and bring them to the central tower. Yagyu glanced at Shino Abarame with admiration from the corner of his eyes. He really guessed it right? On the surface, he said calmly, we'll find out tomorrow. The three of them separated on the street. It was still early, and Yagyu and Hinata worked together as usual. One went home to wash rice and cook, while the other went to buy vegetables. In the kitchen of Yagyu's house, two figures were shoulder to shoulder, chatting while working. Today's written test provided them with many topics. They were chatting about the test questions, making fun of the faces of the candidates who were caught cheating, or guessing whether those candidates who had withdrawn would know the 10th question. Content: what kind of expression would he have? The playful tone made Hinata purse her lips and smile from time to time, and her eyes curved into beautiful crescent moons. In front of Hinata, Yagyu showed no indifference to others. He was very proactive and talkative, because he knew that Hinata could not find a topic. When the time came, Yagyu took advantage of Hinata's cooking time to make another surprise attack from behind and trained the girl on a daily basis. The scenes that happened almost every day were not at all it affects the sense of freshness, but makes the relationship between the two more and more pure. At noon the next day, the Forest of Death is outside the 44th training ground. The 26 groups and 78 people who passed the first exam gathered together. Mitarashi Anko began to explain the content of this exam. During this period, because of her tone, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but imitate the provocation. After being taught a lesson by the Konaha she threw, a pair of masters and apprentices, who had not seen each other for many years, had a duel. You know I don't know meeting. Then the candidates in the 26 groups began to sign the death consent form. The content of the second exam is extreme survival in the wild. And it's not an ordinary survival in the wild, it's a survival training centered around fighting for scrolls. Each group will be assigned a scroll, the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth. Their mission is to collect the Book of Heaven and Earth and successfully reach the central tower. Due to the need to snatch each other's scrolls, fights are inevitable. In addition, the relationship between the countries is not as good as it seems, and the death rate in the battle must not be low. Therefore, everyone must sign a death consent form. The first exam lasts for 1 hour, and the second exam lasts for 120 hours, which is 5 days. After handing in the signed death consent form, Team 8 secretly received their scroll and then came to the designated entrance number 5. 5 minutes before the exam started, Yagyu glanced at the Book of Earth in his hand, and then handed the scroll to Hinata. Abarameshino said calmly, the insect has told me that the team closest to us has the Book of Heaven and Earth. Yagyu nodded and said we must gather the Book of Heaven and Earth as quickly as possible and reach the central tower. There is no need to waste time in such a harsh place full of wild beasts and poisonous insects. Yes. Hinata and Abarameshino responded. When the time reached 14:30, the staff responsible for opening the door opened the iron door of entrance number 5. Roll your eyes, open. Walking into the forest formed by towering trees, Hinata immediately opened her Byakugan. The far vision covering a radius of 1 kilometer allowed Hinata to instantly capture the forest of death with a radius of 1 kilometer. There were 5 groups closest to us, 2 of them were fighting, 2 were moving away quickly, and 1 was moving slowly. Hinata reported the situation to Yagyu. The slow-moving one should be the group at entrance 6. One of them has a very large chakra. The chakra is very huge. That should be Gaara's group. In this exam, there are only 3 people with the largest chakra. 2 of them are Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto and Gaara. The last one is Orokai, Maru. But Hinata knows Uzumaki Naruto's chakra, and Yagyu also remembers that the entrance to Class 7 is number 12. Orochimaru's team must be busy looking for Class 7. They are still moving slowly at this time. There is only Gaara's group. Yagyu looked sideways at Abarameshino and asked which group is it that has the Book of Heaven. Let me lead the way. Abarameshino didn't answer. She jumped to the top of a big tree in front, and began to lead the way. Yagyu and Hinata jumped up at the same time and followed behind. It took nearly 20 minutes to travel. Shino Abarame just stopped. Before Shino Abarame could report, Hinata had already spoken. Yagyu-kun, there is a group in front of you, and the sign seems to be for a Megakure village. Go over there and deal with them quickly. Yagyu stepped a little further, and the figure flew past Abarameshino. The sight and smell of haki had already locked onto the 3 people in front of him. 2 minutes later, Team 8 leaped out of the forest. The 3 Megakure genin who were huddled together to discuss something instantly they looked over. When they saw the forehead protectors of Yagyu and the others, their expressions changed slightly. Be careful, that girl is from the Hyuga clan, and the one wearing sunglasses should be from the Abarame clan. An older man carrying an oxygen bottle said in a deep voice. Another man carrying several umbrellas said with a solemn expression, Konaha's famous family. Lu Shang did not take the 3 of them seriously and asked calmly, 3 uncles, can you give me the Book of Heaven in your hands? Little devil, how do you know that our scroll is the Book of Heaven? After listening to Yagyu's words, the expressions of the 3 people changed again, and they looked at Yagyu suspiciously. Did Konaha give Konaha genin privileges in this exam? Forget it, I don't think you know how to do it either. Just hand the scroll to me. Yagyu was not interested in talking to them anymore. He slowly put his right hand on the handle of the knife, and looked at the 3 of them with red eyes. You 3 uncles, have a good trip. Swish. Careful. An afterimage brought with it a flash of silvery sword light, streaking across like a shooting star. Seeing Yagyu's figure disappearing, the leader of the Rain Ninja subconsciously spoke to remind him. A sharp pain came from his waist. The vision in front of them began to blur, and darkness enveloped their eyes. Immediately, the 6-part body fell to the ground. The bright red blood dyes the soil red. Every time I see Yagyu draw his sword, I feel lucky that I am not his enemy. Abarameshino looked at the 6 corpses on the ground and commented calmly. Hinata nodded, and neither of them had the slightest sense of intolerance. For ninjas, killing is unavoidable. They have all learned Yagyu's sword skills. It is a sword made for killing people. Technique. Found it. Yagyu sheathed his sword and found the Book of Heaven from an Rain Ninja's body. Kid, can you please give us that scroll? Just when Yagyu was about to throw the Book of Heaven to Hinata, a familiar voice suddenly came to the ears of Class 8. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a group of red-haired boys. The leader, 2 men and 1 woman, walked out of the forest. Surprisingly, Gaara's team from the hidden sand village. After the Gaara trio came out, their eyes were on Yagyu. First, he glanced at Kankuro and Temeri, who didn't take him seriously at all. Yagyu's eyes fell on Gaara, who was holding his arms with his face expressionless. The short body is wearing a black tights, carrying a big gourd on his back, with short red hair, a word love printed on the forehead of his left eye, rich dark circles, and a pair of eyes that have no emotion, but you can see that the eyes are full of hatred and murder. Interesting eyes. Yagyu shook the Book of Heaven, looked at the 3 of them and said calmly, you want this? Oh, considering that you are a Konaha ninja, I will give you a chance. Kankuro glanced at Hinata and Abarameshino, who were walking next to Yagyu, and seemed to recognize their identities. The disdain in his eyes was slightly reduced, and he said, hand over the Book of Heaven, maybe we can spare it. Your life. I'm going to kill them. As soon as Kankuro finished speaking, Gaara said with murderous intent. Kankuro's face changed slightly, then he leaned close to Gaara's ear and whispered, Gaara, these people are Konaha ninjas. One of them is the Hyuga clan of Konaha's famous family, and the other is the Abarame clan of the insect users. If you kill them, it will be easy to cause trouble, which will have a great impact on our future actions. Why not just let them hand over the Book of Heaven? Gaara ignored him, lowered his arm slightly, raised his right hand, and faced the three of Yagyu with his palms, saying calmly, I want to kill everyone I see. When Kankuro tried to dissuade Gaara, the three members of Team 8 were also communicating in low voices. Abarameshino's voice was no longer calm, but with a hint of heaviness in her voice, saying Yagyu, the bug told me, that red-haired one it was very dangerous, and the murderous aura in him was too strong. Yagyu put the Book of Heaven into his arms and said softly, get ready to fight. After the war begins, Hinata, you deal with the woman, Shino, you deal with the man, leave the red-haired one to me. Yes. Hinata and Abarameshino responded quickly. Sand-bound coffin. As Gaara's voice fell, the bell officially rang for this battle. Yellow sand appeared from under the feet, forming pumps to grab the calves of the three people. But chakra had already gathered under the three people's feet. Notice that in the moment of yellow sand, the figures of the three people disappeared. Boom. The next moment Yagyu disappeared, an explosion sounded. A hole the size of a fist appeared in the sand wall formed by yellow sand. Kankuro and Temari both looked at it in horror as Yagyu appeared in front of them out of thin air. Even Gaara, look Yagyu, who was looking thoughtful in front of him, also looked slightly surprised. This person is different from those people. Armed, boom. The frontal attack was blocked by the sand wall, and Lu Shang kicked out suddenly. His shoes and entire calf were covered with a layer of black material. The yellow sand formed a sand wall again, trying to block this kick. Came down. But like a balloon punctured by a needle, it exploded instantly. Yagyu's solace landed firmly on Gaara's abdomen. Call out. The powerful kick was received head-on by Gaara, who had never tried to dodge before. His whole body turned into an afterimage and flew backwards. How can it be? Kankuro and Temari beside them subconsciously screamed. In their impression, Gaara, who had always been invincible and had never been hit by anyone, was actually kicked away by the guy in front of them. This scene made them they were in disbelief, but their ninja instincts made them subconsciously pick up the weapons in their hands and attack Yagyu. Bagua empty palm. Bang. Just when Temari was holding a fan and preparing to use wind release on Yagyu, Hinata's shout suddenly sounded. The strong warning made Temari turn to the direction of the sound. Watching the twisted airflow roaring towards her, Temari subconsciously held the 3-star fan, blocking it in front of him. The air cannon hit the 3-star fan and pushed Temari away several meters away. Buzz buzz. At the same time, a huge number of insects swarmed towards Kankuro. Like locusts crossing the border, the insects passed by Yagyu and forced Kankuro back. Shino Abarame put her hands in her pockets and said calmly, your opponent is me. I won't let you get close to Yagyu-kun. Hinata's temples on both sides of her eyes bulged. She put on the starting position of the soft fist technique, and looked at Temari and said, you. Kankuro and Temari looked at Abarame, Shino and Hinata, and then at Yagyu, who was obviously the core of the three. How could they still not understand? Hit the iron plate? These guys were completely different from the people they had met before. Hateful? Father said that Konaha is the cradle of geniuses, and it turned out to be true. First it was that Uchiha Sasuke, and then this unknown silver-haired boy. May I have your name? Gaara, who flew upside down, walked out of the forest. His face covered by the sand armor was still expressionless, but maybe his true appearance in his sand face was already extremely ferocious. His eyes, looking at Yagyu with murderous intent. Yagyu Yuzuki, what about you? Yagyu asked, pretending not to know, while answering. His eyes were fixed on Gaara's abdomen, where the sand armor had been broken into pieces, and the yellow sand was repairing it. The kick just now did not hurt him. Yagyu, I was slightly surprised. Although I didn't use my full strength, the kick strengthened by armament haki could break a tree as thick as 3 people. I didn't expect Gaara's sand armor to have such good defense. But I thought at that layer of sand wall, Lu Shang suddenly realized. Yagyu Yuzuki, I remember your name. Gaara didn't answer, but said expressionlessly, killing you will definitely prove my existence. I haven't had that big a role yet. Yagyu put his right hand on the handle of the sword and said calmly, and whether you can kill me is still unknown. Armed and drawn sword. Swish. Yagyu drew the sword so fast that his eyes could not see clearly. His swordsmanship is very similar to that of Hawkeye, who is the strongest. He does not have a variety of swordsmanship moves and has always pursued the power of cutting. I saw a black light, roaring forward in the form of Pai Lian, and instantly turned into a dark red sword energy 4 to 5 meters high, spreading out. The sword energy tore through the earth, like tree roots that had been entrenched underground for many years, suddenly rising from the ground. There was a wave of air and dust mist, and like a truck, it hit Gaara, whose pupils were constricted. The yellow sand that had been protecting Gaara turned into a hemispherical sand wall, trying to block this terrifying sword energy. But it was like facing a bulldozer, it was shattered in an instant. Gaara, who had no combat experience, was hit from the front again. Rumble. The sword energy spread for more than 10 meters, flattening the flowers, plants, and trees in diameter, leaving a straight and smooth ravine about 2 meters deep on the ground. So, that's sword skills? Are you kidding me? Is that something that can be done with sword skills? Just like Ui Kurane and Mamakai Zabuza, Kankuro, and Temari were shocked in disbelief when they saw the slash for the first time. When the dust mist dissipated, Gaara's figure came out again. It's just that this time, his body was like a plate that had fallen to the ground, barely put together with glue. There were traces of cracked soil all over his body. The mud turned into yellow sand and fell down, revealing his true appearance hidden in the sand armor. Gaara's true face was extremely ferocious at this time. His eyes were covered with bloodshot eyes, containing a strong sense of hostility. A trace of bright red blood slid down from his forehead. It was the first time I saw Gaara. After seeing the blood, Kankuro and Temeri's bodies began to tremble, and their faces subconsciously showed a look of fear. Kankuro looked at the ferocious Gaara. His face changed in shock and said, "Oh no, Gaara's second personality has awakened. Things are about to get worse." Temeri's face was also extremely ugly. Seeing the two people who had no will to fight, and hearing them saying words they couldn't understand, Hinata and Abarameshino looked confused, but they didn't take the opportunity to make a sneak attack. As long as they didn't take the opportunity to besiege Yagyu, it wouldn't hurt to watch the show together. Looking at the ferocious-looking Gaara, Yagyu held the sword in his right hand and took the initiative to attack. Call out. With his feet gathering chakra, Yagyu turned into an afterimage, running towards Gaara like a gust of wind. Blood, this is blood, Mom, I will kill him right now. Gaara didn't seem to see Yagyu's movements. The sand armor on his face was half repaired. Under the blood-stained forehead, his eyes were full of madness. He suddenly made a seal with his hands and raised his hand towards the running Yagyu slapped-out hand of sand. The soil under his feet turned into a large piece of yellow sand, which surged out from the ground and formed a giant claw, grabbing at Yagyu. Too slow, Shua. Yagyu turned sideways to avoid it easily, and the sword in his hand brought out a silvery white light. The giant claw split into two in an instant, and fell to the ground and turned into a pile of sand. Sand binds tightly. Although Gaara has no experience in dodging, he still has experience in changing his moves in battle. Seeing Yagyu cut off his sand hand, he suddenly raised his hands. The sand pile on the ground surged up again, like a tsunami. It was flooding towards Yagyu. Yagyu's expression remained unchanged. He didn't even look back and continued to run towards Gaara. Phew boom. The afterimage was like the wind, and the limbs were covered with black material, which directly broke through the submerged yellow sand. Yagyu, who arrived in an instant, did not slash at Gaara with the knife, but kicked Gaara sideways, landing on the stomach. A powerful kick covered with weaponry knocked Gaara away again. Looking at the afterimage flying into the forest, Yagyu sheathed his sword, turned to Hinata and Abarameshino and said, "Let's go, there's no need to keep fighting." Seeing and hearing Haki clearly felt that Gaara's emotions were completely out of control. If the fight continued, it is very likely that Ichibai Shikaku would appear. At that time, things would become serious. Although Yagyu was not afraid, he even had the chance to defeat, he is absolutely sure of it. And he still has the confidence to kill Gaara. But if he does this, the consequences afterwards will be troublesome for him. The third Hokage is not dead yet. If Tsunagakure village launches an attack, he may be handed over, become a victim and become the second Hyuga Hisashi. Already having Hinata as his important other half, Yagyu doesn't want to be a rebellious nin. Therefore, it is not easy to get into trouble with the crazy Gaara now. Before Gaara comes out, Yagyu took Hinata and Abarameshino away quickly. Kankuro and Temeri, who had seen his crushing power, didn't have the courage to stop him, and they were going to be in trouble next. It was not a good idea to comfort the crazy Gaara. An easy task. But none of this has anything to do with Yagyu. After gathering the Book of Heaven and Earth, Class 8 became the first class to reach the central tower under Hinata's Byakugan pathfinding. It took 55 minutes. Much faster than the Gaara trio in the original work. Opening the Book of Heaven and Earth in the central tower, Irika's figure appeared out of thin air. Seeing the Yagyu trio arriving at the central tower so quickly, Irika first there was disbelief, and then he praised them with a look of relief. Then, Irika took Team 8 to a secret room. Here is the sealing technique, or teleportation array. There is a teleportation array in this world. The teleportation array is a type of time and space ninjutsu, which is teleported to a designated place through high-speed movement. Among them, the heavenly sending technique of Cloud Hidden Village and the flying thunder god technique of Konaha are very famous in the ninja world. Although they are good at flying, the fourth Hokage of the thunder god jutsu is dead, but the three guards he left behind can also form the formation of the flying thunder god. The ninjas in the village still have privileges. The second Chunin exam lasted for 5 days. It was impossible for Class 8 to stay in the central tower for 5 days. So they used a simple teleportation technique to move all 3 members of Class 8 outside the 44th training ground. Irika told them to remember at the time of the third exam, they were separated from Class 8. The 3 of them, Yagyu, looked a little uncomfortable. The first time they tried the teleportation technique, their bodies moved at high speed and caused friction with the air, which made it difficult for those who had never tried it before. Their bodies are a little sore. Class 8 separated on the street and Yagyu and Hinata returned home. As soon as she entered the house, Hinata asked worriedly, "Yagyu-kun, are you okay? What's wrong with me? Didn't I tell you that my sword skills do not consume chakra, and the burden of teleportation has no effect on Irika-sensei, so how could it be effective on me?" Yagyu pinched Hinata's nose and smiled fondly. "It's you. You must be very tired now. Go to the bathroom to take a bath and take a rest." Seeing that Yagyu didn't seem to be lying, Hinata nodded, and then walked up to the bathroom. After Hinata entered, Yagyu rubbed his shoulders. They were still a little sore. He couldn't help but feel a little resentment towards Irika in his heart. The bones haven't grown yet, and he didn't remind them before teleporting. Iruka-sensei is so heartless. He even felt a little pain, not to mention Hinata. Next time when teleporting, be sure to use Haki to protect them. Just rest on your shoulders. Lying on the bed, Yagyu closed his eyes and meditated, listening to the sound of water pouring from the bathroom. Click. More than half an hour later, the door of the bathroom opened. Hinata, wearing a bath towel, came out, looked at Yagyu and said softly, "Yagyu-kun, I will help you put the water, you can go in and take a bath too." Yagyu stood up and nodded, looked at Hinata's smooth and red shoulders, and said softly, "Wait and get something to apply on it. Remember to protect your shoulders with chakra next time you teleport." "Aha." Hinata nodded repeatedly and responded obediently. Yagyu lowered his head and pecked the girl's red lips, then walked into the bathroom. When he came out again, it was already half an hour later. Hinata had already changed into the original clothes, and he was wearing a light bathrobe. Although the kimono has a self-cleaning function, in Yagyu's eyes, it is also a type of formal wear. Perhaps it is a psychological effect. It is more comfortable to put on the bathrobe after taking a bath. Seeing Yagyu coming out, Hinata, who was sitting on the bed, suddenly said, "Yagyu-kun, come here, I will press it for you." Looking at the medicinal wine in Hinata's hand, Yagyu smiled slightly. "Thank you for your hard work, Hinata." Lusheng took off the bathrobe on his upper body and walked over. After Lusheng lay down, Hinata straddled his back. The temple veins on both sides of the corners of his eyes bulged. He applied medicinal wine on his hands and began to massage Yagyu. She was slender. The soft and tender palms of the fingers pushed the angular muscles and pressed the acupuncture points of the human body. The force is neither light nor heavy, but just right. It must be said that the Hyuga clan's soft fist is really suitable for massaging people. Yagyu issued, humming with enjoyment. After Hinata pressed the button for a while, Yagyu said expectantly, as if looking for a topic, "Hinata, you will stay here for the next 5 days, how about it?" "Ai?" Hinata didn't expect Yagyu to say this suddenly. Her face turned red with embarrassment, and she spoke incoherently. This. Anyway, your family didn't know that we arrived at the central tower early." Yagyu turned to look at Hinata and said gently, "The first test eliminated dozens of people, the second test will eliminate half of the candidates, and the third test, if there are no accidents, should be a duel. How about we take advantage of these few days to practice hard?" After listening to Yagyu's words and looking at the undisguised expectation on his face, Hinata finally fell into his trap and responded as thinly as a mosquito. Seeing her agreeing, Yagyu's smile was really bright. He stood up, turned around and hugged Hinata, lifted the quilt to cover the two of them, and began to tease and teach the girl. Time is running out, and the 120 hours required for the second exam will soon be over. In these 5 days, the relationship between Yagyu and Hinata has sublimated again. Every day during nap time and at night, this girl was used as a pillow. During the night, she chatted sweetly and took advantage of all kinds of advantages. Yagyu spent the past 5 days very happily. In contrast to him, the other 9 powerful men and women lived miserable lives. Especially Team 7, who was first targeted by the cage-level Orochimaru, and then was troubled by 3 sound ninjas, and finally reached the central tower with great difficulty. In the morning, Class 8 had passed through the teleportation array and returned to the central tower, even 2 or 3 hours ahead of schedule. Having tasted teleportation once, they naturally cannot step on the spot, otherwise their strength will be easily affected. After 14:30 noon, candidates who passed the second exam gathered in a hall. In the hall, 12 Xiaoqiang's eyes looked at Lusheng with a hint of strangeness. They all seemed to know the arrival time of Class 8, thinking that it took so long for me and others to arrive, but it only took them 55 minutes to reach the central tower. I felt a huge sense of disparity. Especially Uchiha Sasuke, looking at Yagyu's eyes, did not conceal his unwillingness and fighting spirit. It seemed that he wanted to use the power he had just gained to snatch the number 1 position that had suppressed him for 6 years from Yagyu's hands. Feeling their gaze, Yagyu didn't care. However, he responded to Gaara's gaze. After looking at Gaara, who was staring at him with murderous intent, Yagyu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and withdrew his gaze. There are a total of 26 groups of 78 candidates taking the second exam, but only 24 people from 8 groups passed the second exam, not even half. However, there is one more group than in the original work, and that is Inuzuka Kiba's Team 9. Just like the original work, the third Hokage appeared on the second floor. After telling these candidates about the meaning of the Chunin exam, the examiner in charge of the elimination round of the third exam, Moonlight Hayate, appeared. Seeing Orochimaru pretending to be a jonin of the Sound Ninja village and appearing openly on the second floor, knowing that he had nothing to do with himself, and fearing that he would not be able to control his strength and be exposed to the third Hokage, Yakushi Kabuto chose to abstain. The only 23 people left started the knockout round. This round of exams is not so much the third exam as it is the preliminary round to prepare for the third exam, that is, the knockout round. Moonlight Hayate looked at the 23 candidates and said in a weak tone, "After all, the first and second rounds of this Chunin exam are too easy. I didn't expect that there are so many people left here. Therefore, I am going to eliminate another half of you." After Moonlight Gale's words fell, the scene became sensational, and the atmosphere instantly became solemn. Some of the candidates who finally arrived at the central tower couldn't accept this fact. It's not the third exam yet? No, it should be said that if you want to take the third exam, you actually have to pass this qualifying round. However, their rebuttal cannot change the fact of the qualifying round. After all, the third exam, unlike the closed assessments of the first and second rounds, there are many people coming to watch. Some people can pass the first and second exams, and luck is indispensable. The third game is a competition to show other countries' national strength, and there cannot be a protracted duel. Therefore, they have to in this round, pick the best and weed out the trash. I know that some of you have had a hard time getting here, and it is really difficult for you to fight right away. Moonlight Gale continued, but the fact that you are able to get here has a certain amount of luck, so I hope your luck can continue. Because there are 23 of you, divided into 12 groups for a draw, one of the groups has no opponent, which means that one person will have a bye and directly enter the third exam. Moonlight Gale looked at the screen hanging on the wall and said, then, let's start drawing lots. The 2 people whose names matched stayed, and the rest were invited to the second floor to watch the game. As Moonlight Hayate's words fell, the screen on the wall began to flicker. The names of all the candidates flashed on the screen, making those candidates nervous and apprehensive. After a few seconds, the 2 names were frozen. Yagyu Yuzuki vs Red Copper Armor. At this moment, a large number of eyes fell on Yagyu. Some were full of fear and solemnity, some were full of excitement, and some were full of hostility and murderous intent. All the candidates began to disperse, and the venue quickly only Yagyu, the Red Copper Armor, and the examiner Moonlight Hayate were left. Kakashi lay on the guardrail, staring at Yagyu below, and said, we can see the strength of this year's chief student so soon. I'm really looking forward to it. On his left and right side stood Yui Kurane, Metkai, and Sarutobi Asuma. You may be disappointed. Zihi Hong said proudly, this is a momentary battle, that person cannot test Yagyu's measure. Listening to what you said, it seems that this chief student is really not simple. Kakashi said in surprise. Sarutobi Asuma and Metkai also looked at Yagyu again. Looking at the young man wearing a black kimono below, what should I say? He has a perfect appearance and is a handsome guy who attracts the attention of girls. He has a perfect temperament, is calmer than other people of his age, and also has a touch of nobility, and the sword makes people a little surprised. Ninjas who are good at sword skills are very rare in Konaha. They are looked at by others. Yagyu's face was dull, but he was actually surprised. Looking at the 2 names on the wall, he glanced at the person on the second floor without leaving any trace. Uchiha Sasuke. Yagyu couldn't help but feel doubtful in his heart. What's going on? Isn't this matching machine operated in secret? The first game was not Uchiha Sasuke. Because he couldn't bear the pain of the curse seal of the sky, he specially arranged for him to be with Akira fighting with copper armor? Although he has forgotten a lot of the plot, many scenes from the Chunin exams are still very clear to Yagyu, and a few years ago, he deliberately mentioned the most impressive battles in a single stroke. Among them, Uchiha Sasuke's lie and the continuous bullets were secretly learned by Uzumaki Naruto, and he used the shadow clone to change into Naruto's continuous bullets. Yagyu was very puzzled, but he didn't care. Just change it. Anyway, the change shouldn't be too big. Looking at the red copper armor in front of him, Lu Shang suddenly turned to look at Moonlight Gale and asked, can I kill him? As he said plainly whether he could kill people, Yagyu's words immediately chilled the atmosphere. Uzumaki Naruto and others who were originally looking forward to his battle subconsciously shrank their necks. Kakashi and others also frowned slightly, both of them were dumb. Ya ninja, this child actually opened his mouth to kill him. The murderous intention was a bit too great. Before Moonlight Hayate could speak, Yagyu explained, my sword skills are not superb enough, and even I can't control it, so in advance just asking. Moonlight Gale was slightly stunned, then looked at the red copper armor and said, do you want to abstain? In other words, is your mentor Jonin present? You can let him take action before something happens, or I can, but I can't guarantee that I can save you from the killing move. What a joke? Just because of this brat's arrogant words, you actually humiliated me like this. The red copper armor shouted angrily, and then stared at Yagyu with murderous eyes. Just right, I also want to kill this guy, so let's do it. Although he is a genin of Konaha with red copper armor, his true identity is actually a spy of the Sound Ninja village. His special ability is the chakra absorption technique, which allows him to automatically absorb the other person's energy through contact with his own hands, and interact with same. The abilities of muscles are somewhat similar, but they are worlds apart. That's good. Yagyu didn't mind the red copper armor's attitude, but nodded, put his hand on the hilt of the sword, and made a gesture to draw the sword. An invisible sharp aura made the powerful people present involuntarily watch. A bright light. Then, the game begins. Moonlight Blast announced. Swish. The moment he finished speaking, a familiar silver light suddenly appeared. Like a horse, like a shooting star, the diameter of the stroke penetrated the unresponsive body of the red copper armor. Yagyu's figure appeared 5 meters behind the red copper armor, maintaining the posture of drawing the sword just now. Click-pft. As the last blade was sheathed, the familiar sound of blood spurting came from behind. A quick and concise knife. Fast, too fast to be caught by the naked eye. Simple, so simple that it is chilling. Lu Shang sheathed his sword and turned to look at the red copper armor that fell to the ground. There was a pool of blood flowing on the ground around him. Lu Shang apologized. I'm sorry, I have tried my best to control my power. I hope he's not dead yet. The extremely plain voice fell, and the hall fell into silence. Not to mention the horror of the candidates, even the third Hokage and all the Jonin looked slightly shocked. Such a simple and deadly sword technique, it looks like, too much. Orochimaru, disguised as the sound ninja Murakami, looked at Yagyu again, and a figure that had not been forgotten even after many years appeared in his mind. Unexpectedly, in this generation of Konaha, except for Uchiha Itachi's younger brother, and XINA generation of Ninetales Jinchuriki actually hides such an inconspicuous civilian genius. Konaha is indeed the cradle of geniuses. Kurane Ui looked at Kakashi with tightened pupils next to her, and asked with a smile, Kakashi, what do you think? Amazing talent, worthy of being the top student. Kakashi came back to his senses, perhaps a trace of nostalgia flashed under his mask, and he praised without hesitation. It's very ordinary to draw a sword, and it's also very ordinary to teleport, but after he perfectly integrated the two, but it became a sword drawing technique that could kill with one strike. Hearing this comment, Ui Kurane's smile showed a hint of pride. Her former companions have all become Jounin and elite Jounin, and in this class, Kakashi and Sarutobi Asuma are both with her. In the same way, becoming a mentor Jounin. At the same time guiding this new generation, there will naturally be some competition between each other. Among them, because he has just become a Jounin not long ago, Kakashi and the others may not look down on Ui Kurane, but they will not put her in his eyes. And now, the most outstanding genin is her student. Ui Hong naturally feels a sense of victory in her heart. Unlike these Jounin's thoughts, other candidates are full of horror, even fear. Uchiha Sasuke covered his neck with one hand, looked at the plain-faced Yagyu with horrified eyes, and secretly said, hide, you can't hide, damn it. Although he has no personal experience, Uchiha Sasuke still has to admit that he can't dodge Yagyu's quick and concise sword now, even if he turns on the Sharingan. Because that sword has no chakra at all, and it is neither a ninja jutsu is not an illusion, it is a sword technique that is the same as taijutsu. Even if his eyes can see clearly, he can't react at all. Damn it! It's only been 4 months, is the gap so big? A strong sense of unwillingness surges up Uchiha Sasuke's heart. Little did he know that Yagyu's true strength would make him despair. If he knew that the only shadow clones he had fought against in the past few years, he would feel endless shame. Uzumaki Ming people don't have such complicated thoughts as Uchiha Sasuke. He just simply sighed at Yagyu's power. So powerful, this guy Yagyu. Moonlight Hayate watched Yagyu go to the second floor, with a hint of shock and confusion in his eyes. He was also good at swordsmanship, and Moonlight Hayate was more able to appreciate the power of Yagyu's sword. It was flawless, simple, and deadly. But his sword did not hit the target. There is no trace of chakra. What kind of wrist strength can cut off a person's ribs? How much power does he contain under his thin appearance? Moonlight Hayate, who doesn't know how everything breathes, is puzzled, but he doesn't forget it. Shouting, medical team, please come and save people. A few medical ninjas in white came with a stretcher to take away the red copper armor. But they were already late, or it didn't matter whether they came or not. His ribs were cut off, and his internal organs had been punctured when he fell to the ground. Unless he has amazing medical skills, there is no way he can snatch his soul back from the hands of the god of death. Even if he survives by chance, he will never be a ninja in the future. In full view of everyone, Yagyu walked up to the second floor and came to Hinata. Next to me. On the screen below, the draw for the second round of the showdown began. Uchiha Sasuke vs Koizumi Ryota. Seeing the name on the screen, Koizumi Ryota's face suddenly turned pale. It was precisely because of Inuzuka Kiba, one of the 2 lucky ones who successfully graduated, a member of Class 9. Seeing that he was matched with the second place in the school, he felt a sense of despair. Even if he was matched with Kankuro and Tamari, he would not be so desperate. Because of 6 years of subtle training, they couldn't beat the school's top student and second-place student. Although his opponent made him feel desperate, he still had no choice but to go on. This was a meaningless battle. Although Uchiha Sasuke, at this time, he was tortured by the curse seal of heaven. He could not open the Sharingan, and it was not something that Koizumi Ryota could defeat. He easily defeated Koizumi Ryota in a few seconds, and Uchiha Sasuke was taken away by Kakashi, and then pretended Orochimaru, who became the sound ninja Murakami, also left quietly. The next battle seemed to be back on track. The third duel, Abarameshino vs Sak. Sak is one of the 3 members of the sound ninja, and his ability is a sky-cutting wave that can destroy rocks. However, due to the special device on his arm, Abarameshino's insects were completely defeated, and Abarameshino won. However, the 4th duel went off the original track again. The name on the screen, it made Yagyu slightly narrow his eyes. Hinata vs Ken Mizumi. Ken Mitsumi is the companion of red copper armor and one of Yakushi Kabuto's other 2 companions. What makes Yagyu care about is not him as a person, but that Hinata is a match. Go to him. What's going on? From the coincidental duels in the original work, it is not difficult to see that there are people behind this screen operating in secret. Shouldn't Hinata face off against Taiga Neji and let the 3rd Hokage take the opportunity to take a look at the strength of the clan and branch families of this generation of the Hyuga clan? But, this is fine. Hinata has followed him for many years, and her strength is much stronger than in the original work, but Yagyu knows very well that her strength is still not what he realized. the opponent of Hinata Neji in heaven. Yagyu doesn't want Hinata to be harmed, otherwise he will really be unable to help but go berserk. Knowing that in the later ninja world, the power is cross-dimensional, Yagyu would rather Hinata be a vase for him to protect. I don't want her to go out and fight for the rest of my life. The battle between Hinata and Kenmaizumi was also meaningless. Jian Michin's skill is the soft body technique, and every part of the body can be freely expanded and contracted. But he encountered the soft fist that restrained him the most. If Hinata is matched with Hyaga Neji, maybe because of the relationship between cousins, her kind character will not be able to exert her full strength. At least she will not be as ruthless as Hyaga Neji in the original work. In vivo. But her opponent is Kenmaizumi, who is a companion with her favorite Yagyu-kun, the one who was seriously injured before. This battle is also a battle of revenge. Hinata, who regards Yagyu as her own will never allow herself to embarrass Yagyu here. The Byakugan of the Zong family has 360-degree vision with no blind spots, as well as skilled bagua and 64 palms, acupuncture skills trained on Yagyu for many years, and chakra control for climbing trees and treading water. In just 2 moves, Hinata defeated Kenmaizumi. The bagua air palm hit the running Jian Michin, and he instantly came and used the 64 bagua palm, driving chakra into Jian Michin's body. While causing internal injuries, it also blocked the flow of his chakra, directly vomiting blood and falling to the ground. This result made many people pay attention to Hinata. I didn't expect this weak girl to be so powerful. Especially the 9 strong men in the same class, they couldn't believe that Hinata, who had had a very weak presence in the past 6 years, was so strong. Even Hinata Neji, who had always hated her, was slightly surprised. That timid and weak eldest lady who can't even defeat her own sister actually has such strength? Is it because of him? From the corner of his eye, Hinata Neji glanced at Yagyu without leaving any trace, and said to himself slightly. Yagyu didn't notice Hinata Neji's gaze. He looked at Hinata who had returned victoriously and praised with a smile. Hinata, you did a great job. Hinata smiled shyly, feeling elated. As a result, all members of Class 8 passed the elimination round and qualified for the 3rd exam. This result made Yui Kurene's smile become even brighter. Next is the 4th 5 rounds, Harino Sakura vs Yamanaka Ino. The fight between these 2 girls, who have known each other since childhood and turned from best friends to rivals, is not interesting at all. The only highlight is probably Ino Yamanaka's heart-turning technique. Inoka Butterfly is known as the strongest combination in Konaha is because of their unique secret techniques. But they must act together to be the strongest combination. For example, in the original work, the new generation Ino Shikacha and Kakashi killed Kakuzu and dismember Haiden. If it weren't for Kakuju's several hearts, their plan would definitely be able to kill the immortal combination. However, after this combination was separated, except for the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique and their clan's brains, the other 2 were not afraid. Among them the Yamanaka clan, which the Ino, deer, and butterflies are responsible for assisting, is even more miserable without the other 2 clans. Just like the original work, due to Harino Sakura's second personality, Yamanaka Ino's heart-turning technique fails, and the 2 fight like ordinary girls. In the end, after a draw, both of them were disqualified from participating in the 3rd exam. The duel in the 6th round was Temari vs Tenten. This was a completely restrained battle. Facing Temari's wind-release Kamamatake, Tenten had no chance of winning. Temari won. The 7th game was Nara Shikamaru vs Jin. Jin is the female of the 3 sound ninjas. She is good at using bells and senbon to make people fall into her own illusions. But facing the appearance of laziness, in fact she was defeated by Nara Shikamaru, who was extremely smart. In the 8th round, it was Uzumaki Naruto vs Inuzuka Kiba. Yagyu was amazed by the aura of the Child of Destiny. Uzumaki Naruto's current strength was too unbearable in Yagyu's eyes. It caught my eye. With only one move of multiple shadow clones, there are many people here who can defeat him. But no one dares to imagine that this person will be able to defeat Hyaga Neji a month later, and he also defeated the tail Jinchuriki Gaara. As the plot progresses, Uzumaki Naruto may not improve in strength for a long time, but every time he improves, it is to a very astonishing degree. Just like the original work, Uzumaki Naruto he exerted his aura of being the most unexpected, and a fart greatly damaged Inuzuka Kiba, who had a sensitive sense of smell. He was then knocked to the ground by the coordinated attacks of him and his shadow clone. Uzumaki Naruto won. In the 9th round, it was Hinata Neji vs Komatsu Mika. Komatsu Mika was the only female in Class 9. When she saw her opponent was Hyaga Neji, she directly chose to abstain. Class 9 became the first class to have all members eliminated. 10th, the first round is Gaara vs Rock Lee. This is the most exciting battle. Lee's 8-gate dungeon is also the method that Yagyu is most afraid of at the moment. He is not afraid of elites like Zabuza Mamakai and Kakashi at all. Shinobu, and even killed them with confidence. But the only ones he was afraid of were Taijutsu masters like Xiaoli and Metkai. Their speed was too fast. Yagyu's speed was so fast that he could predict it with his sight and color, but his body was very it is difficult to react. If there is no 8-door dungeon, then Xiaoli has nothing to fear. His armed color and domineering spirit can definitely defend against his kicks. But after opening the 8-door dungeon, Xiaoli's strength and speed, even Yagyu didn't dare to underestimate him. Getting punched is no joke. It seems that I need to carry weight to improve my teleportation technique. Looking at Xiaoli below who was punching and kicking Gaara, Yagyu secretly thought. The result of this battle was the same as in the original work. After Xiaoli opened the fifth door and defeated Urarenka, he was exhausted and was still a little bit beaten. Gaara, who had the remaining strength, used the sand coffin to twist off his hands and feet, and then Metkai intervened to end the battle. Gaara won. The 11th round was Toss vs Akimichi Koji. Toss was the strongest of the three ninjas. He is good at using sound waves as weapons. There was no suspense in this battle. Toss easily defeated Akimichi Koji. In the 12th round, Kankuro had no opponent and became the lucky one to get a bye. So, the candidates for the third exam have been confirmed. They are the following 11 people. Yuzuki Yagyu, Sasuke Uchiha, Shino Ibarame, Hinata, Temari, Shikamaru Nara, Naruto Uzumaki, Neji Hyuga, and Gaara, Toss, Kankuro. After the elimination round, the 11 victorious candidates, except Uchiha Sasuke, gathered in the hall again. Seeing that 6 of the 10 people were Konaha ninjas, the third Hokage was filled with relief. Holding a pipe and puffing away smoke, the third Hokage said first of all, congratulations to you for successfully passing the elimination of the third exam. Next, I will explain to you the content of the third exam. After hearing his words, the candidates who felt extremely tired all became nervous and stared at the third Hokage with serious expressions. Relax, I'm not asking you to start the third exam right away. The third Hokage first consoled himself, and then said just as Hayate said, the third test will show everyone's battle to the audience, so there can't be a protracted battle. We need to pass the elimination round just now to select those who can, representing elites from various countries. In order to be fair and just, and to allow you to show your strength without reservation, the official competition of the third exam will start in 1 month. The third Hokage continued in the next month. It doesn't matter whether you use it to improve your strength or collect intelligence. Then, I won't waste everyone's time. But before disbanding, please draw lots and know your opponents in advance. After the words fell, the examiner of the second exam, Mitarashi Anko, held a box and walked out from behind the third Hokage. Each of you, go to the box held by Anko and draw a lot, starting from the first one. After listening to the words of the third Hokage, Yagyu, who was the first to pass the elimination round, stood up, walked to Anko, put his hand in the box, and took out a random note. Opening the folded note, Yagyu looked at the one in front of him. Hongdu said I am no one. The word one seems to have always been with Yagyu. When he was a child, he was always the first to be called out for random assessments. He was also the first to be called in the Taijutsu showdown with Hinata. His ranking has always been the top student, and he was the first in the knockout competition just now. 1. And now, in the official match of the third exam, he actually drew number 1 again. If he remembered correctly, in the original work, Uzumaki Naruto seemed to have drawn number 1. Could it be that? An idea just emerged. The next scene confirmed Yagyu's suspicion. After 2 or 3 people finished drawing, Hinata Neji walked out, took out a piece of paper from the box, opened it, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and turned to look at Yagyu and said I am number 2. Hinata opened her beautiful eyes slightly. Yagyu-kun's opponent is Brother Neji. Yagyu was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that he would steal Sasuke Uchiha's opponent in the knockout round, and Naruto Uzumaki's opponent in the official match. But, it was just right. His red eyes looked at Hinata Neji with a cold look, and Yagyu said lightly. He gently patted Hinata's shoulder and said, you can go smoke it too. The 10 people were drawn one after another, and the last lot went to Uchiha Sasuke. The order of the official match was soon decided. The first match, Yagyu Yuzuki vs Hyuga Neji. The second match, Uchiha Sasuke vs Gai Ai Luo. The third game, Ibarame Shino vs Kankuro. The fourth game, Temari vs Nara Shikamaru. The fifth game, Uzumaki Naruto vs Toss. The sixth game, Hyuga Hinata. Bye. After the order was announced, the third Hokage then the 10 candidates were dismissed on the spot. Class 8 walked towards the transfer room. Yagyu looked at Hinata and smiled and said Hinata, you are lucky. Hinata smiled shyly and responded carefully with her face flushed. Ui Kurane had already left after the elimination round. So, after the 8th class teleported outside the 44th training ground, they disbanded. Yagyu and Hinata, as always, divided the work and cooperated. One went home to wash the rice and cook, while the other went to buy vegetables. 40 minutes later, in the kitchen of the Yagyu family, Yagyu held a kitchen knife in his hand, cutting the meat into thin slices while pretending to sigh with regret. Oh, I really wish I could go back to 5 days ago. Hinata seemed to hear the meaning of Yagyu's words. Her face turned slightly red, and she whispered with some reluctance actually, me too. Putting the meat on the plate, Yagyu washed his hands, dried them and walked behind Hinata. He held the girl's waist with both hands and rested his chin on her shoulder. He felt the girl's gradually warming skin with his face. Yagyu whispered softly, ask tomorrow we go to Teacher Hong to help us apply for a task and travel for a month. How about it? Hinata's eyes showed a trace of expectation and hesitation, and she said with some emotion, isn't this bad? Moreover, if my father knew that I passed the elimination round, he would definitely not let me leave the village. When she said the last sentence, Hinata's tone was full of disappointment. During the 5 days she lived with Yagyu, although the things at night were very embarrassing, she liked Yagyu very much who said sweet words at night. If possible, she also wants to travel with Yagyu. But just like what she said, if Hinata Hisatsu knows that she has passed the elimination round and will appear in the official match of the third exam, it is very likely that she will restrict her life and even not allow her go out. Because even if her strength is not as good as that of her sister who is 5 years younger than her, she is also the daughter of the Hyuga clan, so she can never embarrass the Hyuga clan. She may be given strict training. Yagyu played with Bayu's palm. After a slight pause, he said in a disappointed tone, "Is this so? It's a pity?" Hinata raised her hand unbearably, pressed it on the back of Yagyu's hand through the apron, and suggested, "How about I tell my father that I have a bye and see if he will allow me to come out?" Yagyu smiled slightly, pecked Hinata's side face, and comforted, "It's okay, we still have a long time. After the Chunin exams, we will travel together. In the future, we will travel the ninja world together, okay? Aha." After listening to Yagyu's words, Hinata subconsciously painted those beautiful pictures in her mind and nodded repeatedly. 5 days flew by. For the candidates who are going to take part in the third formal exam, these 5 days and the next month are so urgent, and they will definitely race against time to practice. But for Yagyu, it was a rare few days in which he felt unhappy in recent years. The reason is that Hinata hasn't come over these days. She was really right. After Hinata learned that she passed the elimination round, he restricted her daily life and rarely conducted strict training for this eldest daughter who should have been given up by him. As a result, Yagyu, who had been taken care of by Hinata for several years, suddenly felt very uncomfortable without Hinata around. Yagyu, who usually made breakfast for him and lunch together with Hinata, saw that Hinata couldn't go out and didn't bother to eat at home. "I was not even in the mood to meditate in the dozen. After 2 years, I came to the waterfall area outside the village again. Hua hua. The waterfall flew down from the top of the cliff, and the water slapped the boulders. The splashing water droplets were as fine as smoke and dust, like a downpour, falling on a figure sitting cross-legged on the water. Listening to the sound of the waterfall coming from behind, Yagyu Tazan sat cross-legged on the water, calm, with long silver hair shawl vertically, and a few bunches of bangs on his forehead, sticking to his forehead and face. The figure exudes a touch of melancholy nobility. This beautiful picture, like a scroll, made several women who came to the waterfall in groups to play in the water, unable to bear to disturb this noble young man who was immersed in the world of Swordsman. At the same time, it also attracted the attention of a legendary ninja who followed those women. Hey, lustful immortal, why did you bring me here? I also want to practice my psychic skills. Uzumaki Naruto said dissatisfiedly as he looked at Jiraiya who was about to peek again. Jiraiya looked at the leaving little ladies through a hole in the bush, his eyes were slightly disappointed, and then his eyes lit up again, said perfunctorily, "Yeah, then you can practice here and don't disturb me. Real." Seeing such irresponsible Jiraiya, Uzumaki Naruto had no choice but to do anything. Jiraiya didn't care about Uzumaki Naruto, because his attention was attracted by the figure under the waterfall. He clicked his tongue and said in wonder, "It's amazing, it's amazing. I haven't been back for so many years, but this generation of the village actually showed up like this. An outstanding new generation. There's nothing special about treading water. Sitting on the water is nothing special. Any elite genin or Chunin can master this technique. What is truly remarkable is the momentum mixed with the noble temperament. Just like the Haki in the pirate world, there is also Haki in the Naruto world. As in the original work, Uchiha Sasuke was frightened by the murderous aura of Mamakai Zabuza, the cage-level murderous aura of Orochimaru, and later the aura of Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama. The more powerful a person is, the more able he is to initially identify the opponent's strength from his aura. A legendary Chunin like Jiraiya could naturally see at a glance that Yagyu's noble temperament contained an extremely sharp sword intent. That's why he praised him like this. Although Konaha is known as the cradle of genius, most geniuses were born during war. A genius who has not been baptized by blood cannot stimulate that potential at all. Even Uchiha Itachi only saw the cruelty of the Third Ninja World War before he could think like the Hokage, thinking about war and the meaning of life, and then experiencing the death of his teammates and close friends, from opening his eyes to the Mangekyou non. Except for Jinhuriki, the geniuses who graduated from the peace era were at most as strong as Uchiha Sasuke. That's why Jiraiya was amazed. But the next scene made him change from surprise to shock. I saw that after Yagyu meditated for a long time, he exited the state of Swordsman and slowly stood up. Turning around and looking at the pouring waterfall, Yagyu held the hairband around his wrist, tied his long silver hair into a single ponytail, and placed his right hand on the handle of the sword at his waist. Call out, call out, call out, swish. The next moment, Yagyu's figure suddenly disappeared. An afterimage soared up, stepped on the waterfall to the top of the cliff, and climbed up in an instant. Every time the afterimage freezes in a certain position, a dazzling silver light will explode out. After a few blinks, Yagyu's figure stood on the cliff. The waterfall below him stood still, as if time had stood still. Immediately afterwards, the silver-white waterfall broke into several pieces. Boom boom. A sound like the bursting of a dam, roaring up. What happened? This sound startled Uzumaki Naruto who was behind Jiraiya. He looked left and right, but did not see Jiraiya in front of him, who had a stunned expression. The waterfall had returned to its original state, and Yagyu's figure also appeared. Has disappeared. But the shock left by Yagyu made Jiraiya, the legendary ninja, remember him. After a long time, Jiraiya came back to his senses and exclaimed, such sword skills, is this really what a kid can do? And except for the instant body technique, there is actually no fluctuation of chakra. How powerful is the impact of the waterfall? Even an adult can be crushed to the ground by passing by. No matter how superb your sword skills are, unless the weapon has the property of chakra transmission and masters the changes in the properties of wind chakra, otherwise there was no way to cut off the waterfall. That brat just drew his sword and cut the waterfall into several pieces. Without any chakra, even the warriors of the Iron Kingdom and Heitake Sakumo couldn't do it. That young face flashed through his mind, and Jiraiya suddenly turned around and looked at Uzumaki Naruto, asking Naruto, are there any genin in your generation who are good at swordsmanship? A genin who is good at swordsmanship? Yes, and he is super awesome. Uzumaki Naruto subconsciously recalled the sword that Yagyu used to kill the red copper armor in an instant, and he said with interest, luxury immortal, let me tell you, Yagyu's sword skills are really amazing. We can't even see how he drew his sword. Even before he could see clearly, his opponent had already fallen. Yagyu? This should be a surname, so unfamiliar. Jiraiya frowned slightly and said to himself, a civilian genius. Another 15 days passed. In the past half-month, Yagyu's life seemed to have returned to before he met Hinata. Every day is spent in daily tasks, sword meditation, and spiritual enlightenment. Nearly 3 months have passed since the first B-level mission. Together with the 3 rain ninjas killed by Yagyu, the sound ninja spy red copper armor, and Hawkeye's inheritance template, the progress has been unlocked to 52.2%. Unknowingly, Yagyu had comprehended more than half of Hawkeye's kendo life. The power of Hawkeye in the spiritual world is already very terrifying. But it's still not the realm of a great swordsman. Because from the perspective of Hawkeye, Yagyu didn't hear the breath of all things that covered most of the leaves in that moment. Yagyu is not in a hurry. It takes a long time to break through the bottleneck. There are still 5 years until the 4th Ninja War. Even if he does nothing, just by completing daily tasks, the inheritance can be unlocked to more than 80%. At 80% progress, Hawkeye must be as powerful as a great swordsman. As long as he once again realizes the realm of the great swordsman, Yagyu believes that he will be able to increase his listening range to the breath of all things to that level. By then, he will be a great swordsman. Back to business. Without Hinata's company, although Yagyu devoted all his time to training, he did not spend much time on daily tasks, sword meditation, and spiritual enlightenment. Therefore, Yagyu spent more time to increase the speed of the teleportation technique. After seeing the 8-gate dungeon, Yagyu found his own flaw, speed. The swordsman's physique is not strong, and Yagyu has no special physique. Although the armed Haki has improved his defense and strength, as long as the opponent's speed and strength surpass his own body reaction, it will be equivalent to blocking Yagyu's swordsmanship. Just like he blocked Yui Hong's genjutsu, and blocked Zabuza Momokai sword skills and ninjutsu. Although he had never experienced it before, Yagyu knew that Kurane Yui and Zabuza Momokai must have felt very suffocated at that time. Although there are very few taijutsu masters in the Naruto world, and the strongest modern 4th generation Reikage, Metkai, and Senjutsu Nade, 2 of them are from Konaha and may never fight each other in this life. But now that Yagyu has found his own shortcomings, he must try his best to make up for them. He doesn't want his weakness to be exploited by others one day. Therefore, Yagyu spent this month climbing trees and treading water every day with heavy weights, and then practiced the teleportation technique with heavy weights. Once you get used to the weight, start bearing weight on one leg. If one foot is heavy and the other is light, the body is out of balance. Especially when climbing trees and treading water, you need to concentrate on gathering chakra. If you don't control the chakra well, you will easily fail. Not to mention using the instant body technique. However, once you get used to it, your body's responsiveness will improve, making instant movements more natural. Yagyu is all about exercising the subconscious mind of the body. With Yagyu's rare hard training, the 1-month deadline passed quickly. A month can't make a person much stronger. Even Yagyu only increased the speed of the teleportation technique. But only this generation of Asura and Indra's chakra reincarnation have rapidly increased in strength. Today, the atmosphere in Konaha is extremely lively, like a festival. Many spectators who joined in the fun had already gathered at the examination venue early. In the daytime sky, fireworks exploded into dim clouds, announcing the start of the official Chunin examination. In the morning, Yagyu and Hinata finally met again after being separated for a month. When she first met Yagyu, Hinata was so shy that she couldn't help but throw herself into his arms, showing her longing for him. A month is actually not that long, but for 2 people who have been together for 6 years and are almost inseparable, it is a very painful time. Before going out, Yagyu bullied Hinata for a long time. It was rare for Hinata to respond enthusiastically and proactively. The skin of Yinhong's lips was almost bitten off. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Yagyu felt that Hinata had grown up. Ruzu's collarbone is no longer slightly bulging, but has gained a considerable shape. But when he thought of Hinata's astonishing fruitfulness 3 years later, Yagyu became slightly enlightened. You should really grow up. After sitting in the room with Hinata for a long time, Yagyu and the others just dressed up and walked out of the house. By the time Yagyu and Hinata arrived at the venue, the 11 candidates who had passed the elimination round, except Uchiha Sasuke and Toss, had all arrived, including Uzumaki Naruto, who was almost late in the original work. Seeing Yagyu's figure, Gaara immediately cast a look full of murderous intent towards him. Hinata Neji also had hostile eyes. As if he didn't see it, Yagyu stood in the line with Hinata. Little did they know that their figures standing shoulder to shoulder attracted the attention of the two people in the audience. "Father, why did my sister come here with that person?" Hinata Hanabi asked with doubtful eyes. "Didn't my sister go out very early? Why are you here now?" Hinata did not answer, but looked at Yagyu below with a slight frown. In his mind, the news reported to him by the servants in recent years appeared in his mind. Hinata seemed to go out often, even on vacation, rarely at home. Hinata, who focused all his attention on Hinata Hanabi, didn't pay too much attention at first, because he knew that his daughter's character, her character, and talent were not suitable for the clan. As long as she was not outside, corrupting Hinata the reputation of the clan, Hyaga Hayashi didn't care. Now it seems, things don't seem to be that simple. Hayagahizu was silent and looked down seriously. Yagyu didn't know that he was noticed by Hayagahizu. The time for the exam to start came soon. Seeing that Uchiha Sasuke hadn't arrived yet, the examiner in charge of the third formal exam, Shiranui Genma, who was once one of the fourth Hokage's bodyguards, took it out of his trouser pocket. A piece of paper, visually looking at the 9 candidates in front of him, said, "The time has come. Let me repeat to you what this round of competition is about. Due to special reasons, the order of the battle list has changed a little. Hyaga Hinata, who was supposed to have a bye, will replace Toss in the 5th round and will be changed to Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyaga Hinata." But teacher, Sasuke hasn't come yet." After listening to Shiranui Genma's words, although he didn't know what happened to Toss, Uzumaki Naruto said anxiously. Shiranui Genma bit his 1,000 books and said calmly, "Whether you come or not is none of my business. What's up? Have you read the battle form clearly?" After reading it, except for Yuzuki Yagyu and Neji Hinata in the first round, everyone went to the waiting room to wait. The 9 candidates, except Yagyu and Hyaga Neji, all dispersed immediately. Even Uzumaki Naruto, who wanted to delay Uchiha Sasuke, had no choice but to leave. Soon, only Yagyu and Hyaga were left on the field. Hinata Neji, and the examiner Shiranui Genma. In the audience, Hinata looked at the 2 people below and said, "Hanabi, watch carefully next. Neji's talent is far above your sister. He is perfect. A genius who inherited the bloodline limits of the Hyaga clan." "Yes." Hyaga Hanabi responded quickly, but most of her eyes were on Yagyu. Compared to Hinata Neji, she was more curious about this young man who entered the scene with her sister. "It's great. I didn't expect to see the Hyaga clan fighting in the first scene. That's Hyaga Neji, right? A long time ago, he was praised as a genius ninja. Who is the silver-haired guy opposite him? It's so pitiful." "Yes, fighting against Hyaga Neji is such a sad thing." Before the battle even started, the audience began to talk. Many people looked at Yagyu with pity, and the words in their mouth seemed to have seen Yagyu's defeat. Don't blame them for thinking this way. After Uchiha, who was known as the strongest in the ninja world, was destroyed, the Hyaga clan became the strongest family in Konaha. Hyaga Neji's reputation as a genius had already spread during the ninja school. And although these civilians don't know much about ninjas, they also know how big the gap is between ninjas with blood inheritance limits and without blood inheritance limits. Hyaga Neji seemed to be full of confidence. He opened his eyes, and the temple veins on both sides of his eyes bulged. He put on the starting position of the soft boxing technique. He stared at Yagyu and said, "Draw the sword. I will give you the sword that you gave me a month ago. The shame I brought will be repaid twice as much." "Ha, what are you talking about?" Lu Sheng showed a surprised look, then smiled disdainfully and said with contempt in his eyes, "You alone are worthy of letting me draw my sword." Ignoring Hinata Neji, who felt humiliated by his words, Yagyu took out a black cloth belt from his arms, looked at Hinata Neji with a cold expression, and said with still contempt, "Speaking of which, you and Hinata, they seem to be cousins. For the sake of your relationship with Hinata, I will give you a pair of eyes and a knife." After finishing speaking, Yagyu tied the cloth strips over his eyes, then took out the red paper umbrella he carried on his back, and said to Hinata Neji, "I hope your soft fists can make me feel a little pressure. Is this guy serious?" Seeing Yagyu's behavior in his eyes, Shiranui Genma's eyes finally showed a hint of surprise. Even he was like this, let alone those in the audience. What happened to that silver-haired guy? Why did he tie his eyes? Could it be that he is preparing to perform some kind of special perception technique? The third Hokage at the Hokage's table, and the fourth Kazekage disguised as Orochimaru, seemed to have heard Yagyu's words and made their own comments. "Konaha is truly the cradle of genius. I haven't seen such a confident young genius in a long time," the fourth Kazekage praised. The third Hokage nodded with a smile and said he is not nervous at all, which proves that he is not bluffing. "I am also looking forward to his next performance." Others may think that Yagyu's actions are arrogant, but a shadow-level powerhouse will never have such thoughts. Yagyu's aura explains everything. However, Yagyu's behavior has caused great harm to Hyaga Neji. It was a huge humiliation. Hyaga Neji's eyes were filled with coldness. He looked at Yagyu, who had his eyes tied and held a paper umbrella. He didn't take him seriously. He suddenly looked at Shiranui Genma next to him and asked, "Can I kill him?" Shiranui Genma said calmly, "Whatever." After receiving the answer, Hyaga Neji looked at Yagyu Sheng and said coldly, "In that case, then go die with your arrogance." Yagyu didn't say anything. He rotated the paper umbrella in his hand like a stick. His other hand moved toward Hinata Neji and hooked his index finger. "Call out." Without any nonsense, Hyaga Neji turned into an afterimage and rushed towards Yagyu. The palm of his bandaged right hand struck towards Yagyu. Faced with his sharp and rapid attack, Yagyu stayed still. When the palm of his hand was about to hit, it stopped motionless. The reason was that Yagyu's left hand had been raised at some point, and the entire wrist was covered with a layer of black material. The speed of raising his hand was as fast as that of Neji. Neither his white eyes nor Shiranui Genma's eyesight could see clearly. Such a terrifying reaction scared Hinata Neji's pupils to shrink, and he subconsciously wanted to fight back with his left hand. Bang! Vomit. But before his instinct could respond, a huge force fell on his stomach. I saw a red paper umbrella stabbing his stomach. The huge force coming from nowhere made his mouth slightly open and he almost foamed at the mouth. Then, a footprint enlarged in his eyes. The hand that grabbed his wrist used strength to pull. Yagyu jumped, and the sole of his showed foot landed directly on Hinata Neji's face, kicking him away. Grabbing his wrist, stabbing him in the stomach, and kicking him away, these three actions were all connected and took place in only 3 seconds. It was still done with Yagyu's eyes tied. Seeing Hinata Neji being kicked away, the originally lively and noisy atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. Liar, liar, right. Okay, awesome. Even though his eyes were tied, he could still react like that. That silver-haired guy is so awesome. I remembered, silver hair and red eyes, that silver-haired guy seemed to be the chief student of my daughter's class. After the atmosphere fell into a brief silence, an even more intense commotion broke out. Nothing can stimulate the emotions of these audiences more than visual enjoyment. However, compared with those civilians who had little knowledge, the ninjas present had their own feelings. Shiranui Genma looked at Yagyu's restored white palms, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said secretly, "What on earth is that black substance?" Such a powerful perception. It doesn't matter if you tie your eyes or not. The fourth Kaze Cage exclaimed, "If you guessed correctly, it should be a visual perception. Is it some kind of special blood inheritance limit?" "No, it is not the limit of blood inheritance." The third Hokage shook his head and said, "He is just a genin born as a commoner." "That's so dazzling." The fourth Kaze Cage continued to praise. Orochimaru had seen Yagyu's sword drawing technique, and knew that his strength was more than that. Hinata Hanabi looked at Hinata Hinashi. Her young and cute face was full of surprise. "Father, sir. Keep reading." Hyaga Hayashi's expression remained unchanged. His eyes kept staring at Yagyu. "Impossible." Hyaga Neji, who was kicked away by Yagyu, stood up slowly, with a footprint on his face full of horror and disbelief, and shouted loudly, "The gap can't be so big. Why is it impossible?" Yagyu continued to spin the paper umbrella. His eyes seemed to be staring at Hinata Neji through the black cloth, and said flatly, "You should be lucky. I rarely take it seriously, and you are one of the few opponents that I take seriously." Shiranui Genma, who was watching, twitched his mouth slightly. "Your attitude doesn't show any seriousness at all, okay? Hateful? Boo-hoo-hoo." Hinata Neji's face turned red for a while, and he took out several shurikens from his ninja bag with both hands, and threw them towards Yagyu. "What's wrong with you? As a genius of the Hyaga clan, shouldn't he fight me in close combat? Or are you scared?" Yagyu mocked while holding the paper umbrella and gently swiping it. Swish. The red light flashed away, and all the thrown shurikens were shot down and broken into 2 halves. After colliding with the sharp shuriken, the paper umbrella was not damaged at all. This scene made Shiranui Genma's pupils shrink again. That's right. That layer of black substance can increase the strength and hardness of the human body and weapons. Soft boxing technique bag was 64 palms. At this time, a low voice suddenly came to Yagyu's ears. Just when he shot down the shuriken, Hinata Neji was approaching again. Under the darkness with the cloth blocking his sight, a gossip array looming. 2 palms, phew. The sound of fingertips breaking through the air resounded to the sky. Snapped. It's a pity that Hyaga Neji didn't know how familiar Yagyu was with the 64 bagua palms. When the palms were still more than 10 centimeters away from the acupuncture points in front of him, Yagyu raised his arms and wrapped them around them. The back of his domineering left hand hit Hinata Neji's wrist, and the strong force knocked away the palm of his finger aimed at the acupuncture point. 4 palms? Call out. Hinata Neji felt a pain in his wrist, but still refused to give up and continued to strike with his other hand. Bang! Vomit. A familiar voice sounded, and Hinata Neji's eyes widened, his mouth opened wide, and saliva gushed out. The body that was hit by the knee bent down and fell to his knees on the ground. Holding his stomach with both hands, the intense pain made his whole body twitch. Yagyu attacked him so fast that he didn't even have time to use Kaiden. Because just like Yagyu said, he became serious. Even without the use of a sword, Yagyu is extremely powerful, relying on his 2-color haki. Among his peers, the only one who could make him feel threatened was Li Lianhua, who was behind Xiao Li's 5th door. Even Gaara, Yagyu didn't take him seriously. When he got serious, just like before, he completely crushed Hinata Neji. The reason why he was so serious was because he wanted to teach Hinata Neji an impressive lesson. "I didn't use a knife because I was worried that I might kill him accidentally. Although he didn't like Hinata Neji's attitude, he was Hinata's cousin and Hinata's guilt-ridden nephew. Yagyu will definitely marry Hinata in the future, and he doesn't want to have too much trouble with the Hyuga clan. Moreover, Hyuga Neji's nature was not bad, but the death of Hinata Hisashi left a knot in his heart that he could not untie. However, knowing the reason for Hinata Neji's hatred, Yagyu had no intention of helping to mediate. He is not a child of destiny like Uzumaki Naruto, and he is not good at using words as weapons. Ahem, failure, is this my fate? After a long time, Hyuga Neji finally relieved the severe pain and slowly stood up from the ground. He saw that Yagyu no longer looked confident and angry, although there was still a trace of unwillingness. But it was as if he had accepted his fate. No intention to fight. Yagyu took off the cloth and nodded yes, anyone who fights against me will have this fate. Fate, is it really already determined? Hyuga Neji laughed miserably. Don't get me wrong, the reason why my fate is like this is just because I am too powerful. Yagyu said. He looked at Hinata Neji's confused expression and suddenly asked, want to see my measure? What? Under Hyuga Neji's puzzled gaze, Yagyu tied the paper umbrella behind his back, put his right hand on the handle of the knife at his waist, his eyes swept across Hinata Neji's face, and then fixed on the high wall far behind him. Superior. Tighten your nerves and remember to dodge, don't die. Swish. The words of reminder fell, and a dazzling bolt, like lightning rolling in thunderclouds, shined to the sky. Boom. A dark red sword energy about 17 or 18 meters high, like a surging tsunami, flooded the eyes of Hyuga Neji and Shiranui Genma, roaring with suffocating power. Boom. The sword energy, 17 to 8 meters high and 5 to 6 meters wide, was like an angry giant elephant, crushing the earth violently. The dark red light flooded in, and the strong sense of crisis, coupled with Yagyu's reminder just now, made Hinata Neji and Shiranui Genma threw themselves to the side in embarrassment. As soon as their figures escaped from the range covered by the sword energy, a terrifying wave of energy blew them away. The sword energy carried the terrifying wave of energy and fell on the ground. It tore a trace several meters wide and deep, spread for hundreds of meters, and hit the huge wall more than 10 meters high. The entire venue shook. A thick dust mist filled the air. When the sword energy and dust mist dissipated, in front of where Yagyu was facing, the entire venue was suddenly divided into two. The huge wall had been cut off, and you could even see the village outside the venue. This scene shocked the entire audience. But unlike those civilians who were purely frightened, those ninjas were horrified and shocked. Are you kidding me? Is that kind of slashing possible with sword skills? Is there a limit to blood inheritance? No, even if it is the blood inheritance limit, it is not so exaggerated. Who is that silver-haired boy? He is not a genin at all, that is not something a genin can do. The voice of losing control of emotions echoed everywhere. Just like Yuhahi Kurane and Mamakai Zabuza were shocked when they first saw the 4 to 5 meter high slash, those ninjas simply couldn't accept it when they saw the 17-8 meter high sword energy. Even the third Hokage and the fourth Kaze Kage disguised as Orochimaru were so shocked that they stood up, their eyes full of horror. There was no chakra fluctuation in that slash, but it was undoubtedly the power of S-level ninjutsu. The fourth Kazakuge's voice had a hint of vibrato. The hand of the third Hokage holding the pipe trembled slightly. 12-year-old Kage level. S-level ninjutsu, known as the secret level ninjutsu, is not something that can definitely be learned no matter how much talent and effort you put in. Super ninjutsu. Any ninja, once he masters this level of ninjutsu, has the power to threaten the shadow. And Yagyu's slash just now clearly had the power of S-level ninjutsu, even surpassing Kakashi's S-level rakery. The momentum has vaguely formed the prototype of a shadow level. 12-year-old movie level? What a terrifying existence. A 12-year-old Kage was born in a peaceful era. At this moment, the Sound Ninja and Sand Ninja, who were hidden in the venue and prepared for war, looked at Yagyu Shang with undisguised murderous intent. Hinata Neji slumped on the ground in embarrassment, looking at the powerless mark on the ground and the high wall, his face pale. Yagyu sheathed his sword and pointed at the sword mark several meters wide and deep on the ground. This chasm is the gap between you and me. Hyuga Neji did not speak because he was so frightened that he could not speak at all. I used to be like you, thinking that my destiny was to be ordinary for the rest of my life. After all, I am different from you geniuses who have the limit of blood inheritance. I am born as a commoner. Yagyu looked at the frightened Hinata Neji and said slowly, but I thought of the fourth Hokage, the legendary ninja who saved the village. It is said that he was also born as a commoner, so why could he break his fate, become the golden shining star in the ninja world, and become the fourth Hokage, but I couldn't. Now it seems that fate is nothing more than this. Yagyu didn't continue. He could only think of these words to enlighten Hinata Neji. Whether he is enlightened or not depends on him. Looking at Hyuga Neji, whose expression changed dramatically, Yagyu turned around and walked towards the lounge. He left a faint word in Hinata Neji's ears: in the future, my attitude toward Hinata should be better. This kid, Shiranui Genma, looked at Yagyu's back, his eyes full of complexity. Hinata Neji stood up slowly, lowered his head, his face was covered by the shadow line and his expression could not be seen clearly. He walked towards another lounge invigilator. I admit defeat. Shiranui Genma looked at him with pity. He glanced at him and shouted in the first round, Yagyu Yuzuki won. So awesome. Is that still a human being? What kind of ninjutsu is that dark red light? What ninjutsu? That's knife skills. Swordsmanship, is that guy like the legendary Konaha White Fang, a super powerful swordsmanship ninja? As Shiranui Genma finished speaking, the silent atmosphere suddenly became tense. The spectators who had come back to their senses made sounds of awe and excitement. After seeing that slash, they no longer dared to treat Yagyu as a genin. Even those with little knowledge knew that he was a strong man. In full view of everyone, Yagyu walked into the passage and came to the lounge. When his figure appeared, the other candidates looked at him with a hint of surprise. People like Temari and Kankuro were even more afraid of him. That guy is a monster like Gaara. Looking at Yagyu who was walking next to Hinata, Abarameshino adjusted her sunglasses and asked calmly, Yagyu, is that all your strength? All the strength? Lu Sheng was stunned for a moment, then he raised the corner of his mouth slightly, nodded and said, yeah, that's all my strength. Hiss. Listening to his obviously perfunctory answer, Abarameshino finally couldn't help but take a breath of air. Monster? That's not even full strength. The slash just now was indeed not Yagyu's full blow. He didn't use his full strength to control his armed force. However, he used 70% of his strength. The first round of the third official match of the Chunin examination brought the audience the ultimate visual enjoyment and brought the atmosphere to a climax. But the atmosphere quickly cooled down with the absence of Uchiha Sasuke in the second round. As those spectators who originally came for the Uchiha orphans made dissatisfied sounds, the second round that was supposed to decide Uchiha Sasuke's abstention was moved to the back. The third round begins directly, Abarameshino vs Kankuro. But what made the audience yell at each other was that Kankuro chose to abstain, depriving them of a visual enjoyment. In order to preserve his strength, Kankuro didn't care at all about the curses from the audience. The game jumps to the fourth round, Temari vs Nara Shikamaru. This was the battle where Nara Shikamaru emerged and made his wisdom known to the top brass of Konaha. Nara Shikamaru may not be as powerful as Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Among the 9 candidates, at least 4 are capable of defeating him. But in the original Chunin examination, he was the only candidate to become a Chunin. There are a total of 153 candidates taking part in this year's Chunin exam. Standing out from 153 people shows how outstanding Nara Shikamaru is. Although there is no hole dug by Uzumaki Naruto in the original work on the field, but a deep ravine, Nara Shikamaru still has many ways to win. But after he successfully controlled Temari, he chose to admit defeat. The fourth round of the game ended with a proud attitude despite defeat. Next is the fifth round, Uzumaki Naruto vs Hinata. Yagyu patted Hinata's delicate back gently and encouraged with a smile, go on, come on. Aha. Hinata nodded vigorously, and walked down with some confidence that was not found in the original work. Lying on the guardrail, Yagyu glanced at the direction of Hinata Sparks and Hinata Hizu. When fighting Hyaga Neji, Yagyu's domineering attitude has already locked the position of the father and daughter. It is for this reason that he deliberately showed his power in front of Hinata and Rizu. Because Yagyu knew that if he did not show his powerful power, he would there will be many obstacles in Hinata's future. Now beside Hinata Hanabi, Hinata has disappeared. After Hinata Neji left the field, he left the audience. It should be to untie Hinata Neji. The knot in his heart dispelled his hatred. Just when Yagyu's gaze came over, a pair of pure white eyes suddenly came into contact with Yagyu's sight from a long distance away. Looking at the little girl with white eyes, Yagyu was stunned for a moment, and then withdrew his gaze. Interesting, was her attention always on herself? Was she curious about her relationship with Hinata? Yagyu smiled slightly and didn't care. In the field below, Hinata and Uzumaki Naruto was already standing opposite. Shiranui Genma bit Senbon, glanced at the two of them, and said, if you are ready, let's start. Yes. Hinata responded, her eyes and veins bulging. She made a soft fist gesture towards Uzumaki Naruto, and said seriously, Naruto-san, please give me some advice. Please give me some advice, Hinata. Uzumaki Naruto responded quickly, with a serious look on his face, and did not dare to look down on Hinata at all. During the knockout round, the scene of Hinata killing his opponent with 2 moves is still clear to this day. After the two stared at each other for several seconds, Hinata took the first shot. Call out. Chakra gathered under her feet, and Hinata turned into an afterimage, running towards Uzumaki Naruto like a gust of wind. Several years ago, she had mastered the skills of climbing trees and treading water, and her chakra controlled Hinata, who was far above Yagyu. The speed is not slow at all. So fast. Uzumaki Naruto's face was startled. He quickly put his index and middle fingers together, formed a Ren seal, and shouted multiple shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang. As the smoke exploded, 7 or 8 shadow clones appeared around Uzumaki Naruto and rushed towards Hinata. It's so slow and has so many flaws. Hinata sighed slightly in her heart, her running steps paused slightly, her petite body turned sideways, and her slender jade-like fingers shot out like arrows. Call out. Bang. The sound of fingertips breaking through the air sounded, and with just one blow, Hinata turned one of Naruto Uzumaki's shadow clones into smoke. Bagua empty palm. Long lavender hair flying in the wind, Hinata shot a burst of air towards Uzumaki Naruto. The air cannon formed by the airflow accurately hit the Uzumaki Naruto. Bang bang bang. The shadow clones turned into smoke one after another, and Uzumaki Naruto's body flew away for a distance. After following Yagyu for many years, Hinata saw his talent, his hard work, and his strength. For 6 years, he has been accompanying Yagyu, eating together, taking naps together, practicing together. Hinata's greatest progress is not the growth of her soft boxing skills, but her character. She is no longer weak and no longer treats others except in front of Yagyu. With a compassionate heart, she deliberately imitated Yagyu's training and daily routine. Her state of mind became calm and composed. In this state, Byakugan was always locked on Uzumaki Naruto's true form. Even if he was mixed in the shadow clone, Byakugan could not tell which one it was. In her own body, Hinata can also find him, because Hinata has memorized his moving position, and can hit it with one hit as long as she seizes the opportunity. Her performance undoubtedly shocked Hinata Hanabi in the audience. If Hinata was there, if so, it must be similar to Hinata Hanabi's reaction. Unknowingly, the extremely weak girl who lost to a sister 5 years younger than herself has grown up. Ahem, so awesome. Uzumaki Naruto got up from the ground, coughed a few times, and looked at Hinata with solemn eyes. Then he put his index and middle fingers together, made a cross gesture again, and shouted loudly multiple shadow clone technique. A large smoke spread. Dozens of shadow clones once again surrounded Uzumaki Naruto's body. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto running with the shadow clones, Hinata's expression did not change, and she slowly made a soft fist posture. A Bagua array loomed, ignoring all the shadow clones, covering her and Uzumaki Naruto. Soft boxing technique Bagua 64 palms. Call out. The voice of the soft drink fell, and Hinata's figure suddenly turned into an arrow, rushing towards the Uzumaki Naruto in the crowd of shadow clones. His 2 palms were like after images, landing on the Uzumaki with a shocked expression. On Naruto's body, 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. The palms of his fingers landed on the acupuncture points where chakra flows. Hinata poured chakra into her body mercilessly. After a set of 64 Bagua palms, she turned around suddenly and slapped Naruto Uzumaki's chest with her white palms. Violent airflow spurted out Bagua Kong palm. Boom, boom. Uzumaki Naruto, whose 64 acupuncture points were sealed, was blown away by a strong air current for more than 10 meters. After landing, he continued to roll. His body in orange clothes twitched on the ground. Difficult to stand up. Call out. Seeing that Uzumaki Naruto was still unconscious, Hinata didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. He stretched out his hand and took out a kunao from his ninja bag and threw it directly. The kunao drew an arc and landed in the whirlpool, the front of Naruto's head. After doing this, Hinata looked at Shiranui Genma and said softly, Invigilator, does this count as my victory? Shiranui Genma nodded slightly and announced in the 5th round of the battle, the winner is Hinata, etc. I haven't lost yet. Before the whole sentence was finished, Uzumaki Naruto's voice suddenly rang out. However, Shiranui Genma just glanced at him, stood up with trembling legs, and continued to announce, the winner is Hinata. Teacher, how could you do this? Uzumaki Naruto, who forced himself to stand up, shouted loudly and energetically, expressing his dissatisfaction. I can obviously continue to fight, why are you announcing that I have lost? Shiranui Genma's mouth twitched slightly, and he said helplessly, Kid, do you think this is a turn-based battle? Your opponent still has to wait for you to stand up before attacking you. Look at the kunao at your feet. The opponent has no intention of killing you, but you didn't react at all just now. I can judge you as a loser. Uzumaki Naruto held his head in his hands and looked at the kunao at his feet with an expression that he couldn't accept. How could this happen? I obviously still have a trump card that I haven't used yet. Looking at the top-notch Uzumaki Naruto, Hinata shook her head secretly, then turned and walked towards the passage. If there is an opportunity, she must not let the other party have time to breathe. Thinking back in his mind with Yagyu's teachings, Hinata's fighting mindset has become more determined. Yagyu also didn't expect that Hinata would be so decisive. But more than anything, she felt gratified. If she hadn't done that, Hinata would have lost this battle. Tien. Uzumaki Naruto, who can use the nine-tailed chakra, is not strong enough for Hinata to deal with. He takes advantage of the opponent's inexperience in combat, seals his trump card, and then uses logic to decide the victory. Hinata has really grown up. The dejected Uzumaki Naruto drove away, and Shiranui Genma's eyes turned to the Hokage seat, as if he was looking at the 3rd Hokage. The 5th round, no. The 4th round is over, and the 2nd round will be moved to the 5th round. If one of the protagonists of this round, Uchiha Sasuke, has not arrived yet, it stands to reason that he has given up. But most of the audience present are here for the Uchiha orphans, and the 3rd Hokage also agreed before, delaying the 2nd round of the game. Shiranui Genma didn't know what to do now. In the end, under the advice of the 4th Kazekage disguised as Orochimaru, he decided to extend Uchiha Sasuke's time by 10 minutes. Call. When the 10 minutes are almost over, a whirlwind swept up the fallen leaves on the ground, and Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke made a high-profile appearance just like the original. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke below, Yagyu glanced at Gaara, who turned around and walked away. His red eyes narrowed slightly. The domineering power of seeing and hearing spreads quietly. 1, 5, 7. Can't those people suppress their emotions? Yagyu counted silently in his mind and thought to himself. Although many enemies were disguised as spectators, their emotions could not escape the perception of the domineering power of the eyes. From their emotional changes, Yagyu could determine which spectators were disguised as enemies. But Yagyu has no intention of reminding others. Firstly, it is difficult to explain, and secondly, the opportunity is rare. With a database system, killing monsters and upgrading is the fastest way to grow. Born in a peaceful era, such as the Konaha collapse plan, this kind of small war is very rare. Only war can kill without restraint. How could Yagyu give up this opportunity? Holding Hinata's waist, Yagyu looked down with her, and the battle officially started. Fight. Among the 10 candidates, excluding Uzumaki Naruto, the son of destiny with unstable strength, the people with the strongest overall strength are Yagyu, Hyuga Neji, Gaara, Uchiha Sasuke. Yagyu and Hyuga Neji. The first battle gave the audience the ultimate visual enjoyment. Now, although the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara is not as exciting as the first round, it still won full applause. Especially seeing that Uchiha Sasuke he was using Kakashi's body to copy the high-speed taijutsu copied from the battle between Lee and Gaara. I felt that after such a long wait, I was not disappointed. Just like the original, there was no fighting. Gaara, who was experienced, could not avoid Uchiha Sasuke's high-speed taijutsu. The sand armor known as absolute defense was quickly broken. Immediately, Uchiha Sasuke ran to the high wall, preparing to use the Chidori taught by Kakashi. But when he ran to a higher place, his pupils shrank suddenly when he saw the huge wall that had been cut off and the field divided into two. The field was provided for candidates, and the chasm-like ravine was obviously formed by the battle. Such smooth and straight marks were as if they were cut with a knife. The knife, could it be that guy? Damn it! How did he do it? Sasuke Uchiha's right hand flashed with lightning, and his eyes were filled with blue electric flowers. Glancing at Yagyu on the rest table, a look of reluctance and disbelief once again appeared on his originally confident face. The gap can't be so big. Uchiha Sasuke shouted suddenly, and the figure ran downwards. With the help of the power of the sprint, Chidori flashed a large amount of electric sparks, and the harsh sound of Chidori chirping resounded. With Uchiha Sasuke's palm, like a spear, it broke through Gaara's protective wall made of sand. White feathers suddenly fell from the sky. The Konaha collapse plan jointly launched by the Sand Ninja and the Sound Ninja officially began. White feathers fell down, and the audience who were still cheering felt their eyelids heavy and fell asleep one by one. Even the weaker ninjas couldn't bear the strong feeling of exhaustion, and their heads drooped. Phew. 2 after images jumped down from the rest table. Watching Kankuro and Temari leave, Hinata looked up at Yagyu. Yagyu-kun, it's an illusion. Abarame Shino was the first to answer. Immediately, the three of them looked at each other, put their index and middle fingers together, and shouted, "Excuse me." The white feathers that disturbed the chakra fluctuations in the body and floated towards the three people scattered one after another. After dispelling the illusion, Yagyu pointed to a place and said, "Hinata, go and bring your sister over. The battle is about to begin." Yes. Although she didn't know what happened, Hinata had 100% trust in Yagyu. She opened her Byakugan. After finding her sister's location, she jumped off the rest platform and rushed towards Hinata Hanabi. Yagyu. After thinking about it, I still followed him a little uneasily. However, before I left, I told Shino Abarame hide and wait and see what happens. Abarame Shino nodded understood. Shun followed Hinata, and the two of them quickly came to Hinata Hanabi's side. Lifting Hinata Hanabi's head down, Hinata made a hand seal with both hands, and pointed 2 fingers on Hinata Hanabi's forehead. He shouted in a low voice, "Excuse me." The next second, Hinata Hanabi, who was sleepy, slowly opened her eyes, looked at Hinata in front of her, and called out hesitantly, "Sister, sister." SHH. Hinata made a silent gesture, and Hinata Hanabi suddenly woke up, looked around the venue where the battle had begun, and nodded quickly. "Call out, call out, call out." At this time, several drowsy spectators in the 2 rows behind Hinata Hanabi suddenly turned into an afterimage. They took off their civilian clothes and attacked Hinata and Hinata Hanabi with kunao. Swish. However, the moment they took off into the air, a dazzling white horse streaked towards them. Wow. Opening the red paper umbrella he carried with him, Yagyu held the heads of the 2 Hinata sisters in his arms with one hand. Blood rained down on the oil paper, staining the spectators next to him. After the bloody rain stopped, Yagyu threw away the paper umbrella, looked at Hinata and Hinata Hanabi, whose face was red, and said, "Follow me later and leave this venue together." Aha. Hinata took Hinata Hanabi's hand and nodded repeatedly. The 3 of them quietly walked from the auditorium to the door. On the way, Hinata had already opened her eyes. Hinata. Hanabi secretly looked at Yagyu with a dull expression. There was a scene of him entering the scene with his sister, and then coming together to protect her. What is the relationship between this man and his sister? Suddenly, Hinata said, "Yagyu-kun." Swish, poof. A sword light that could not be seen clearly with the naked eye suddenly appeared in front of Yagyu. A spectator who rushed from the side suddenly fell to the ground with his head. A head with a sound ninja protector rolled to the ground. Hinata Hanabi stared. His eyes widened. So awesome. Although I have seen Yagyu's previous slashes, the kind of long-distance viewing is far more shocking than the close contact. Call out, call out. At the same time, 2 figures appeared in front of Yagyu. Yagyu, in the name of the village, I am giving you an A/level mission. Kakashi and Metkai came with their backs facing each other, and issued the mission to Yagyu very quickly. Sorry, please allow me to refuse. Before he finished the sentence, Yagyu interrupted. Now I want to send Hinata's sister back to the Hyuga clan, and then save the villagers in the village. I believe there are already many sand ninjas and sound ninjas coming in. Yagyu has no interest in listening to the content of the mission. It is just for him to catch up with Uchiha Sasuke, bring him back or help him deal with Gaara. That kind of mission, Yagyu doesn't want to do at all. Is that so? Then you go first. Seeing Yagyu's refusal, Kakashi did not insist, but told him hurry up, I will cover you. Yagyu nodded, looked at the two Hinata sisters, and said, speed up. After saying that, he ran towards the gate. Hinata and Hanabi followed closely behind. Looking at the three running people, some sound ninjas who were fighting were a little ready to make a move. But before they could take action, they were beaten by Umbu. The masked pharmacist Kabuto stopped. Let them go, if you don't want to die. After seeing that S-level slash, Yakushi Kabuto knew that Yagyu's strength cannot be evaluated by age. This is a genius who should have been born in troubled times. If it were not for the peaceful era, he might have become famous in the ninja world. Master it. Even if he couldn't deal with the powerful slash of S-level ninjutsu, the others would simply die. As if he heard Yakushi Kabuto's words, Yagyu, who was running, suddenly turned his head and glanced at him. Then, he took Hina with him. Tien and Hanabi left the venue. Before going out, Yagyu cast his eyes on the roof of the Hokage's seat, and glanced at the third Hokage and Orochimaru who had already started fighting. He knew that this was the last time the third Hokage would see each other. Wait until the war is over. Later, this man was known as the Forbearance Hero. Dr. Ninja's man will die. But if Yagyu went to help, then the third Hokage would not die. Yagyu believed in his own strength. The mere 4 purple flame formation couldn't stop his slashing attack, because Yagyu could hear its breathing. However, Yagyu knew that if he helped, he could save the death of the third Hokage, so he had no intention of helping. As Orochimaru said, the windmill of Konaha needs a gust of wind to blow. The third Hokage, who had lost his ability as a ninja, was no longer fit to be in power. Konaha needed a strong Shindama. Even Yagyu wanted him to die. Only if he dies will Jiraiya go back to Senjutsu Nade, and the powerful 5th generation will be able to suppress Shimura Danzo. Otherwise, if the third Hokage survives and Yagyu is able to wield the powerful S-level ninjutsu, this news will be known to Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo, who is not afraid of the third Hokage, can do anything. Therefore, Yagyu had no intention of participating in the war. Yagyu-kun, that is. When the Yagyu trio walked out of the venue, their attention was immediately attracted by the giant snake that was ravaging the village. Looking at the huge 3-headed snake, Hinata and Hanabi showed a hint of timidity on their faces. Only Yagyu frowned and murmured the direction it is heading. Hinata also reacted immediately. Her expression changed drastically and she said, oh no, its location is very close to Yagyu-kun's home. Hearing this, a cold light flashed across Yagyu's eyes. You stay here, I'll kill it. Although he knew that the Konaha collapse plan would destroy many houses and that Pain's invasion of Konaha would destroy the entire Konaha, seeing the location of the 3-headed giant snake very close to his own home, Yagyu would never allow it to destroy own home. That was not only his shelter from the wind and rain, but also his and Hinata's future home. After giving the instructions, Yagyu's figure disappeared from the spot and sped away in the direction of the 3-headed giant snake. The 3-headed giant snake was channeled by the sand ninja and crashed into Konaha's giant wall, destroying many buildings. Many ninjas started to stop its progress from the entrance of the village. They used fire and water ninjutsu one after another, and even a large number of kunai with explosive charms, but they were not able to harm the 3-headed giant snake at all. Instead, it made it more violent. Some sand ninjas and sound ninjas took advantage of the Konaha ninjas' distraction to stop the 3-headed giant snake, and used ninjutsu or kunai and shuriken to secretly attack and kill those ninjas. Counting the rest, casualties occurred almost every second. At this time, a young figure stepped into the scope of the war. Young man over there, go to the shelter quickly. Seeing Yagyu's figure, some ninjas who didn't notice his arm protecting their forehead reminded with shocked expressions, you can't get close to this place, leave quickly. Yagyu didn't seem to hear. He stared at the 3-headed giant snake with his red eyes coldly. He stepped on the tiles of the house and his figure turned into an afterimage. He jumped over several houses in succession and pulled him into a certain distance with the 3-headed giant snake. After a short distance, it shot up into the sky like an arrow. Oh, you little devil who doesn't know how to live or die. His actions were seen by the surrounding sand ninja and sound ninja, and they couldn't help but sneered, their eyes full of disdain. In their eyes, this kid was looking for death. Even detonating charms and elemental ninjutsu couldn't break through the defense. The 3-headed giant snake was something that a kid couldn't handle. However, the next scene horrified them to the extreme. They saw Yagyu jumping from the house, gathering chakra on his feet, stepping on the body of the 3-headed giant snake, run towards the head in the middle of it. Aha! Holding the hilt of the sword in his right hand, Yagyu used his strength to step on it and shot towards the head on the right side. A dazzling white light lightly passed through the head in the middle of the 3-headed giant snake. Poof, boom. As the blood spattered, the snake head with fangs fell down, destroying the building below. Swish, tear it apart. Jumping to another snake head, another dazzling white light flew up, and the sound of tearing cloth resounded. Boom. Like the sound of a hill falling, another snake head fell down. Stepping on the falling snake body, Yagyu's figure flew towards the last one, and the figure floating in the air once again made a swagger. The posture of swordsmanship. A layer of black substance covered the whole body of the sword including the scabbard. Yagyu whispered arm and draw the sword. Swish, click. The moment the sword light suddenly appeared, the last blade had already returned to the sheath. The long snake in front of Yagyu had already dropped its head to the ground. The continuous drawing of the sword only took place in a dozen seconds, giving people no time to react. None, the three-headed giant snake that brought great trouble to the Konaha ninjas had its heads chopped off one by one. When they saw the thin figure falling to the ground, the three ninjas who were fighting subconsciously stopped. Come down. Looking at the plain-faced Yagyu, the Konaha ninja who just reminded Yagyu couldn't help but swallowed, and then shouted with excited eyes, it's too powerful. Whoa, great, the big snake is dead and it's our turn to fight back. His voice woke up the other compatriots. But the faces of Sand Ninja and Sound Ninja became ugly. The three-headed giant snake that gave them the advantage was gone. Wouldn't it be their turn to become the weak side? Damn it, it's all that kid's fault. Some Sand Ninjas stared at Yagyu Shang with ugly expressions, with undisguised murderous intent in their eyes. Kill him. Call out. Call out. The moment the words fell, someone immediately took action. The two Sand Ninjas closest to Yagyu rushed towards him. Seeing this, Yagyu said coldly, the weak should have the consciousness of the weak. Call out. Swish. With an almost instinctive teleportation, Yagyu disappeared in an instant, still wrapped around the armed and domineering Itachi, and swung out a sword light again. The extremely fast sword drawing technique passed over the Sand Ninja who jumped into the air. Poof. There was no sizzling sound of blood spurting out, but the human body was torn apart in two pieces. In Yagyu's eyes, their breathing was too heavy, and every pore seemed to be saying hello to Yagyu. Like a steak man, as easy as slicing a melon. With his back to the two broken corpses, Yagyu sheathed his sword. The rain of blood stained his kimono and long hair. However, except for the silver ponytail, which was stained with blood, the blood on the kimono was quickly wiped away by automatic cleaning. Seeing Yagyu killing two Sand Ninjas so easily, the enemy ninjas who were originally filled with murderous intentions towards him all looked horrified and did not dare to step forward. Yagyu didn't rush to find trouble with them, but returned along the road. He was worried about Hinata and Hanabi. Looking at his back, the eyes of the Konaha ninjas showed a touch of respect. Although war is cruel, it is easy to create heroes. A powerful ninja will not be underestimated because of his age. Yagyu's strength obviously earned him the respect of the Konaha ninja who had just witnessed the killing of the three-headed giant snake and the killing of the Sand Ninja. Awesome, so awesome. Now, sister, is this brother your boyfriend? When Yagyu came back, he was immediately greeted by a girl's admiration. Seeing that Yagyu easily killed the terrifying three-headed snake, Hanabi finally stopped hiding it. The look of admiration in her eyes could not help but express her gratitude to Hina. Tien asked. Yagyu's strength completely conquered her. Hanabi's words made Hinata blush, and she quickly covered her mouth and chin with her hands, stopping her. Shut up. Woo. Yagyu glanced at the changed Hanabi, then turned to Hinata with a slight smile on his face, and said, send your sister back to the clan first, I have to help others. Aha. Speaking of business, Hinata nodded seriously. Taking Hinata and Hanabi with him, Yagyu ran towards the direction of the Hyuga clan, and his domineering aura quietly spread. The three of them did not teleport to the roof, but choosing to run away. Not long after, Yagyu's right hand rested on the handle of the sword again. Swish, choke. With the clear chant caused by drawing the sword, a white-silver light transformed into a dark red sword energy 3 or 4 meters long, rising into the sky. A figure passing by in the air took the initiative to bump into Jianqi's body, and was blasted to an altitude of more than 10 meters by the sword chi. The strong impact and the airflow that tore his skin left him covered in scars when he endured it head-on. Then it fell from the air more than 10 meters away, and fell to the ground weakly, unable to get up. Maybe he would die, maybe he would survive until the end of the war, and then be rescued. However, Yagyu's foretold attack made Hanabi behind him look at him with gleaming eyes. So awesome, so invincible? From the moment Yagyu and Hinata entered the scene, Hanabi had been secretly paying attention to this boy. I also saw a little bit of his strength. Whether he was fighting against his cousin who was called a genius by his father, killing those ninjas instantly, or killing the three-headed giant snake with ease, he seemed so calm and unhurried, as if he was very relaxed. This look is so handsome and cool. Yagyu didn't know what Hanabi was thinking. He swung his sword energy to knock away the hostile ninja who passed by, then sheathed his sword and continued running. 10 minutes later, Yagyu and the other three arrived at the entrance of the Hyuga clan's mansion. You go back, it's best to wait until the war is over before coming out. Yagyu told Hinata and Hanabi that although there is a war in the village, the famous Hyuga clan of Konaha will never be affected. There is no place safer than the Hyuga clan. Even if it is affected here, there will be clan members who will take care of them. Hinata and the others were brought to the shelter, and Yagyu was very reassured about their safety. Hinata nodded and said in a nervous tone, Yagyu-kun, you should also be careful. Knowing Yagyu's character, Hinata had no intention of stopping Yagyu from participating in the war, but showed gentle concern. Yagyu nodded and said with a smile, don't worry, I will be fine. After saying that, Yagyu turned around and disappeared. The afterimage intertwined with the roof in the air, and soon reached the center of Konaha. Standing on a high place, Yagyu's red-stained silver horse followed the wind and looked at everyone. At the bottom of the battle, a bloodthirsty and excited smile suddenly appeared on his handsome face. From what he could sense, there were no villagers in this area, and only a few ninjas were resisting the attacks of Sand Ninja and Sound Ninja. Because according to Konaha's response manual, when a village is attacked, 3 major plans will be immediately implemented. The first phase is to eliminate the enemy's surprise attack force. If it cannot be eliminated, the second phase will be immediately implemented to move all villagers and children to shelters. The reason why there are so few Konaha ninjas here is because most of them are escorting the villagers to the shelter. After completing the second phase, the village will immediately start the third phase. That is, use the power of the village to destroy the enemy. The second phase has not yet been completed. Therefore, in this area, Konaha ninjas are the weak side. If they resist, no one will be left alive, and there is no crime. So, before the village fights back, it's my show time. Yagyu pulled out the tachi from his waist. The silver-white blade shone with cold light and was gradually covered by a layer of black material. When the blade turned completely black, Yagyu's figure had disappeared. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew by, and among the 3 ninjas who were fighting below, a Sound Ninja's eyes widened, and his face was filled with confusion. His vision was shaking, and he could vaguely see his body without his head, and the one standing behind him. Juvenile. Phew, tear it apart. Just as the Sound Ninja's head fell to the ground, another sound of tearing cloth sounded from the Sand Ninja's body. A crack spread from the left shoulder to the right leg, and a column of blood spurted out. However, before the blood could splash on the boy, the figure disappeared. So fast, so powerful? Who is that boy? The 2 resisting Konaha ninjas, their faces full of surprise. Another battle area. Clang crack. The sword and the kunai collided together, and the sound of the kunai breaking immediately sounded. Yagyu stared at the Sand Ninja whose expression changed with shock, and praised with a slight smile, "It's amazing. As a reward, I will ask you to die." With a flash of his figure, Yagyu moved behind the Sand Ninja at high speed and rushed towards another battlefield. The Sand Ninja behind him had been cut off at the waist. It's so heavy, everyone's breathing is so heavy. Jumping on the roof, Lu Sheng's blood-stained face had a smile like the breeze. His mood was extremely calm, and his emotions did not fluctuate at all because of the murder. On the contrary, he felt that the surroundings were so quiet. In his ears there was only the sound of breathing. Whether it was the enemies, or the dead things, it was all so rough, heavy and rapid. Those ninjas, I don't know how strong they were, whether they were genin or chunin, their bodies seemed so fragile. With just one swing, they can be cut into 2 pieces. In this state, Yagyu's strength is so devastating. What's wrong? Surround me, don't you plan to take action? On the ruins formed by the collapse of a house, Yagyu stood on the top, holding a dark sword in his right hand. The 5 fingers of his left hand were combing the silver hair on his forehead. The blood on his hair stained his palms. The hands under his feet were the broken tiles and cement blocks were covered with bright red color, and dust covered the intestines and internal organs. Looking at Yagyu, there were dozens of corpses piled around him, and the death appearance of each corpse was miserable. And except for a little blood on his face and hair, Yagyu's body was not only undamaged, but also spotless. His eyes were as clear as rubies, showing undisguised disdain. Yagyu looked at the 20 men who surrounded him. Several hostile ninjas said with contemptuous smiles, "Come on. It doesn't matter if it's 1, 3, 5, or all of them, just come here with the intention of killing me. Weird, monster." Yagyu's provocation, instead of arousing the killing intent of the group of ninjas, actually made one ninja take 2 steps back in fright. The hand holding the kunai trembled slightly, and his eyes looking at Yagyu were filled with fear. Without chainmail, he is not a jounin at all. This is beyond what a genius can describe. Where on earth did Konaha's monster come from? A Sand Ninja couldn't help but cursed secretly. If it weren't for the courage of the number of people on his side, he might have turned around and ran away. The enemy in front of him was simply a murderer. With his weird sword skills and his obviously thin body, he looked a little bit. He had no strength, but with just a slight swing, the long black knife cut the human body in 2. Coupled with the extremely fast teleportation technique, it was impossible to defend against it. Yagyu looked at the enemies who were afraid to step forward. Ninja, still smiling, said, "What's wrong? Are you scared? In that case, how about I give you a pair of eyes?" After finishing speaking, Yagyu sheathed the knife, took out a black cloth belt from his arms, and tied his eyes. Good chance? Wind escape, big breakthrough. Just when he was blindfolded, a Sand Ninja's eyes lit up, he formed seals with his hands, and blew a strong wind towards Yagyu, like an air cannon. The strong wind blew Yagyu's silver hair flying, and he said with a smile while blindfolded, "The noisy wind is really refreshing for the body and mind." Swish, boom. A silver sword light burst out. The roaring air cannon seemed to be distorted and shaken by a stronger airflow. A dark red sword energy 7 or 8 meters high tore through the earth and drowned the Sand Ninja who used his wind escape. The sword energy spread for more than 10 meters, knocking down 2 houses before dissipating. A ravine 2 to 3 meters wide, 3 meters deep, and more than 10 meters long was left on the ground. More than 20 people among the ninjas, there were 3 or 4 missing. Looking at the terrifying traces, the hostile ninjas seemed to have had their consciousness taken away, and they were stagnant in place. I heard your heart beating violently. A voice like the breeze came from behind a sound ninja. His eyes tremblingly moved from the ravine on the ground to the top of the ruins. There was still no trace of Yagyu in that position. Relax, this is just a momentary pain. The gentle voice is like comfort, but it is like an evil ghost asking for life. Swish. A dazzling silver light, like a fleeting meteor, passed over several ninjas standing in a row. Yagyu's feet condensed chakra, and his figure ran towards the ninja in front like a gust of wind. The sword in his hand kept swinging forward, and the silvery white mixed with the dark sword light brought up a severed limb and splashed a thick blood column. Ah! The silver hair and face were dyed red, and the cloth had been removed, and the red eyes were shining like an evil ghost, which made people feel scared and died in death amid the screams. It's so scary. That kid, no, who is that adult? Some Konaha ninjas watching from a distance swallowed their saliva and said with frightened faces. Genin, a very scary Genin. Commander Marino Iki, who is responsible for supporting the center, also has a strong look of shock on his face. At the same time, standing on a high place, stepping into the center of Konaha from Yagyu, he kept his eyes on him. Jiraiya, who was on his body, sighed slightly. I didn't expect that such a monster could be born in this era. What a pity. It's a pity that Yagyu was born in this era. If such a monster was born during World War II or World War III, his name would surely be remembered by the entire ninja world. At the same time, in Jiraiya's eyes a look of doubt passed through him. How on earth is it possible to achieve a slashing attack that has no chakra fluctuations but is as powerful as or even superior to S-level ninjutsu? Is it the limit of blood inheritance? Or is it an unprecedented secret technique that consumes very little? Judging from his appearance, after swinging that slash, he seemed to have no burden at all. The possibility of the blood inheritance limit is very small, and it is impossible for the secret technique to not consume any chakra. Jiraiya pinched his chin and murmured, could it be that he has mastered a sword technique that has never been seen before in the ninja world? After finishing speaking, Jiraiya's face became serious again, and he said seriously, this kind of monster that is more terrifying than the Konaha White Fang must not let him go into darkness. Jiraiya's thoughts were unknown to Yagyu below. At this time, he was in the best condition ever. The sound of the breathing of all things has never been so clear. No matter where he cuts, the enemy will be cut off. The touch made Yagyu feel extremely excited. The blood splashed on his face, and he could feel the several degrees of heat. The ferocity that was bound by the shackles of the law in his previous life was completely aroused at this moment. For the first time, Yagyu felt that life so fragile. Killing someone turns out to be as simple as chopping melons and vegetables. I can feel it. I feel that the range of breathing of all things is expanding. So that's it. Is this my swordsmanship? Murderer? Swish. The afterimage passed by like a beam of light and appeared behind the few remaining ninjas. Yagyu's expression returned to calm, and he sheathed his sword and walked forward. The bodies of the several ninjas behind him were torn apart like tissue paper. The ground was covered with broken corpses, intestines, internal organs, and severed limbs within a radius of 100 meters. Rumble. Have you started to fight back? Walking on the smoke-filled street, Yagyu listened to the bombing and shaking sounds from the distance, and murmured slightly, in other words, the war is almost over. Thinking of this, Yagyu quickened his pace, flew to the top of a house, and ran towards the war area with a large aura. Once the third Hokage dies, Orochimaru will flee Konaha, and then both Sound Ninja and Sand Ninja will retreat quickly. After the Sand Ninja discovers the body of the fourth Kaze Cage, they will surrender to Konaha and declare that everything started because of Orochimaru. Before the beginning of the troubled times, the only small war left was this opportunity. Whatever. A ninja can bring several days or even 10 days of experience to Yagyu. Now every second counts. When Yagyu entered the war zone, the picture that appeared was completely opposite to that of Konaha, who was in a weak position at the beginning. Konaha, the power of the Umbu and the major families almost crushed these Sand Ninja and Sound Ninja. Yagyu did not stand idly by because of this scene and did not need help. The figure rushed into the crowd, showing a look that chilled the Umbu hidden in the darkness. Killing and killing methods. Yagyu, who has found his own swordsmanship, in order to speed up the inheritance of Hawkeye, starts without mercy. The human body is torn apart with every knife, and the cruel scene of severed limbs flying everywhere is shocking to his own ninjas. Was so frightened that he stopped attacking and watched Yagyu harvest. Although there were many Sand Ninjas and Sound Ninjas who invaded Konaha, there were not many powerful ninjas among them. There may be only one elite Jounin named Maki, and the rest are the strength of Genin, Chunin, and especially Jounin. The 12-year-old cage-level Yagyu, who was called by the third Hokage, is not at the same level as them. From the time he joined the war until now, Yagyu has been a one-sided massacre. It is indeed very suitable for use. Harvest, the word to describe. Withdraw, retreat immediately. When Yagyu Shang was surrounded, there were once again piles of corpses and severed arms. Several hostile ninjas who were fighting Konaha ninjas in the distance seemed to have received some message. They all stopped with a tacit understanding and ran towards the outside of Konaha village without saying a word. The speed at which they teleported away, coupled with this sudden retreat, made Konaha hesitate to catch up, giving them time to escape. Yagyu, who knew the reason for their retreat, did not pursue them, but turned around and walked towards home. Sheathing the knife, Yagyu took off his hair tie and combed his long, sticky silver hair with his fingers. The dry blood on his face made him feel uncomfortable. He couldn't wait to get home and wash his dirty body off. A few minutes later, Yagyu walked to the door of his house and felt happy when he looked at the house that was not affected by the war. Back in the room, Yagyu took off his kimono and walked into the bathroom. Standing under the shower head, hot water washed Yagyu's reddish silver hair and face. The clear and misty water soon turned red. Yagyu was washing his hair while silently checking the system. Your Eagle Eye Heritage template has been unlocked to 60.8%. What Yagyu gained from this battle was astonishing. He killed a total of 66 enemies and gained 8.6% experience. This speeded up the progress of Hawkeye's template by a full 430 days, more than 2 months a year. This is a very scary improvement. Yagyu even felt dazed for a moment. He had gained such experience just by harvesting dozens of weaklings. What on earth had he been doing these past few years? Lu Sheng finished washing his hair with mixed emotions, rinsed his body, and walked out in a bathrobe. Lying on the bed, Yagyu put his hands behind his head and stared at the ceiling in a daze. The rescue team coming from outside, the commander's voice, and the sadness after the war could not affect him. This room seemed to be isolated from the outside world. Yagyu's eyelids gradually closed, and his soul traveled through time and space, crossing boundaries and possessing a man with eagle eyes. He is challenging various swordsman masters, trying to break through his own limits, and then begins to step on the bones of losers to reach the strongest throne in the world. His opponents seemed to be changing every second. Some people brought him defeat, some caused him serious injuries to win, and some people exchanged friendship with him. The battle went from defeat to difficulty, and then from difficulty to easy victory. The man with yellow eyes like an eagle had unknowingly reached the top and was dubbed the Great Swordsman. But he is still a little far away from the throne of the world's greatest swordsman. Yagyu-kun, Yagyu-kun. Hinata's gentle voice brought Yagyu, who was immersed in the spiritual world, back to reality. Swish bang. Opening his eyes, Yagyu's red eyes flashed with a cold light, piercing Hinata's eyes like sharp knives. His spirit seemed to have been severely damaged at this moment. Hinata slumped to the ground with a pale face. The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground, Yagyu woke up with a start. He quickly stood up and helped Hinata up from the ground, hugged the trembling girl, and comforted her repeatedly. Hinata, are you okay? Hinata's whole body was shaking uncontrollably, feeling Yagyu's body temperature. She shook her head with sweat and said, I'm fine. Patting Hinata's delicate back with his palms, Yagyu held the girl tightly and said nothing. After a long time, the trembling tender girl in his arms gradually calmed down. But Hinata's face was still pale. Color. She raised her head, her beautiful lavender pure white eyes, with a hint of doubt, asked Yagyu-kun, what happened to you just now? Yagyu was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, why do you ask that? By the way, what happened to you just now? Seeing Yagyu's expression that didn't seem to be fake, Hinata shook her head in confusion. I don't know what's going on. When Yagyu-kun opened his eyes just now, I seemed to have been deprived of my physical strength, and I felt extremely exhausted mentally, as if he were under an illusion. Hearing this, Lu Sheng frowned even more tightly. Illusion? Although Yagyu possesses cage-level strength, only he knows that his ninja phantasm index is not high at all. Ninjutsu only knows the three-body technique and shadow clone technique, and Taijutsu only knows the art of teleportation. In Genjutsu, apart from knowing how to contact ordinary Genjutsu, he has not even mastered the lowest level C-level Genjutsu. Without his sword skills and two-color domineering power, Yagyu's strength is just that of an elite genin. It was impossible for him to invisibly launch a Genjutsu on Hinata, because his chakra was not consumed at all. And being deprived of physical strength, wait. Suddenly, Yagyu's eyes widened slightly. Could it be said that he is domineering and domineering? Thinking of this possibility, Yagyu couldn't help but get excited. If you think about it this way, the situation just now can be explained. The low-level Bawang color haki bursts out due to high emotions, and even the user himself is not aware of it. I was immersed in the spiritual world, experiencing the thrill of victory as an eagle eye, and my mood was always in a high state. If you have the qualifications to be a king, it is not impossible for you to burst out your domineering aura involuntarily. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng happily picked up Hinata, put her on the bed, then lowered his head and captured Yinhong's lips, expressing his excitement in this way. If he is really domineering and domineering, it not only means that he will have a very powerful ability in the future, but also means that his guess is completely correct. That inheritance template really doesn't allow you to inherit Hawkeye's abilities and get his full strength after unlocking 100%. Rather, it is a system that allows one to obtain the power of another world, as well as the swordsmanship and combat experience taught by famous teachers. The state he entered when killing before was his swordsmanship. Hinata, who was suffocated by Yagyu's kiss, seemed to feel his mood, and couldn't help hugging him back with both hands, and responded awkwardly. The time came 2 days later. August 8th, morning. The sky was extremely gloomy, with dark clouds blocking the sun. Konaha had lost its past liveliness and prosperity, and there was a sadness that could be felt no matter where it was. As long as the ninjas in the village, whether they were jounin or genin, even the trainee ninjas in the ninja school, and even many villagers, all wore black long clothes and trousers. Even Yagyu and Hinata took off their kimonos, white trench coats, and black clothes and black trousers. They arrived at the gathering place early. Under the leadership of Kurane Ui, Class 8 followed the team to the memorial service. One by one, they sent white chrysanthemums to the third Hokage to mourn the passing of the third Hokage. It rained heavily. Standing in the team, Yagyu felt that he looked so strange at this moment. There was no sadness and pain on his face, nor were there any silent tears. Even though others were expressionless on the surface, they were actually feeling sad in their hearts. He had no such emotion at all. Lu Sheng didn't know why he became like this. Obviously, when he saw the puppy die in front of him in his previous life, he would feel a little sad in his heart. After coming to this world, taking on the role of Eagle Eye in the spiritual world, and experiencing the feeling of killing for the first time, he seemed to start to change. After killing the ghost brother, his mood did not fluctuate at all, but he felt very excited. He was merciless when facing Zabuza and showed no pity for Haku's life experience. In the elimination round of the Chunin exam, he was not afraid of what others would think of him, so he directly killed the red copper armor. But at that time, Yagyu still had some restraint. Until 2 days ago, Yagyu had no restraint and completely liberated himself. The scene of killing 66 people still replays in Yagyu's mind from time to time. The sight of the broken limbs did not make him feel sick. Instead, it made him excited and his blood boiling. Until now, Yagyu was a little obsessed with the situation that day. Yagyu knew that he had a mental problem. He embarked on the path of a murderer, and his emotions were gradually affected by hostility. The violent energy will make him enter an unprecedented state of excellence, and the sound of the breathing of all things will even be enhanced because of this state. But anger can also easily lead people to go to extremes. If Yagyu is controlled by anger, he will easily suffer from homicide and become a murderer who cannot control his emotions. It doesn't feel bad now, but when Yagyu kills more people and becomes more murderous, he will suffer from irritability. For example, he will curse at every turn, and even fight because of a provocative look from others. In this ninja world, you might kill someone directly. Since this is my way of swordsmanship, I will go on without fear. Yagyu clenched his hands slightly and thought to himself. These possibilities did not scare him. Yagyu's state of mind has become rock solid. Now that he has discovered the shortcomings, he just needs to think of solutions in advance. After the memorial service, Yagyu taking a deep breath, he took Hinata back home. As soon as he walked in, Hinata asked with a worried look on his face, Yagyu-kun, are you okay? Yagyu pinched Hinata's nose and said with a smile, what can happen to me? Somehow, I feel that Yagyu-kun's mood is so unstable. Hinata did not feel relieved, and said with gentle concern, if something happens, please don't hide it from me, Yagyu-kun. Can we bear it together? Yagyu hugged Hinata with his arms and said with a gentle smile, don't worry, I'll be fine. Even if it's for Hinata, Yagyu will never let himself be controlled by violence. Early the next morning. This morning, the weather was a rare foggy day. Now, big brother, teach me how to train. Hinata came over early as usual, but this time there was a follower beside her. At 7 years old, she was only 1.32 meters tall and just reached Yagyu's belly. Following Hinata to the gym, she immediately got in front of Yagyu. Her pure white eyes seemed to be shining brightly, and she said with unabashed admiration, I also want to become as powerful as my sister. After watching the battle between Hinata and Uzumaki Naruto, Hanabi certainly realized that she was no match for Hinata. After seeing Yagyu's strength, she learned the reason why her sister became stronger through insinuations in the past 2 days. Today he got up early and pestered Hinata to follow him. In addition to wanting to meet his idol, he also wanted to become as powerful as his sister. Yagyu, who had just exited the Swordsman state, looked at Hanabi, the little fan girl in front of him, and couldn't help but cast his eyes on behind Hanabi. Hinata looked helpless. Looking at Yagyu, who looked surprised, Hinata apologized softly, Iko-kun, I'm sorry. Hanabi keeps coming, disturbing you? Our relationship requires no apology. Lu Sheng shook his head gently, raised his hand and put it on the head of Hanabi who was kneeling in front of him, touched her long silky hair, and asked knowingly with a smile, your name is Hanabi, right? Hanabi nodded repeatedly and looked at Yagyu expectantly, can I call you brother Yagyu? Yagyu nodded slightly and smiled, of course. If you have time in the future, come over with your sister. Hanabi's eyes sparkled. Liang, with an excited tone, is it really possible? Yagyu nodded again, pulled Hanabi to stand up, lowered his head and looked into her beautiful eyes, and asked, do you want me to train you and make you become just as powerful as Hinata, right? Hanabi nodded repeatedly. Her movements were very similar to Hinata's when she was a child, and Yagyu could vaguely see Hinata's shadow when she was a child. His smile couldn't help but shrink, and with a serious look on his face, he asked again, have you made up your mind? I don't like kids who give up halfway, Guru. Looking into Yagyu's red eyes, Hanabi felt a pressure for some reason. She swallowed subconsciously and nodded nervously. Her tone was unexpectedly firm. Well, I want to become as powerful as my sister. Yagyu suddenly smiled, looked at Hinata and said, Hinata, she is much better than you. Hinata did not feel disappointed at being belittled by her favorite person, but showed a smile of approval and said, well, my father has always given the important responsibilities of the clan to put it on her. In this case, it cannot be perfunctory. Yagyu nodded, reached out and rubbed Hanabi's head, and suggested start by climbing trees and treading water, and then start bearing weights. What do you think? Hinata nodded, very much in agreement. Hanabi looked at the two of them in confusion, not knowing why. So, let's go. Yagyu picked up the tachi on the sword stand and walked out the door. Hinata took Hanabi and followed behind. After the three of them walked out of the house, they walked towards the forest outside the village. Hanabi held Hinata's hand. He held up his hand, raised his head and asked in confusion, "Sister, where are we going?" Hinata's face showed a hint of reminiscence, and she whispered softly, "A very familiar place was once the place where Yagyu-kun and I practiced." Hinata was talking about that small, inaccessible valley. It can be said to be the place where she and Yagyu-kun truly established their fate. If he hadn't mustered up the courage to come out from behind the tree, he might not have done it until now. Dare to express your feelings to Yagyu-kun. Listening to Hinata's nostalgic voice, Yagyu, who was walking in front, raised the corners of his mouth slightly. It is indeed a place that neither of them can forget. So romantic. Hanabi's eyes sparkled again. She didn't understand anything. Hanabi's exclamation made Hinata's face blush slightly. At this time, Yagyu's footsteps suddenly stopped. The two women almost bumped into him. Looking at the serious-looking Yagyu, Hinata asked in confusion, "Yagyu-kun, what's wrong?" I have a little something to deal with." Yagyu didn't even look at Hinata. He looked in one direction and whispered softly, "Hinata, you take Hanabi there first. I will follow later. Roll your eyes, open." Hinata's meridians on both sides of her eyes bulged slightly, then returned to normal, and gently told her, "Well, Yagyu-kun, you have to be careful." Yagyu nodded and disappeared. Woods and river banks. 4 figures stand facing each other. "It is indeed you, Uchiha Itachi." Looking at the two people who took off the hats, Asma said in a deep voice, "You who killed your compatriots actually dare to return here. How brave you are. Are you an acquaintance of Mr. Itachi?" Keikisaki Kisame grinned and said with a playful smile, "Then, let me introduce myself." Ui Kurane looked at the shark-faced, dead-eye Kisame Kisaki, and said, "Kisame Kisame, the former ninja of Kirigakure village, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, was arrested on suspicion of killing the daimyo and engaging in sabotage work for the country. The wanted S-class traitor in the Kingdom of Water. Oops, it seems you know." Keikisaki Kisame smiled and said, "Then, I'll ask for your advice in the future." Asma took out the weapon Fiiyan and said with a smile, "If there is no future, I will kill you now. Mr. Asma, Ms. Hong, long time no see." Uchiha Itachi said hello softly and said calmly, "Please leave me alone, I don't want to kill you." This doesn't sound like the way you talk." Asuma chewed on his cigarette and said mockingly. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. The 4 people looked at each other. Whoosh. A whirlwind swept up the fallen leaves on the roadside. The dried persimmon Kisame flexed his muscles and smashed towards Ui Kurane in front of him. Sonorous. The sound of metal collision sounded, and Same Hata was blocked by Asuma's flying swallow. Ui Kurane jumped back, looked at Uchiha Itachi, and began to form seals with her hands. The figure twisted and disappeared, as if it had entered a different space. A tree. The big tree emerged from behind, and tentacle-like branches spread from under its feet, tying up Uchiha Itachi. The tied-up Uchiha Itachi looked up calmly, and leaned out of the big tree above his head, holding a kunao. Kurane Ui, the Sharinon of the 3 Megatama, invisible eye power burst out. Kurane Ui's vision suddenly changed. Her body was bound to the tree by the branches, and in front of her stood Uchiha Itachi holding a kunao. Kurane Ui's face changed. Shocked illusion rebounds. Uchiha Itachi held a kunao and was about to stab Ui Kurane. Suddenly his face changed. Swish. A ray of silver sword light came towards him. Like a meteor, it passed by Uchiha Itachi's waist. Itachi Uchiha glanced down at the body that was split into 2, then looked sideways at the silver-haired boy who appeared beside him, and said softly, "What a fast knife." Bang. The body that was cut into 2 parts turned into a burst of smoke and dissipated. Ui Hong's beautiful eyes widened. "Shadow clone. So fast, when did the seal form? Boy, what's your name?" After the shadow clone disappeared, Uchiha Itachi's figure appeared behind Yagyu. A kunao stretched out from the cuff of Hongyun's black robe, stabbed Yagyu's lower back, and asked softly. Ui Kurane beside him quickly reminded Yuzuki, "Be careful behind you." Whoosh. Yagyu turned around and swung the knife at Uchiha Itachi, not afraid of kunao hurting him at all. This desperate behavior made Uchiha Itachi subconsciously trance. He looked at the attacking long soldiers, and closed the boy with wide eyes. Uchiha Itachi chose to give up the attack and jumped back. The figure flew upside down. Put 2 fingers in front of his mouth, and Uchiha Itachi performed the technique fire release, high fireball technique. A wisp of flames expanded crazily and turned into a huge fireball in an instant, flying towards Yagyu. "I can't see the seal clearly at all." Ui Hong's face was extremely ugly. Yagyu closed his eyes and rushed towards the fireball with his sword in hand, while saying, "Mr. Hong, go help that Jonin. He seems to be no match for the shark-faced one." Ui Kurane, who was reminded by Yagyu, immediately reacted and warned Yuzuki, "Be careful. Your opponent is the genius who became the captain of the Umbu at the age of 13, the murderer who personally destroyed the Uchiha clan, the S-class rebel ninja Uchiha Itachi." Yagyu didn't seem to hear. After cutting off the heat coming from the front with his sword, the fireball known as the non-killing fire escape split into two. The figure passed through the middle of the fireballs on both sides, and Yagyu rushed to the front of Uchiha Itachi. Looking at Yagyu rushing towards him with his eyes closed, Uchiha Itachi did not marvel at his amazing perception, but said intriguingly, I didn't expect that at your age. You actually know the reputation of Uchiha. Yagyu admitted, Genjutsu is the most disgusting type of ninja in the world. Especially you. I don't dare to underestimate you at all. Ordinary illusions, Yagyu can ignore them as long as he closes his eyes. Even if he is hit by an illusion, he can capture the opponent's true form with his haki. But only the two major illusions of Tsukuyomi and Bitenjin, Yagyu has no ability to resist at all. The Uchiha Itachi in front of him has one of them, and Uchiha Shisui's other god is also in his body. Yagyu has closed his eyes from the moment he attacked him. After saying that, Yagyu raised the sword slashed towards Uchiha Itachi. Your swordsmanship is amazing, perfectly demonstrating speed, ruthlessness, and accuracy. Uchiha Itachi calmly dodged sideways, and then kicked Yagyu on the left side of the head, but Uchiha's Sharingan can see through any ninja genie. In front of my eyes, your sword swing speed is too slow. The left hand wrapped around the armed haki, blocking Uchiha Itachi's kick, and Yagyu responded with a side kick. Uchiha Itachi blocked with both hands, and with the help of Yagyu's kick, the figure jumped back. But Yagyu had already retracted his sword and returned sheath, assuming a sword-drawing posture. Then, try dodging this sword. Arm yourself with a sword. A strong crisis locked onto Uchiha Itachi, and a chill hit his heart. I saw Yagyu suddenly swing out, mixed with the dark silver-white sword light, and transformed into a dark red sword energy 5 or 6 meters high, roaring at Uchiha Itachi. Go. A few meters away, he was approaching in an instant. Seeing the slash for the first time, even Uchiha Itachi, who had always been calm, had a sudden change in his expression. Bang! The sword energy drowned Uchiha Itachi, and the familiar sound of smoke bursting sounded again. When the sword energy left a ravine of more than 10 meters on the ground, a piece of wood that broke into 2 pieces fell to the ground. And Uchiha Itachi's figure was already standing on a treetop, looking down at Yagyu. Sizzling. At this time, the harsh sound of thousands of birds singing in unison reached everyone's ears. A figure appeared behind Uchiha Itachi, and his right hand, shining with lightning, stabbed toward Uchiha Itachi's heart. Uchiha Itachi turned around and glanced at Kakashi, his expression still calm. But Kakashi's expression changed. He stopped the thrusting rakery, stepped on the treetops and jumped towards the big tree on the right. Boom. And when he turned his back to Uchiha Itachi, a strong air current blew him away like a hurricane, and his whole body hit a tree. After using the stand, you immediately used the shadow clone technique. Is your purpose to lure Kakashi out? Yagyu turned his head to face the river below. His eyes seemed to be through his eyes, looking at Itachi Uchiha, who appeared next to Inukasaki Kisame, detonating the shadow clone. You dare to bear this kind of pain. You are really a terrible man. Uchiha Itachi looked at Yagyu again and asked again, young man, what is your name? My name is Yagyu Yuzuki, and I am a genin of the same class as your brother. Yagyu introduced himself while holding his sword. After hearing Yagyu say Uchiha Sasuke's name, Uchiha Itachi's expression did not waver at all, but his mood changed. Sensed by Yagyu's haki. Kisame Kisaki grinned. A brat who can swing that kind of slash is actually a genin? Are the eyes of Konaha's high-level officials too blind? Yagyu pointed the sword at Kisame and grinned as well. I heard the breathing of your sword. Hey, you're right, my knife is alive. Kakagaki Kisame carried the same spiked muscles on his shoulders, nodded, and commented in amazement, Mr. Itachi, Konaha is truly the cradle of geniuses. Not only did people like you come into being, but such people were born even in peaceful times. Genius, I seem to see a new generation of Konaha White Fang. Uchiha Itachi said calmly, the movement just now should attract other people over soon. The boy's perception restrained my eyes. Unless I use that move, it would be difficult to kill him with one strike, but there is no need to waste time here. Kisame, let's go. Finding an excuse for himself, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Inukasaki disappeared in an instant. Feeling their breath go away, Yagyu slowly opened his eyes and sighed slightly in his heart. The guardian who is invisible in the darkness. This is the first time I have met an enemy with such a gentle mood. It was the first time he played against the shadow class, and Yagyu felt deeply about it. The strength of the cage level is completely incomparable to that of the elite Jonin. Yagyu saw many flaws in Zabuza Momokoi's body. As for Uchiha Itachi, there was no flaw at all. Although the two types are different, Yagyu finally felt the pressure after fighting against Sharingan for the first time. Is Yagyu's sword swing slow? Not slow at all, but Uchiha Itachi still saw through his movements and dodged easily. Facing Yagyu's slash, Uchiha Itachi, who had never seen such sword skills before, only used the simplest D-level substitute technique to dodge his own sword energy. Eyesight, strength, psychological quality. Uchiha Itachi is all top-notch, and during the fight, he also let Yagyu go because of his age and identity. The force of his kicks was average, and he was deliberately kicked by Yagyu. He has no ability to use the Mangekyo Sharingan. Although Yagyu did not use all his strength and was confident that he would not lose to the normal Uchiha Itachi, if there was a life and death battle, the probability of Yagyu's death was extremely high. Because Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi both pose a great threat to Yagyu. Moreover, his Susanoo, Jukin sword and Yata mirror are also bug-like things. Not having stepped into the realm of a great swordsman, Yagyu felt that his slashes would most likely be blocked by the Yata mirror, and slightly hit by Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, and Jukin Ken, all of which would result in death or disability. And Izanagi and Izanami, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi, the three most unsolvable figures in the Uchiha family are indeed worthy of their reputation. Yagyu sighed slightly in his heart, and his mood became a little heavy. This can't go on like this. He didn't notice it when he fought against the elite Jonin, but when he fought against the cage level who had more cards, his shortcomings in sword skills were exposed. The breathing sound of all things must be allowed to enter the level of a great swordsman as soon as possible, and the two-color domineering spirit must be improved. Kakashi, are you okay? While Yagyu was deep in thought, Ui Kurane and Asuma had already gone to care for Kakashi who fell to the ground. I'm fine. I didn't expect Uchiha Itachi's consciousness to be so terrifying. Kakashi stood up. Although he looked a little embarrassed, there was nothing serious. Looking at the three people talking, Yagyu came over and said hello to Ui Kurane. Teacher Kurane, I'm leaving first. Ui. Hong nodded and said with a pleased smile, Yuzuki, I'm lucky to have you this time. It's okay, we just met by chance. Yagyu shook his head, then nodded to Kakashi and Asuma, then turned and left. Looking at his back, Kakashi sighed. You are so outstanding. His strength is no longer weaker than ours. Asuma commented like this. Yui Hong nodded in agreement and said, on the second day after graduation, he easily defeated me in the survival exercise, and then killed me unscathed in a sea-level mission. Kirigakura rebelled against the ninja, and one of the 7 ninja swordsmen was the ghost Zabuza Mamakai. During the Chunin examination, he wielded a slash with the power of S-level ninjutsu, and had already begun to possess the power of a shadow. Yagyu didn't know what the three people said about him, so he left and came to the small valley he was once familiar with. In the afternoon, the sun hangs high in the sky. Golden light fell down, illuminating 2 figures standing on the water, one tall and one short. Seeing Hanabi mastering the skills of climbing trees and treading water in just one morning, Yagyu couldn't help but sigh. Hinata, Uchiha clan has a unique advantage in controlling chakra. It was the same when he was a child, Yagyu. It took Hinata a week to learn to climb trees with her feet and half a month to master the technique of treading water, but it only took Hinata 2 days. The fireworks only took less than half a day. After hearing Yagyu's words, Hinata on the shore covered her lips and smiled. Hanabi, who was all wet and soaked, looked at Yagyu in front of her and asked expectantly, hey, brother Yagyu, am I successful? Yagyu nodded and praised without hesitation. The first stage, you achieved it perfectly. Very good. A bright smile suddenly bloomed on Hanabi's cute little face. Then, Hanabi looked at Yagyu with hot eyes. Brother Yagyu, what is the second stage of training? Yagyu stretched out his hand to remove a bunch of bangs stuck to Hanabi's nose, rubbed her head, and said with a smile, don't worry, you have just mastered the skill of treading water. We will start the second stage after you are completely familiar with it. Hanabi nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, not resisting the idol's suggestion at all. Her anxious heart cooled down, Hanabi's face became serious, and she cautiously took a step forward. Her bare little feet stepped on the clear. A small circle of ripples splashed on the surface of the water. The cold feeling made Hanabi obsessed with this feeling. Although she was born in the Hyuga clan, except for the techniques of soft fists and acupuncture, Hinata Hizu did not teach her anything else. Even the ninja school did not teach students the skills of climbing trees and treading water in 6 years. After experiencing the feeling of walking on water for the first time, Hanabi fell in love immediately. While Hanabi focused on treading water, Yagyu walked to the shore. Looking at Hanabi who had his back to them, Yagyu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and showed a smile. The meaning behind it made Hinata's face blush slightly. Stepping back, Hinata retreated under a tree. She was knocked against the wall. He raised his head and whispered with misty eyes, Unagi, Yagyu-kun, is it okay if you don't want to be here? Hanabi is still here. Well. Before she finished the sentence, Hinata's bright red lips were sealed. After Hanabi walked on the water for a while, she was able to walk and run. When she could jump on the water, she turned around with a smile on her face and thought, when I was about to show off to Yagyu, I was so shocked by the scene in front of me that I subconsciously covered my lips with one hand and my eyes with the other. Then, I opened a gap with my fingers, and with a shy look, I secretly looked at the selfless man under the tree. The eyes of the two of them gradually became misty, their body temperatures began to rise, and their originally perfect control of chakra seemed to be disturbed by something. Plop. The sound of heavy objects falling into the water woke up the two people on the shore. Before I knew it, a month had passed. 1 month is enough to change a lot of things. After the Konaha collapse plan, Konaha's national strength began to gradually recover. Those buildings damaged by the war were quickly restored to their original state with the concerted efforts of the villagers to repair them. On the streets, the bustle gradually returned. However, the momentum of the village has not been restored, because Konaha still lacks a pillar that can bring safety and guidance to the villagers. September 12th, morning. The atmosphere in the village today was unprecedentedly lively. Walking on the street, you can see villagers with bright smiles everywhere. Customers and bosses buying and selling in shops, women buying vegetables in the market, and meeting acquaintances. You can all hear words such as Princess Tsunade from their mouths, granddaughter of the First Lord Tsunade-sama, words like legendary ninja. Even after a month has passed since the 8th class, Yui Hong specially summoned the 3 Yagyu people a few days ago. So, Hinata came here very early today with Hanabi. Yagyu-kun, this dress is for you. When they arrived at the gym, Hinata handed a white piece of clothing packed in a plastic bag to Yagyu. After taking the clothes, Yagyu tore open the packaging bag and looked at the top with the word fire tattooed in red thread on the back, smiling. Said thanks, Hinata. Brother Yagyu. Hanabi threw herself into Yagyu's arms, grabbed his clothes with both hands, looked up at him and said with a smile that fire character was tattooed by my sister herself. She also told me that winter is coming soon. I want to knit a scarf for you, brother Yagyu. Fireworks? Hinata's beautiful face suddenly turned red when Hanabi expressed her feelings to her face, and a rare mist spread from her head. Yagyu raised his hand and rubbed Hanabi's long hair, looked at Hinata and smiled. Then please Hinata. Hinata lowered her head and responded as thinly as a mosquito. Holding Hanabi in one hand, Yagyu took the clothes and walked towards the outside of the gym, casually asking how many more days are there until the inauguration ceremony of the 5th Hokage. Time. There are still about 2 hours left. Hinata followed behind and replied. Yes, today is the succession ceremony of the 5th Hokage. Yui Kurane summoned Class 8 a few days ago to inform them of the news. This dress is the one used for the ceremony. Hinata and Hanabi are now wearing white tops with the word fire tattooed on the back. Taking Hinata and Hanabi to the room, Yagyu took off his kimono and prepared to take a shower in the bathroom. Brother Yagyu, would you like me to go in and rub your back? Hanabi covered her lips and said with a snicker, maybe I can too. Fireworks. Hinata's face turned red again due to Hanabi's words, and she was about to catch Hanabi and teach her a lesson. However, Hanabi seemed to have expected it and hid behind Yagyu in advance, sticking her head out and making a face at Hinata. Looking at Hanabi, who had a different personality from Hinata and looked lively and cute, Yagyu pinched her little face and said with a smile, no need, stay here with your sister. After the Hokage inauguration ceremony is over, we can start today's work again. Train. Aha. Hanabi squinted her eyes, enjoying Yagyu's movements. Over the past month, Yagyu's strength has not changed much, but she has a little fangirl in her life. After learning the skills of climbing trees and treading water, Yagyu let Hanabi float on the water, using her soft skills. The fist attacks his acupuncture points. Each blow is full force, but it can't even hurt a hair on his body. Even his sister's Bagua 64 palms, the advanced palm technique in the family, can't make him take a step back. It's powerful. His strength made Hanabi completely admire him. The relationship between the two became more and more intimate, from being an idol and a fan at the beginning to being as close as a brother and a sister. Yagyu also doted on Hanabi very much. So unknowingly, what Hanabi said to him, it can be said that the content became more and more bold every time. Hinata was so embarrassed that she fainted several times due to her words. The last time she fainted, it was Yagyu who was fair and honest. Hinata. Back to business. Yagyu went to the bathroom. Inside, after taking a cold shower, he put on the white top and casual pants that Hinata brought. He came out and sat on the chair on the dressing table, letting Hinata and Hanabi blow dry his hair. He looked left and right in the mirror. One sister holding a hairdryer and the other holding a comb. Yagyu's smile was extremely gentle. Although he never felt a sense of belonging to this village, but after Yagyu learned that killing can gain experience, he did not become a traitor. Shinobi is because of Hinata. If he had not known Hinata since he was a child, and Yagyu knew that killing people could gain experience, he would definitely choose to judge Konaha, take the initiative to show his strength to the Akatsuki organization, and join Uchiha Obito's camp. With the entire ninja world is his enemy. During the 4th Ninja War, all ninjas are his enemies and all the experience he needs. Especially if he knows his swordsmanship, he is a murderer. The chance of Yagyu turning black is very high. But with Hinata by his side, Yagyu's lonely heart was filled with Hinata, and now there was a lively and lovely Hanabi. He wanted to protect this precious relationship. Even if the inheritance progress slowed down, it didn't matter. Hair blowing after doing it, Yagyu tied it into a single ponytail with a hair tie, and left the house with the 2 Hinata sisters. They came to the spacious venue below the Hokage Tower, which was already filled with people. Everyone, male, female, old and young, was wearing a white top with the word fire tattooed on the back. The arrival of Yagyu and the 3 people attracted the attention of many people. A large number of their eyes fell on Yagyu. Some were full of respect, some were full of heat, and some were full of heat. The others were full of awe. The owners of these eyes were all ninjas who had seen Yagyu's strength and ruthless killing. Unknowingly, Yagyu had gone from an unknown genin to a well-known one. Before long, Abarameshino and Yui Kurane came over and said hello to Yagyu and Hinata. Kakashi and Asuma were also with Yui Kurane. With the initial power of shadow, Yagyu could no longer be treated as a genin. It took more than an hour. After that, a graceful figure appeared on the rooftop of the Hokage building. She had long blonde hair and a beautiful face that was completely inappropriate for her age. She was wearing a fire cloud robe and holding a Hokage hat. The succession ceremony of the 5th Hokage officially began. Another 10 days have passed. In an inaccessible small valley, under the pouring waterfall, 3 figures are like dancing, stepping on the water, fighting and intertwining. Boo-hoo-hoo. 1 tall figure and 1 short figure surrounded the silver-haired young man in the middle one after another. Their slender jade-like palms shot out like arrows, aiming at various acupoints on the young man's body and bringing out air-piercing palm winds. Show no mercy. Facing their palms, Lu Sheng closed his eyes and didn't notice them at all. When their palms were still more than 10 centimeters away from the acupuncture point, Lu Sheng suddenly opened his eyes, and a flash of light flashed in his red eyes. With his feet on the water, Yagyu took a step forward as if taking a leisurely stroll. Although his movements were very slow, Hinata and Hanabi's attacks had already landed on him, but their fingers were in vain. Bang! Bang! When he was stunned, a huge force surged from his abdomen. The soles of their feet were synchronized one after another, and they used clever force to kick Hinata and Hanabi away. The bare soles of their feet drew a long ripple on the water, and Hinata and Hanabi stopped. Their 2 pairs of beautiful pure white eyes were full of joy. Hinata walked over and said in surprise, Yagyu-kun, did you succeed? Brother Yagyu, was it just a short distance teleportation? Amazing? Hanabi said with admiration. She lowered her head and glanced at the weight-bearing feet on the right. Yagyu said, dissatisfied, you only succeed once in 10 times. This is far from a success. You must do whatever you want to be considered successful. Short-distance teleportation, and was named short-distance high-speed movement by Yanagi, his next training project. After the battle with Uchiha Itachi, he simulated it in his mind many times for more than a month, and turned on the kaleidoscope to write what is your winning rate in a battle with Uchiha Itachi in the Rinnegan? If the opponent lets go, the winning rate is about 50:50. If it is a life and death battle, the chance of dying is more than 85%. This 85% still takes into account that the opponent is seriously ill. After using the Mangekyo Sharingan's ability, there will be sequelae. Otherwise, the chance of death will be higher. In addition to his powerful sword skills and 2-color haki, Yagyu's speed is only average in the eyes of a shadow-level powerhouse. It is even more unbearable in the eyes of those who are strong in physical skills. The long-range teleportation technique is okay, with enough time to explode and charge, but for the short-distance teleportation, Yagyu only planned to kill Konaha when Konaha collapsed a month ago. In this state, he entered it once. After that, it was very difficult to do that kind of teleportation at will. 9 times out of 10, he failed. It was the speed flaw that made Yagyu simulate a life and death battle with Uchiha Itachi in his mind. Death, the probability is extremely high. The vision-controlled Amaterasu is a bit unexplainable. Although in the original work, Amaterasu almost never killed anyone. But in reality, this kind of flame will never go out once it is burned, unless you have Orochimaru. Jin-chan's substitute technique to escape from his shell, and Izanaga's technique to rewrite destiny. Once other people are touched by the fire of Amaterasu, the 4th generation Raikage's broken arm in the original work is the fate of those who are hit. Including Yagyu? What a pity. The strange thing is that Yagyu seems to have no talent at all in the field of ninjutsu. In other words, he wasted this talent when he was a child. The teleportation technique cannot be done at all, and the teleportation range is half a meter. The chakra bursts out and instantly absorbs the ground. The time for such a small distance is too short. After 10 attempts, 6 or 7 times were unsuccessful. So Yagyu used this training method on treading water, and even tried it with weights. If you train on the water, once you succeed, the success rate will be greater. As a result, 9 times out of 10 times, it fails. I just succeeded once with great difficulty. It is still far from the point where I am satisfied. Of course, it is not that Yagyu has never thought about practicing one of the 6 naval styles. Shave. In the spiritual world of the inherited template, there are many naval swordsman masters who have fought against Hawkeye. Among them, there are more than 5 masters of shaving. Yagyu also knows how to practice shaving, which is to step on the ground 10 times in an instant. More than once, they use that explosive power to move at high speed. But compared to the pirate world, the physical fitness of people in this world is really too great. Not counting the giants who are uniquely endowed in the pirate world and are born kings of destruction, almost all of them are. It is an ocean world, allowing the biological meat of that world to provide great nutrition to humans. Among children of the same age, the innate advantages of the Naruto world lag behind those of the pirate world. Not to mention the shaving technique, in the pirate world it is also a skill that can only be mastered by superhuman beings. Yagyu wants to learn how to shave to make up for the shortcomings of speed, but it is still whimsical for the time being. Therefore, Yagyu can only continue to improve the teleportation technique. Seeing Yagyu's frown, Hinata thought that he was trying to make up for his efforts. Unsatisfied, he comforted him repeatedly. Yagyu-kun, it's okay, we still have plenty of time, and we are still in the stage of rapid growth in strength. This flaw will definitely be erased in the future. Huahuo nodded repeatedly and said in agreement, yes. Brother Yagyu, in Hanabi's eyes, you are the strongest. The voices of the 2 sisters brought Yagyu back to his senses. He glanced at the gentle Hinata, and then at Hanabi, who looked like a little girl. He couldn't help but smile and nodded, and said, don't worry, I'm a little bit. None of them cared. Take another 3 months. If you don't have the talent for the teleportation technique, then try your best to improve your physique and switch to shaving. After silently making this decision, Yagyu's eyes suddenly condensed slightly. He glanced at the woods on the right, and Yagyu warned. Hinata, Hanabi, you go to the shore and get some clothes to protect yourself. The three of them have been practicing on the water for a long time. Except for Yagyu's kimono, Hinata and Hanabi's clothes are already soaked through. From a close distance, Yagyu can even see their underwear. Hinata and Hanabi trusted Yagyu's perception and walked to the shore obediently. Not long after, an afterimage suddenly emerged from the woods and appeared in front of Yagyu. Wearing an umbu mask, his face could not be seen clearly. The man said in a deep voice, Yuzuki Yagyu, the 5th Hokage invites you. The 5th generation Hokage's summons terminated Yagyu's training. After speaking to Hinata, Yagyu followed the umbu in the direction of the village. 10 minutes later, in the office of the Hokage building. As soon as Yagyu pushed the door open, he saw a familiar figure. Yo, you're here too. Nara Shikamaru, who looked lazy, raised his hand to say hello, as if he was not surprised at all by Yagyu's arrival. Yagyu nodded slightly and nodded. Then he stood next to Nara Shikamaru and looking at the Godame Hokage in front of him who was sizing him up, Tsunade Senjo and her assistant, Shizune, who was holding a small pink pig. His red eyes met Tsunade's scrutinizing eyes, and Yagyu's expression was as plain as ever. His expression, his temperament made Shizune, the bystander, feel amazed in his heart. After Tsunade looked at Yagyu for a moment, he withdrew his gaze, supported his chin with his hands, and said seriously, I have heard about everything about you. In this Chunin examination, whether you are a ninja from your own village or another country, among the 115 candidates, you are the best. Starting immediately, as the 5th Hokage of Konaha Hidden Village, I will grant you the title of Chunin. Tsunade's words did not make Yagyu and Nara Shikamaru's face show the slightest look of joy and excitement. Instead, Nara Shikamaru scratched his head and did not conceal the helplessness on his face. Chunin, it's really troublesome. Yagyu didn't care at all. Fame and fortune could no longer shake his mood. Whether it was Cardo's wealth or the rank of a ninja, Yagyu felt it didn't matter. Seeing the reactions of the two people, Tsunade realized that these were two problem children. She couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth slightly, then waved her hand and said, Shikamaru, you go out first, and come here in 3 days to collect your Chunin vest. Yuzuki, stay. Yes. Nara Shikamaru was not afraid of Tsunade's aura at all, and turned around and walked out of the office. After Nara Shikamaru left, Tsunade's expression instantly became serious. She looked at Yagyu seriously and said, it's your business. I already know it from Jiraiya, Ui Kurane, and the witnesses on the day of Konoha's collapse plan. There is no doubt that you are a genius who represents this era. Tsunade commented, even during World War II and World War III, no one of your age could be better than you. I have already seen those photos of dismembered corpses. I also agree with Jiraiya, you are a genius born in a war era. Tsunade entered the topic and invited, but in this era, your style is in line with the umbu standards. Do you want to join the umbu and become my confidant? Sorry, I refuse. Yagyu spoke directly without even the slightest hesitation. Such a decisive decision made both Tsunade and Shizune slightly stunned. Then, an idea flashed in Tsunade's mind, and she asked a question. It's because of the Hyuga clan, that white-eyed one. Little girl. After Yagyu showed his strength, he also showed his powerful strength and killing methods in the Konoha collapse plan. His name has already entered the top management of Konoha. This top level is not only the Hokage, but also the major families. Part 1 Shinobi are elite ninjas from various countries and are the backbone of a ninja village. There are only a few elite jounin in a village. Shadow is already the backbone of the village. He can wield S-level ninjutsu slashes at the age of 12. With the power of Shadow, he will definitely have the power of 5 shadows in the future. Anyone who knows Yagyu will subconsciously investigate the people around him. Hinata, who is a childhood sweetheart with Yagyu, has naturally entered the eyes of countless people. Hanabi is one duo. The reason why he can come with Hinata every day is very likely because of Hinata and Hinata, or even the tacit consent of the Hyuga clan. Since Tsunade has investigated Yagyu, of course she also knows about Hinata. Yagyu was slightly taken aback, and randomly he nodded yes, I don't want to leave class 8. With your strength, you will be promoted to Jonin sooner or later, and you will still automatically leave class 8 when the time comes. Tsunade asked at that time, what are you going to do? Then I would refuse the promotion. Yagyu answered directly, feeling a little disdainful in his heart. If he hadn't been bound to Hinata, he wouldn't have stayed in Konoha. Entering a place like Umbu might involve some dark things, which could bring him experience. But with this experience, if you leave Konoha and go to the black market to be a bounty hunter, or join the Akatsuki organization and become the enemy of the entire ninja world in the future, the experience you will gain is n times that of joining Umbu. Spend your precious time. If you waste it on it, you might as well stay at home, doing daily tasks and training Hinata with a pitiful 0.02% experience. Looking at Yagyu who loves first, Tsunade feels troubled and wants to gain something. It was really difficult for this fierce general. But she still said calmly, don't refuse so firmly now, you might as well think about it for a while. If not for myself, think about that little girl with white eyes in the Hinata family. At this moment, Tsunade was like an adult holding a lollipop, tempting a child, and said, don't you want to marry her with all your glory? Although you are very strong, there is still a huge gap between your backgrounds. If you join Umbu, I can promise that you will become the Umbu captain within 1 year and the Umbu captain within 3 years. Although few people will know your identity if you join Umbu, the power you possess is enough that even the Hyuga clan does not dare to underestimate your status. And after joining Umbu, you are qualified to access more advanced ninjutsu. After your status is improved, you can even read the forbidden jutsu in the sealed book. A few minutes later, Yagyu walked out of the Hokage's office. Tsunade lowered her head with a dejected expression and hit her forehead heavily on the table. I am convinced, I have never seen such an invulnerable person in my life. Ha, ha ha. Shizun next to her had a stiff smile on her face, and her heart was filled with admiration for that young man who was completely immune to the temptations of fame and fortune. After becoming a Chunin, Yagyu's life did not change much. It's nothing more than an extra green vest, officially confirming the identity of the leader of Class 8. But after Yagyu became a Chunin, Yui Kurane was free. Before the Chunin examination, Class 8 can only perform D-level and C-level tasks, and whether they are D-level or C-level, the guiding Jounin must be present to personally lead them to complete it. Now that the team leader has been promoted to Chunin, the team has gained the team awareness developed over the past half year, and coupled with its understanding of Yagyu's strength, Yui Kurane has entrusted Team 8 to Yagyu's hands. For more than half a month after that, Yagyu led Team 8 to carry out 3 C-level missions as a Chunin. The 3 C-level missions are all of different types. One is to escort the caravan leaving Konaha and protect them from being robbed by bandits on the way, the other 2 are to capture the beasts that destroy crops and destroy villages. Today is a full moon night, and the cloudless sky is filled with stars. The silvery moonlight shone down and fell on a clearing in the forest. There were 3 tents set up there, and 2 men and 1 woman were sitting in front of a campfire, preparing for today's dinner. It is such a beautiful night scene, but for some reason, I feel a little uneasy. Abarameshino looked up at the night sky and said calmly. Hinata turned over the grilled fish on the campfire, blinked her pure white eyes, and asked doubtfully, there are no ferocious beasts within a kilometer around. Moreover, our mission is very simple, and the client is not like Mr. Dasna last time, who lied about the mission level. Everything is normal. Maybe it's my misunderstanding. Abarameshino adjusted her sunglasses and felt that her thoughts were a little random. Insect's reaction was normal, Hinata's white eyes were normal. Even if something unexpected happened, there was Yagyu beside him. Even if an elite Jounin attacked, they would be helpless. Afraid. He must have thought too much. However, Abarameshino's words made Yagyu frown. A strange feeling came to his heart. His head was empty, as if he had forgotten something. Yagyu turned over the grilled fish, followed the feeling and asked consciously or unconsciously, Hinata, how long has it been since we graduated? Hinata looked up at the starry sky, put a finger in front of her mouth, and calculated, we graduated in March. Today is October 15th, 7.5 months ago. After finishing speaking, Hinata looked at Yagyu. Yagyu-kun, what's wrong? No, it's nothing, Hinata, hold it for me. Yagyu handed the iron fork with the grilled fish to Hinata, got up and walked to Hinata's tent. He took out a notebook from his backpack and returned to Hinata. With the help of the firelight, Yagyu opened the record, taking notes for the future. Scanning the childishly written Chinese characters, Yagyu silently murmured in his heart. In March of Konaha 60, the new generation of Konaha graduated, Class 7 conducted survival exercises, and the plot of the Land of Waves began in May. On June 23, the new generation met the registration standards for the Chunin exam. On July 1, the Chunin exam began. After 3 games, there will be a month of training time. After the Konaha collapse plan ended, Uchiha Itachi returned to the village, Kakanishi was hit by Tsukuyomi, and Jiraiya led Uzumaki Naruto to search for Tsunade. On the way, he started training on the Raisnon and expected to find Tsunade on August 23. On September 1, the deal between Tsunade and Orochimaru failed, and the Sunin War began. Near mid-September, Tsunade succeeded the 5th generation Hokage. This is the time period that Yagyu knows best. It was recorded when he was a child. Turning the page to the next side with your finger, the content above is blurry. After that, Team 7 will perform a mission, and the target seems to be Marino Iki's younger brother. They will encounter a ninja holding the Thunder God's sword, and then there will be the rooftop battle between Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, and then, Yagyu paused with his fingers, his eyes slightly enlightened. On a full moon night in October, Uchiha Sasuke left Konaha. So that's it. No wonder it feels like he forgot something. Unknowingly, the fate of Azura and Indra in this life has begun. Closing the note, Yagyu looked at Hinata and Abarameshino and said, after eating, go to bed early and speed up to return to the village tomorrow. Yes. Hinata and Abarameshino responded quickly. They all saw Yagyu's expression just now, but they didn't ask any more questions. Even Hinata was the same. After dinner, except for Hinata, he went to the lake outside the forest to simply clean up. Yagyu and Abarameshino returned to the tent to rest. In the early morning of the next day, the 3 of them put away the tent and returned to the village as quickly as possible. When dusk fell, Team 8 arrived at the entrance of Konaha village. Yagyu took Hinata with him. Came to the Hokage's office. You came back just in time. Seeing the 3 people from Class 8 coming in, Tsunade was obviously relieved, and then said with a serious face, next, I have an important task for you. After hearing what the Godame Hokage said, except for Yagyu, Hinata, and Abarameshino's expressions suddenly became serious. Looking at Yagyu with a dull expression, Tsunade said according to the report of Harino Sakura from Class 7, Uchiha Sasuke last night, because I was deceived by Orochimaru, I left Konaha. In the early morning, I had asked Shikamaru to organize a team of 5 people to rescue Uchiha Sasuke. Tsunade said in a solemn tone since most of the Jounin and Chunin in the village have been sent out to perform tasks, Shikamaru and the others do not have a Jounin to lead the team, and there is an Otagakur village over Orochimaru, I am a little relieved. No less. Yuzuki, it's a good time for you to come back. Tsunade ordered in a deep voice. I am now issuing a mission to Team 8. You should immediately catch up with Shikamaru and the others. Yes. The 3 of them from Yagyu responded quickly. After walking out of the Hokage's office, Abarameshino said in the Hokage's office, my bugs have captured the scent of Nara Shikamaru. In fact, it hasn't lasted more than a day. Yagyu, do you want to chase him immediately? Abarameshino asked. Yagyu nodded and said let's set off immediately. I'll leave it to you to lead the way, Shino. Don't worry, the bug has pointed the way for us. In the early morning, the world seemed silent. Class 8 has been in a hurry since leaving the village entrance of Konaha. Even for dinner, I used the dry food in my backpack to casually solve my stomach complaints. The rest of the time is spent running around. A huge forest soon appeared in front of Class 8. Nara Shikamaru's aura is getting stronger and stronger, he shouldn't be very far away from us. Shino Abarame, who was leaping in front, slowed down. Even in the early morning, she still wore sunglasses and stared at a small black insect on her index finger. She reported softly to Yagyu next to her and there are 3 familiar ones ahead. The breath is moving quickly. I don't know who it is, but the insect remembers it so deeply. It must be someone who has interacted with us. Hearing this, Yagyu, who was only deeply impressed by the plot of the battle between Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke at the End Valley, frowned slightly and didn't know who those 3 breaths were. But on the surface, he ordered follow up and take a look. Yes. As the response fell, the figures of the 3 people leaping forward became even faster. Not long after, 3 figures from behind appeared in front of Class 8. Among them, the figure of the red-haired boy carrying a big gourd on his back made people laugh. Yagyu remembered the forgotten plot, and Abarameshino was slightly enlightened. No wonder the insects felt that these 3 breaths were familiar. Although the contact time was not long, the Gaara group who had met in the Death Forest made Hinata and Abarameshino had a very deep impression on them. Especially after witnessing the battle between Gaara and Lee, both Hinata and Abarameshino knew that if Yagyu wasn't around at that time, they might have narrowly escaped death. Gaara, yes, a very scary monster. Call out, call out, call out. Hearing the sound of Shunshen coming from behind, the 3 siblings rushing ahead, Kankuro and Temari, also turned their heads. With the silver light shining down from the 16-month full moon, the 3 of Yagyu caught the eyes of Kankuro and Temari. When they saw Yagyu's plain face, their expressions suddenly changed, and they subconsciously felt fear. Immediately, thinking of the restoration of the alliance between Sand Ninja and Konaha, the 2 siblings swallowed, and Temari said tremblingly it's you? What? Why did you ask us to come here when that monster is here? Kankuro cursed secretly with an ugly expression. The 2 of them had a deep impression of Yagyu. After Konaha's collapse plan, Yagyu's name not only entered Konaha's top management, but was also remembered by the top management of Sand Ninja. Even other villages, if you collect information about Konaha's collapse plan, you will definitely remember Yagyu Yuzuki as a genius. In addition to his amazing sword skills and the ability to slash with S-level ninjutsu, he brutally killed sand ninjas and sound ninjas. 66 people are evil ghosts who cannot be judged by their appearance. The troops who came to collect the corpses from Suna Ninja village were frightened by the scenes of severed limbs and arms. They had the same evaluation of Gaara as Hinata and Abarameshino. In the hearts of Kankuro and Temari, Yagyu is also a very terrifying monster. And this monster is more powerful than Gaara. Yagyu and Gaara don't know what their teammates are thinking. They hear Temari's fear at the sound of the voice. Gaara turned his head and looked at Yagyu expressionlessly. The moment he looked into Yagyu's red eyes, Gaara's face was still calm, but his pupils shrank slightly, and his emotions fluctuated a bit. From then on, Gaara's face was still calm. From this point of view, he was still wrapped in sand armor. Gaara thought for a while and slowly said, long time no see, Yagyu Yuzuki. Ah, long time no see. Yagyu didn't expect Gaara to greet him, so he nodded slightly in response and said bluntly, I haven't seen you for 2 months, but you have changed a lot. Gaara didn't speak, but Uzumaki Naruto's figure appeared in his mind. This time Konoha's 5th generation Hokage asked for help. The reason why he came here was also because of Uzumaki Naruto. Compared with Yagyu, the first one, the man who let him try the feeling of being hurt, Gaara was even more impressed by Uzumaki Naruto, a man who completely defeated him and had the same fate as him, but was completely different from himself. Seeing Gaara, he fell into silence. Yagyu didn't say anything. However, the 4 people from both teams were one position behind each other in a tacit understanding, and looked at each other. Shino Abarame looked at Kankuro and asked directly, why are you here? Because your 5th generation Hokage asked for help from our sand ninja. Kankuro replied, although it was not our original intention, we Suna ninja owe Konaha a lot for the incident more than 2 months ago. Abarame Shino adjusted her sunglasses and said no more. Kankuro was looking for a topic and asked proactively, if I'm not mistaken, you just returned to Konaha not long ago, right? Abarame Shino nodded. I came out just after I went back. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Kankuro recalled the scene where Uchiha Sasuke injured Gaara and said, Uchiha Sasuke, that man is very dangerous. A rare smile appeared on Abarame Shino's face, which was intriguing. He is only the second in our school. Kankuro was stunned for a moment, then glanced at Yagyu in front of him, and nodded suddenly. When the morning light breaks through the night, the fresh morning comes. Team 8 and Gaara's team finally saw the 5-man team that saved Uchiha Sasuke. Akimichi Koji, what he looks like. The figures of the 6 people fell on a tree. Kankuro looked at the large-scale destruction of the forest, and his eyes fell on the unconscious Akimichi Koji lying on the ground, his eyes full of surprise. In the Chunin exam, the guy who was easily killed by the sound ninja was actually so powerful? Very close, it should be in this direction. Yagyu just glanced at Akimichi Koji, closed his eyes slightly, then opened his eyes, looked forward to the left, and said to Abarame Shino, he still has breath in him, so leave it to him. You, Hinata will take over next. Abarame Shino nodded. Understood. After saying that, the figure walked away towards Akimichi Koji on the ground. The remaining 5 people continued to move forward. This time Hinata led the way. Temari secretly looked at Yagyu and Hinata, and looked at Kankuro. You can see a look of surprise in the eyes of the opponent. They are actually the perception class. The perception class refers to a team where all ninjas are perception-type ninjas. In the general perception class, they are the best. They are good at the art of perception, but their strength is very average. But the 3 of Yagyu are not only powerful, but also possess powerful art of perception. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, the insect user of the Abarame clan. Kankuro and Temari suddenly remembered, during the 3rd official match of the Chunin examination, when Yuzuki Yagyu fought against that Hyuga Neji, even if his eyes were tied, it was as if he had not tied them up. There was no need for visual perception at all. Hiss! Kankuro and Temari took a deep breath in their hearts. The body shook without leaving any trace. A monster-level team? Neither Yagyu nor Hinata knew what the 2 siblings were thinking. Guided by Hinata's white eyes, the group of 5 people quickly arrived at the battlefield. In this battlefield, the battle has also ended. Seeing Hinata Neji, who was seriously injured and lying on the ground, Hinata was so frightened that she covered her lips and shouted, Ning. Brother Neji. Looking at Hyuga Neji with many arrows stuck in his back, Yagyu frowned slightly and said, Hinata, you don't have to follow him anymore. Go over and take care of him, and wait for the support of the medical team or the end of the mission. I'll come back to you later. Hinata nodded and warned Yagyu-kun, you have to be careful. Yagyu nodded slightly, and his figure shot out. Gaara's team quickly followed. The sun rose from the east and gradually hung in the sky. Along the way, neither Yagyu nor Gaara's team saw the battlefield that had ended. When morning came, Yagyu, who had been silent for several hours, suddenly issued an order to Kankuro and Temari of Gaara's team at 2 o'clock. In the northeast, Nara Shikamura's aura has been found. You go over to support. Give him a try. Kankuro and Temari were not dissatisfied with Yagyu's tone. Temari thought of the Chunin exam, the man who made her suffer with his wisdom, and said, I'll go. Another person left the team. Yagyu looked at Kankuro and continued at 9 o'clock. We will go straight to the west. I will leave that to you. Understood. Kankuro nodded and left the team. Without their teammates around, Yagyu and Gaara's speed was finally no longer limited. After this incident, the new generation experienced failures and hard battles and began to grow. It was also them, an important part of the blossoming of friendship. The afterimages kept intertwining in the forest. Yagyu thought slightly as he rushed forward. The haki of seeing and hearing was always on, trying to find the breath of Uzumaki Naruto. Not long after, that familiar voice, the breath, was captured by Yagyu. He glanced at Gaara next to him and said, speed up a little. Gaara nodded expressionlessly. The 2 figures exploded at a faster speed. 10 minutes later, the figures of Yagyu and Gaara rushed out of the forest, and a grassland was reflected in front of them. The 2 fighting figures are so eye-catching on the green grassland. Hateful? You guy, get out of my way. Uzumaki Naruto and several shadow clones besieged the thin, silver-haired young man. However, Kimimaro stabbed them all into smoke with a single wave of a bone sword. After destroying all the shadow clones, Kimimaro holding the bone sword, he rushed towards Uzumaki Naruto, who was shocked by his strength. His dull eyes were full of persistence. He was using his last life to repay the adult who needed him. Sonorous. The bone sword stabbed suddenly, but was blocked by a completely black scabbard. Looking at Yagyu holding a sword without even pulling it out, Kimimaro asked calmly, who are you? Before Yagyu could answer, Uzumaki Naruto, who was being guarded from behind, shouted in surprise, Yagyu. Great, you are here. Although Uzumaki Naruto is very nervous, even if he is the last person, he has always been dissatisfied with Uchiha Sasuke. But that is the fate of Asura and Indra, and when he was a child, he envied Uchiha Sasuke that so many people liked him, and he liked it. Girls are among them. The 2 look down on each other and have actually formed a bond. Especially after graduation, this bond has blossomed. In their hearts, they have already regarded each other as friends. They are also very powerful and very popular with girls. Yagyu, Uzumaki Naruto was never dissatisfied. On the contrary, he was full of confidence in Yagyu's strength. Yagyu looked at Kimimaro and said softly, Naruto, leave this guy to me, you go over. Oh, that's up to you. Uzumaki Naruto nodded quickly, without even looking at Kimimaro, and ran past him. As he passed by, Kimimaro did not stop him. His plain eyes were already filled with solemnity. Kimimaro stared at him looking into Yagyu Shang's red eyes. He frowned slightly and said to himself, this person. Yagyu put down the tachi that blocked the bone sword, and the black substance covering the scabbard gradually disappeared. Putting his right hand on the handle of the knife, Yagyu said, Gaara, you come with me too, remember to bring Naruto back. I see. Gaara nodded and turned into yellow sand and disappeared. Call. Only Yagyu and Kimimaro were left in the entire grassland. Strong winds roared in, pushing the green grass down. A cold glow can be seen in the eye contact between Yagyu and Kimimaro. Swish. The hand resting on the handle of the knife drew the knife quickly. The sound of the sword being drawn out of its sheath was followed by a dazzling white light. A dark red light reflected in the daytime sky and earth boom. The dark red sword energy tore through the emerald green ground. An exaggerated and powerful 7 or 8 meters high made Kimimaro, who had already retreated when he sensed the danger, shrink his pupils slightly and said suddenly, oh, it's you? Are you the swordsman genius Mr. Kabuto mentioned? If it were you, you wouldn't be able to deal with it with normalcy. As the voice fell, Kimimaro flew upside down. The earth curse seal on his chest was emitting an orange-red light, and black lines spread out around him. Kimimaro, who had lines drawn all over his body, held a bone in one hand. Sword, the other hand was raised, facing the oncoming sword energy 5-finger flick. Boo-hoo-hoo. The 5-finger bones shot out from the fingertips like bullets, like ants teasing a giant elephant, and hit the sword energy that was 7 or 8 meters high and 2 or 3 meters wide. Not surprisingly, the finger bones were like yellow sand falling into a tsunami, and were instantly twisted and shattered by the impact of the sword energy. Seeing the results of the test, Kimimaro said to himself with a calm face, it's not just what it seems. There is no chakra fluctuation. I really can't imagine how he did it. Seeing the sword energy approaching, Kimimaro stopped. He got off the retreating figure and just jumped sideways to avoid the spreading sword energy. After landing, he rushed toward Yagyu. Kimimaro commented, it's a very fast and powerful slash, but its weakness is too obvious. It has no threat to taijutsu ninjas at all. Yagyu held a sword to meet him. He walked towards it and said with a provocative grin, taijutsu ninja, are you talking about yourself? How much power can you exert with your sickly body? Kimimoro's face remained calm, his eyes persistent. He said, I will persist until Uchiha Sasuke and reach Lord Orochimaru. Clang crack dot. The tachi and the bone sword collided together, and the bones with extremely strong bone veins were actually cut off by Yagyu's sword. Looking at Tachi, who was completely black and completely changed, Kimimoro's pupils shrank. What kind of ability do you have? It's called domineering. After Yagyu cut off the bone sword, he slashed at Kimimoro's neck at an angle, hoping to kill him with one blow. Willow dance. Facing Yagyu's attack, Kimimaro bent his body sharply and suddenly spun towards Yagyu. A sharp bone protruded from his elbow, palm, and back shoulder. As he rotated, the bones continuously hit Yagyu. The tachi. The strong impact force caused Yagyu to focus on cutting the tachi at the breathing point and paused. The rotating pointed bone followed Kimimoro's rotation, and the attack was transferred from the tachi to Yagyu's arm holding the sword. Tir-la-la, sizzling. The sound of tearing cloth sounded, and the cuff of Yagyu's right hand. The sharp bones even touched his arm, making the sound of friction. This only happened in a few seconds. From the moment the cuff was torn, Yagyu wrinkling his head, he moved his feet slightly, and the figure flew backwards for a distance. Yagyu glanced down and saw that the skin of his right arm with torn sleeves was still there, but there was a feeling of pain. I believe that if there is no protection from the armed domineering force, just now, Kimimaro injured his entire arm. For a swordsman, his arm and sword are his life. Looking at the frowning Yagyu, Kimimaro said, looking at you, it doesn't seem like you have any blood inheritance. Limitless taijutsu ninja, experience in fighting. No. I have, but he is not as strong as you. Yagyu replied with a calm expression. With a thought, the damaged cuffs of the kimono were repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately, Yagyu knelt down, took out 2 pieces of leggings from the trousers, and threw them aside with a heavy sound of bang. Kimimaro's face changed slightly. It's actually a weight. All your actions are within my prediction. After Yagyu took off the weight, a fighting smile appeared on his handsome face. Then, let's start the second round. After saying that, Yagyu took the initiative to rush towards Kimimaro with a knife. His figure was like a gust of wind, and he appeared in front of Kimimaro in just 2 seconds. So fast? Kimimoro's pupils shrank slightly, and his body instinctively rotated again. Lose Hiwo. The sound of breaking through the air caused by the rotation of the sharp bones made Yagyu stop at his limit. His right hand was like a shadow, wrapped around a domineering black knife, and he swung it forward quickly. Clang clang clang, click click click. The sound of a loud collision resounded. As Yagyu kept swinging the knife, small bones shot out from Kimimoro's body, which turned into a whirlwind shadow. Every bone, the cut was so smooth and straight. A few seconds later, a flash of light flashed across Lu Shang's red eyes, and the corner of his mouth slightly raised. I have heard your breathing. Swish, poof. Yagayu's figure was like a ray of light, passing through Kimimura's body and appearing behind him. Kimimura's body turned and stopped, a column of blood spurted out from his chest, and there was a huge scar. All the ribs inside were cut off. At this time, Yagyu, who was about to sheath the sword, his face changed slightly. Call out. Chakra was gathered on both feet, and the figure disappeared from the spot. The next second, a huge pointed bone protruded from the ground, almost skewering Yagyu. I can't fall yet. I can't let such a terrifying guy catch up with Aki, please, Sasuke. Kimimura's mouth overflowed with blood, and his face became ferocious, but his will was always firm. The earth curse seal on his chest once again flashed orange light, and his body, which was originally covered with black lines, moved at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was a huge change in appearance from the normal state. Yagayu's figure appeared not far away. Looking at Kimimaro with this appearance, his face gradually became serious, and he murmured, the breathing is getting weaker. This guy, are you going to fight me tooth and nail? Thinking of this, a murderous intent appeared in Yagayu's eyes. Kimimaro in this state did not pose much trouble to him, but it could bring him the threat of death. In the incident of Uchiha Sasuke's defection, in addition to the Valley of the End after the First World War, what Yagyu has never forgotten is the comprehensive bone forest. He must not be allowed to use that move. Whoosh. The figure ran towards Kimimaro, and Yagyu assumed the posture of drawing a sword armed. Kimimaro, who entered the second form, suddenly turned around. A large number of bones wrapped his right arm, forming a huge bone spear. As he turned around, he stabbed towards Yagyu. Gee, the bones in the corpse veins are so annoying. The killing blow to capture chi was blocked by the bone spear. Yagyu stopped his running figure, looked forward impatiently, drew his sword and waved a silvery sword light. Boom. The light of the sword turned into sword energy nearly 10 meters high, roaring away like a tsunami of blood. The ground was torn apart, and the terrifying impact airflow crushed all the surrounding flowers and plants into powder. Facing Yagyu, Kimimaro did not choose to dodge this sword energy this time. He turned into the right arm of the strongest spear and collided with the sword energy. A man over 1 meter tall could resist a sword energy as high as 3 or 4 stories high, just like an ant trying to shake an elephant. Kimimaro's figure seemed to be affected by an irresistible force. He stepped on the ground with his feet and began to move backward, dragging a long trace. Click. It is said to be the strongest spear in 540. Even the corpse's bone veins cannot be broken by kicking the lotus. There are a few cracks on the surface, and a few bone fragments are sputtered out. But it is worthy of being the strongest spear. Kimimaro was after being forced back more than 10 meters. The bone spear only shattered on the surface, but the power of the sword energy became weaker and weaker. After more than 10 seconds, the sword energy completely dissipated. Even Mamakai Zabuza couldn't resist it, and Uchiha Itachi couldn't resist it. The sword energy that had to be avoided was the first person to resist head-on and resist it. Swish, poof. Just as the sword energy dissipated, before Kimimaro could be happy, a sharp pain surged up from his waist. Looking down, he saw that his lower body had disappeared. Behind him, Yagyu had already sheathed his sword. She sheathed herself, turned her back to him and returned to the original route, leaving only a breath of praise like a breeze. You are an amazing strong man, have a good journey. Kimimaro lay on the ground, looking at the blue sky with distracted eyes. In his gradually blurred vision, the white clouds floating in the sky vaguely turned into the shape of a flower. This flower reminded him of his encounter with Orochimaru. Memories. Thinking of the adult he madly admired, he was currently being tortured, waiting for the arrival of Uchiha Sasuke, and then starting a new reincarnation. Kimimaro's gradually dissipating consciousness suddenly condensed again. The severed upper body, the closed eyelids opened again. Dance? The final dance of the early fern. The extremely weak voice was covered by the breeze. Poo chi chi chi. The sound of a sharp weapon entering the body reached Yagyu's ears from a long distance away. Turning his head to look, Yagyu's eyes caught the image of Kimimaro entering a huge and sharp white bone. A large number of bones spread towards Yagyu in all directions at an extremely fast speed. Yagyu's pupils tightened, and his emotions fluctuated violently for the first time. Damn, what kind of will is this? Yagyu ran towards the forest, his expression as expressionless as ever. He could teleport very quickly, but the bone forest spread even faster. A rising shadow covers from behind. Can't escape. Yagyu stopped running, turned around and looked at the approaching bone forest. His ugly face gradually calmed down. Yagyu slowly closed his eyes, but did not give up the struggle, but placed his right hand on the handle of the knife. No one will come to save him. The only one who can save him is himself. If will can make a dying person use his last strength, then death can also force him to use his potential. Calm down, be sure to calm down. The more times like this, the more calm you have to be. The sound of breathing of all things, the kind of breathing range that covers most of Konaha, I will definitely be able to capture it. Plop 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 plop. The sound of bones breaking out of the ground kept coming to his ears. The sound gradually went from strong to weak. Unknowingly, the sound of the heartbeat in Yagyu Sheng's ears drowned out the sound of Gulin. The approach of death makes the heartbeat rate reach an unprecedented speed, and the heart seems to burst in the next second. Ha, ha. My breathing was extremely rapid, and every time I exhaled and inhaled, it seemed so heavy. It's your own breathing. No, it's not just my own breathing, but also the breathing of flowers, plants, trees, air, and bones. So quiet. Lu Sheng suddenly let out a whisper. The ground was clearly shaking, the bone forest was rolling, the heart was beating, the breath was gasping, but my emotions and my heart became so quiet. In the dark, there is an ability that is similar to the hegemony of seeing and hearing, like a spider weaving a web, with Yagyu as the center, spreading in all directions. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 400 meters, 1000 meters. The perceived image seemed to be projected in his mind. Flowers and trees, birds and animals, flowing rivers. Yagyu slowly opened his eyes and looked at the approaching bone forest. He held the handle of the knife calmly and drew his sword to sweep out. Swish. An unprecedented silver-white sword light flashed across like a comet and disappeared in a flash. Boom. The sword light did not seem to be converted into sword energy, but the bone forest approaching from the front collapsed suddenly, and the sharp long bones broke. The bone forest with a width of 200 to 300 meters was like harvested straw. A row of smooth and straight cuts appeared. Looking from top to bottom, the entire bone forest turned into white snow. Rumble. However, the sound of the ground shaking still did not stop. I saw the forest opposite the grassland. From left to right, the jungle was 300 to 400 meters in diameter. Rows of towering trees suddenly collapsed. A crescent arc-shaped sword energy has broken into the forest. Wherever the sword energy passed, the trees were split into two, leaving a smooth and straight cut, until a big mountain blocked the path of the sword energy. Boom. The loud explosion stirred up a huge dust mist. The strong vibrations could be heard even by the 9 strong men, Gaara's team, and others who were very far away from here. When the dust mist dissipated, that a crack appeared on the mountain that anyone could see, which was very conspicuous like a fifth of an apple cut horizontally. In the forest area on one side of the mountain, a vast forest was in a state of disgrace as if it had been logged _few, so tired. Yagyu didn't even sigh at the blow just now. Instead, he fell on the snow-like bone forest and closed his eyes drowsily. That sword could be said to be a sword that transcended the limit. All things. The sound of breathing does not need to be consumed. The swordsman can listen to the sound of breathing of all things, but the breathing parts change every second, and the place where the breath comes out is different every time. The swordsman must seize the opportunity and hit the breathing position before you can cut off. To capture the breath, you must be very concentrated and extremely focused. In this way, the spirit and brain will be consumed. With the sword just now, Yagyu's he felt mentally exhausted like never before. The excitement after death made his whole body tremble and tremble. Even if he wanted to raise his right hand, his nerves seemed to be unresponsive, or if he raised it, he would feel a big stone hanging on his arm, which was extremely heavy. Yagyu just wants to sleep now. If someone comes to kill him now, the success rate is absolutely 100%. Closing his eyes, Yagyu doesn't know whether he is asleep or not. He only feels that his consciousness is locked in a dark space. There were a lot of flashing pictures there, all of which were memories of me practicing swordsmanship when I was a child. When I first came to the different world, I was so repelled by everything. There was no excitement because of contact with superpowers, nor confidence in mastering the plot, only the ordinary panic and despair. Until one day, he was walking in the woods dejectedly and encountered 3 children bullying the little girl. After rushing out to vent his resentment towards fate, the darkness that enveloped him was finally illuminated by the belated dawn. Break open. Practice swordsmanship day after day. From practicing swordsmanship in order to survive at first, to practicing swordsmanship with determination to embark on the path of becoming a strong man, to finally falling in love with swords and being obsessed with slashing. The power. He likes the feeling of swinging a sword. He likes the feeling of listening to the breathing of all things. He likes the feeling of slashing. He likes the feeling of cutting off all things and the human body. How wonderful that feeling is. Yagyu-kun, Yagyu-kun. Lu Sheng didn't know how long he slept, until a familiar gentle voice broke into his consciousness, and he slowly opened his eyes. Hinata. Looking at the beautiful and tired face of Yagyu that occupied his eyes, a gentle smile appeared. Hinata lovingly held Yagyu's head, gently caressed and touched his handsome face with her small hands, and said softly, Yagyu-kun, are you okay? Behind her, there was also a strong group headed by Nara Shikamaru. Nara Shikamaru was carrying the seriously injured Akimichi Koji, Abarame Shino was carrying the seriously injured Hinata Neji, Inizuka Kiba was carrying the exhausted Uzumaki Naruto, and Gaara's team. They looked at the bone forest like snow, as well as the flattened forest outside the grassland, and the mountain that was slashed and cut out with a trace. His face was full of shock, and his heart was full of shock. This kind of terrain has obviously been cut by something, just like a 100-meter giant cutting it horizontally with a 100-meter sword. They don't believe in God, and this place was obviously caused by a large-scale magic. The power of sword-related techniques is still the secret level of S-class ninjutsu, and only Yagyu among them can do it. It was the first time they saw the chief student, who had been their classmate for 6 years, in such a sorry state. What kind of person is he fighting? Nara Shikamaru and others were shocked in their hearts. Hinata, carry me. Yagyu hugged Hinata's waist with his arms, and put his head on her long-shaped peaks. He said lazily without any male chauvinism. Feeling. Yagayu's dependence, Hinata said gently. Yagyu-kun, please continue to sleep. Yagyu cooperated with Hinata's movements, lying on her delicate back, smelling her natural fragrance, and said softly, please, Hinata. Shino, let's go. Hinata stood up with Yagyu on her back, nodded to Nara Shikamaru and others, then looked at Abarame Shino and said, Abarame Shino nodded, and with Hinata Neji on her back, the two of them returned towards the original route. Seeing them leaving, Nara Shikamaru also organized the others to follow. However, they all looked a little disappointed. Especially Nara Shikamaru and Uzumaki Naruto. One blamed himself for causing harm to his teammates, and the other blamed himself for not bringing Uchiha Sasuke back. A group of 11 people began to return the same way. On the way, Gaara's team and Uzumaki Naruto they said goodbye and left the team on the way. Half a day later, a group of 9 people were on their way back and met Kakashi who was coming over. Looking at the 9 people with low morale, Kakashi's dead fish eyes, which had no fighting spirit, also appeared. A touch of distress, 0. After returning to the village, Yagyu, Hyuga Neji, and Akimichi Koji were still awake. Kakashi and Nara Shikamaru first sent Hyuga Neji and Akimichi Koji to the hospital, and then the injured people were also bandaged inside. Hinata carried Yagyu on her back and returned to Yagyu's home. Looking at the exhausted Yagyu lying on the bed, Hinata stroked his brow distressedly, then walked lightly to the bathroom, fetched a basin of gentle water, and wiped Yagyu's body with a towel. Since Yagyu's kimono has a self-cleaning function, Hinata's work of wiping herself is very simple. However, when passing below, something she touched made Hinata blush again. After suppressing the shyness and aches, Hinata poured the water, then returned to Yagyu's side, opened her eyes, and gently pushed and kneaded his hands and feet with her fingers to help him relieve his physical fatigue. Time passed by in a hurry, and it was already dead of night outside. Hinata didn't know how many hours she pressed it until her eyelids were so heavy that she couldn't open her eyes. Then she lay down and fell asleep next to Yagyu. 17 The moonlight of the full moon shines in, falling like silver sand on the faces of handsome men and beautiful women. Their breathing and heartbeats seem to be in sync at this moment, and the atmosphere is quiet and warm. When Yagyu woke up, it was already early morning when the morning light broke through the darkness. The sound of cicadas chirping came from the window, and Yagyu slowly opened his eyes. An uncomfortable feeling of powerlessness came over him immediately. Just when he was about to raise his head, his vision blurred for a while, causing Yagyu to lie down again. At this time, there was a heavy feeling in my arms, and a familiar fragrance filled my nostrils. Looking down at the girl lying in his arms, Yagyu's mind felt like yesterday. In a daze, he remembered that Hinata seemed to be wiping his body, and then massaging his hands and feet. There was no sticky feeling in his body, and the feeling last night should be real. Thinking of this, Yagyu's eyes softened. Raising his hand and touching Hinata's long, smooth hair, Yagyu lay quietly, not even paying attention to his empty stomach. You killed Kimimaro and gained 1.22% experience. Your Eagle Eye Heritage template has been unlocked to 63.58%. While stroking Hinata's hair, Yagyu checked the system. Looking at the experience of 1.22%, Yagyu just nodded with satisfaction. In the 7 years since time travel, apart from fighting with those 23 children, this was the first time Yagyu was in such a mess. Kimimaro made him experience the suffocating feeling of death for the first time. This experience is completely in line with his level. After looking at the system, Yagyu closed his eyes. It's not about entering the spiritual world, but listening to the breathing around you. He was out of power yesterday and had no time to comprehend the realm of the great swordsman. Now that he is full of energy, Yagyu naturally wants to experience that feeling again. After a moment, Yagyu opened his red eyes, with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. The breathing range is 3 times larger than before. Was yesterday's knife attack just an epiphany? The sword that cuts off the iceberg is a bit more powerful, but Hawkeye swung that knife very easily. Yagyu, on the other hand, was exhausted. At that time, everything breathed, and its coverage was extremely exaggerated. Yagyu's current feelings are still very clear. But after he concentrated on listening to the breathing of all things, he was unable to enter the state he was in yesterday. Just like when he was in the spiritual world, after watching the battle between Hawkeye and Red Hair, he returned to reality and entered a temporary state. However, the breathing range is several times stronger than yesterday's normal state. This made Yagyu think of the epiphany of death. Death is indeed a terrible thing. Shanghai wayside. Bang. Brother Yagyu. At this time, Hinata and Shen Shen, who were sleeping soundly, were suddenly awakened by a loud noise. The door to the room was pushed open forcefully from the outside. I saw Hanabi running in with a worried look on her face. Her petite body jumped up, and her whole body hit Yagyu. Ahem. Yagyu, who was not very physically strong, was almost suffocated by the fireworks. However, with the wetness on his face and looking at Hanabi with tears on his face, Yagyu couldn't raise any anger. Yagyu held Hanabi's head, gently wiped away her tears with 2 fingers, and asked softly, "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" I heard that the team that went to save Uchiha Sasuke, all the members were injured. Brother Neji was seriously injured, and one of the silver-haired Chunin was unconscious. I thought something happened to you, Brother Yagyu. Hanabi lay on top of Yagyu and said with a choked voice. Hinata, who was about to blame her, softened her face. After hearing her words, Yagyu showed a smile, raised his head, kissed the corners of Hanabi's eyes, and touched her. He put his head in his head and comforted. No matter what you hear in the future, you must remember, your brother Yagyu will be fine. This is my promise to Hanabi, do you understand? Hanabi responded with a choked nasal voice, raised her hand to Yagyu, stretched out her little finger, and said with tears in her eyes, pull the hook. Yagyu laughed dumbly, hooked Hanabi's little finger with his right little finger, and shook it up and down. Pull the hook. Hanabi burst into laughter. She was just a 7-year-old girl after all. However, Yagyu found the second precious gem in his life. Time is like water, passing by in an instant. 2 months later. The time has come to mid-December, and the end of the year is coming soon. After experiencing Uchiha Sasuke's defection, the 9 strong men seem to have transformed and began to grow up. The biggest changes are that of Uzumaki Naruto and Nara Shikamaru. And Uzumaki Naruto promised to bring back Uchiha Sasuke to the girl he loved, but failed. As if aware of his own weakness and resenting his own weakness, Uzumaki Naruto became less childish and at the same time looked for various ways to find clues to Uchiha Sasuke. The other one is Nara Shikamaru, who feels very guilty for causing his teammates to be injured. Although he is still lazy on the surface, as long as he enters the mission state in his heart, he will be very energetic and use his natural mind to prepare plans for the mission. In addition, the 12 little heroes, after joint operations, have grown the flower of friendship. For some gatherings, Inuzuka Kiba and Nara Shikamaru from classes 7, 9, and 10 would come over and invite class 8 to attend. At the same time, there is Hyuga Neji's third class, which is Kaiban. Yagyu refused at first, until he was so annoyed that he took class 8 to participate a few times. The relationship with the Xiaoqiang characters in the original work has changed from strangers to classmates to acquaintances. Of course, this is what Yagyu thinks. However, Nara Shikamaru and others already regarded him as a trustworthy partner. The end of the year is approaching and heavy snowfall is coming. December 27th. Today, Yagyu prepared a surprise for Hinata. The Yagyu house was dimly lit at night. Hinata and Hanabi, who were called over by Yagyu, saw a cake filled with 12 candles in the living room. A pair of hands quietly covered the corners of her eyes from behind. A whisper rang from my ears, happy birthday, beautiful white-eyed princess. The carnival day has passed. After dawn, the heavy snowfall has stopped, and the ground is covered with a thick layer of goose feathers, covered in silver. Pedestrians on the street wore heavy clothes, and children began to build snowmen. The cold weather did not affect the bustle of Konaha. In Yagyu's house, the curtains in the room slowly opened. A young and handsome face appeared on the window. Yagyu glanced at the snowy scene outside, and then looked down at the 2 sisters lying on the bed, Chung. Under the heavy quilt, 2 small and delicate heads were exposed. Their faces were so beautiful and cute, their facial features were exquisite, and their long lavender and black hair fell all over the bed. Lowering his head to the foreheads of the 2 women, and kissing each other, Lu Shang stood up and looked at the chaotic room. The madness of yesterday appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but smile. The surprise she carefully prepared last night really made Hinata lose control of her emotions. That gentle and shy girl actually played those crazy little games with herself under Hanabi's instigation. Thinking of those crazy little games, Yagyu couldn't help but feel a rush of heat in his body, dispelling the coldness brought by the cold winter. Of course, the content of those mini-games is not an exaggeration. Just use the beaker to pass the paper, and whoever drops it will be punished by feeding the other party a drink with the beaker. If Yagyu wants to play this kind of little game, he only needs to be a little coquettish to Hinata, or be a little more forceful. Hinata, who has a submissive personality, will definitely agree to it. But there were fireworks present last night. After the atmosphere increased, they were so crazy that they actually agreed to Hanabi's joining. Recalling the feeling of Hanabi, Yagyu couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt in his heart. Damn it, she is only 7 years old. No, Hanabi's birthday is March 27th. She is already 8 years old. Yagyu shook his head quickly and stopped thinking about it. Then he went to the bathroom to wash himself, and Yagyu began to clean up the messy house. Although girls in this world mature very early, Hanabi is still an 8-year-old girl. They didn't even take a few bites of yesterday's cake before it was wasted by the 3 of them. Even the gentle Hinata went crazy because of playing, and went to bed without cleaning up last night. After going to the bathroom to fetch a bucket of water, Yagyu Shang wore a bathrobe and an apron around his waist and began to clean the house. First, he swept up the garbage on the floor, and then Yagyu used a wet towel to wipe off the cakes, tables and chairs stuck to the wall. Cleaning was a troublesome thing, but Yagyu didn't show any impatience. On the contrary, he was enjoying it now. Other people's dreams are to become Hokage, to become a leader, or to have world peace. Yagyu didn't have that kind of ambition. He just wanted to have the strength to protect himself, and then live like this with Hinata every day. However, thinking about the troubled times a few years later, and the Akatsuki clan who still have guests, Yagyu's strength is still far from being able to protect himself. Therefore, he cannot be lazy anymore. After cleaning the house, Yagyu went to the gym and began to exercise. Weighted push UPS, weighted frog jumps, weighted pull UPS. 2 hours later, I started running around the village with weights. The weight of training is far higher than before, even several times greater than before. From 2 months ago, Yagyu spent almost half of his day exercising. I have completely given up on the instant body technique. Because, he felt scared. Yes, Yagyu was scared. He was afraid of meeting Kimimaro again, that type of ninja. In the ninja world, in addition to powerful physical ninjas, ninjas who master time and space ninjutsu, and practice celestial arts, the Mangekyo Sharinon, can make Yagyu feel threatened. Other types of ninjas, such as Yui Kurane and Asuma, Yagyu has no fear of elite jonins like Zabuza Mamakai and Kakashi. Is Kimimaro strong? It was very strong and had the power to threaten the shadow in its heyday. However, since he was seriously ill, Yagyu easily eliminated him. But it was such a sick child that made Yagyu experience the feeling of death for the first time. If death had not forced out his potential, Yagyu would have died. However, in the original work, Gaara used a floating pile of sand to easily avoid Kimimiro's Hayabusa dance with Xiaoli, which was a comprehensive secret attack. Why did Yagyu almost die? The reason is that his speed is too slow and he can't fly. At that time, Yagyu knew that his real flaw was not his speed, but his inability to fly. If he remembered correctly, there was another figure in the Akatsuki organization who could be called unsolvable. That person was not Itachi Uchiha, nor Pain Six Paths, nor Konan the Angel, but Deidara. Yagyu, who has not tested the properties of chakra and has not mastered any change in properties, will definitely die unless Deidara kills Deidara instantly, otherwise Deidara will use C4 Garuda and C0 self-destruction. Yagyu didn't want to experience that powerless feeling again. So he decided to give up the instant body technique and switch to Shasha and Moon Step. Moon Step is one of the 6 Navy styles. It is a move that allows you to run in the air by perfectly using the shaving technique. If you want to learn the Moon Step, you must master shaving perfectly. If you want to master shaving, you must improve your physical fitness. In the ninja world, the only person who can use the Moon Step is Metkai, who activates the 8-gate armor formation. It takes a lot of effort for Yagyu to master these 2 physical techniques. So in the next 3 years, Yagyu decided to make every effort to improve his physical fitness. After Yagyu ran around Konaha for 3 hours, he returned home sweating profusely. At this time, Hinata and Hinabi had already woken up. Seeing Yagyu coming back out of breath and panting, and Hinata sitting on the sofa in the living room with Hinabi, she immediately stood up and walked over, using the cuffs of her pajamas to wipe Yagyu's sweat. Then he was stopped by Yagyu, who said with a smile, "No need to wipe, there is no training next, I just go and take a shower." Hinata nodded, her face a little red. Apparently after waking up, she had already recalled what happened yesterday. Even Hinabi on the sofa rarely rushed towards her, but sat there with a red face. She buried her head like an ostrich. You know, no matter how sweaty and smelly Yagyu was in the past, she would pounce on her without caring. After Yagyu came out of the shower, a burst of fragrance came from the direction of the restaurant. Looking at the clock hanging on the wall, it was now 10:45 a.m. Yagyu walked into the restaurant and asked, "Have you not had breakfast yet?" "Well, my sister made breakfast very early, but she would not eat it until brother Yagyu came back." Hinabi seemed to have overcome her shyness and regained her former liveliness. She touched her belly and teased Hinata, "Even my sister refuses to let anyone use her chopsticks when she is hungry." Yagyu touched Hinabi's head, looked at Hinata and smiled, "If you cook here from now on, you don't have to wait for me for breakfast. If you're not here, just bring me a lunch at noon, just come here. From now on in the morning, I will exercise until 11 to 2 o'clock. Hinata nodded obediently, but remembered this in her heart. In the future, she must get up earlier. Get up earlier? Sitting on the chairs, Yagyu and the other 3 began to eat breakfast. The meal was not serious, on the contrary, it was very cheerful. 3 among the people, Hinata and Yagyu, are only 13 years old, and the other one is only 8 years old. Yagyu himself is not a withdrawn person. In the past, when it was just him and Hinata, he would often find topics to chat with Hinata. Now, with the addition of Hinabi, a lively girl, there is no lack of atmosphere. Yagyu chatted with Hinabi while eating, and told her not to relax in her practice. After the winter passed, she could practice on the water in the small valley. Hinata was eating quietly on the side, looking at her sweetheart and sister with soft eyes, and a happy smile on her face. This kind of life is so good. I really want time to freeze at this moment, and the 3 of them will never be separated. Right here at this time, Yagyu suddenly turned to look at Hinata and said, "Hinata, let's go traveling together after a while, what do you think?" "Why?" Hinata was slightly startled by the sudden words. Then she looked at Yagyu with expectant eyes, and her mind couldn't help but recall what Yagyu had said during the Chunin examination about traveling together in the ninja world. Her beautiful face gradually turned red. Hinata lowered her head and answered with a nasal voice as thin as a mosquito, Hey, what about me? What about me?" Seeing the 2 people flirting with each other again, Hinabi next to him immediately put down his bowls and chopsticks, looked at Yagyu expectantly, and asked, "Brother Yagyu, can I come with you?" Yagyu touched Hinabi's head and refused with a smile, "You are still young now. When you grow up and become a genin, we can go out together, okay?" "Oh well." Hinabi responded with great disappointment. Knowing Yagyu's will, she continued to persist. After eating, Yagyu came to the gym while Hinata was holding the dishes and chopsticks, and began to complete today's daily tasks. It is the best test for Yagyu. When he was a child, he had just realized the sound of breathing of all things, so he went outside to practice slashing, for fear of accidentally destroying the gym. When he grew up, he managed to master the secrets of sword swing and slashing. Only then did he return home. But now, Yagyu has the style of a master who has returned to his original nature. He holds a bamboo sword that is not Shijir Kintoki's and swings it in an ordinary way. Every time it falls, there is no whirlwind that cuts off the airflow. You can't even see any trace of flying in Yagyu's hair and clothes. But the number of system tasks is soaring every second. After an hour and a half, Yagyu stopped swinging the sword. Not far away, Hinata Hinabi had already started today's training and did not come to disturb him. Putting down his bamboo sword, Yagyu sat down cross-legged, assumed a sword zen posture, closed his eyes and entered the spiritual world. Since September, Yagyu has not entered the spiritual world. 0.02% swordsmanship experience could not bring him much help. So he accumulated it all at once, plus Kaimamuro's 1.22% experience, and realized it together. The consciousness began to shuttle, and Yagyu's soul seemed to have crossed the border. Possessed by a man with eagle eyes. In the spiritual world, eagle eyes seem to be on the road of being alone and seeking defeat. Asking for flowers. For several percentage points of my kendo life, there have never been more than 2 battles. They were all about cats catching mice and crushing the challengers who came here to win. It is worth mentioning that Hawkeye is already as powerful as a great swordsman. In those few 2 battles, Yagyu stepped into his perspective and entered a familiar state. The feeling of breathing everything in a wide range, as if everything could be cut off, made Yagyu extremely obsessed. After he exited the spiritual world, Yagyu still did not open his eyes. Instead, he closed his eyes and immersed himself in the feeling just now. Everything around him breathed, and the range gradually expanded. During the Chunin exam, Yagyu's maximum listening range was more than 100 meters, 0. It took 70% of his strength to cut through the huge wall in the venue. Now, his listening range has reached 4 to 500 meters. Not only did the number of dead things breathing increase dramatically, but even their breathing seemed so heavy. Yagyu's realm is already a top swordsman through and through. The foundation is extremely solid, and the cutting attack is extremely pure. As long as he increases the breathing range of all things, he can step into the realm of a great swordsman at any time. After a long time, Yagyu slowly opened his eyes. Are you spending the remaining 30% of your kendo life alone seeking defeat? The world's greatest swordsman is indeed amazing. It was only 2 o'clock in the afternoon when he finished his kendo training. Yagyu asked Hinata to take Hanabi home, while he began to exercise boringly. 1 month later, the new year is coming. Yagyu announced that Team 8 had fallen into a long break, and he came to the Hokage's office, took a long vacation, and left Konaha with Hinata, who had already received the approval of the Hyuga family, to embark on a tour of the ninja world. Soon after, the Destiny Child will also begin a 2.5-year training with the legendary Sunin Jiraiya. When he returns, trouble will come. Konaha 61, November 11th. In the land of fire, the earth is covered with silver, and the white sky is sprinkled with large tracts of goose feathers. In a place that looks like a woman's twin peaks, there are snow-capped mountains of all sizes. 2 figures walked along the snowy road, facing the heavy snow, and climbed towards the top of the mountain. Goose feathers were scattered on the red oil paper. The strong wind could not shake the paper umbrella, which was held tightly by one hand. I saw a man and a woman under the umbrella. The man was extremely handsome, with silver hair and a smooth white face under his red eyes. He was wearing a black kimono and a simple white scarf tied around his neck, so he was not afraid of the cold wind. The woman was wearing a heavy white coat with a red scarf tied around her neck. She grabbed the man's clothes with one 540 hand and covered her eyes with the other, looking at the snow-capped mountains opposite. The 2 of them were Yagyu and Hinata, who had been traveling for almost a year. 1 year is not a long time, but it is enough to change many people and things. This year, both Yagyu and Hinata have undergone obvious changes. First of all, both of them have grown taller. Yagyu's height is 172 centimeters. Hinata is also 161 centimeters. Both of them have long hair reaching their waists. Yagyu still wears a single ponytail, while Hinata has her hair straightened. But compared to Yagyu, Hinata has changed even more. Under the thick white clothes, the scale is no longer something that can be held with one hand. Although it cannot be compared with the 91E of Shippuden, it is at least D, and she will continue to grow in the next 2 years. Yagyu still clearly remembers the Ruzo collarbone from more than a year ago. This change is really too big. However, this change brought a lot of interest to the 2 of them in the evening. Back to business. Yagyu and Hinata climbed towards the top of the mountain, not to enjoy the snow scenery, but to test their progress. In 1 year, Yagyu not only traveled around the ninja world with Hinata, but also continued to practice kendo and body training. On the contrary, every time the 2 of them passed by a place, Yagyu would use local equipment or the power of nature to make his practice more difficult. There is a huge gap between the Yagyu of today and the person of January. What makes him so confident is that your Eagle Eye Heritage template has been unlocked to 70.25%. Arriving at the top of the snow-capped mountains, Yagyu put away the paper umbrella and handed it to Hinata next to him. Looking through the heavy snow, looking at the snow-capped mountains opposite. The cold wind felt like a knife blowing in his ears. Without the obstruction of the paper umbrella, the snowflakes soon covered Yagyu and his body with a layer of pure white. The heavy snow is getting worse and worse, with no momentum at all. Yagyu's sight was soon covered with a thick layer of silvery white, covering the face of the snow-capped mountains opposite. Lu Sheng turned a blind eye and stared for a while, then closed his eyes. Putting his right hand on the handle of the sword at his waist, Yagyu took the posture of drawing the sword. Woohoo, ha, plop, plop. The strong wind sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling reached my ears. Yagyu's movements were frozen for a long time. A heartbeat broke through the sound of the wind and faintly reached my ears. The sound goes from weak to strong, from gentle to violent. Invisible perceptions began to weave into a web, covering the sound of the strong wind, and receiving the heartbeats of Yagyu and Hinata into their ears. The strange yet familiar state made Yagyu's emotions and heart quiet. The consciousness seems to have entered a closed chamber, overlooking the world with a radius of 1 kilometer from God's perspective. The breath of all things, like gas, was transformed into an invisible giant hand by his perception, and he held it tightly in his hand. Choke. Yagyu didn't draw the sword quickly, but gently, QNG, pulled the blade out of the sheath. Raising the sword in his hand, Yagyu slowly opened his eyes. His red eyes and gaze were like an indestructible sharp blade, tearing open the snowy scene in front of him. Swish, boom. The raised sword suddenly turned into a silvery white light and chopped down from top to bottom. The atmosphere in front suddenly exploded. The space seemed to be distorted, and the substantial airflow dispersed the heavy snow in front of them. The snowy weather suddenly became clear, revealing the snow-capped mountains on the opposite side. A dark red sword energy with an indescribably terrifying area directly cut the snowy mountain on the opposite side in two. This is much more than that? Hinata covered her lips and looked at the sky in shock. The white sky looked gloomy at this time. An extremely deep ravine, like a natural chasm, hangs over the snow-capped mountains, as if it has been cut off. The sky was indeed cut open. Yagyu's consciousness overlooks a 1,000-meter radius, and the breathing range he listens to is not only the earth, but also the sky. As Yagyu's sword swung down, the airflow 1,000 meters high was cut off and twisted to form such a chasm, which made it look like the sky was cut off. Ha, he, ha ha ha. Yagyu sheathed the sword, put his right hand around Hinata's shoulder, and leaned forward with a trembling body. He looked at the snow-capped mountains and the sky that were divided into two parts. He grinned in a huge arc and let out an unbearable laugh. Finally mastered this terrifying power. The sword just now was still the ultimate sword. After swinging 4.1, it seemed that all the energy had been overdrawn. But Yagyu's mood was more excited than a year ago. Because this sword was not the epiphany of death, it was not a sword that stimulates potential. It is the great swordsman / that he has truly mastered and can wield. From this moment on, he is a true great swordsman. A great swordsman with the power to cut mountains and seas. Traveling through 8 years, 7 years of sword practice, just for this moment. Hinata, let's go home. Yagyu once again lay on Hinata's back, holding her neck with both hands, and said happily, Hinata seemed to feel Yagyu's mood, and nodded vigorously. With a happy smile, she carried Yagyu on her back and headed back down the mountain. 4 days later, Yagyu and Hinata finally returned to Konaha after nearly a year. Entering the village entrance, Yagyu and Hinata first went to the Hokage's office to report to Tsunade. Looking at the two people who had changed significantly since the beginning of the year, Tsunade sighed helplessly. You are finally back? I have no intention of gossiping about the love journey of you little brats. But now that you are back, don't forget about the ninja? I'll give you 3 more days to rest. I'll restart class 8 in 3 days. Yes. Yagyu and Hinata said in response. After leaving the Hokage's office, Yagyu and Hinata separated on the street. It was rare that Hinata did not go back with Yagyu, but returned to his own home. After all, he had been away from home for nearly a year. The first time he returned to the village, naturally, he had to go home first. Moreover, after Hinata untied Hinata Neji's heart knot and saw Yagyu's control, she no longer treated Hinata indifferently like she did when she was a child. The clan will be inherited by Hinobi in the future. As long as Hinata gets married, she will no longer be labeled as a caged bird. Her 2 daughters will not be like her and her brother in the future, and the Hyuga clan will also get a cage-level son-in-law 23, whether it is Hinata Hisashi or Hinata. The Hyuga clan all supports Yagyu and Hinata being together. And from the mouths of Hinobi and Hyuga Neji, after Hyuga Hinata learned about Hinata's strength, she even acquiesced in Hinobi's approach of going to Yagyu to help train. Although she has not yet followed Hinata and Hinashi met each other, but both parties were happy. Back home, Yagyu began to clean the house that had been empty for nearly a year. While he was cleaning, the sisters Hinata and Hinobi came over as expected. The 3 of them divided the work and worked together to clean the dusty house. After working for a few hours, the 3 of them looked at the brand new house, with smiles of accomplishment on their dirty faces. They went to the bathhouse one after another. After taking a bath in the room, Yagyu and Hinobi wore light bathrobes and lay on the bed chatting. Hinata went out to buy groceries and prepare for today's dinner. Hinobi sat on Yagyu's body and pressed his hands on Yagyu's head. She went up, pressed the acupoints on his head with the palms of 2 hands, stared at him with his eyes closed, and with a stern face, he asked with a smile, Hey, brother Yagyu, where have you and your sister been this year? Which place is more fun? Yagyu opened his eyes and looked at Hanabi, who was much older than a year ago and had long hair. He chuckled and replied, I've been to so many places, so many that I can't even remember them. Hanabi wants to know. Aha. Hanabi nodded repeatedly. He raised his hand and pinched her little face. Yagyu smiled and said, when Hanabi grows up, my brother will take you to take a look, okay? Yagyu's tone was obviously coaxing a child. But Hanabi nodded vigorously and said expectantly it's agreed. After Hanabi graduates, brother Yagyu will also take Hanabi on a trip, and he can't bring his sister with him. Yes. Yagyu nodded perfunctorily and closed his eyes again. Hanabi was full of endless motivation and concentrated on massaging Yagyu. The palms of her fingers went down from the head to the back of the neck, and then from the shoulders, arms, waist, legs, and Hanabi's young and cute face was full of seriousness. Her eyelids opened slightly, looking at Hanabi who was paying attention to herself. Lu Sheng was in a daze, vaguely seeming to see Hinata when she was a child. Lu Sheng smiled slightly and continued to close his eyes. Eyes closed. Enjoying the top massage of the Hyuga clan, Yagyu fell asleep unknowingly. When Yagyu woke up, the sky outside was already as dark as ink. Yagyu-kun. Brother Yagyu. Under the gentle and lively calls, the two faces of Hinata and Hanabi appeared in Yagyu's eyes. Under their service, Yagyu got up, washed up, and went to the restaurant to eat together. Life seemed to have returned to a year ago. The atmosphere is still warm and doesn't seem to have changed at all. Konaha 61, December 27th. Unconsciously, Hinata's birthday has come again. The memories of last year, like a slideshow, often replayed in Yagyu's mind. Today, heavy snow fell in the sky of Konaha village, which was very similar to the scene last year. Yagyu and Hinata have been back for nearly 2 weeks, and Class 8 has already restarted. Both Yagyu and Hinata, as well as Abarame Shino, are all different from last year, and have undergone changes, big or small. In the past 2 weeks, Team 8 went out on a B-level mission to protect a noble from the fire country and went to a small country to buy local specialties. I met a few wandering ninjas on my way back and forth, so it wasn't too difficult. Today, Yagyu prepared surprises as always. However, when night fell, only Hinata came. Yagyu, who was hiding in the corner, was slightly startled, but he didn't care. Just like last year, he walked quietly behind Hinata. Yagyu covered her eyes with his hands and whispered happy birthday, beautiful Princess Byakugan. Hinata did not take away Yagyu's hand this time, but leaned against Yagyu's. In his arms, he looked up and murmured with misty eyes Yagyu-kun. Looking at the passionate Hinata, Yagyu lowered his head with a smile and pressed his red lips. This love lasted until each other was suffocated, and then it ended. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Yagyu hugged Hinata from behind. The two of them blew out the candles and cut the cake. He didn't turn on the light, just chatting quietly in the dark. Somehow, Yagyu felt that Hinata was more out of control today than last year. It shouldn't be, this isn't the first time. She must remember what day it is, shouldn't she get used to it? Wow. When the night gradually darkened, Yagyu lay on the bed after taking a shower, listening to the sound of water dripping in his ears. The room was still dark, only the bathroom and room were lit. I don't know how long it took, but there was a touch of warmth in Yagyu's arms. Lu Sheng hugged him subconsciously, and then his face looked surprised. Looking down at Hinata, who had only one head exposed under the quilt, Yagyu laughed dumbly. Is this why you are in such an abnormal mood today? Hinata responded as thinly as a mosquito, buried her head in Yagyu's arms, and said tremblingly I want to give myself all to Yagyu-kun. Hearing this, Yagyu didn't feel excited. He touched her hair and whispered actually, I also really want to take away everything Hinata has. This idea has been around since last year. But, not yet. Yagyu said softly Hinata is not mature enough. I want to take away everything from you when you are most beautiful. Yagyu was not referring to the time of marriage, but the time when she was 16 to 19 years old. Hinata was the most beautiful at that time. However, Hinata got it wrong. She hugged Yagyu tightly. Happily he responded yeah. At this time, Yagyu suddenly lowered his head, leaned into her ear, and whispered softly I can't do that now, but Hinata, you can help me. You just angered me. How can I help? Hinata's confused voice sounded it was early morning in the courtyard of the Yagyu family. With his feet on the snow covered with goose feathers, Yagyu punched in high spirits. The cold that started to melt the snow could not affect Yagyu at all, because no matter how cold the weather was, it was melted by his hot heart. As the scene from yesterday was replayed in his mind, Yagyu couldn't help but reveal a happy smile on his face. Yagyu didn't take away everything from Hinata last night, but he also felt the touch of Hinata's little cock. Although the skills of playing, and singing were extremely raw, it was this rawness of trying it for the first time that made the two of them feel extremely excited. From the time he woke up until now, Yagyu's heart has never been at peace. Even the swordsman had no effect, so he could only box outside and let the coldness of the melting snow dissipate his burning heart. Yagyu didn't know how long he had been beating until he noticed Hinata's aura began to move in the house, then he stopped and turned back to the house. In the bathroom, Hinata was rinsing her mouth, and the sides of her mouth were filled with white foam. When she saw Yagyu appear through the mirror, she subconsciously looked at Yagyu, who was leaning against the door with his arms folded and a playful smile on his face. Her beautiful face suddenly turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a white mist that had not been seen for a long time emitted from her head. The mouthwash in the cup seems to be mixed with the taste of what I swallowed yesterday. Boom. There was a loud sound, and under Yagayu's wide eyes, Hinata's beautiful eyes were filled with mosquito coils, and she fainted and fell to the ground. Oh no, it's a big deal. Yagayu's face changed with shock, and he quickly went over to help Hinata up. She was unconscious, her eyes were open, and there were ripples of mosquito coils inside, making Yagayu dumbfounded. Being stimulated like this, Yagayu had never seen Hinata twice in the past few years. The last time was this. It seems that Yagayu taught her the tongue-licking skills. Especially after being together for a long time, Hinata has developed a great immunity in this regard, and even took the initiative many times. Otherwise, she would not have had the courage yesterday night to dare to say I didn't want to give all myself to Yagayu. But I didn't expect that Yagayu just showed a gentle smile and fainted the girl in shame. If I had known better, I would have turned on the light and taught her a lesson yesterday. Help Hinata wipe off her lips. After hearing the bubbles, Yagayu put her back on the bed. According to past experience, it would take at least 20 minutes to wake up from this level of coma. So, Yagayu walked out of the room and went to the kitchen to prepare a meal. For 10 minutes, he was cooking porridge. Lu, seeing and hearing Esi Haki sensed the breath and began to move. Lu, Yagayu-kun. Nearly 10 minutes later, Hinata's soft voice came from behind. Yagayu turned around to face Hinata who was standing in front of him, always lowering his head and twirling his index fingers. He couldn't help but dry his hands, held up her head, stared at the red face, stared at the misty eyes, and smiled. He said, Hinata, you look like this, it will make me very sad. Do you dislike me? No, I don't dislike Yagayu-kun. Yagayu's teasing, like thunder, exploded in Hinata's mind. Her red face turned pale instantly. She shook her head in panic, and the mist in her eyes quickly condensed into water, as if it will burst out of my eyes in the next second. Hey, I was joking. This reaction shocked Yagayu. He hugged Hinata quickly and comforted her softly. Don't cry, I was joking. Hinata is so good to me, how could she dislike me? As if to change the subject, Lu Sheng lowered his head and chuckled. Otherwise, how could he swallow it, right? Yagayu-kun, you are annoying. The mood was so low that Hinata, who was too gentle to give Yagayu a glare, gave him a rare hard slap on the crotch, seeing, and said with a tearful smile. He hugged the girl in his arms tightly, and Yagayu's chin he leaned against her hair and smiled without saying a word. Hinata was the same. After this incident, the relationship between the two became even more pure. Time is like water, passing so quickly that it makes people overwhelmed. 2 years have passed like this. In 2 years, Konaha has not changed much. Only the villagers have changed a lot. There are a few more wrinkles on the old man's face, the middle-aged men and women are becoming more stable, and the young men and women are less energetic and more mature. But the new generation has just grown up. The new generation that has entered the age of 16 can no longer be described as a kid, but as a teenager. Among the 12 heroes, Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno have completely lost their youthfulness. Especially Haruno Sakura, just like the original work, she became a disciple of Tsunade and her temperament became heroic. Yamanaka Ino's figure has also become taller. Tienation's temperament and ancient flavor are even stronger. But compared to them, Hinata has changed the most. 3 years ago, no, it should be 4 years ago, Hinata was still a delicate rag doll. In the words of Yagayu's previous life, she was a little loli who was only 148.3 centimeters tall and had not yet grown up. 2 years ago, Hinata's height soared to 161 centimeters. 2 years later, Hinata's height was only 162 centimeters. It seemed that there was no change. But her bamboo-like collarbone 4 years ago has turned into Limo's plump 91e. It is Haruno Sakura, Yamanaka Ino, and Tenten, 3 peers who envy, and hate, but can never catch up with. Secondly, there are fireworks. Unconsciously, Hanabi is already 11 years old. Height has changed from 132.4 centimeters to 145.4 centimeters. The difference is less than 3 centimeters compared to Hinata when she was 12 years old. She has long black hair with a bit of flaxen hair. She imitates Yagayu's clothes and always wears golden brown clothes. Kimono, lively and cute temperament. And Yagayu's appearance has also undergone slight changes in the past 2 years. First of all, the height has increased to 180 centimeters. Noon, the living room of the Yagayu family. Yagayu sat on the sofa, holding a book in one hand and reading it carefully. The other hand rested on the small head lying on his thighs, and he gently stroked it with his fingers like a comb. Long flaxen black hair. Hanabi, who was lying on his lap, was also reading a book. It was a ninja school textbook. Tick-tock, shishi. The only sound in the living room is the beating of the second hand and the turning of book pages. Yuzuk. I don't know how long it took, but an anxious female voice broke the tranquility of the living room from outside to inside, from far to near. Yagayu and Hanabi put down their books at the same time. Yagayu turned his head to look at the door, while Hanabi raised her eyebrows. She sat up with a slight wrinkle, and there was a hint of displeasure in her pure white eyes. Shizune, dressed in black and gray, ran in anxiously. She looked at the man sitting on the sofa, looking at her with doubts. Yagayu, Shizune said loudly. Yuzuk, Tsunade-sama has summoned your 8th class, please go to the Hokage's office 540 immediately. Hearing this, Yagyu raised his eyebrows. He asked Shizune, who was a confidant and disciple, to go out instead of letting the Umbu come over to inform. It was obviously out of urgency. Yagyu nodded and said, I will inform them right away. No, I'll just go and notify Hinata and Shino. Shizune shook her head and said, as the team leader, please pack your things immediately and go there in advance to follow Tsunade-sama's arrangements. Good. Yagyu nodded slightly, touched Hanabi's head, and warned, remember to lock the door when you go back. Aha. Knowing that Yagyu had something serious to do, Hanabi nodded obediently. Yagyu went to the sword hall to pick up the sword, and then walked towards the Hokage's office. Shizune had already gone to inform Hinata and Abarame Shino. Arriving at the Hokage's office, Yagyu then saw Tsunade frowning. Yuzuki, you came just in time. Seeing Yagyu come in, Tsunade's frown eased, and she got straight to the point in a deep voice as the 5th Hokage. Kdeb, I am now issuing an S-level mission to you and Team 8. Yagyu's face was calm, and he listened quietly to Tsunade's next words. Tsunade took out a letter from the drawer, looked at Yagyu's serious face and said, this is a decrypted letter. It is from the Sand Ninja village of our Konaha alliance. Our call for help. Just a few days ago, Gaara, the first Jinchuriki of the Sand Ninja, was captured by people from the Akatsuki organization. Tsunade said succinctly, the Akatsuki organization is a terrorist organization composed of many S. It can be determined that their target is the tailed beast, and all the Churiki are their targets, including Naruto. Class 7 left for Sunagakuer yesterday. I was still a little uneasy and not at ease. Tsunade said, so, I give you the same S-level mission as the 7th team. I hope that you, as a Jounin, can immediately lead the 8th team to reinforce the 7th team. Yes, I understand. Yagyu nodded and agreed directly. He felt a little surprised. Is Shippuden finally going to start? Yagyu was in the Hokage's office, waiting for the arrival of Hinata and Abarame Shino. Not long after, a man and a woman appeared, then walked in from the outside. After Tsunade briefly explained the mission to them, the figure of Team 8 left the Hokage's office. It is worth mentioning that Yagyu is already a Jounin. Hinata and Abarame Shino, he was also promoted to Chunin in 2 years. After becoming a Jounin, Yagyu was supposed to leave Class 8 and become an instructor leading Genin. Unless Class 8 was assigned a high-level mission, he would not return to the team. But Yagyu chose to refuse the promotion. Shinobu and Ui Kurane gradually stopped performing tasks. Tsunade had to make an exception and allowed Yagyu to continue to be the leader of Class 8 as a ninja. Now Yagyu is both the leader of Class 8 and the person in charge of Class 8. But this identity has been like this 2 years ago. Tsunade's promotion is just to make Yagyu a full-time official. After leaving the Hokage's office, Class 8 walked towards the entrance of the village. Yagyu asked ambiguously, Shino, have you found it? Shino Abarame stared at the black bugs on her index finger through her sunglasses, and said calmly, as long as it doesn't rain on the road, even in the desert, I can find their scent. I'll let you lead the way for now. If the smell disappears, Hinata will take over. Yagyu glanced at the backpack behind Hinata and asked remindingly, did you bring the map? Hinata nodded seriously, everything is ready. Then, set off immediately. After leaving the village, the 3 of them hurried away in a blink of an eye to start the first S-level mission of Class 8. The blinking technique was used to rush on the road very fast, especially since there was no client around, and the 3 of them were Jounin and Chunin. In half a day, they had left the Kingdom of Fire and were running towards the Kingdom of Wind. After a short rest, Class 8 continued on their way, and soon a forest appeared in front of them. Through the forest, they reached the Kingdom of Wind. However, after the 3 members of Team 8 passed through half of the forest, they encountered Kakashi's psychic beast, Parker, one of the 8 ninja dogs. From Parker's mouth, they learned that the members of the organization were hiding in Kawa country. Successfully evoked the vague memory deep in Yagyu's brain. In the memory, Gaara was indeed in a cave, and the tailed beast was extracted. It turned out to be in the country of Kawa. Yagyu, who has perfect theoretical knowledge, is also very familiar with geography. The Kingdom of Sichuan is sandwiched between the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Wind, in the south of the Kingdom of Rain and east of their current location. They can only turn to the right and go through the forest to reach the Kingdom of Sichuan. So, the 3 members of Class 8, led by Parker, prepared to turn the corner and head to Kawa no Kuni. Swish. At this time, Lu Sheng's eyes suddenly shrank. He turned around suddenly, quickly drew the sword with his right hand, and swung a crescent arc sword energy 3 to 4 meters long towards a towering tree behind him. Boom. Roll your eyes, open. Seeing Yagyu's actions, the veins on both sides of Hinata's eyes immediately bulged, and her farsightedness and clairvoyance covered a kilometer range. Then Hinata asked in confusion, Yagyu-kun, what's wrong? Under her Byakugan ability, there is no chakra fluctuation within a kilometer radius. The bug told me that no one was following us. Abarame Shino added, but their tensed bodies proved that they were not convinced. Because their trust in Yagyu had been deeply rooted in their hearts. Yagyu sheathed his sword, looked at the front where the dust mist dissipated, frowned slightly and said, maybe it's my misunderstanding. There was indeed a breath over there just now. Forget it, keep going. Having found that aura, Yagyu had no choice but to give up. Under the leadership of Parker, the figures of Class 8 approached Kawa no Kuni. At the same time, in a closed cave in Kawa no Kuni, The Phantom 9 dragons were being used. All members of the sealed Akatsuki organization, Zetsu, who was responsible for the surveillance mission, said in a hoarse voice, "It seems that a terrible guy has arrived, and my large-scale technique has been discovered." "Who is it?" Pen, who was standing at the 0 position, asked in a deep voice. Juiwai reported Yuzuki Yagyu, a sword ninja. Tisk, I've never heard of it. Deidara's true form curled his lips disdainfully. "Hey." Kisame Mikasaki grinned and said, "Don't underestimate him, he is just a teenage kid. He seems to be the same age as Mr. Itachi's younger brother." When Mr. Itachi and I were in Konaha, Mr. Itachi was with him. There was a battle, and his sword skills were a bit unreasonable, and he could even wield powerful S-level ninjutsu slashes. After saying these words, Deidara's disdain subsided a little, and he still said arrogantly, "Then just let me get rid of him and see if he is as powerful as you said. Don't mess around, you are the real body now." Pen said calmly, "To stop this technique needs to last for 3 days. You have to leave after it is completed. There is no need to waste 30% of the chakra to use that technique." Without giving Deidara a chance to refute, Pain cast his gaze on Kisame. "Since you are a master of swordsmanship, I leave that person to you, Kisame. After all, the only person with the most chakra here is you. Hey, leave it to me." Kisame readily agreed. Zetsu, who was responsible for monitoring, spoke again. "Someone is here again, this time it's a ninja from Konaha." After saying this, Pain looked at Deidara with a somewhat evil look. Snort. The red sand scorpion snorted coldly. "I told you that this brat's skills are not suitable for covert operations." "Why?" Deidara was deeply shocked. At this time, Uchiha Itachi took the initiative to open the door. Pain nodded. "That's up to you. The territory of Sawa country is an area full of rocky mountains." Separated from Parker, Abarameshino caught Kakashi's scent, and Team 8 rushed on at full speed. At this time, Lu Sheng said slowly, "Be careful, there is a breath approaching. Roll your eyes, open." Hinata opened her eyes again, looked around, and said with a serious face, "At 7 o'clock, he is here, so fast." Chi. A long knife with a bandage protruded from the ground, like a shark's fin, and swooped towards Yagyu and the others. "Little trick, Shua." As the plain words fell, Yagyu drew his sword forward and swung it down from top to bottom. Boom. With just a casual blow, a sword energy of 12 or 13 meters high suddenly roared out like a tsunami. The whole land was shaking, and the dry soil was ruthlessly torn apart by the sword energy. The sword energy came from stealth. The white sword was instantly overwhelmed by the sword energy. Bang! A figure broke out of the ground and soared into the sky. But at the moment when he soared into the sky, a figure was earlier than him. With the help of the sword energy, he stepped on the air and ran towards the sky. The sword in his hand was already gone. Sheathed it back and made a gesture to draw the sword. Swish, tear it apart. As soon as the figure hiding in the ground emerged, a silvery sword light grabbed his weak point that could not fly, and slashed across his waist. Asking for flowers. The sound of tearing cloth sounded, and Kisame, who had just appeared, looked down at his body that was split into 2. His shark face and dead fish eyes were filled with surprise. Drawing the sword so fast and terrifyingly, Kisame felt that it was a kind of slash that a swordsman ninja would never be able to understand in his life. The body split into 2, fell to the ground and soon turned into another person. The elephant turning technique, one of the abilities of the Rinnegan. Divide the chakra of the members of the Akatsuki organization into a human sacrifice, creating an exquisite puppet that can even be used within the limits of blood succession. Abarameshino looked at Yagyu falling from the sky, and said in shock, "That's it? Moon step? Can humans really do it and run in the air?" 0. "Well, that's a trick developed by Yagyu-kun." Hinata nodded and said with admiring eyes. In the cave, on the finger of the heretic demon. "Hey." Kisame, who had only been in action for a minute, grinned and said, "I was killed instantly. What a scary kid." Pain asked in a deep voice. "Kisame, what's going on? That kid named Yagyu Yuzuki seems to have even more terrifying sword skills." Kisame didn't feel ashamed. After all, it was just a fake of 30% chakra. He told all the truth with a wave of his hand. It was more than 10 meters high. It is an absolute S-level ninjutsu secret slash, which can be carried out in the air. The skill of running, and the art of drawing a sword that is so fast that it cannot be seen and will be cut off if it is hit. That kid is even more terrifying than the legendary Konaha White Fang. As Kisame finished speaking, the cave fell into silence. Gee, Konaha is really full of talents. After a long time, Kakuzu sighed, such a talent is willing to hide it. If he is released, his head will be very valuable on the black market. Scorpion, Deidara, you have to be careful. Pen warned. Most of his eyes fell on the red sand scorpion. Yagyu, Hinata, Shino, long time no see. After getting rid of the obstacle of Kisame, the trio of Team 8 quickly arrived at the bottom of a canyon. The cave was blocked by huge rocks and stretched across the water of a long river. Team 7 seemed to have just arrived. Seeing the 3 Yagyu upon arrival, Uzumaki Naruto raised his hand and said hello with a smile. Next to him, Haruno Sakura also said hello with a smile. After Uchiha Sasuke's defection, Nara Shikamaru organized a small party from time to time. Yagyu, who was annoyed by Nara Shikamaru, Inuzuka Kiba, and Uzumaki Naruto several times, has already formed a certain bond with the 12 Xiaoqiang in Class 8. From a classmate relationship to a trustworthy partner, this is Uzumaki Naruto. People think so. 540 long time no see. The three of Yagyu came on the water, nodded slightly to Uzumaki Naruto, and after saying hello, their eyes glanced at Granny Cho who was walking with Team 7. Kakashi seemed to catch Yagyu's eyes and took the initiative to introduce this is the advisor of the Sand Ninja Village, and he came with us this time to save Gaara's friends. Yagyu nodded slightly and nodded to Cho. Konaha, known as the new generation of White Fang, is a super genius who can perform S-level slashes at the age of 12. Cho looked at Yagyu and commented, I thought it was an exaggeration, but now it seems that it is even worse. The older the ginger, the hotter he gets, and the sharper his eyes become. The moment their eyes met, Cho could already see it. Under Yagyu Fang's light and calm aura, there was something about the two kiddies next to him, and the two people who were traveling with him. The kid is not at the same level of aura. Yagyu's mood did not fluctuate because of Cho's praise. After saying hello, he turned his gaze to the front. There was a talisman stuck on the boulder blocking the cave. Lu Shang raised his eyebrows and asked, Boundary. Ah, it's the 5-seal barrier. Kakashi nodded and said in addition to this one, there are 4 more in other places. If the 5 talismans cannot be revealed at the same time, this barrier cannot be lifted. Yagyu nodded and put his right hand on the handle of the knife at his waist. I'll try it first. If it can't be broken, let Hinata look for other talismans. You guys stand back. After listening to Yagyu's words, all the members of Class 7 and Class 8 retreated behind him. Looking at Yagyu in the posture of drawing his sword, Cho said it is rumored that he can wield the S-level secret slash. Without consuming a trace of chakra, his sword skills are even more terrifying than those of Konaha White Fang. Kakashi scratched his head and said awkwardly in this regard, my father is indeed far inferior to him. In other words, he can really wield an S-level secret slash. Cho narrowed his eyes. I have lived for so long, and I have never heard of such sword skills. I believe that if the Iron Kingdom knew about this, they would definitely be jealous and crazy. Kakashi didn't seem to understand, and said Yagyu doesn't like Gao. Dame Hokage has invited him to join the Umbu many times, promising various rich conditions, but he has not agreed. Cho remained silent. At this time, Yagyu had already after gathering his strength, he stared at the ceiling talisman on the boulder. Yagyu put his hands on the handle of the knife and tightened his fingers slightly. Chokshua. Under the clear groan of unsheathing, the dazzling light of the sword suddenly appeared. A small gap appeared in the water in front, and it was pulled open by a pair of invisible giant hands, and the entire long river was divided into 2. Boom. A dark red sword energy 16 to 70 meters high, several times higher than the boulder, hit it with great force. The dazzling dark red light reflected on the faces of Yagyu and the others. Watching the water flow and the canyon was shaking with sword energy. Even the faces of Class 8 and Class 7, which they had met several times, could not help but show a look of shock. Cho, who saw him for the first time, had turbid old eyes. It was full of horror. However, it was such a powerful sword energy. It had not moved forward since it appeared. The dark red light, which was more than 10 meters high, went from violent to weak, and finally slowly dissipated in the sky and the earth. Between what appeared was an undamaged boulder. However, there is a trace of a deep depression in the canyon above the boulder. Yagyu was not discouraged at all, but smiled slightly. My breathing is getting heavier and heavier. It seems that the chakra provided is gone. Swish, boom. Lifting the sword high, it suddenly fell down again. The sword energy nearly 10 meters high hit again. Click. The violent sword energy is no longer blocked by an invisible barrier. Under the violent impact of the sword energy, the huge stone suddenly had a hole in the ceiling talisman attached to it, and a crack appeared, and quickly spread in all directions. The sound of breaking glass resounded in everyone's ears. Boom. With a final loud noise, the boulder was completely shattered, and a thick dust mist filled the air. When the dust mist dissipated, in the cave, the outside demon statues of the tailed beasts, the bodies of Deidara and the red sand scorpion, and the phantoms of the other members of the Akatsuki organization suddenly caught the eyes of Yagyu and the others. Gaara. Uzumaki Naruto saw at a glance Gaara who was having his tailed beast extracted. Looking at the inhumane Gaara, the beard on his face began to grow thicker, and his sky-blue eyes turned into red vertical pupils. 4.1 With a shout, Uzumaki Naruto rushed into the cave. Naruto. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto rushing in recklessly, Kakashi and Harano Sakura hurriedly followed with anxious expressions. Cho's eyes were on the red sand scorpion, who looked completely different from his grandson. Class 8 he followed closely. Looking at the 7 people who walked in, the phantom 9 dragons that enveloped Gaara disappeared. Pain's phantom looked deeply at Yagyu, and then faced Deidara and Akisa. The scorpion warned calmly, be careful. Bang. A huge cloud of white smoke covered the entire cave. After the fog cleared, the heretic golem had disappeared. There were only the artistic duo and Gaara's body on the ground. Underscore who among you is Yagyu Yuzuki? Deidara sat on Gaara's body, looking at the group of 7 people. His eyes first glanced at Uzumaki Naruto with red vertical pupils, and then fell on Yagyu who had Itachi attached to his waist. He smiled and said, is that you, that one? Silver-haired boy. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Yagyu's figure disappeared from Deidara's eyes. There was no trace of the teleportation technique, and he appeared in front of Deidara in an instant. Swish. The bright silver-white sword flashed like a horse and passed by Deidara's waist in a flash. So fast. Deidara's eyes widened and he sighed like Uchiha Itachi and Kisame. Immediately, the body that was split into two turned into a ball of white clay. Deidara's figure appeared at the door of the cave. He held Gaara's corpse that he had taken away under his arm. He looked at Yagyu with a solemn expression and shouted loudly, "Brother Scorpion, you have to be careful. That guy's killer, the heart, is a bit heavy, and there are problems with speed and knife. You don't need to say more, just take care of yourself first, kid." The Red Sand Scorpion said in a low voice. Deidara hooked his fingers towards Uzumaki Naruto and smiled provocatively. "Kyuubi, do you want to take back this guy's body? If you want, just follow." After saying that, Deidara ran out of the cave and threw out a clay model of a bird. As he put his index and middle fingers together, the model exploded into a cloud of white smoke and turned into a huge white bird. Jumped on the big bird. On the bird's back, Deidara quickly moved away. Seeing him taking away Gaara's body, Uzumaki Naruto, whose emotions had been affected by the Nine Tails, rushed out of the cave. "Asshole, give Gaara back to me, return." Naruto. Kakashi followed up with a worried look, and what Jiraiya had said to him after returning from training rang in his mind. He had to follow up and stop the Uzumaki Naruto who might lose control at any time. When he saw the teacher and his companions after leaving, Haruno Sakura was a little at a loss. At this time, Yagyu suddenly said, "Hinata, Shino, Sakura, you all follow up to help. Just leave the guys here to me." "And I," Cho added, his eyes always falling on the Red Sand Scorpion. "I want to stay and see what my grandson looks like." "Yes." After listening to Yagyu's words, Haruno Sakura, who was at a loss, immediately became determined. Together with Hinata and Abarame Shino, the three of them immediately followed. In the dimly lit cave, only Akaza Nozomi and Abarame Shino were left. Cho and the other three. Yagyu put his right hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist, looked at Akira with an ugly face, and asked knowingly, "Counselor Cho, you just said, he is your grandson, right?" "Yes." Cho nodded. "Before I came out, the 5th Hokage once said that the Akatsuki organization is a terrorist organization composed of many S-class rebel ninjas." Yagyu pulled out his sword, pointed at the Red Sand Scorpion, and said, "He rebelled against the ninja and was one of the murderers who killed the 5th Kazekage of the Konaha Alliance and the Sand Ninja Village. Then, I beheaded him on the spot. You won't blame me, right?" Listening to Yagyu's deliberate reminder, Cho said expressionlessly, "Whatever you want, Scorpio is not as weak as you think. Kill me? Interesting." The Red Sand Scorpion also heard what Yagyu said. His eyes under the red amber were covered with bloodshot eyes, staring at Yagyu and Cho with murderous intent. "Just right. I still need 2 puppets here, and you two just made up 300 tools. Let you become my eternal art." Whoosh, whoosh. Before the whole sentence was finished, Yagyu's figure disappeared in the eyes of the Red Sand Scorpion. The sound of breaking through the air was completely different from the instantaneous body technique, and there was no trace of the instantaneous technique. The next moment it disappeared, the shadows were covered, and the bright silver-white sword light shot out like the day tearing through the darkness. So fast. Phew. Poof. Click. Facing this weird teleportation and the sword technique that was too fast to be caught by the naked eye, the Crimson Sand Scorpion also exclaimed. A scorpion tail shot out from behind Fei Liuhu and collided with the light of the sword. Such a reaction perfectly reflects the experience of using the Red Sand Scorpion. If it were Yagyu 3 years ago, the chi machine captured by Yagyu might have been disrupted by his reaction. But after the sword light collided with the scorpion tail, it was cut off. The sound of the human body rang out instantly. A long scorpion tail flew out. When the scorpion tail was cut off, the Red Sand Scorpion's crimson amber had already opened wide, and a large number of poisonous Kianban, like a rain of arrows, shooting towards Yagyu. Call out. His actions were all predicted by Yagyu. As early as the moment when the scorpion opened, Yagyu used the shaving to disappear and retreated to Cho. Keeping a few meters away from the Red Sand Scorpion, Yagyu holding the sword high, the blade is covered with a layer of black material, transforming into an extraordinary black sword, and is swung down with force. Boom. The sword energy, which was 5 to 6 meters high, tore the earth apart. The sword energy was not just 540 on the surface. The terrifying impact and twisted airflow contained in it directly crushed the exploding Senbo name, and continued to move towards it with undiminished power. The Red Sand Scorpion roars away. The scary kid, did he actually get the S-level secret slash just like Kisame said? Seeing the outrageously exaggerated slashes, the Crimson Sand Scorpion suddenly felt troubled. Puppet master is a very terrifying profession. Their puppets have countless hidden devices, and all of them are masters of poison. Powerful puppet masters cannot use chakra to measure their level, because it is easy for them to cross-level challenges. People who fight against puppet masters do not even know how they will die. But puppets also have weaknesses. And it is a very obvious flaw. They are not good at close combat. Therefore, if the enemy is a powerful physical master or a sword ninja, the puppet master will not have the advantage against ordinary ninjas. On the contrary, the puppet master will be the same as before. Switch positions with the enemy. Always be careful of the opponent's approach and protect your own puppet. Yagyu is obviously his natural enemy. There are strong and weak slashes, as well as great advantages and disadvantages. With a close slash, as long as Yagyu captures the energy, even steel can be cut in two. The flying slashes are sword energy. The power is also very powerful. If it is hit from the front, the damage will definitely be serious. but sword energy is easy to dodge, especially in the world of ninjas who are good at teleportation. Yagyu rarely uses his sword energy. He usually uses it to clear obstacles and distract the opponent's attention. After the sword energy crushed Senbo name, Yagyu's figure hid behind the sword energy, and the aura of the red sand scorpion was caught in the aura of the aura. Sensing the aura of the red sand scorpion, he moved to the side to avoid the sword aura. Call out. The figure turned into an afterimage and disappeared. Lu Shang appeared next to the red sand scorpion again, slashing at Fei Liuhu's back with a knife. If Fei Liuhu was hit from the front, Fei Liuhu and the red sand scorpion inside would definitely be killed. It will be cut in two. Looking at the black knife slashing, the eyes of the red sand scorpion widened slightly. Fei Liuhu's remaining scorpion tail stabbed into the ground, and the puppet body that had not yet landed turned towards to the right. Bang, click. As if Yagyu had seen this scene in advance, he turned his body 180 degrees and kicked out his left foot covered with black material. With a domineering kick, Yagyu kicked Akaza away. Scorpion. Fei Liuhu burst out and completely exploded in the air. A thin red-haired young man wearing a red cloud and black robe was revealed behind the debris that fell to the ground. The young man's appearance was different from the ugly one just now. In contrast, Scorpion is so young and handsome, full of the temperament of an artist. Scorpion. Looking at the young man who overlapped with the one in his memory, Cho's calm mood finally fluctuated violently, and he subconsciously shouted out that name. Long time no see, Granny Cho. The Scorpion of Red Sand glanced at the stunned Cho, and said hello with a smile. His voice was no longer as deep as before, and he said with a playful smile, "What's wrong? You look like you are surprised." "That's right, after all, we haven't seen each other for 20 years. Cho came back to his senses and spoke in a trembling voice. Your body. "That's right, I have made myself into an eternal art." Wow. When the red sand scorpion was about to show off to Cho, before he could finish his sentence, a familiar silver light struck him, making him jump to the side. After a few rolls, the red sand scorpion already had a scroll in his hand. Kneeling down on one knee, the red sand scorpion quickly opened the scroll, looked at Yagyu Shang and said in a deep voice, "I have already experienced the sword skills of you, brat. Every move you make is with the thought of killing me, as if your sword skills were born for killing people." The red sand scorpion smiled and said, "As a reward for making me so embarrassed, I will let you take a look at my favorite collection." Bang! A burst of white smoke filled the air. After it dissipated, a puppet obviously made of corpses floated next to the red sand scorpion. Looking at the appearance of the puppet, Cho's eyes widened again. This appearance, difficult, could it be? Yes, this is the missing third Kaze cage. The red sand scorpion bent down, raised his hands, made a gesture of controlling a puppet, and said with a smile, "I have transformed him into an eternal artistic beauty. Scorpion, you, arm yourself with a sword." Yagyu's voice once again interrupted the communication between his grandfather and grandson. While the red sand scorpion was taking out the third Kazekige's puppet, he had already sheathed his sword and captured the red sand scorpion's greatest opportunity. Red sand scorpion. The scorpion's whole body is full of flaws, and its whole body is full of breath. The breathing is so heavy that it is almost all over every pore. Yagyu just needs to cut it, and the place where it hits will be split into two. Because the body of the red sand scorpion he was transformed into a puppet by himself. Therefore, he took advantage of the red sand scorpion to show off to Cho again and used the draw sword to kill with one hit. He stepped on the ground more than 10 times in an instant, and with the help of that explosive power, Yagyu's figure disappeared. An afterimage brought with it a silver sword light, traveling like a meteor. The unprecedented sense of crisis made the red sand scorpion's face change with shock. Looking at the sword light that was blocked like a light curtain, he didn't even have time to control the third Kaze cage, so he could only jump to the side in embarrassment again. But when he jumped up, the sword light disappeared, and Yagyu's figure was frozen there, holding the handle of the sword and pointing towards it. The crimson sand scorpion swept out. A 6 to 7 meter long crescent sword energy directly hit the crimson sand scorpion. Click. The fragile puppet body was instantly blown apart by the sword energy, and the strong impact airflow crushed his waist. Under his shocked look, Lu Shang's figure running behind the sword energy came into view. Among them, a sharp black knife, under the eyes of Akasaka Scorpion Encho, pierced the heart of Akasaka Scorpion. Just as Akasaka Scorpion said, Yagyu's swordsmanship is to kill people. The sword of ghosts. Although this path has not yet had a huge life, and the terrifying murderous intention has taken shape. But apart from letting go of Hinata Neji once because of his identity, Yagyu, no matter who the enemy is, every one of his swords he swung with the idea of killing the opponent. Even the only time he let go, he did not draw his sword on Hinata Neji. He would not think about whether the opponent was a character in the plot, or whether killing him would affect the plot, or whether because there are his relatives and partners beside him, he shows mercy to him. As long as he seizes the opportunity to kill, he will not give the opponent time to make a move. His swordsmanship is for killing people. He wants to. It will lay a perfect foundation for the future formation of swordsmanship. In this case, when his murderous aura and murderous intention reach terrifying figures, he will not be afraid of being affected by the violent aura. Because whether he is in a killing state or awake in this state, his sword skills are all aimed at killing people. The red sand scorpion, whose heart was pierced by the blade, looked at Yagyu while coughing up blood, and said in disbelief, "You guy, how do you know this?" Ordinary people were cut in half, and the result was certain death. A person who is extremely confident in his swordsmanship will not even bother to make a last-ditch attack when he sees someone he has cut in two. When Yagyu fought against Kimimaro, he had this mentality. But the Red Sand Scorpion didn't expect that after Yagyu cut him off, he would stab him in the heart. Yagyu glanced at his body that was cut in two but without any trace of blood, and replied calmly, "I'm not blind." Sheathing the knife, Yagyu turned around and looked at Cho with a sad face, and walked towards the entrance of the cave. Go, leaving behind a voice like the breeze, he could probably hold on for a while. The domineering look locked on Cho. Yagyu didn't let go of his tense body until he left the cave. In this world, for these ninjas, the village is more important than anything else. Even Cho could actually watch with his own eyes. His grandson was killed by Yagyu. Yagyu doesn't understand. But it's better if she doesn't take action. Otherwise, with Yagyu's character, he may have to destroy the alliance between Konaha and Sand Ninja Village with his own hands. Stepping on the moon step, Yagyu rises into the sky. He runs to more than 10 meters. After getting into the air, Yagyu's domineering energy turned into a huge net, looking for the aura fluctuations of Hinata and Abarameshino. About 20 seconds later, Yagyu ran in one direction. The figure first ran in the air for a while during the journey. Yagyu fell into a forest. He changed the moon step to the teleportation technique and rushed in the direction of Hinata and Abarameshino. Although it took 3 years, Yagyu had mastered the two major moves of shave and moon step. It made up for the high-speed movement over long distances and the shortcomings of flying in aerial combat. But Yagyu is not yet able to use it unscrupulously. Just like Xiao Li's lotus, physical skills can easily consume physical strength, and the burden on the body after being used is far greater than the consumption of cha after using ninja. The feeling of carrot is even more serious. Except for fighting, Yagyu generally does not use shaver and moon step. He can just use the instantaneous technique when he is on the road. And the effect of instantaneous technique is also very significant. Although close combat is not as convenient as shaver, but after flying over the walls and walking on the water, coupled with the moonwalk, Yagyu felt that there was no place he dared to go. You killed the Red Sand Scorpion and gained 2.66% experience. Your Eagle Eye Heritage template has been unlocked to 95.55%. While flying in the forest, 2 notification sounds suddenly sounded in Yagyu's mind. Listening to the last part of the prompt tone, Yagyu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and murmured unknowingly, "The progress that used to feel like a long time is almost over." It has been about 10 years since the system was activated. When he was a child, gaining 0.02% experience every day would make Yagyu's strength skyrocket, and he would soon surpass other children of the same age. 6 years in the ninja school made him surpass his peers by many levels. On the second day after graduation, he easily defeated his mentor Jonin. But after graduation, Yagyu's strength improved and he began to have difficulty moving forward. It was not until 2 years ago that he made rapid progress and entered the realm of Great Swordsman that had been stagnant for several years. But in the past 2 years, Yagyu has only stabilized the realm of Great Swordsman, and there is still some gap between him and Hawkeye in the spiritual world. In the past 2 years, it was not that Yagyu did nothing. Otherwise, based on the 0.02% experience from daily tasks, plus the experience provided by Kisame's Elephant Turn and the Red Sand Scorpion today, the progress of the Eagle Eye Inheritance template is only over 89%. The reason why the progress is 95.55% is because Yagyu has led Team 8 to carry out many missions in the past 2 years and has killed many wandering ninjas and hostile ninjas. Yagyu murmured expectantly, "I don't know if there will be a second inheritance template after Hawkeye's inheritance template reaches 100%. Yagyu only remembered how he activated the system, but he didn't know how he obtained it. Inherited. After fighting those 3 little brats and watching Hinata being taken away by her tribe, Yagyu dragged his tired and sore body back home, fell on the bed and fell asleep. As he drifted into consciousness, a notification sounded in his head. At first he thought it was an hallucination, but it wasn't until he woke up and found that he could check the inheritance and mission templates in his mind that Yagyu realized that he had activated the golden finger. But he didn't know how he obtained the inheritance of Hawkeye. Therefore, he was not so sure. But, there should be, right? After all, the message conveyed by this system seems to be called the strongest inheritance system. Yagyu clenched his hands slightly and said to himself, there is still 1 year before the 4th war in the ninja world. Even if it is just daily tasks, you will have 7.3% experience, and you will be the enemy of the Akatsuki organization for the next year. If there is, we'll know about the second inheritance soon. Putting this thought down for the time being, Yagyu speeded up and hurried on. 10 minutes later, he followed the perception of Se Haki and came to a clearing in the forest. Teams 7 and 8 were there, surrounding Gaara's body. Different from the sadness of Team 7, Hinata and Abarameshino were just reminiscing about the Chunin exams a few years ago and their chance encounter with Uchiha Sasuke's defection incident. After seeing Yagyu come over, Hinata put aside the trace of female kindness and walked quickly to Yagyu, carefully checking whether his body was injured, and then asked Yagyu gently to get a reply. "Yagyu-kun, are you okay?" Yagyu shook his head and smiled. "I'm fine." Hinata felt relieved. At this time, Abarameshino came over. "Yagyu, how is your opponent over there?" "He is dead." Yagyu Sheng replied, knowingly asking, "Where's yours?" Abarameshino adjusted her sunglasses and said the guy blew himself up and was transferred to a different space by Kakashi Jonin using a time and space ninjutsu. When Abarameshino said that it was the same as the plot in his mind, Yagyu nodded slightly, knowing that Deidara had faked his death and left with Gaara's body. Teams 7 and 8, as well as Joe, passed through the country of Barikawa, the forest sandwiched between the country of fire and the country of wind. A grassland outside the forest, outside the kingdom of wind. The 8th team witnessed Cho using the forbidden technique, the technique of reincarnation, sacrificing his own life and bringing Gaara's soul back from the paradise. The scene of the dead resurrecting undoubtedly shocked everyone present. However, this scene made countless sand ninjas who came from the sand ninja village shed tears of joy. As a bystander, watching Gaara receive such love, Yagyu's mood was not as calm as it appeared. 3.5 years ago, the way Gaara hated the world and wanted to kill everyone he saw was still vivid in his mind. From the Jinchuriki who was hated and feared by others, to the 5th Kazekage who was loved by the villagers, Gaara reached the finish line faster than Uzumaki Naruto. His appearance made Yagyu seem to see Uzumaki Naruto becoming the 7th Hokage. Yagyu didn't care at all about Uzumaki Naruto's future as the 7th Hokage. When you become the Hokage, you cannot avoid being entangled in politics. You have to consider the future of the village and stay in the Hokage's office every day, without even a little free time. In the original book, after Naruto Uzumaki became the 7th Hokage, his whole person became different. Although he was loved by everyone, his life was worse than that of Uchiha Sasuke who became a wandering ninja. Yagyu didn't want to live like that at all, so he kept rejecting Tsunade and didn't join Umbu. Standing on the periphery of the crowd, Team 8 looked at Team 7 who accompanied Gaara and the Sand Ninja back to the Sand Ninja village. Abarameshino cast her eyes on Yagyu, and her eyes under her sunglasses seemed to be asking whether she should leave or follow him. Lu Shang pondered for a few seconds, then followed up. Hinata and Abarameshino were with them. When dusk fell, Class 8, who had no sense of their existence, looked at the scene of the Suna Ninja village welcoming the return of the Kazekage. Hinata and Abarameshino's emotions were affected by them again. When Team 7 was about to separate from Gaara, a scene that could record history appeared. The Sand Ninja village will become Konaha's eternal ally. The Son of Destiny, the aura of Ashura's reincarnation, finally burst out with dazzling light at this moment. Shino Abarame adjusted her sunglasses and said ambiguously, Naruto Uzumaki, he is indeed a very unique person. Yagyu looked calm and turned back towards the original path. Let's go back. Hinata and Shino Abarame hurriedly followed. Yes, the departure of Class 8 has no impact on the atmosphere that is at its climax. Walking on the desert, Class 8 did not use the teleportation technique to hurry up. None of the 3 people walking side by side even spoke. They all seemed to be immersed in the scene just now. Even Yagyu didn't expect that the power of emotions could be so powerful. No one could feel the pure emotions of those sand ninjas and residents more clearly than he, who had mastered the haki of seeing and seeing colors. This world is really magical. Noon the next day, the 3 members of Team 8 returned to Konaha and went to the Hokage's office as usual to report the facts of the mission to Tsunade. After listening to Yagyu's report, Tsunade sighed slightly. The missing 3rd Kazekage turned out to be killed by the Red Sand Scorpion. No wonder there has been no news about him. If it's okay, we'll leave first. Yagyu left the office with Hinata and Shino Abarame. The first S-Class mission of Class 8 ended like this. The 3 of them separated under the Hokage building. Yagyu and Hinata walked on the street, their faces full a smile that hadn't been there just now. Looking up at the scorching sun in the sky, Yagyu held Hinata's little hand and said with a smile, at this time, Hanabi should be out of school, right? Interlocking their fingers with Yagyu like a couple, Hinata's face was still a little red. She pursed her lips and nodded with a chuckle. Yeah, I guess she must be at home. The home Hinata refers to does not refer to the mansion of the Hyuga clan, but to Yagyu's home. Both Hinata and Hanabi almost regard Yagyu's home as their second home. I don't know when. In the beginning, it was common for Hinata and Hanabi to stay overnight at Yagyu's house without returning home at night. The Hyuga clan seemed to agree with this sign and had no intention of stopping it. The 2 of them walked towards the vegetable market, and Yagyu looked for it intentionally or unintentionally. Speaking of which, Hanabi will graduate soon, right? Hinata nodded slightly. Well, she will graduate in March next year. Unleashing his interlocking fingers, Yagyu put his arms around Hinata's shoulders in the street. At 1.8 meters tall, he easily held Hinata, who was 1.6 meters tall, in his arms. It was as if he didn't see Hinata's blushing face. Yagyu said with a nostalgic smile, it turns out that we have known each other for almost 10 years without knowing it. After listening to Yagyu's words, Hinata's mind was like a slideshow at the moment, replaying scenes from her childhood and adolescence. A happy smile appeared on her beautiful cheeks, and Hinata nodded vigorously. Yes. There are only a few decades in life. The 10 years of Yagyu and Hinata are 1/10 or even a fraction of their lives. They are much better than others. The growth of childhood sweethearts will come naturally. Together, teenagers who are only 16 years old have already had 10 years of future talk. Their life is happy and perfect. After buying vegetables at the market, Yagyu and Hinata returned home. Brother Yagyu. When he saw Yagyu and Hinata coming in, Hanabi was lying on the sofa in the living room. He immediately jumped over to Hanabi with his feet off the ground, like a sister who was full of dependence on her brother. He held Hanabi in his arms, and Yagyu squeezed it. With a small face, she said with a smile, if you don't go home to practice Rukun today, be careful when your father randomly checks your progress next month and finds that you have not made any progress at all, and he will not let you come here in the future. Hanabi held Yagyu's neck with both hands, and her slender jade legs under the kimono clamped Yagyu's waist in an unladylike manner. She narrowed her eyes and said proudly, I'm not afraid. Every time Hanabi is randomly checked, didn't use all their strength. Little naughty guy. Shaving her nose, Yagyu held Hanabi and walked to the sofa, while Hinata walked to the kitchen with a soft smile. The three people's backs were as inseparable as blood. A new day, around 12 noon. Boom, 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 bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door of Yagyu's house, and the sound ranged from polite and gentle to rough beating. Hello, Yagyu, wake up, hey, come out and open the door quickly. Seemingly understanding Yagyu's character, Nara Shikamaru changed his usual impatience and knocked on the door loudly while shouting, I know you are in there, come out quickly. Squeak. After beating for more than a minute, the door of Yagyu's house opened a crack. Yagyu, who was wearing a bathrobe, stared at Nara Shikamaru with a rare expression of disgust, and said coldly, you guy, see you later in the morning. Kill me one day. Hey, don't say such horrible things, okay, 5:40. Seeing Yagyu open the door, Nara Shikamaru returned to his usual laziness, stared at Yagyu with a pair of dead fish eyes, scratched his head and said, I heard that Naruto guy is back, we plan to organize a small gathering. Ino and the others went to inform Hinata, Koji went to find Neji and the others, and Yana guy went to inform Shino. I'm in charge of your side, and please give me a favor from Yagyu-sama. Staring at Nara Shikamaru's fearless eyes for a few seconds, Yagyu said something similar to deja vu, next time, I will chop you down. Yes. Nara Shikamaru nodded in cooperation, looking at the door that had been closed again, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Ino and the others had been asked to intercept Hinata in advance, otherwise this task would have been difficult to complete. A few minutes later, Yagyu's door opened again. Yagyu, who put on a formal kimono, walked out with Itachi tied around his waist. Nara Shikamaru walked in front and took Yagyu to a hotel box. Through the curtain, Yagyu could smell the smell of barbecue inside. Lift it. Opening the curtain, the 12 young figures came into view. Hinata, Yamanaka Ino, Haruno Sakura, and Tenten sat on the right side. Akimichi Koji, Uzumaki Naruto, Inuzuka Kiba, Abarame Shino, and Hyaga Neji sat on the right side. On the left side, Akimichi Koji, Uzumaki Naruto, and Inuzuka Kiba are grabbing barbecue, as if on a battlefield. Abarame Shino is sitting aside coldly, but the emotional fluctuations that Haki senses after seeing and hearing the color indicate that he is actually I really wanted to join in. Only Hinata Neji sat aside with his arms folded and his eyes closed, aloof. The girls from Yamanaka and Ino made Hinata more powerful and whispered as if they were asking about topics related to Yagyu. Hinata's face and ears turned red. Yo, Yagyu, Shikamaru, you are here. Seeing Yagyu and Nara Shikamaru come in and grabbing the barbecue, Inuzuka Kiba and the others said hello to them. Then Inuzuka Kiba looked at Yagyu and smiled and said, how slow, Yagyu. Yagyu looked at them with disgust and said coldly, I will kill you. Yes. Inuzuka Kiba and the others responded in a coordinated tone, but their expressions were indifferent. Apparently Yagyu had been so powerful more than once. They already regarded Yagyu as a partner, but they didn't think that Yagyu was. It was this trusting attitude that made Yagyu helpless. With a helpless sigh in his heart, Yagyu sat next to Hyaga Neji. Seeing Yagyu sitting next to him, Hyaga Neji opened his eyes and nodded to him. Yagyu also nodded. He was happily relieved by Hyaga Hisashi. After getting married, Hyaga Neji completely changed his appearance. Not only was he full of respect for Hinata, but he also enjoyed this respect for Yagyu, who would be the son-in-law of the Hyaga clan in the future. After Yagyu sat down, Nara Shikamaru glanced at looking at everyone. They asked in confusion, where is Xiaoli? Hyaga Neji took the initiative and said at this time, Xiaoli and teacher Kai should be practicing. Thinking of the characters of Xiaoli and Metkai, Nara Shikamaru's mouth twitched slightly. In that case, forget it, let the party begin. The so-called party does not have any activities. It is just a simple meal to welcome Uzumaki Naruto back from his training. The people here are not 20 years old yet, so they are not allowed to drink. So barbecue became Akimichi Chuji and others on the battlefield. Yagyu and the others, who don't like barbecue, were eating something light and chatting with each other. Boys have their own circle of boys, and girls have their own circle of girls. From the time Yagyu came in until now, Hinata has not come to see him. He didn't go to Hinata's place either. Sitting in the corner with Hinata Neji, Yagyu would feel the eyes of girls on him from time to time. However, among the whispers with the girls, the loudest voices in the entire box were Uzumaki Naruto and Inuzuka Kiba. After the atmosphere rose, even Yagyu chatted with Nara Shikamaru, who sat over with a drink, about some daily and mission-related matters. I don't know how long it took, but the meal ended after Akimichi Koji and the others had eaten. After paying the bill, a group of 11 people walked out of the hotel. After reaching an intersection that led to everyone's home, Hinata finally returned to Yagyu's side and waved goodbye to Nara Shikamaru and others who formed a team with each other. But when he turned to return home, Lu Sheng's eyes suddenly glanced at a tall building not far away. Hinata, who was always paying attention to him, asked in confusion, Yagyu-kun, what's wrong? Yagyu withdrew his gaze, shook his head and said, there is an aura that has been secretly following us, but the target is not you and me. It seems like Naruto and the others. But the aura is not hostile, it must be my misunderstanding. As he and Hinata walked home, Yagyu frowned slightly. Speaking of which, if Class 8 had not intervened in the S-Class mission of Sand Ninja Village, Class 7's opponent would be the Red Sand Scorpion, and Haruno Sakura would have taken the red sand from the red sand. From the mouth of the Scorpion, they learned the clues about Uchiha Sasuke. Because they killed the Red Sand Scorpion, and they were still in the mood to attend the party in 4.1, this plot should not have been corrected. However, after the restart of Team 7, it is indeed still one member is missing. Without Uchiha Sasuke's clues, Team 7 will wait until Kakashi recovers the Mangekyo Sherry non-consumption before continuing the mission. But Team 7 is still missing one person after all. Kakashi recovers in the end, he was naturally still the instructing Jonin of Class 7. Could it be that aura was, say? Forget it, it was Class 7's own business anyway. Yagyu shook his head and ignored it. This gathering was for everyone. At the first gathering of the grown UPS, the atmosphere has not changed at all. But compared to a few years ago, everyone has grown up. After all, there are still changes. Konaha 63, 41st. Unconsciously, nearly a month has passed since Class 8 completed its first S-level mission. In the past month, because Team 8 had completed a difficult S-level mission, the 5th Hokage did not summon Team 8. The three of them, Yagyu, are living a very leisurely life these days. After the party, Yagyu didn't see Nara Shikamaru and others in the following days. They might have all started their own tasks. Yagyu is also a homebody who doesn't like to go out and can stay at home all day except eating. Apart from Hinata and Hanabi, it is also very difficult for others to see him. Today, Hinata practices tea ceremony and flower pressing at home. In the Yagyu family gym, two figures are fighting 23. Clang clang clang. The sound of metal clashing resounded. The collision between the kunao and the card caused a little splash of light. Hurry up, you should be able to see my next move, right? Let your reactions follow your eyes. Yagyu held a palm-sized playing card between his two fingers, blocking the kunao that came from all tricky angles. He moved his steps back gently, looked at the sweaty girl in front of him, and scolded mercilessly. Don't always use kunao to attack. Believe what you see with your white eyes. When kunao deceives others' attention, seize the opportunity to use your acupuncture points and mercilessly put chakra into the enemy's body. Yes. Hanabi responded loudly as she stabbed Yagyu with a kunao in her hand. Facing the piercing kunao, Yagyu held the card with two fingers and lightly hit the sharp edge of the kunao. A huge force emerged from nowhere and immediately, he just knocked the kunao away from the angle of the attack. Call out. The kunao stabbed in the air, Hanabi stabilized his lower body, and with the help of his small hand, his body was pushed away with great force. The palm of his left hand was like a spear, stabbing towards Yagyu's crotch. Bang! Yagyu grabbed Hanabi's wrist with one hand, kicked her knee with his right foot, and pulled hard with the arm holding the wrist. The cards in his other hand were already pressed against Hanabi's neck, which was wet with sweat. The fight was over. Ho. Brother Yagyu, I'm dead again. Hanabi breathed heavily and said, dripping with sweat. With two fingers, the cards flew out. Yagyu raised his hand and wiped the beads of sweat from under Hanabi's forehead with the cuffs of his kimono, and said with a smile, You have been very decisive. Remember to hold your hand in the same way in the future. Aha. Hanabi nodded repeatedly, raised her head and squinted so beautifully that after Yagyu helped wipe the sweat from her face, she opened her eyes and asked, Brother Yagyu, why should we start training in physical skills? Yagyu touched Hanabi's wet body. Hair, don't worry about physical skills. Your family's soft fists and acupuncture points. As long as you hit the acupuncture points accurately and drive the chakra in, ordinary people will suffer serious internal injuries. Just follow your usual training. Aha. Hanabi nodded obediently. Yagyu held Hanabi's hand and walked out of the gym. Back in the room, Yagyu took off his kimono and wore casual shorts. He looked at Hanabi and said, You go take a shower first. Go home after washing or take a nap here. My brother will start practicing later. Hanabi looked at Yagyu's figure, raised her hand slightly, and traced his mermaid line with her fingers. She looked up and said with a sweet smile, Brother Yagyu, let's wash it together. Hanabi wants to help you rub your back. Unlike Hinata's shyness, Hanabi is very bold in both actions and words. Yagyu was stunned for a moment, then pinched Hanabi's nose and nodded with a smile. Okay, I'll leave it to Hanabi. It can be seen from the words. Yagyu is not thinking about anything, and it is not the first time that he and Hanabi have taken a bath together. It is indeed not their first time. Not to mention two people, even three people take a bath together. Yagyu Shang had already tried it. Although it wasn't many times, Yagyu Shang had already gotten used to it. Taking his bathrobe, Yagyu Shang went to the bathroom to put the water in. Soon, the bathroom was enveloped in white and misty water vapor. Wow, the sound of water flowing came to my ears. Under the white steam, two figures, one tall and one short, stood and sat with a bath towel tied around them. Yagyu sat on the small stool and let Hanabi rub his back from behind. Hinata-style back rub is not just an ordinary back rub. The Hyuga clan is extremely familiar with the acupuncture points of the human body. Whether it is Hinata or Hanabi, when rubbing Yagayu's back, they will habitually help him press M. After Hanabi finished rubbing his back, she turned on the shower to rinse the foam 540, and then poured warm water down, making Yagayu's hair wet. Squeezing the shampoo into your hands, it soon seeped into the long silver hair. With her fingers like a comb, Hanabi concentrated on helping Yagayu comb her long hair. After washing the hair, his hands went to the acupuncture points on the head and began to massage. Yagayu leaned in Hanabi's arms, closing his eyes as if falling asleep. After Hanabi finished massaging his head and rinsed his hair again, Yagayu stood up and prepared to take a bath in the bathtub. At this moment, he felt the towel loosen. The charming figure moved from the back to the front. Yagayu looked at Hanabi, who looked up with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Hanabi smiled maliciously and said with a meaningful tone, "Brother Yagayu, I saw it that day." Yagayu looked puzzled. "What did you see?" "Humph. You ask your sister to do that for you." Hanabi hummed twice, and then suddenly squatted down under Yagayu's widened eyes. In the white mist, there were still figures, one tall and one short, standing and sitting. Ahem. The white mist in the bathroom and room dissipated. Hanabi covered her lips and choked. "Well, it doesn't taste good at all." Snapped. Two fingers gently flicked her forehead. After entering the sage's time, Lu Sheng scolded, "Idiot, who told you to swallow it?" "Ah?" Hanabi tilted her head and asked doubtfully, "Shouldn't it be swallowed?" "Then why does my sister eat it every time?" "Every time." Yagayu bent down, pulled Hanabi's face, one in, with both hands, and said with a dangerous smile, "Speaking of which, when did you start?" "Woo-woo." Hanabi's face was stretched, and she begged for mercy in a vague tone. "Yagayu, I didn't mean to do it." Seeing Hanabi's pitiful look, Yagayu pinched her little face hard, and then released his fingers. Eating, he flicked her forehead with his middle finger again, and said with a smile, "It's just this once, it won't happen next time." After saying that, Yagayu walked around Hanabi and walked into the bathtub. When his back was turned to Hanabi, he didn't see the girl giving him a winning smile. After the two took a bath, they came out of the bathroom. Hanabi chose to take a nap here. Yagayu didn't disturb her, but refused to take a nap with her and came to the gym alone. Hanabi's behavior was indeed beyond his expectation, but he accepted it calmly, because after living together for so many years, Yagayu's feelings for her were not pure between brother and sister. Otherwise, a few years ago, when he was celebrating Hinata's birthday, he wouldn't have let Hanabi join in their paper-passing game. Letting Luoli, who had been raised since childhood, get married, Hinata and Hizu agreed, but Yagayu didn't agree. Everything just fell into place. Hanabi's behavior just now was the same as Hinata's in Yagayu's eyes. Just like Yagayu's state of mind, it will not be affected by fame and fortune. The strong state of mind prevented him from being confused and lost by the quay feeling brought by his body just now. For him, the desires of the flesh are just a spice of life. It just made his relationship with Hinata and Hanabi more intimate and pure. My usual routine is still the same. Arriving at the gym, Yagayu began to complete today's daily tasks. In the past month, Yagayu's has reached 96.09%. It is only 4% away from 100% complete unlocking. However, the closer a student is to 100%, the less anxious they are to gain experience. On the contrary, he will cherish this last experience before unlocking it to 100%, because he doesn't know what will happen after Hawkeye's inheritance model reaches 100%. Will the spiritual world dissipate directly, or will a second inheritance begin? After 10 years of understanding, Yagayu understood that the inheritance system was not about inheriting all the strength of the opponent, but a system of experience and strength. The best proof is that Yagayu is still a powerful body away from Hawkeye's level. Unless he trains his body or obtains another kind of inheritance to make his sword skills even more powerful, Yagayu can catch up with Hawkeye and surpass him. Yagayu doesn't know what kind of future it is, but he won't be confused, because it will be revealed when the time comes. After more than an hour, Yagayu completed today's daily tasks and began to realize that less than 4% of his swordsmanship skills were left. From 90% progress to now, Hawkeye has barely fought a few battles, and has completely ascended to the strongest position in Kendo, starting a long journey of seeking defeat alone. The few battles he had were against a few challengers who were qualified to fight him, as well as chasing down some rats to pass the time. It is worth mentioning that in the spiritual world of 95% progress, Hawkeye completely defeated a challenger. That challenger, Yagayu, has not forgotten his appearance even after 10 years. Green Algae Head, 3-sword style, is the second in command of the Straw Hat Pirates, Hawkeye's future disciple and opponent, Roronoa. That battle not only brought back Yagayu's memories, but also made him finally know about Hawkeye's time period. Just after Yagayu realized the swordsmanship in the spiritual world, he suddenly felt a familiar aura fluctuation and ran in from the outside to the inside. Hinata ran in and said anxiously, "Yagayu-kun, something happened to Teacher Hong." Hearing this, Yagayu's mood did not fluctuate. He stood up slowly, looked at Hinata and asked what's going on. Hinata said with a sad face, "The other half of Kurane-sensei, Ino, and the others mentoring Jounin, Asuma Jounin, died in battle. It's actually this time." Yagayu is not only devoid of mercy, but also focused on the importance of time. Just like the Konaha collapse plan, Yagayu clearly had the ability to prevent the tragedy from happening, but did not warn or take action. The reason why he didn't take action in Konaha's collapse plan was because even he wanted the third Hokage to die. This time, I didn't know the time at all. He only remembered that Sarutobi Asuma would die in Haiden's hands. But it was impossible for him to tell Yui Kurane and Sarutobi Asuma. That would not only be questioned, but also cause Yui Kurane and Sarutobi Asuma to be unhappy. Once something happened, Yui Kurane would even feel resentful towards him. Even if he had already warned him, after all, this is human nature. If he had known about Class 10's actions in advance, he might have helped to deal with the immortal combination because of Yui Hong. But now that Asuma Sarutobi is dead, let him die. As long as nothing happened to Hinata and Hanabi, the death of others was not worth mentioning in Yagayu's eyes. As for Yui Kurane, after she entrusted Team 8 to Yagyu, she gradually said goodbye to the life of a ninja. In the past few years, Lu Sheng had only met her a few times. But after all, it was a teacher-student relationship. Although Yagyu would not pity her man for dying, it was still okay to help. And if he doesn't take action, Team 10 will also act with Kakashi. Although Nara Shikamaru has always been annoyed by them and they come to annoy him, that's just Yagayu's unsociable attitude. They were not impatient in the face of their own attitudes and trusted them as partners. Yagyu and Hinata stood outside the crowd, looking at Team 10 who were surrounded in the center. Nara Shikamaru and the other three had their heads lowered, and there were already 2 lines of tears hanging on their faces covered by negative threads. The cries kept coming, but Yagyu couldn't find Kurane Yui, because the sky was gloomy at the moment and it was pouring rain. It was exactly the same weather as the memorial service of the third Hokage. Yui Hong is already pregnant, so even if her lover is killed in battle, she is not suitable to be there. After watching for a while, Yagyu leaned toward Hinata's ear and whispered something in detail. Hinata nodded repeatedly and ran away into the heavy rain. Yagyu asked her to comfort Yui Kurane in the name of Class 8. Soon after, Abarame Shino seemed to have learned the news and rushed over from home. The 2 people from Class 8 stood outside the crowd, soaked in the pouring rain. 2 hours later, those people gradually dispersed after bidding farewell to Sarutobi Asuma's body. When only Class 8 and Class 10 were left in this empty space, Yagyu, who had been standing outside, walked over. Shino Abarame followed closely behind. Arriving in front of Team 10 who were surrounding Sarutobi 540 Asuma with their heads lowered all the time, Yagyu spoke softly, "My condolences." Condolences. Abarame Shino followed. Hearing the voices of the 2, there was no movement at all from Team 10, as if their souls were out of body. If they hadn't seen their rain-stained faces and 2 thick streams of water, they would have thought they were all unconscious. Yagyu raised his hand and put it on Nara Shikamaru's head, and spoke softly again, "Do you need help?" He didn't point it out. Yagyu believed that Nara Shikamaru would definitely understand. Because among the 12 little heroes, if Hinata is his most important person, then Nara Shikamaru is the only one who is regarded as a friend by Yagyu. Nara Shikamaru finally raised his head, biting his lower lip. His face was no longer as lazy as before and was full of regret, but he still had a stubborn look and was still unwilling to speak. Yagyu put down the hand on his head, turned around and headed back the way he came, leaving only one sentence that made Nara Shikamaru burst into tears. "Come to me after you have thought about it, and remember to put me and the second one together when you make the battle plan. Class 8 exam, KTEB, will be taken into account. Otherwise, we are no longer friends." Abarame Shino adjusted her sunglasses, turned around and followed Yagyu without saying a word. Walking to Yagayu's side, Abarame Shino looked forward and asked calmly, "You want to help them? You can choose not to go." Lu Sheng nodded and did not force it. "No, I'll go." Abarame Shino shook her head and said, "Whether it's the relationship between Kurane-sensei and Asuma's Jounin, or our relationship with Shikamaru and the others, I'll go with you." Lu Sheng raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, "I'll let you know when the time comes." Abarame Shino clicked. The 2 separated at an intersection, and Yagyu returned home. After entering the house, his kimono emitted a burst of white mist. The moisture in the clothes turned into water vapor as if it was being baked. Disappeared. In an instant, Yagayu's kimono was completely dry. Returning to the room to dry his hair, Yagyu looked at the messy bed, knowing that this was a sign that Hanabi had gone to school. After drying his hair, Yagyu tidied it up. After getting off the bed, he walked out of the room, went to the gym and took out the sword stand, and then returned to the living room. He pulled out the sword and put it on the sword stand. Yagyu took out a bottle of anti-sword from a cabinet under the tea table. With rust oil and cotton swabs, he began to maintain his knife. Although it was a mortal object worth more than 2,000 taels, there were many strong men who died on its blade, not to mention ordinary ninjas. Among them were Mamakai Zabuza and Kimimaro, these 2 elite Jounin and Quasi-Cage level ninjas, as well as the Cage level Red Sand Scorpion. There are also 66 Sand Ninjas and Sound Ninjas, as well as the strays killed by the mission in the past 2 years. Ninjas and enemy ninjas. This sword has long been known as the 100-man killer. It is not that Yagyu has not wanted to change to a good sword over the years, but it is very difficult to get a good sword in the world of Naruto, and after entangling Haki, ordinary swords can also be turned into famous swords. Yagyu couldn't find his favorite famous sword, so he never changed it. After applying anti-rust oil, Yagyu put the sword and sword stand on the tea table in the living room. He left again in the gym, he crossed his legs and began to feel the sound of the breathing of all things. After coming out of the spiritual world, Yagyu's next step in training was to improve the range of breathing of all things and capture the energy. But the bad news about Asuma Sarutobi, which delayed his practice. After returning from the farewell party, Yagyu's mood was not affected at all. In just a few seconds, his heart became peaceful. Perceptions that were similar to those of seeing, hearing, color and domineering began to weave into a web, capturing the vitality of all things within the coverage area. Breathing from weak to strong, from near to far. After night fell, Hinata rarely came back to prepare dinner for Yagyu. Brother Yagyu. When Hanabi returned from school and the clear and sweet voice entered the gym, Yagyu exited the swordsman state, got up and went out to prepare dinner for Hanabi. Brother Yagyu, where is your sister? In the kitchen, Hanabi, who was cooking with Yagyu, asked about the reason why Hinata was not at home. Yagyu did not hide it and told Hanabi the truth. The cruel truth and the heavy death made Hanabi's young face turn pale slightly. Without concealing the fear, Yagyu patted her back, silently comforting her. This dinner was the first time in a long time that only Yagyu and Hanabi ate together. Normally, Hanabi would have been very happy, but she remained silent, not saying a word. Yagyu thought she was still immersed in the cruel reality. Snapped. After taking a few bites of the meal, Hanabi suddenly put down her chopsticks, jumped off the chair, threw herself into Yagyu's arms, and begged with tears in her eyes, Brother Yagyu, you have to promise Hanabi that nothing will happen to her in the future. The girl's trembling voice with fear made Yagyu's heart tremble slightly. The 45th, the day when Sarutobi Asuma's body was buried, brought sadness to many people of the older generation. When I watched the death of the third Hokage a few years ago, I didn't expect that old men like them were not dead yet, and that the last son of the third Hokage had taken a step ahead of them. But this burst of sadness only lasted for one day. It had an impact on the ninja collective, but it did not affect ordinary residents. Even many people only heard that a Jonin was killed in battle, but they didn't know that Sarutobi Asuma was actually the son of the third Hokage. Time can wash away the sadness of others, but it cannot let Nara Shikamaru, who blames himself, let go. On the contrary, he once again hated himself as he failed to rescue Uchiha Sasuke and caused injuries to his companions. I wake up from nightmares every day. Every time he woke up in the middle of the night, the death scene of Sarutobi Asuma and Yagyu's last words would appear in his mind. The future military advisor of Konaha, the man who was the brains of the 7th Hokage, seemed to have made some decision. He sat cross-legged and meditated every day, making a gesture with his hands, and for the first time, he exhausted his brain power to create a revenge plan. 12:15 noon and night. Inside the Yagyu family's bedroom, Yagyu, who was sleeping with Hinata in his arms, suddenly opened his eyes, and a cold light dispelled the fatigue in his eyes. Letting go of Hinata with a gentle movement, Yagyu quietly got out of bed, walked out of the room with bare feet, and left the living room silently. On the roof of the gym, Yagyu, who was wearing a light bathrobe, looked at Nara Shikamaru, who was wearing a Chunin vest, and said softly, have you made your decision? Ah, I want to avenge Asuma. Nara Shikamaru's face showed a serious look that was rarely seen on weekdays. He lowered his head to Yagyu and earnestly pleaded, Yagyu, no. Yuzuki, I need your help. Yagyu raised his hand and patted Nara Shikamaru on the shoulder, telling Nara Shikamaru his decision through his actions. When will we set off? Hey, don't worry just yet. Nara Shikamaru finally showed his first smile after Sarutobi Asuma's death. His face regained his confidence. He looked at Yagyu and said, let me tell you the plan first. No, let's talk about it on the way. Yagyu raised his hand to stop, and turned his head in the direction of the Hokage building. The 5th generation will not let it go. We will do this. You go and inform Ino and Koji first. I will wake up Hinata, and then inform Shino. We will leave the village at night. If you have any plans, let's wait until we're on the road. Nara Shikamaru nodded vigorously. Okay. Call out. The next moment, Nara Shikamaru turned into an afterimage and disappeared on the roof. Yagyu jumped off the roof and returned to the room, only to find that she suddenly woke up. Wearing a thin bathrobe, she leaned against the bed with her back, and the silver outside the window the light shone in, showing a beautiful picture. Yagyu walked over and touched her hair with a smile. As soon as Yagyu-kun let go of me, he woke up. Hinata leaned on Yagyu's arms and asked softly, is that person just now Shikamaru? Yagyu nodded, combed her long hair with his fingers, and said, you go and wash yourself, I'll pack your things, and I'll set off to find Shino later. Hinata didn't ask Yagyu where he was going after such a late hour. He nodded obediently, shook his head again, and said resolutely, Yagyu-kun, go wash up and change clothes. I'll pack your things. Packaging has always been Hinata's job. She was afraid that Yagyu would be careless and forget to bring the essential items needed for daily use. Hinata has always refused to give in to this point. Yagyu didn't insist either, and picked up the clothes hanger next to the bed. He got up, took off his kimono and walked into the bathroom. Not long after, the sound of water running could be heard in the bathroom. After a simple wash, Yagyu put on a black kimono and came out, taking off the sword rack hanging on the wall. At this time, Hinata had almost finished cleaning up, and quickly went to the bathroom and room to wash up. 7 or 8 minutes later, Yagyu and Hinata walked out of the house, and after locking the wooden door, the two of them turned into an afterimage, and instantly the body disappeared. About 40 minutes later, at 1:12 a.m., asking for flowers, 6 figures gathered at the village gate for a simple meeting. Yagyu didn't wait for Nara Shikamaru to speak, and directly gave instructions. First, go to the place where Asuma Jonin died, and let Shino's bugs try to see if they can find their scent. On the way, Shikamaru, please tell us the battle plan. Good. Nara Shikamaru nodded. Yagyu's words were exactly what he wanted to say. A group of 6 people headed towards Shunshen and passed through the perception barrier covering Konaha. I believe that their traces have been spotted by people who work in shifts day and night. The boundary class discovered it. But classes 8 and 10 didn't care about this small problem at all. 0. They went to find the immortal group privately to avenge Sarutobi Asuma, which was a violation of the rules of the ninja. If they never come back, they cannot be blamed at all. Once they return from a tragic victory, even if they fail to become a ninja or cannot be promoted in this life, Team 10 will not care. Even if they were discovered, even if the village sent people out now, they would not be able to catch up with them. After several hours of traveling, it was around 7 in the morning. Teams 8 and 10 arrived at the fire temple, and Nara Shikamaru led Team 8 to the place where Asuma Sarutobi died in battle. Hundreds of small black insects crawled out from Abarame Shino's feet and began to crawl in all directions, seemingly looking for the remaining scent. Unfortunately, Abarame Shino shook her head. This place has been washed by the rain, and the insects can't find the dangerous smell. Yagyu and others were not surprised by this. The reason why they came here was just to find the exact location of the immortal combination. Even if he can't find it, Nara Shikamaru has already prepared a backup plan. One of those 2 guys, a very experienced ninja, once said that we would see each other again. Nara Shikamaru said calmly, and they attacked the fire temple for the bounty on the heads of the Guardian 12 ninja Chiriko. Next, we will follow the road to the nearest gold exchange and look for their whereabouts. Can. A woodland full of dead trees. No, your plan won't work. Under a towering tree that seemed to be dead and withered to the point where it didn't even have a single leaf, Class 8 and Class 10 gathered in a group. Yagyu's voice of denial rang out. He was holding the cigarette handed to him by Nara Shikamaru. Sweki said with a serious face, I admit that your plan is perfect, and it is the best way to use weakness to control strength. However, your steps are messed up. Nara Shikamaru was not dissatisfied at all, but asked for advice seriously. Yuzuki, tell me. I fought against the Akatsuki scorpion and killed him. Yagyu handed the blood draw back and said with a serious face, 540: I know a little about this organization, and even through your words, I have a bold guess. What guess? Nara Shikamaru's nerves were tense. Yagyu said carefully, we and Team 7 are on an S-class mission to save the 5th Kaze cage. Our opponents are also in pairs, and their mantras are all about art. One pursues the explosive art of momentary beauty, while the other pursues the eternal beauty of puppet art. Although in our eyes, they are all S-class renegade ninjas from various countries and extremely dangerous people, in a certain respect, they are indeed artists. Yagyu stared at Nara Shikamaru, whose face gradually turned pale, as if he had thought of something, and asked if the Akatsuki organization always works in pairs and kills Asuma Jonin. Do they have the same hobby, or do they have the same habit? Is it equal strength? No. Nara Shikamaru immediately answered. Regarding Haiden and Kakuzu, he clearly remembered every word, every action they said that day. Those 2 people, one likes to kill himself to preach, as a sacrifice. The evil god is his catchphrase. Apart from being able to graft harm onto others, he is not very powerful. Only the traitorous ninja who is with him is extremely powerful. Yagyu said, then do you think their strengths are mutually exclusive, or do they have the same special abilities? Nara Shikamaru's face became even more ugly. The undead monster's head he chopped off that day was sewn on by his companions with special threads. So let's make an assumption. Yagyu said, if another person also has the unknown ability of immortality and will not die even if his heart is stabbed, what will happen to your plan? The probability of failure reaches more than 35%. Nara Shikamaru said the result instantly, keeping his eyes on Yagyu. Without you here, our death probability is more than 95%. Yagyu's words made Nara Shikamaru break into a sweat. After learning about the special hobbies of Akasaka and Deidara from Yagyu's mouth, he knew that the authenticity of this hypothesis was at least 70%. If Yagyu hadn't been there, if he takes Team 10 out this time, it will be equivalent to pushing Team 10 into the sea of fire, and they will definitely die. Nara Shikamaru looked at Yagyu with a serious face, and said in a deep voice, give me some time, I will make a new plan, add this assumption into. There is no need for this, your plan is still good, it just needs to be slightly modified. Yagyu raised his hand to interrupt and analyzed, not to mention the other person's hidden immortal ability. His ability is obviously not as good as that of the undead monster who can graft harm to the opponent as long as it licks blood. The biggest threat to us is. Fortunately, God gave him such a powerful ability but also deprived him of his strength. Yagyu said with a slight smile on his lips, as long as you don't give him a chance to lick blood, there's no threat, right? Various fragments flashed through Nara Shikamaru's mind quickly, and soon the prototypes of several plans appeared in his mind, but he still suppressed the excitement and asked for advice. Yuzuki, what are you going to do? Yagyu raised his fingers to several people from Class 10 and Class 8, motioning for them to come over, and then whispered his plan. Nara Shikamaru's IQ is indeed very high. In the original book, his plan almost destroyed the immortal group. If Yagyu does what he does, the plan will definitely succeed. But there are still some flaws in this plan. If an accident occurs, the lives of everyone present will be in danger. Yagyu didn't allow anything to happen to Hinata, so he also thought of a battle plan in his mind on the way here. If you are creating combat plans based on intelligence, then no one can do it better than the time traveler. Thanks to the fact that the Akatsuki organization is so famous, Yagyu has not forgotten the abilities and trump cards of each of them. On the contrary, as the plot progresses, it becomes clearer and clearer. As long as he was given equal strength, Yagyu would be extremely confident that he would kill him without even giving the opponent a chance to use his trump card. The Red Sand Scorpion is one of them. As soon as the third Kazakuge's puppet was taken out, Yagyu seized the opportunity, cut it in two, and then pierced the heart. After telling Class 8 and Class 10 about his plan, Yagyu looked at the excited Inagasho and Hinata, whose beautiful eyes made no secret of her admiration for him. Yagyu commanded Hinata, Ino. The task of finding their whereabouts will be left to you. 4.1 Yes. Learn. Hinata and Yamanaka Ino hurriedly responded. Nara Shikamaru stood up with a smile on his face, looked up at the flying eagle flying at low altitude, and said, "The Byakugan of the Hinata family can cover a distance of 1 kilometer, so use it to find a kilometer away, right? As long as those two guys pass by this place, they will never escape our tracking." The cooperation between the sensing class and Inuruka butterfly had an astonishing effect. 17 or 8 minutes later, Yamanaka Ino with his eyes closed, and Hinata with her eyes open, almost said in unison, "We found them. Go as planned, let's go." In the forest with a large number of dead trees, two figures were walking slowly. The red clouds and black robes on their bodies and the rebel forward protectors with different patterns showed their identities. Kakuzu and Haiden walked towards Konaha. Neither spoke a word along the way. Even the talkative Haiden was silent for a long time. The two of them seemed to have noticed something was wrong with the atmosphere. When passing by a dead tree that was more than 10 people thick, a black shadow shaped like a long snake extended and crawled towards the backs of the two people like a long whip. When they were about to get close to the two of them, the shadow split into two and stabbed out. Whoosh! When the shadow was about to catch them, Haiden and Kakuzu suddenly jumped up. Call out. The moment they jumped up, two Konaha with detonating talismans shot down from a tree, aiming right at where they were about to land. Detonating talisman, boom. Click. Kakuzu's pupils shrank, and the Konaha that was fired immediately exploded into a ball of flames, and dark smoke enveloped their figures. 23 The strong impact blasted Haiden away, and the weapon he used to resist the Konaha, the scythe, the chain that tied his body to the scythe, was shattered by the explosion of the detonating talisman. Just an ordinary detonating talisman caused Haiden to lose his weapon. He didn't give any when he got the weapon back. The two shadows quickly spread and followed him. Kakuzu, because of the change in the nature of the earth attribute, brought powerful hardening ability to his body, and was not injured by the detonating talisman. However, they were injured by the detonating talisman. The smoke obscured his vision. After jumping out of the smoke range, his eyes kept paying attention to the spreading shadow. He did not see the master who controlled the shadow. He had appeared on a treetop, holding two strange-shaped weapons, tied to a detonating talisman was thrown down. Is it the detonating charm again? Looking at the weapons shooting down, both Kakuzu and Haiden were attracted by the detonating talisman attached to the weapon. After suffering a loss, they were already extremely vigilant. Seeing the weapon with the detonating talisman flying in, the instinct brought by actual combat experience made them turn their heads to avoid the flying weapons. However, the next second, their faces froze. Chakra transmission. This kid actually used the secret technique on the chakra transmission weapon to use the shadow binding technique on us. The experienced Kakuzu instantly saw through Nara Shikamaru's plan. Nara Shikamaru stood on the treetops and said with a proud smile, "Yes, it's the chakra knife. Asuma, who was killed by you, is the only relic left to me. The minds of the Nara clan and the shadow restraint are very troublesome." Kakuzu's voice came from the mask. His face was still calm, but his eyes looking at Nara Shikamaru were filled with excitement. Although this kid is very weak, his IQ is too high, even for someone like him during the Warring States period. If the ninjas who come down are not careful, they may capsize in the gutter. Shikamaru, the ground beneath that person's feet. Hinata's sweet voice suddenly reached everyone's ears. The expressions of Nara Shikamaru and Kakuzu changed slightly. Kakuzu glanced at the white-eyed girl who appeared on another treetop. "Chen Shen," he said in a voice, "the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Phew. It hurts so much." At this time, the sound of two sharp weapons entering the body resounded. Haiden's painful cry attracted Kakuzu's attention again. Only two broken arms were seen flying in the air. Kakuzu's face was extremely gloomy, and he secretly speeded up his small movements, his voice not concealing his murderous intention. "So that's it. You actually created a plan to deal with us based on the abilities we showed that day. Nara Shikamaru, I remember you. You are such a scary kid. Ino, Koji, start taking action." Nara Shikamaru ignored him and shouted loudly, "Call out! Call out!" The moment he finished speaking, two after images rushed out, appeared next to Haiden, picked up the two severed arms on the ground, and made a done gesture towards Nara Shikamaru. "Withdraw." Nara Shikamaru gave the order, and then he jumped up and landed in front of Haiden. The two faced each other. Nara Shikamaru used the shadow imitation technique, connected with Haiden's shadow, and looked at his forehead. Haiden, who was sweating and seemed to have noticed something was wrong, showed a playful smile. You guy, please play a race with me. After saying that, Nara Shikamaru ran in one direction. Haiden followed closely. Yamanaka Ino and Akimichi Koji also followed. Seeing this scene, Kakuzu's expression changed slightly. Poof. A hand came out of the ground and pulled out the flying swallow in Kakuzu's shadow. Swish, boom. Just when Kakuzu was about to rescue Haiden, the boy who cut off Haiden's arms raised the sword in his hand and swung it down at him. A sword that was 6 to 7 meters high and exaggerated to the point of being unreasonable. The anger roared in like a wave. Not only did 540 stop Kakuzu, but the figure that was about to rush out subconsciously also made him completely give up the idea of rescuing Haiden. Yagyu. Abarame Shino's voice suddenly sounded, and Haiden's sickle was picked up by a pair of hands and thrown towards Yagyu. Swish swish click. Looking at the flying scythe, the tachi in Yagyu's hand was covered with a layer of black substance and he waved it forward a few times. The silver sword light flashed away, and Haiden's Mitsuki scythe shattered into pieces. 10 pieces of iron were broken into pieces and dropped to the ground. Yagyu faced Kakuzu with a knife and said calmly, Hinata, Shino, follow up and help. Yes. Hinata and Abarame Shino responded, and ran in the direction of Nara Shikamaru and the others. Soon, only Yagyu and Kakuzu were left in this forest. Silver hair, sword skills, Konaha forward protector, you remind me of the once famous Konaha White Fang. Kakuzu dodged the sword energy, stared at Yagyu, and said in a deep voice, but Konaha White Fang has died long ago, and his son has not inherited his sword skills. That's right. I am the Jounin of Konaha, Yuzuki Yagyu. Yagyu sheathed his sword and assumed the posture of drawing it. He looked at Kakuzu with a calm expression and said, he is also the one who is about to kill you. Arrogant brat, I am not a scorpion kind of guy. Under the cuffs of Kakuzu Hongyun's black robe, a large number of black tentacles were squirming. He retracted the wrist that penetrated the ground and emerged from the earth, and said in a cold voice, although you are being collected by Konaha, your head is still in the black market. There is no value, but today I decided to take your head and heart without paying you. Call out. Yagyu didn't speak. He was a person who didn't like to talk during battle. After capturing Kakuzu's energy, Yagyu's figure disappeared. That kind of high speed, which is different from the teleportation technique, does not rely on the burst of chakra under his feet. Moving, Kakuzu was slightly shocked. What a fast speed, what a weird movement. Choke Shua. The next moment, an afterimage appeared in front of Kakuzu as if it had teleported. He quickly drew his sword and made a clear sound of unsheathing. The strong sense of crisis made Kakuzu subconsciously want to use the unearthed attribute. Changes. But the ninja experience from the Warring States period told him that this sword cannot be resisted. Tear it apart. Kakuzu believed his premonition very much. A flash of lightning flashed under his feet, and with a tap of his toes, the figure flew backwards. However, when he and Yagyu opened a distance of nearly 2 meters, the crotch however, there was a huge tear in the red cloud black robe, which spread from the left shoulder to the right leg. A biting cold chill hit Kakuzu's heart. Looking at the disappointed boy holding the knife, a drop of cold sweat broke out appearing from Kakuzu's forehead. His voice rarely trembled as he said, what happened to that sword? It was obviously just an ordinary sword draw, but the sword was not a chakra sword, and there was no trace of chakra fluctuations. Why did it give him the feeling that even if he hardened his body with earth-type chakra properties, it would still be cut off easily? It's not like Kakuzu has never fought against sword ninjas. In addition to Konaha White Fang, even as a samurai from the Iron Country, he has killed many targets with bounties on his head. But the sword skills of those people, compared to the kid in front of me, were simply as far apart as heaven and earth. Not only the slash just now, but also the unknown sword skills. This guy is a monster? Just like that boy from the Nara clan, neither wisdom nor force can be underestimated, otherwise it will easily capsize in the gutter. These thoughts flashed through his mind quickly. Kakuzu jumped to the ground and formed a seal to perform the technique wind release, pressure. Leaning back, Kakuzu took a deep breath, bulged his crotch high, and moved toward Yagyu, blew out a strong blast of air. The airflow was like thousands of blades, rotating to form a huge tornado, tearing apart the diameter of the earth, roaring towards Yagyu with the sound of a hurricane. This is the element of change in the nature of wind attribute chakra, and it has a sharpness that ordinary wind escape cannot match. Yagyu's expression remained unchanged. He was not even interested in cutting off this tornado. Boom. With his feet in the air, Yagyu soared into the sky, and bursting clouds bloomed under his feet. After escaping the attack of the tornado, Yagyu looked down at him. Kakuzu, who started to squirm behind him, still did not make a move. He was waiting, using himself as bait, waiting for Kakuzu to release his mask of nature. At that time, Kakuzu was in his strongest state, and also his weakest state. Looking at Yagyu running in the air without attacking, Kakuzu wrinkled. He frowned. If it had been anyone else, even if the opponent had the ability to fly, Kakuzu would have already stretched out his arms and grabbed the opponent at this time. But after experiencing Yagyu's draw and slash, Kakuzu knew that boys the sword skills are very strange and terrifying. If you use Earth Resentment to attack, your arm will definitely be cut off by the opponent. And there is no one more suitable for air combat than them. Poof, tear it apart. The sound of clothes ripping apart sounded, and the red cloud and black robe on Kakuzu's body turned into pieces of cloth, revealing a body full of stitches. The 4 masks on the back were squirming violently. A few seconds later, Kakuzu was sewn on. The black tentacles on his body burst apart one after another. A ball of earthly resentment formed by countless black lines spurted out from Kakuzu's back. 4 monsters with masks of different shapes and colors appeared behind Kakuzu. Swish, boom. Seeing the 4 masks separated from Kakuzu's body, a dazzling dark red sword energy cut off the airflow in the air, turned into a crescent moon nearly 10 meters long, and fell down. Yagyu's figure ran on the crescent moon. Behind him, Kakuzu locked his eyes on Kakuzu's figure. He seemed to be predicting his next move. Seeing this, Kakuzu just put his index and middle fingers together and shouted, "Thunder, release pseudo-darkness." Sis. The monster with the thunder attribute mask behind it immediately released a huge thunder gun and soared into the sky. Boom. The moment the sword energy collided with the thunder gun, a strong airflow immediately exploded and swept away like a blade. When Yagyu saw the thunder gun coming out, the figure running behind the crescent sword energy had already landed. He gained some height. Instead, with the help of the airflow caused by the collision of attacks, Yagyu kicked the void hard with the solace of his feet, and his figure turned into an arrow, limos, and shot down from the altar. That's it, your target is me. Looking at Yagyu, who always had his eyes on him, Kakuzu was slightly stunned. His figure quickly stepped back. The 4 masked monsters behind him jumped up to help him block. Yagyu, I don't know how you know my information, but I won't let you succeed so easily. However, Lu Shang showed a successful smile. Who told you that my target is you? These 4 things are your lifeblood, right? The figure running down hesitated slightly. Yagyu sheathed his sword and stood in the air in a posture to draw the sword. Kakuzu's face changed slightly and he felt something bad in his heart. Swish, boom, boom. The entire woodland is shaking violently, and endless dust, mist and gravel are floating. The woodland is more than 300 meters in diameter, and nearly 150 meters from left to right. There are rows of more than a dozen people, or a few people. The dead trees collapsed suddenly. Viewed from a distance, the dark red light was like a surging tsunami, and the breath violently flattened the forest. The 4 masked monsters closest to the dark red light seemed to be swept away by the tsunami, carrying them with them. Fly to the ground and fly long distances with their owners. Click. The black tentacles and fragile mask began to break like lines under the impact of the airflow one after another. Small cracks appeared on the mask, forming cracks the size of fingernails and spreading to the surroundings. In the end, the 4 masks were like mirrors on the floor, turned into pieces, and then shattered into powder by the impact of the dark red light, and dissipated between the sky and the earth. Such a large-scale movement not only frightened away the birds and beasts in all directions, but also caused the eyes of classes 8 and 10 who had moved to the battlefield. But when they saw the familiar dark red light, they smiled. The vibration lasted for nearly a minute, and the dust mist and flying gravel dissipated after several minutes. During this time, Yagyu fell back to the ground and stared blankly at the dust and mist in front of him. You killed the wind mask monster and gained 0.9% experience. You killed the water mask monster and gained 0.9% experience. You killed the thunder mask monster and gained 0.9% experience. You killed the fire mask monster and gained 0.9% experience. Your Eagle Eye Heritage template has been unlocked to 99.94%. Listening to the 5 notification sounds in his mind, Yagyu didn't expect that there would be experience rewards for killing those attribute mask monsters. But when he thought that these masked monsters were the hearts of other people, Yagyu was slightly enlightened. In a way, this is indeed a life. He has mastered the changes in the nature of chakra, and his level is at least Chunin level. This experience is indeed very reasonable. Especially after hearing the last part, Yagyu couldn't help but look forward to it. With less than 1% experience left, Hawkeye's inheritance template will be completely unlocked. The next changes to the strongest inheritance system will be announced soon. Will the second inheritance appear? When the dust and fog dissipated, Yagyu's domineering spirit established that weak aura. In an instant, he arrived more than 100 meters away. Kakuzu was lying with his upper body naked, his whole body covered with scars like knife cuts. Sword chi is a flying slash. It can be said to be a chop wave formed by cutting off the airflow, or it can also be said to be a compression of the airflow. People who are hit by it head-on will be hit hard and distorted by the airflow. People with weak bodies will even be torn apart by the distorted airflow, while those who are physically able to withstand it will suffer serious internal injuries. Kakuzu obviously resisted, but looking at him, it was obvious that he didn't feel comfortable. This was the first time that Yagyu used the Great Swordsman's slashes to fight. Compared with the power of slashing, the Great Swordsman's slash is swung in a sweeping manner, which is completely a large-scale group move. I'm afraid it's many times more powerful than Uchiha Madara's Hauhuo. Looking at the weak Kakuzu on the ground, Yagyu didn't hesitate at all. Directly holding the sword, stabbed into his heart. You killed Kakuzu and gained 2.3% experience. Your Eagle Eye Heritage template has been unlocked to 100%. Ding! You successfully unlocked the first inheritance template to 100%. The spiritual world of Hawkeye Jorikol Mihawk will disappear in 15 days. Kdeb. A new inheritance template is being generated. Please wait patiently. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking the first inheritance. You will receive a precious reward, which will be distributed in 15 days. Please wait patiently. As Kakuzu's breath died, 2 different prompts sounded in his mind, and some different game prompts seemed to be close to Yagayu's ears, ringing loudly. It was just like the big gift packages given out to novices back then. However, the content made Yagyu feel itchy in his heart. This feeling of being too pretentious really made people look forward to and worried at the same time. At the same time, the content also confirmed Yagayu's conjecture. After Hawkeye's inheritance template is completely unlocked, there will still be the second inheritance template. Yagyu murmured slightly with some anticipation. I don't know what kind of inheritance it will be. After saying that, Lu Shang suppressed this thought for the time being. Because the more you care about it, you will feel that time passes very slowly. As long as you don't care too much and let nature take its course, you will feel that half a month passes very quickly. Pulling out the knife that pierced Kakuzu's heart, Yagyu sheathed the knife and walked in the direction of Nara Shikamaru and others. His battle plan was actually very simple. Then use the Nara clan's shadow binding technique and shadow imitation technique, blocking Haiden's movements, and then Yagyu quickly cut off his arms at lightning speed, destroyed his weapons, and let his arms be led by Yamanaka Ino and Akimichi Koji. Let's go, don't let Kakuzu come back and sew it up for Haiden. Without his arms and weapons, Haiden is just an ordinary ninja with an immortal body. As long as he doesn't lick the blood, and then bite off his tongue and head, nothing happened at all. With his strength, Nara Shikamaru and others can absolutely trample him at will. Kakuzu will be left to Yagyu to deal with. Haiden's side is a meaningless battle, Yagyu. Once he wins, it means that this revenge plan has been completely successful. When Yagyu came to the entrance of a forest that was not withered, several figures just walked out of it. Except for Hinata and Abarame Shino, everyone was covered with blood. Except for the absence of any stains, the 3 people in Class 10 were more or less stained with blood, but it was not their blood. There were smiles of revenge on their faces. Seeing that Yagyu was unharmed, Nara Shikamaru came over and stretched out his right fist towards him. Seeing this, Yagyu made a fist with his right hand and touched him, then spread his fingers and clasped them together vigorously. When Classes 8 and 10 returned to Konaha, they met Konaha's rescue team halfway. This rescue team is surprisingly Team 7 led by Kakashi. The Tianka Bridge incident did not occur, and indeed a new Class 7 was not formed. Yamato was not seen in the team of Team 7. However, there is Sainside, making up for the position of the third person in Team 7. Encountering Yagyu and others on the road, Uzumaki Naruto and Kakashi, who were the first to bear the brunt, breathed a sigh of relief. Hello? Before you set off, why didn't you call me? It's not interesting enough. The first words they said when they met were Uzumaki Naruto accusing Yagyu and Nara Shikamaru. These words made Team 10 feel warm in their hearts. Nara Shikamaru laughed and scolded. You guys, didn't you go to practice? Who can find you? Tisk, ghosts believe what you say. Uzumaki Naruto didn't believe even a word. Even though he was very nervous, he knew Nara Shikamaru's IQ. If he really wanted to find him, it would be easy. But seeing that they were fine, Uzumaki Naruto 23 felt relieved. What Kakashi paid attention to was different from Uzumaki Naruto. He looked at Team 8, who was unscathed, without even a trace of stain, and then looked at Team 10, who had more or less blood stains on his body, tentatively. Exit you, succeeded? The 3 members of Team 10 looked at each other and grinned at Kakashi's success. Kakashi's expression changed slightly, and he was deeply shocked by their words. After fighting with the art duo, and Jireiya's reminder a few years ago, he knew what kind of gang there was in the Akatsuki organization. Terrorists. All of them are S-class traitor ninjas, with the power to destroy a country. Even he would find it difficult to face one person alone, and he might even die. They actually killed 2 of them? It seemed like they had thought of something. Kakashi's eyes suddenly fell on Yagyu and Nara Shikamaru. The biggest contribution to the destruction of that group should be these 2. One has a very high IQ and is extremely smart, the other has superior strength and amazing sword skills. What a perfect pair. After chatting with Class 7, the 3 classes returned to Konaha. The next afternoon, the 3 classes returned to Konaha. The first thing they did was naturally go to the Hokage's office. Apologize to the Godame Hokage. After arriving at the Hokage's office, Classes 8 and 10 were undoubtedly scolded by Tsunade. However, after seeing that they were fine, they breathed a sigh of relief and finally let go of their worries. Come down. After scolding them lightly, Tsunade let them go back to rest. There was no punishment as imagined. The 6 of them separated under the Hokage building. Yagyu and Hinata walked towards the vegetable market as usual. On the way, Hinata said with some disappointment, Yagyu-kan, do you feel that Shino and I are a burden? Yagyu was stunned for a moment, then put his arm around Hinata's shoulders and asked, why do you say that? Leaning in Yagayu's arms, Hinata was rarely in a low mood. Every time we fight, Shino and I seem to be unable to help. Yagyu-kan is always in front of us, shielding us from the wind and rain. If we encounter a stronger enemy in the future, will we drag Yagyu-kan down? If it were before, Hinata would naturally not have such an idea. But Kawanogunai has seen Deidara's self-destruction, and yesterday he saw the immortal power of Haiden, who will not die even if he is dismembered. Hinata knows, the future enemy of Team 8 and Konaha will most likely be the Akatsuki organization. Everyone in that organization is a powerful terrorist with special skills. If Team 8 encounters a combination in the future, they will it not become a liability, or even a burden that the enemy threatens Yagyu. After listening to Hinata's words, Yagyu smiled slightly, raised his hand to touch her head, and said firmly, "Don't worry, if someone wants to hurt you, you have to step over my corpse. But no matter who it is, as long as it becomes our enemy, I will not give him one more second to breathe." Hinata knew that Yagyu was comforting herself, so she quickly sorted out her messy thoughts, but reminded herself in her heart that she must make her training more difficult in the future. After the two of them finished shopping, they returned home and prepared to cook. As soon as they entered the door, Hanabi's familiar figure immediately rushed towards her. The warm atmosphere washed away the fatigue of their running around. As usual, the three of them were like a family. Yagyu was playing with his sister Hanabi on the sofa, while her sister went to the kitchen, preparing for dinner. On the couch, Yagyu allowed Hanabi, who was nearly 1.5 meters tall, to sit on him. The weight had no impact on him at all. The two of them chatted about the past 2 days, mainly Hanabi asked and their mission. Yagyu still didn't hide anything and told Hanabi all the truth. I don't know if it was because they hadn't seen each other in the past 2 days, which made Hanabi a little scared, and her longing became particularly intense. After chatting for a while, Hanabi suddenly peeked, glancing at kitchen 540. Through the open door, one could see Hinata with her back to them, carefully preparing today's dinner. At this time, Hanabi's body sitting on Yagyu's waist suddenly lay down, with red lips. After getting on Yagyu's lips, a hint of clove fragrance immediately invaded her. This move made Yagyu's eyes widen slightly. Then he secretly glanced in the direction of the kitchen, and then he raised his hand and pressed it on the back of Hanabi's head. There was a fierce battle with the fragrance of cloves. In the kitchen, Hinata was wearing an apron and cutting vegetables with a kitchen knife in her hand. She impatiently cut the meat into thin slices and put them on the silver plate after cutting. Complete. After cutting the vegetables, she subconsciously turned around and looked at the scene outside the living room. When she saw her crush, she was playing a child's clapping game with her sister. Hinata couldn't help but pursed her lips and smiled. Her beautiful face was covered with a look of happiness. After she turned around again, Hanabi lay down again, cultivating feelings with her brother-in-law. When the dinner was almost ready, Hanabi reluctantly got off Yagyu. Yagyu pinched her vagina with his tongs, silently scolded her for her boldness. Hanabi didn't care at all. After holding Yagyu's arm with both hands, the two walked towards the direction of the restaurant. 15 days are only half a month, just 1 day more than 2 weeks. It's not long, it's not long, it's not short. But this little time is enough to change a lot of things. The first is Team 10. After experiencing the death of Sarutobi Asuma and taking revenge on Haiden, they seemed to have completed their transformation. Nara Shikamaru stopped being lazy and became mature. On weekdays, he occasionally came to chat with Yagyu for a while. Yagyu, who impressed him with his intelligence and strength, talked about topics related to the Akatsuki organization. He often held a lighter handle in his hand and played with it, but he did not smoke. Yamanaka Ino and Akimichi Koji also became diligent in practicing family secrets. They are changing, and so is Class 8. Yagyu didn't know what changes had occurred in Abarameshino, but Hinata has actually changed. Although he is still so gentle and considerate, taking care of Yagyu's food, clothing, housing, and transportation. However, when Yagyu began to practice, she did not stay in the Yagyu family, but returned to the Hyuga clan. Through the undercover agent Hanabi, Yagyu knew that Hinata did not go back to learn tea ceremony and flower pressing, but to ask Hinata about things related to Rukun. Her change reminded Yagyu of his words that day, and he couldn't help but feel slightly distressed. But no matter how hard Hinata tries, her strength will be useless in the later stages. Even Yagyu wasn't sure he could avoid the white light of infinite Tsukuyomi at this time. Unless Uchiha Sasuke uses up all the Susanoo to protect him, once Madara 6 Paths casts infinite Tsukuyomi, he will be eliminated instantly. But he couldn't bear to stop Hinata from becoming stronger, because Yagyu knew Hinata's character. This girl usually doesn't have any opinions. When she makes up her mind to do something, not even Yagyu can stop her. Therefore, Yagyu pretended not to know. However, Hinata's changes provided Hanabi with an excellent opportunity. Usually when Hinata goes back, Hanabi likes to stay at Yagyu's house. Every time after Yagyu finishes training, she will stick to her like a gummy candy. It relieved Yagyu's loneliness from Hinata's absence. Although Yagyu and Hanabi have known each other for 6 years less than Hinata, but it doesn't affect their feelings at all. On the contrary, Hanabi has been trained by Hinata since she was a child. Apart from Rukun, she only has one older sister in her life. Because her sister lost to him, although she was as gentle to him as ever, Hanabi actually felt a little guilty in her heart. But when she knew everything and knew that her sister was just letting herself go, she was actually very powerful, and she was trained by one person. Hanabi became extremely curious about that person. Coupled with seeing his strength, his invincible sword skills, and his always calm and unhurried temperament, it was too lethal to the precocious little girl. At that moment, Hanabi seemed to have found her idol. After pestering Hinata to establish a relationship with her idol, Hanabi got to know Yagyu better, and her attitude toward him changed from a fan's worship of an idol to a younger sister's dependence on her older brother. But whether it was dependence or liking, Hanabi didn't know. She likes to stay by Yagayu's side, likes the gentleness with which he always dotes on her, likes his handsome appearance, likes his unparalleled strength, and even more likes his domineering attitude when bullying her. The girl's heart has been tied to Yagayu's body for some time. Yagayu didn't know this. I am teasing Hanabi every day, accompanying her in her training, and gaining some final insights on swordsmanship. Half a month has gradually come to an end. April 25, 14:30 p.m. When Hinata returned home to practice and Hanabi went to school, Yagayu was in the gym, listening to the sound of the breathing of all things. Suddenly, a loud game prompt sounded like thunder in his ears. Ding! Your second inheritance template has been randomly generated. The terrifying gravity, as if aimed at the soul, hit Yagayu with a sap, pulling his consciousness out of his body. Yagayu's body still maintained the posture of swordsman meditation, but his breathing changed from even and long to rapid, as if going through a big battle. Cold sweat appeared on the forehead and dripped down on the chin. Veins appeared on the temples at the corners of the eyes, and the subconscious biting of the lower lip showed that Yagayu is in pain now. This pain does not come from the body. It is the pain caused by a splitting headache and the brain. The pain lasted for a long time before it dissipated. The consciousness of Yagayu falling into the abyss returned to his body. His eyelids opened with trembling eyes. Opening your eyes, the blurry vision gradually becomes clear, and the picture you receive is even clearer than before. But in the clarity, the picture your eyes see changes from a single to a fragmented multi-screen. Like a piece of the mirror fell to the ground, and the picture reflected by the broken lenses. Sticky, dark black lines formed thick or thin cracks, dividing the picture Yagayu saw into several, more than a dozen parts. So, in Yagayu's eyes, the flat floor turned into a dozen pieces, the walls turned into a dozen pieces, the ceiling turned into a dozen pieces, and even Shiger Kintokiwa not far away sword stands, wooden mannequins, everything in the entire gym is covered with graffiti lines, like fragments held together with glue. They are shaking every moment, as if a piece will fall from the hole at any time. Next. Crack-like dark lines turned the visual picture into multiple screens. The shaking of more than a dozen pictures made Yagayu feel sick and rarely wanted to vomit. But the strong shock made that the feeling of vomiting in his buttocks was suppressed. When his consciousness saw the new template in his mind, Yagayu realized that there was no problem with his vision. He just saw one kind of thing. A kind of thing, whether it was people or everything, the end of urban existence, death. If you look at it from another person's perspective, you will see that Yagayu's eyes are no longer red pupils, but a pair of ice blue eyes with colorful spiral patterns. At 5:30 p.m., dusk fell. Hanabi came out of the ninja school and did not return to the clan's mansion, but to Yagayu's home. Entering the house, Hanabi immediately trotted towards the gym, with a sweet smile on her cute little face. According to this time, brother Yagayu must be meditating in Tazen. When Hanabi arrived at the gym, she had a look of surprise on her face. Not here, brother Yagayu, whose work schedule is so strict that he won't even agree to his own requests unless it's a mission, is actually not in the gym at this time. Is it another mission? But the door is not locked? Are you sleeping? With these doubts flashing through his mind, Hanabi turned back to the living room and walked into Yagayu's room. Wow. There was no one on the bed, but the sound of gurgling water could be heard from the imperial sensor. It turned out that I was taking a shower? Hanabi was slightly stunned, then she covered her lips with a smile, walked to the closet and took out a small bathrobe, quietly opened the sensor's door and walked in. A picture of white mist, and a blurry figure standing under the shuriad, shrouded in mist, caught Hanabi's eyes. Yagayu turned his back to Hanabi and asked in a rare low voice, "Is it Hanabi?" Brother Yagayu, Hanabi is back. Hanabi nodded repeatedly, not hearing the change in Yagayu's tone. Crabs passing by, the kind in the river. On the bed in the room. Brother Yagayu, what happened to you today? He asked with concern. Did any accident happen during cultivation? That's right. Yagayu rested his head with one hand, and touched Hanabi's hair with the other hand, showing a smile that he didn't know whether to be bitter or excited. I got something today, which seemed to negate my efforts over the past few years in an instant. It's just that the time is a bit too much to accept. Brother Yagayu, don't be sad. Hanabi didn't ask what it was. Instead, she leaned in front of Yagayu Shang, gave him a hug, and comforted him softly with a blushing face. If you feel uncomfortable, just hee. Yagayu couldn't laugh or cry, pinched her little face, and said with a smile that little discomfort was taken away by Hanabi just now. In fact, it is not very uncomfortable. After all, although such things deny my brother's efforts for several years, but it also gives my brother more power and can better protect Hanabi and your sister. Well, it's okay, Hanabi needs to take a nap. Hanabi responded, closed her eyes with heavy eyelids, and lay down on Yagayu to prepare for sleep. Yagayu patted her tender back lovingly, with a hint of apology on her face. Listening to Hanabi's gradually longer breathing, Yagayu looked at it absent-mindedly. The image of the ceiling for several hours could not help but appear in my mind. A small knife was inserted into the wooden dummy without any force. It was just a slight pull and an arc was drawn along the line. The wooden dummy was shattered and turned into dozens of pieces of wood. Yagayu practiced swordsmanship for more than a year before he realized the sound of the breathing of all things, and was able to catch the breath of the wooden dummy and cut it in two. A pair of eyes let him possessed the ability to effortlessly cut through wood, stones, and even walls and buildings. The sound of breathing of all things suddenly became a foil. It seemed to be an irresistible slash. No, it cannot be said to be a cut, strike, but kill. The demonic eye of direct death is an ability in the moon-shaped world. It is an ability involving the law of cause and effect. It is a superpower that can see death and kill it. This superpower, the ability, does not require the consumption of magic power, chakra, and other energy. It is not even a pupil technique. Even if it is dug out from Yagyu's eyes and transplanted to someone else, it is just a pair of ordinary eyes. The direct demon eyes are the brain. Death is the ability to receive visual information. A terrifying ability that does not consume any ability and only burns the brain. It is also an ability that becomes more powerful as long as you understand more death. As long as it is alive, even gods will kill it for you. These domineering and classic words are the words spoken by the second master of Yagyu's inheritance, Ryo Rishi. This inheritance is very powerful and special. Powerful is the ability to direct the eyes of death, and special is Yagyu. This inheritance may be like Hawkeye, who can never surpass the other party. If it is just unsurpassable, it is not special. The special thing is that it cannot be surpassed in some aspects, but it has surpassed the two rituals in some aspects. It cannot be surpassed. Place is the understanding of death, and the place that has been transcended is also the understanding of death. Why do you say this? The reason is very simple, because the direct death demon eye is the ability of Xingyu world. Xingyu world has the most basic setting, that is, all things come from the root. The root records the birth of all things, and also records the death of all things. The direct death eyes of the two rituals can kill even illusory things such as concepts, futures, and memories. That is because her flesh it connects to the root and can be used without any burden. It can be said that this is a pair of eyes that will not appear in the world other than the world of Xingyu. In the ninja world, there is no root, the ninja world has no roots. Yagyu's flesh has no connection with its roots. The power system of each world is different, and even the worldview is different. Everything in the moon-shaped world comes from the source. But how did everything in other worlds come about? Yagyu didn't know, and neither did Liang Ryan. But the latter, the two of them didn't know, but the former, the two rituals knew. Therefore, even if Yagyu had the same eyes as Ryo Ritsu, in the Xingyu world, he would not be able to see more deaths than Ryo Ritsu. Even if she completely unlocks the inheritance template of the two rituals, Yagyu cannot surpass her. Because there are too many things recorded in the root, even if Yagyu absorbs 100% of the understanding of death through the spiritual world of the two rituals, without connecting to the root, he will sooner or later forget a lot of power. The power of his eyes will deteriorate. In the Xingyu world, the two rituals cannot be surpassed, but Yagyu has surpassed the two rituals in some aspects. That is outside the world of Xingyu. The world of ninja has no origin. How did everything come from? What is the product of chakra? What are the limits of elemental ninjutsu and blood succession? The two rituals have no idea at all. But as a time traveler, Yagyu knows. The ability to see the evil eye of death is a causal ability that induces the inherent death of people and things in advance. To make the simplest comparison, after ordinary people are born, they are destined to die. Birth is the cause and death is the effect. So this understanding allows Yagyu to see the death of all mortals except Superman. This death, the demonic eye of death, will be presented as lines and dead points. However, lines and dead points are also divided into quantity and size. It is necessary to cut through both of them before you can cut off and finish the opponent. So the size depends on the user's understanding of death. Birth is the cause and death is the effect. This most basic understanding allows Yagyu to see the line of death, the length of hair, and the point of death, which is like a particle of dust. But trying to cut through and hit them is as difficult as climbing to the sky. If you want them to increase in number, size, and length, you must understand more death. When a person is born, he is destined to die. The process in between is countless possibilities, representing countless understandings of death. He may die of illness, he may starve to death, he may be beaten to death, he may be hit by a car, etc. Then the time of his birth is defined as the cause, and the various deaths are defined as the effects. Then Yagyu will be able to see more lines and points of death. This is the reason why Yagyu can cut off the wooden dummy before even unlocking the inheritance template of the two rituals 0.02%. Because he understands that the life and death of the wooden dummy can be traced back to the seedling, and then being cut off, burned, and decayed, is its death. This understanding can even be applied to paper, so Yagyu can kill paper. This is true for houses and so on. But once you cut off the wooden dummy, you won't be able to see its death. Because it can no longer be used, it is considered a kind of dead, so it cannot be killed. Those rotten stools, chairs that couldn't be sat on, broken bamboo knives, everything that was broken. Yagyu couldn't see their death. This is the basic understanding of death. Never underestimate this understanding. This most basic understanding can even allow Yagyu to kill the world. Because the world is a planet and it is alive. Because it is alive, it can be killed. So how should we understand its death? It is alive while it exists, and is dead once it explodes. Was this process caused by collisions from other planets, the arrival of aliens, or the destruction by the natives' own hands? These can be regarded as an understanding of death. So, Yagyu could see the death of the world. But the world is so big, and with such a small understanding of death, how much death can Yagyu's eyes see? Is it 1 centimeter? Or 10 centimeters? The planet is a life. Is the death that appears on it in the country of fire, the country of wind, the deep sea, or the continent on the other side of the sea? Even if Yagyu burns all his brain power and maximizes the death of the planet, unless 1 in a billion luck occurs, Yagyu will burn out his brain and not be able to see the death of the world. This is the truth. The most basic understanding of death allows Yagyu to see most deaths, but whether these deaths are big or small depends on his understanding of death, whether it is shallow or deep. If you are shallow, you can burn your brain and let yourself see more death, which is an understanding beyond the limit, such as killing the world. If you go deep, you don't even need to burn your brain, and you can see a lot of death, such as wooden dummies, paper, and other things. Therefore, how did the power system of the Xingyu world come about, and why did it not exist? These two rituals are known, but Yagyu doesn't know. How did the chakra in the ninja world come from? How did the ninjutsu come from, and why did it not exist? Yagyu knew these, but the two rituals did not. The moment he obtained the demon eye of direct death, it was destined that Yagyu could not surpass the two rituals, but he had already surpassed them. This is a pair of eyes that belong to him. Although it cannot be compared with the two rituals that can be used without any burden, Yagyu is very satisfied with these eyes. He's not going to kill the world, so why does he need to understand so much? As long as you can improve your own strength, you will be satisfied. Although the appearance of the Death Eye instantly negated Yagyu's efforts over the years, the sound of the breathing of all things seemed to suddenly become a foil. But the Death Eye, coupled with the sound of breathing of all things, is actually even more powerful. The sound of breathing of all things can hear the breathing of dead things, and then cut them off as if they were people. This is actually a kind of understanding. This means that as long as Yagyu can hear the breathing coming from dead things, his eyes can see death. With the combination of the two, his swordsmanship has become unparalleled in the world. While thinking about it, Yagyu waited until Hanabi's breathing became even and long, then put one hand around Hanabi's waist, gently turned her over, and put her on the bed. After covering her with the quilt, Yagyu got out of bed carefully and quietly left the room with bare feet. Arriving at the dojo, Yagyu took a look at the wooden mannequins broken into more than a dozen pieces on the ground, and then sat on the futon used by Tazen, immersed in his mind. Ding! You have received a precious inheritance gift package, do you want to open it? After the second inheritance template was generated, a second prompt sounded in Lu Sheng's mind. At that time, he was immersed in the shock brought by the direct death demon eye, and Lu Sheng ignored it for several hours. Now he accepts it calmly, subverting after realizing the reality of his own efforts and believing that the Death Eye and swordsmanship were a perfect match. Yagyu turned his attention to the inheritance gift package. This inheritance should refer to unlocking an inheritance template to 100%. The system will reward you. Yagyu Sheng muttered silently in his heart. Turn on. Swish. A stream of light passed through his eyes, and 3 shadows appeared in front of Yagyu Sheng's eyes that only he could see. These 3 phantoms are all one item. There is another thing among them that Yagyu is very familiar with. The moment he saw the 3 phantoms, just like when he obtained the kimono and Shijuken, information about them emerged in Yagyu's mind. One-time inheritance card: the 12 skills of the Supreme Sharp Sword Black Sword Knight Bloodline Evolution Pill. A one-time inheritance card. Its function is to exclude one of your abilities, blood inheritance limit and superpower, such as the sound of breathing of all things, 2-color domineering, 6 naval styles, the art of instantaneous body, the art of shadow clone, passed on to the person who crushed the card. The Supreme Sharp Sword, Black Sword, Knight, is the sword of the world's greatest swordsman Hawkeye, and has the title of the strongest black sword in the world. The Bloodline Evolution Pill is a prop that allows your bloodline to evolve to a higher level. Based on the information that came to his mind, Yagyu could randomly select one of the 3 phantoms, and then the real phantom would appear in front of him. It is a reward of one of 3 choices. After checking their information, Yagyu fell into silence. These 3 things are undoubtedly very precious items and props. A one-time inheritance card. Although you cannot pass on your sword skills and the demon eye of death to others, as long as you teach the sound of breathing of all things to a person with extremely talented swordsmanship, there is a high chance that a second sword will appear in the ninja world. How? You can also teach Hinata the 2-color haki or the 6th marine style to make her stronger. Black sword yet, the strongest black sword with the 12 skills of the supreme fast sword. If the second inheritance template had not appeared before, Yagyu would most likely have chosen it. But now that he has the demonic eye of death, even if Yagyu holds a low-quality knife, he can easily cut the steel that sees death into countless pieces like a paper cut. Famous swords or ordinary swords have the same effect on him. Although the black sword is strong, it has no special abilities. Among the 3 items, it was the least valuable item in Yagyu's eyes. As for the 3rd item, Yagyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Without hesitation, Yagyu raised his index finger to point at the shadow of Bloodline Evolution Pill. Snapped. With his palm facing the sky, a small white sealed bottle fell on Yagyu's palm. Opening the cork cap, there was a pure white ball about the size of half a thumb, like milk candy. Yagyu quickly stuffed it without taking any blood. Evolution Pill. He is an ordinary person with no bloodline limit. The superpower of the demonic eye of death is also the special ability of the brain to receive visual information about death. It is not a kind of bloodline. This pill was eaten by him. It will be wasted. To him, the value is not much better than that of Black Sword Knight. Even the value of Black Sword Knight is much better than it. At least it will give Yagyu a famous sword. And it was eaten by Yagyu, it will be just like eating candy. Maybe it's not the taste of candy, The reason why Yagyu didn't choose the inheritance card was because of Hinata. The rewards chosen are all in kind, rather than giving effects, so that Yagyu had more control over how to use it. When he saw the bloodline evolution pill, Yagyu subconsciously thought that he might be practicing hard at the moment in order not to hold him back or become a burden to Hinata in the future. The girl was half a month old. Yagyu saw all the effort and hard work in his eyes. He felt very compassionate in his heart, because Yagyu knew that no matter how hard he practiced, Hinata would never make it to the end. Only by evolving the Byakugan into the Tenseigan can he have the qualifications to make it to the end and avoid the infinite moon. The power of reading. But if the Byakugan wants to evolve into the reincarnated eye, it must have the blood of its Satsuki. Just like Uchiha Madara transplanted Senju Hashirama's cells, Hinata must transplant Atsutsuki's cells. Let's not talk about the Atsutsuki clan. Except for the Atsutsuki Tonari on the moon and the Atsutsuki clan who are visitors from outside, the number is very small. Even if he gets their cells, Yagyu will not allow Hinata to transplant them. She may be a Jounin or a Quasi-Kage in this life. Super strength. And now, Yagyu saw another possibility of Hinata. If this pill really has such a terrifying effect, Hinata's strength and potential may not be inferior to Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Thinking of this, Yagyu's mood was rarely excited. He was full of expectations, and he was also happy for Hinata. He wished that Hinata could come back immediately and let her take this blood evolution pill. If this conjecture is true, then, Hinata will not only be able to she is my favorite wife and the best right-hand man. She is the enhanced version of Yamato Nades Hiko who can go to the living room and the kitchen, take care of her own food, clothing, housing, and transportation inside, and help kill enemies outside. Yagyu-kun. At this moment, a familiar gentle voice came from the door of the gym. It turned out that the sky outside had become as dark as ink. The moonlight shining in fell on the long-haired girl in white. Those pure white eyes full of soft light made Yagyu slightly raise the corner of his mouth, hooked his fingers towards Hinata, and said, "Hinata, come here. Another 5 days have passed, and it seems that nothing has changed at all." No, one person's change was extremely great. That's Hinata. Hinata was given bloodline evolution pills that day. Although she didn't have any immediate changes, her body gradually changed in the following days. First of all, the chakra capacity has almost skyrocketed. In just about 5 days, he has soared from the original Jounin to the elite Jounin level, and it is still rising sharply. Although chakra capacity cannot be regarded as strength, people with large chakra capacity can perform advanced ninjutsu without any burden. Although Hinata doesn't know any ninjutsu, she has already learned kaiden. This amount of chakra allows her to unleash her power unscrupulously. But her eyes didn't change at all. I don't know if it's the effect of the bloodline evolution pill that prevents Hinata's Byakugan from evolving, or it's because it takes a long time for the Byakugan to evolve into the Tenseigan. Even Yagyu couldn't help but wonder, wouldn't it take as long as Uchiha Madara's awakening of the Samsara Eye? This conjecture made Yagyu feel disappointed. Sure enough, there is no such thing as a one-stop solution. Fortunately, when he gave Hinata the bloodline evolution pill, he did not tell Hinata about the efficacy of the bloodline evolution pill, otherwise the girl would definitely be very disappointed. Unlike now, Yagyu was just slightly disappointed. Hinata was overjoyed. She thought her sudden increase in strength was due to hard training. Forget it, just let her continue to be kept in the dark and let me protect her properly. Konaha 63, May 1st. A month had passed unknowingly since Sarutobi Asuma's death. Today, Yagyu is in the gym as always, sensing the sound of breathing of all things, improving his breathing range and chi capture. He did not just waste or even abandon this ability that he had worked hard on for several years just because he had obtained the demonic eye of direct death. On the contrary, Yagyu still focused on the sound of breathing of all things. Because unlike the inheritance template of Eagle Eye, the system does not release daily tasks for the inheritance template of 2 ritual. In other words, Yagyu cannot obtain the 0.02% experience that the system gives away every day. Currently unable to understand the understanding of the 2 rituals, Yagyu now relies on the most basic understanding of death. He can see the death of many people and things, and he can also see the death of ninjutsu. However, the death of ninjutsu is limited to a few understandings. So close to the line of death. Until a few days ago, Yagyu tried to use the voice of all things to match the ability of the Death Eye, and got an astonishing fact. The line of death between people and things has skyrocketed several times. As mentioned before, the sound of the breathing of all things is used by the swordsman to listen to the breathing on the body, and then capture the chi machine and cut it off as a person. Defined by the ability to look directly at the evil eye of death, the moment you hear the breath, the dead object is alive, defined as the cause. If you hold the knife and cut it along the position of the chi machine, you can kill it, defined as the effect. Yagyu's breath of all things has already reached the level of a great swordsman. Maybe his slashes are not as good as Hawkeye's, but many things in the world, except for very special objects and extremely hard things, cannot yet hear breathing, or can only capture a wisp of air. Whether it is mountains, seas, or even the air currents in the sky, you can hear breathing. If you use your full strength, you can cut off a large mountain and tear through air currents thousands of meters high. Although after using it, his energy will be exhausted. But being able to cut off means being able to kill. And it's still very easy to kill. Yagyu didn't know Das Han's understanding of death yet, but after the Death Eye blessed the breathing of all things, Das Han showed large lines of death, and even death points, such as the Hokage rock. At that time, Yagyu understood. The emergence of the Death Eye has made up for the shortcoming that he needs to focus on capturing the Chi machine, and then slashing at the Chi machine, turning the Chi machine into death. There is no need to consume energy anymore, just follow the line of death and the point of death, and the moment of the cut and hit means instant death. The emergence of the Death Eye has reduced the cost of Yagyu's slashing to a minimum, making it more concise and deadly. Knowing that the breath of all things does not become a foil, but becomes a great help, Yagyu naturally put all the focus on improving the scope of breathing. You are indeed here. Yagyu didn't know how long Tazen had been meditating. Suddenly a male voice came from the door of the gym, pulling him back to reality from the world of Tazen. Opening his eyes, Yagyu saw Nara wearing a Chunin vest and a pair of dead fish eyes. Shikamaru, leaning against the door with his arms folded. 540. A trace of doubt passed through his eyes, and Yagyu stood up slowly. In the living room, Yagyu was making tea. Looking at Yagyu, who was wearing a kimono and expressionless, Nara Shikamaru sat on the sofa. Persuaded in a lazy tone, your work and rest schedule is too harsh. Every day you are either doing swordsmanship or meditating. You can't continue like this? I can't imagine how extreme you would become if Hinata wasn't by your side. A person who has such a harsh work and rest schedule is definitely a ruthless person. If he is an ordinary person, he is likely to have a great future. But if he is a strong person, he can easily go to extremes. Nara Shikamaru can see it at a glance. It turns out that Yagyu is such a ruthless person. He is even convinced that if Yagyu and Hinata had not come together, this ruthless person must be countless times more terrifying than Uchiha Sasuke. Hinata, who saved him, is simply an angel. Yagyu first poured Nara Shikamaru a cup of tea, and then poured himself a cup, but without tasting it, he crossed his legs and asked, "Why are you here so free today?" Nara Shikamaru's lazy look turned serious. That guy Naruto seems to have developed a very strong ninjutsu. Nara Shikamaru did not get into the topic immediately, but talked about Uzumaki Naruto. It seems that the nature change of wind release is added to the Raiznon. If completed, the Raiznon will probably be upgraded to an S-level secret ninjutsu. Yagyu picked up the teacup and took a sip. He stared at Nara Shikamaru with his red eyes, waiting for his next words. Nara Shikamaru scratched his head and continued. It seems that something unexpected happened during the process, and he followed. Legendary Sunin Jiraiya-sama has gone out to practice. Team 7 has just restarted and has entered into a long rest. Normal S-level ninjutsu is not that easy to complete. Yagyu finally spoke. He knew that Uzumaki Naruto's S-level ninjutsu is wind release and spiral shuriken, which must be perfected in sage mode. Nara Shikamaru nodded and teased with a playful smile. That's it. After all, not everyone, like our Yagyu-sama, can perform S-class secret slashes at the age of 12, or even earlier, let alone Naruto. When talking about the crane tail, Nara Shikamaru couldn't help but reveal a trace of reminiscence in his eyes. Unknowingly, that crane tail has become so powerful. He can even develop S-level ninjutsu? Nara Shikamaru's praise let Yagyu show a disgusted face. Let's get to the point quickly. What is going on? Hearing this, Nara Shikamaru said seriously, due to the lack of personnel in the 7th team, it cannot be started for the time being. So the 5th Hokage summoned our 8th and 10th classes and ordered me to come find you. Ino has already gone to find Hinata, and Koji should also have found Shino. Well, wait for me here. Yagyu nodded, stood up and walked to the gym, picked up the sword from the sword stand and returned to the living room. As the plot progresses, Yagyu knows that the number of times he has been summoned will definitely continue to increase. He is called the new generation. The strength of Konaha White Fang and Yagyu is obvious to all. It is impossible for Tsunade to let go of such a useful sword. As a member of Konaha, one must either be an ordinary person or a traitorous ninja, otherwise one must fulfill the responsibilities of a ninja. To become a ninja of Konaha, tasks are inevitable. Yagyu knows this, so he will never refuse the tasks assigned by Tsunade. Walking out of the house with Nara Shikamaru, Yagyu and the two came to the Hokage's office. Pushing the door open and entering, Yagyu and Nara Shikamaru saw the figures of Hinata and Yamanaka Ino. Obviously they had been waiting for a long time. Hinata and Yamanaka Ino were both carrying a big bag behind them, while Ibarame Shino and Akimichi Koji were carrying a big bag. It was empty-handed. After a month, Class 8 and Class 1 met. All members of Class 8 and Class 10 were present, sitting on the office chair with their hands on their chins, with serious expressions and no words. They seemed to be still waiting. Others. Upon seeing this, Class 8 and Class 10 were talking, not even chatting, but waiting quietly. Not long after, a figure appeared outside the window of the Hokage's office. Seeing his appearance, Tsunade scolded, "Too slow, Kakashi. Sorry, something was delayed." Kakashi scratched his head, and the figure jumped in from the window. He raised his hand and said hello to Class 8 and Class 10. "Hey, long time no see, Kakashi-sensei." The people from Ino and Yamanaka responded quickly. The Yagyu and the others nodded. "Great, everyone is here." Seeing that everyone has arrived, Tsunade finally spoke and said in a deep voice, "Without further nonsense, I will tell you something first, and then there is an important task that you need to carry out." "Yes." Not long ago, we received a message from the Umbu that they may have found Orochimaru's main stronghold. Tsunade said in a deep voice, speaking of which, that guy will be reincarnated soon. The recent period should be when he is at his weakest. But no matter how weak he is, his strength and his subordinates cannot be underestimated. Tsunade continued, the Umbu was attacked when he found their stronghold, and may no longer be in this world. I summoned you here so that you can search and find the location of Orochimaru's stronghold. Tsunade showed a smile, looked at Class 8 and Class 10, and said, after all, in terms of perception, strength, and wisdom, you are the best candidates. Nara. Shikamaru suddenly stood up and said, seriously, can I take a look at what the Umbu sent back? Tsunade nodded, took out a notebook from the cabinet, and handed it to Nara. Shikamaru, this is the decrypted information. Please read it carefully. Nara. Shikamaru took the note, opened it and read it quickly. Nearly a minute later, he handed the note to Kakashi. Kakashi's memory was not as scary as Nara Shikamaru's, and he read it for more than 3 minutes. He handed it to Yagyu. Yagyu didn't catch it, shook his head and said, you just have to make arrangements. Whether it's Kakashi Jonin or Shikamaru's arrangement, I will follow it. Although he said this, Yagyu felt that there was no need to read it at all. Tsunade's words had already evoked his memory. Although it was not clear, if Lee's memory was correct, it should be the incident of the 3 tails. Thinking of it here, Yagyu's mood suddenly sank. He didn't have much impression of the 3 tails incident, but he was very impressed by the subsequent plot. If he remembers correctly, Orochimaru failed to control the 3 tails this time, and he will be killed soon. Uchiha Sasuke was killed, and then the brothers killed each other. Uchiha Sasuke learned the truth and joined the Akatsuki organization. Then came the fall of a generation of heroes, and Pain's invasion. It turns out, the plot has reached this point without knowing it, right? After all, 2 members of the Akatsuki organization have died and 1 has been dismembered. Then, this task is left to you. Tsunade gave the order, don't waste time, set off immediately. Yes. At the entrance of the village, Kakashi and Yangban had a brief discussion. Nara Shikamaru's eyes were no longer dead fish eyes, but full of seriousness, and he said if it was just a simple search, the Godame did not need to summon us, or even Kakashi-sensei. With Yuzuki's strength, and with Hinata and Shino's search abilities, they can easily complete this task. So, allow me to say something unlucky. We must be prepared for a hard fight. Nara Shikamaru's eyes were deliberately fixed on Kakashi's eyes. The enemies are likely to be the Sound Ninja Village, the legendary Sunin Orochimaru, and Uchiha Sasuke. The Godame must have considered this before bringing us together. Nara Shikamaru looked at Kakashi and warned, if the opponent is Uchiha Sasuke, I hope Kakashi-sensei will not show mercy. Because I don't want my companions to get hurt anymore. Except for Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura, the rest of the 12 little powers don't have that big a bond with Uchiha Sasuke. Even Yamanaka Ino, who once competed with Haruno Sakura and 540 for Uchiha Sasuke, has no feelings for this person. The only impression left is that of his teenage years. Nara Shikamaru has no good impression of Uchiha Sasuke at all. The mission failed that year because of Uchiha Sasuke. If he was captured by Orochimaru, it would be okay. But he took the initiative to seek refuge with Orochimaru, causing his companions to be almost killed by 4 sound ninjas. Such a loss was enough once, and Nara Shikamaru would never allow his companions to do it again because of Uchiha. Something happened to Sasuke. If he is our enemy, let me deal with him? Kakashi heard what Shikamaru said and couldn't help but nodded. Nara Shikamaru nodded slightly, and then turned his attention to Abarame Shino, Hinata, and Yamanaka Ino. I'll leave the search to you. If Shino's bug fails, Hinata's Byakugan will take over, or like last time, use my shadow binding technique in conjunction with Ino's heart-turning technique. After finishing speaking, Nara Shikamaru looked at Yagyu again, showed a smile and said, I leave the aura of the enemies around you to you, Yuzuki. Lu Sheng nodded, leave it to me. Kakashi on the side looked at Nara Shikamaru commanding the team, and Yagyu, who had no competition for command and completely trusted Nara Shikamaru, and was slightly amazed. These 2 people joined forces, and it was indeed an unparalleled combination in the world. The 5th generation Hokage led. I came here on my own, just because. I was worried. Otherwise, the 2 classes could complete the difficult S-level mission just by working together. After Nara Shikamaru made the arrangements, the 7 people started to take action, and they turned away as soon as they walked out of the village. Leave. According to the information sent back by the Umbu, Orochimaru's stronghold is the country. The ninja's teleportation technique is used to rush on the road. It is often very fast. It takes only more than a day to cross from the country of fire to the country of wind. Tien, although the country is far away, it still takes a lot of time. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning on the road. Yagyu and his group of 7 had already entered the country of Tien. There was a dense forest in front of them, and Yagyu and the others fell in on the top of a towering tree. Abarame Shino stretched out his hand from his pocket. The back of his hand was covered with black bugs. He said calmly, I will release a large number of parasites now to find them. 1 kilometer away, the largest range of chakra fluctuations. Nara Shikamaru took out a map from his backpack, then pointed at a location that had been marked in advance before departure, and analyzed based on the information sent back by the Umbu. I know the exact location of Orochimaru's stronghold. After dozens of speculations, here should be, Kteb, the most likely. However, please don't be too happy. Nara Shikamaru said solemnly the possibility of Umbu being killed is extremely high. The Godame once said that the time for Orochimaru's reincarnation is coming soon, and this period will be when he is at his weakest. When the stronghold is discovered, he will most likely choose to move or ambush us inside the stronghold. Nara Shikamaru put away the map and said the former is not bad, we just wasted a little time. If it's the latter, then they are trying to kill us, so please don't let your guard down. After listening to Nara Shikamaru's words, except for Yagyu, the members of the two teams, including Kakashi, all showed solemn expressions. Immediately, the 7 people leapt towards the depths of the forest. Half an hour later, the 7 people found Nara Shikamaru entered the entrance passage of Orochimaru's stronghold. When several people did not go in, Nara Shikamaru turned his attention to Yagyu. Yagyu said calmly there is no need to go in and look for it. There is no aura fluctuation inside. It looks like they have moved. Nara Shikamaru was not disappointed. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he looked at Kakashi and asked Teacher Kakashi, Orochimaru's stronghold has been found. The worst has not happened. What should we do next? Retreat, or continue? Their mission is to find Orochimaru's stronghold. Now that the stronghold has been found, the people have moved. The mission can be said to be a success or a failure. For this mission, he is only responsible for making plans, and Kaka will do the rest. Nishi was in charge. Hearing this, Kakashi pondered for a few seconds, and suddenly said to Abarame Shino, use your bug to explore the way below and see if you can find the auras left by others. Learn. Abarame Shino nodded, and then raised his hand slightly. Tens of thousands of insects, like locusts passing through, swarmed in along the entrance passage. Nearly 2 minutes later, Abarame Shino said with a slight trembling down below, all corpses? But, fortunately, I found a few smells that did not belong to corpses. Nara Shikamaru grinned, patted Yagyu who was looking up at the sky, and said it seems that the mission is not over yet. Yagyu frowned slightly. Chiliu's breathing is very heavy and wet, and it will rain heavily soon. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of Kakashi and others changed slightly. Chirp. At this time, several bats flew over the heads of Yagyu and the others. Yagyu narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately ordered Shino, use a few bugs to remember their breath. Let's find a place to hide from the rain first. Yes. Compared to Kakashi and Nara Shikamaru, Abarame Shino listens more and trusts Yagyu's words more. Wow, the heavy rain poured down, breaking the silence of noon and night. In a cave, 7 people from Yagyu took shelter from the rain. Nara Shikamaru looked at the water curtain at the entrance of the cave and said helplessly, what bad luck? If this rain continues, those smells will be washed away. Kakashi looked at Yagyu, asked Yagyu, why did you just ask Shino to chase the insects after those bats? That's no ordinary bat. Yagyu explained, my perception told me that they should be special psychic beasts used by others for investigation. Kakashi was slightly stunned. That's it. My bugs have parasitized into their bodies. If they are the enemy's spies, they will help us find the enemy's location. Abarame Shino said. Kakashi was slightly happy and said, well done, Shino. Kakashi-sensei, Shikamaru, Yuzuki, you guys should take a rest first, this rain may continue for a long time. Hinata Ino and Hinata came over and said to them. Behind them, 3 tents had been set up. Yagyu just glanced at it, then shook his head and said, you guys go to sleep, I'm going to go out for a while. Trip. After finishing speaking, Yagyu took out a storage scroll from the backpack Hinata brought. Bang. A small piece of white mist exploded, and Yagyu took out the red paper umbrella stored inside. Looking at Yagyu who seemed to be going out, Kakashi asked, it's so late, where are you going out? My perception is quite special, so I plan to explore the environment. Yagyu said calmly, don't worry about my safety. I had memorized Orochimaru's aura years ago. If he hadn't moved and was still in this forest, I could feel his breath even though he was thousands of meters away. Besides, it's not like he can beat me. Seeing Yagyu's resolute attitude, Kakashi could only warn, be careful. Even if there are no enemies, you must pay attention to your body. Yagyu nodded slightly and walked towards the outside of the cave. Suddenly, a slender jade-like hand grabbed Yagyu's palm. Hinata said seriously, Yagyu-kun, I want to go with you too. Good. Yagyu nodded with a smile, then held Hinata's small hand, and the two walked out side by side. Looking at their backs as they walked into the water curtain, Yamanaka Ino said with some longing, I really envy them. We found each other when we were young and loved each other. Chuji Akimichi, who was standing aside, took one and ate it, and suddenly said Yagyu has never liked to smile since he was a child. He seems to only smile in front of Hinata. Ha. Nara Shikamaru yawned and walked towards the tent while saying that guy's character can only be cured by Hinata and her sister, a little girl named Hinata Hanabi. Fortunately, there are people who love him very much, and he also loves him. After hearing Nara Shikamaru's last words, Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded in agreement. It is indeed worth celebrating. It's easy to see people with character flaws. Although he doesn't get along with Yagyu much, Kakashi has already seen that Yagyu's character is flawed from the Chunin exams a few years ago. It can't be said that it is flawed, it can only be said that he is a man who has no sense of belonging to the village or the will of fire, and is extremely selfish. If there is no one who cares about this kind of person, the chance of becoming a rebellious nin is very high. Watch Nara Shikamaru when he came out. Kakashi, whose IQ was second only to Nara Shikamaru, could naturally see it. That's why he agreed with Nara Shikamaru's words. Yagyu didn't know about their evaluation. After walking out of the cave with Hinata, the two strolled in the same direction. Holding a red paper umbrella, Yagyu put his arm around Hinata's waist and asked with a smile, Hinata, how is the progress of your practice during this period? Hey, Yagyu-kun, how did you know? Hinata was stunned for a moment, then suddenly said, did Hanabi tell you that? The last sentence was full of affirmation. Yagyu nodded slightly, looked down at Hinata's pure white eyes, and said ambiguously, Hinata, let me see your progress, right? Asking for flowers. Under the night of pouring rain, Yagyu's eyes glowed with a strange red light, but in Hinata's eyes, they were of a noble color. She understood what Yagyu meant, and a smile full of meaning appeared on her beautiful face. Hinata said in a rare show-off tone, Yagyu-kun, you will definitely be shocked. Because, before a few days ago, my father said, I have surpassed him? At this moment, Yagyu seemed to see the shadow of Hanabi on Hinata. She couldn't help but laugh in her heart. It seemed that the improvement the bloodline evolution pill had made her become more and more confident. Zero thinking like this, Yagyu pretended to be confused on the surface. Oh, what a surprise. Hinata pursed her lips and chuckled, her eyebrows curved into crescent moons. When the time comes, Yagyu-kun, you will know. I'm looking forward to it. Otherwise, Yagyu showed a weird smile and said, let's stop the rain now, find an opponent, and see Hinata's progress, right? Hinata tilted her head, looking confused. Immediately, when she saw Yagyu handing her the red paper umbrella and placing his right hand on the sword at his waist, her face suddenly changed and she said anxiously, Yagyu-kun, don't do this, you won't be able to bear it? How could Hinata, who had witnessed Yagyu entering the realm of a great swordsman, not understand what he meant? Yagyu's sword skills are enough to change the weather. She knew this. But after this weather-changing sword technique is used, one will fall into an extremely weak state. Hinata doesn't want the person she loves to be exhausted because of herself. Don't worry, Hinata. Yagyu's gentle voice reached her ears, and Hinata's pleading face froze slightly, and she said blankly, Yagyu-kun, your eyes are so beautiful. The red eyes turned into a pair of ice blue eyes with colorful spiral patterns. Lucci's temperament is naturally cold, the corners of his mouth are slightly raised, and the smile is slightly evil. I am no longer what I used to be. Rumble. The sound of thunder resounded throughout the heaven and earth. The heavy rain that poured down overnight lasted for a while and then disappeared. The thunder that came from it made Kakashi and the others in the cave feel confused. Even Nara Shikamaru, who was about to sleep, couldn't help but come out of the tent, and a group of 6 people walked out of the cave, wanting to find out what happened. When they looked up to the sky, everyone was shocked by the picture in the sky. In the early morning, the world is as dark as ink. The cloudy and rainy weather made it difficult for the moon and stars to appear today. Without amazing dynamic vision, one would not dare to walk around in the forest at 5:40. At this time, the appearance of the sky, even in the night, seemed so clear and obvious. A natural chasm that stretched for thousands of meters, like an upside-down cliff and an abyss, tore a huge gap in the dark night sky. It was as if the airflow was distorted and those dark clouds were attracted by something. They poured into the moat one after another and turned into thunderclouds, so that the terrifying moat took on a white color. Be the most eye-catching sight in this dark world. Not only Kakashi and others noticed it. Anyone in this forest can see the changes in the sky. The heavy downpour had already disappeared when the chasm appeared. In the forest not far from the cave, Hinata was not shocked by the chasm in the sky. Instead, after Yagyu sheathed the sword, she asked with a worried look, Yagyu-kun, are you okay? A word full of care. Causing Yagyu to smile, he raised his hand to pinch her face, and said with a smile, do you think I'm in trouble? Hinata still didn't feel relieved, but threw herself into Yagyu's arms, holding both hands holding his waist. Xiao Dian put her face to his heart, then raised her head and felt Yagyu's breathing seriously. After feeling that his breathing was not as weak as the previous 2 times, but even and long, Hinata breathed a sigh of relief, and then left the embrace with a blushing face. Seeing her appearance, Yagyu couldn't help but laugh. The most interesting thing about this girl is that no matter how long we have been together, her shyness remains almost unchanged. Raising his hand to pinch Hinata's face, Yagyu said gently, I told you earlier, I won't do anything I'm not sure about. Hinata responded as softly as a mosquito, looking a little ashamed. After all, his behavior just now seemed like he didn't trust the person he loved. Yagyu didn't care, Hinata was just concerned. He turned Hinata on again. He hugged her, looked down at the girl's red face, and repeated softly, Hinata, let me see your progress, right? Hinata nodded vigorously, and then said doubtfully, but, how are we going to find them? Whether it's Hinata or Abarameshino, they all have 100% trust in Yagyu. They have that kind of crazy level where they think it's right even if Yagyu is wrong. Let Abarameshino, who has a very high IQ, be right. Yagyu is so trusting. Strength is part of it, and the other is Yagyu's IQ and state of mind, which he admires. After being his companion for so many years, Yagyu has never failed. So, when he heard Yagyu talking about those bats, when someone else's special psychic beast appeared, Hinata and Abarameshino knew that they would definitely face an enemy. Don't worry, there will be partners for sparring. Yagyu looked up at a place and said with a confident smile, those bats are flying over there. As long as you keep walking in this direction, no matter whether they are hiding in the trees or in the ground, they can't escape me. Perception. Let's go. By the way, this mission is also over. Aha. As the words fell, the two of them walked towards the depths of the forest and left in an instant. In a dark forest clearing stood a shabby building. Several people inside walked out of the house and looked up at the sky, their faces full of shock. Yagyu said in disbelief, "Hey, that must be the power of nature, right?" "Huh? What kind of joke are you talking about? Apart from nature, how could such a miracle be man-made?" As soon as he said this, he was laughed at by his companions next to him. Yagyu's voice was still trembling. "Do you feel that this chasm is like the sky, cut open by something?" Guiwu, don't think too much. Linner, who has a stronger psychological quality than them all, slowly said to create such a terrifying scene, if it is man-made, it must be very terrifying. A magic technique that can level the forest casually. Even if it was just to show off, no one would choose to cast such a powerful and wide-range technique on the sky at this point in time. The amount of chakra required is staggering. Linner's analysis was very reasonable, and Guiwu's shocked heart slowly calmed down. At this time, Linner's expression suddenly changed slightly. "Be careful, someone is coming." "Who is it?" "A ninja from Konaha." The rest of the people trusted Linner's perception and immediately became vigilant. "Call out! Call out!" Before Linner could answer, two after-images suddenly rushed out from the dark forest. 4.1 Bagua Kongjong. Without any nonsense, one of the figures made a sweet girlish voice. Boom! A huge airflow twisted into an air cannon as big as half a person, roaring towards Linner and the others. Compared with the ordinary Bagua Kongjong, Hinata could see her progress at this moment. The air cannon, the bombardment came, that kind of unreasonable attack, catching Linner and the others off guard. The air cannon hit several people, and terrifying airflow exploded. The gravel on the ground flew up, creating a dust mist and strong winds. So weak, something embarrassing happened? After being hit by Hinata's Bagua air palm, those people suddenly lost their fighting ability. This scene not only made Hinata freeze in place, it also made Yagyu slightly surprised. That move just now, if I read it correctly, it seems to have materialized. The Hyuga clan's Bagua Kong palm is a good physical technique. Its principle is to use the palm of your hand to release high-density chakra shock waves through the air. It is an air cannon that cannot be seen by the naked eye, but Hinata's blow just now was a chakra air cannon that could be seen even under the cover of night. This technique has obviously surpassed the Hyuga clan's Bagua Kongjong. It even made Yagyu couldn't help but think of a trick. That is the ultimate physical technique performed by Kagaya Atsuki, the ancestor of chakra in the original work, the 80 Gods Aerial Strike. The principle of Usagami's air attack is to gather chakra into the palm of the hand and then release it to produce countless powerful fists. The power is so strong that it belongs to the level of blood succession snare. It is said that every punch is a sure blow, and there is not even room for a mouse to escape. 23. The Hyuga clan's Bagua Kongjong is like the sky and the earth, and there is no comparison at all. However, Hinata's move had the rudiment of the Ujigami air attack. Although the power is still countless times worse, there is obviously no trace of the Hyuga clan. Is it because of the evolution of bloodline? Thinking of this, the corners of Yagyu's mouth raised slightly, feeling happy for Hinata's change. Hinata turned to look at Yagyu, with a slightly embarrassed look on her face. "Yagyu-kun, they seem to have fainted." Yagyu smiled slightly. "Maybe Hinata is too powerful." Yagyu's compliment made Hinata smile sheepishly. Although the confident look just now was very similar to Hanabi's, the reaction to being praised was completely different. Unlike Hanabi, who likes to show off to Yagyu, Hinata is a girl who feels shy when praised. Immediately, Yagyu used the shadow clone technique and separated several shadow clones. He carried the fainted people away and returned with Hinata along the road. In the cave, a bonfire was lit, burning with orange-red light. Yagyu and others stood behind Yamanaka Ino, watching her use her family's secret skills to enter Linner's spiritual world, quietly snooping for information. Not long after, Yamanaka Ino slowly opened his eyes, turned around and looked at the expectant Kakashi and others, nodded slightly and said, "These people are all Orochimaru's subordinates, and this master sent one named Gurren insiders around women." Nara Shikamaru was not interested in these, but asked calmly, "What is our mission?" Hearing this, Yamanaka Ino looked ugly. What? Nara Shikamaru and others did not come for a while. Only Kakashi's face under the mask became extremely ugly. The word three tails seemed to bring back painful memories for him. Yamanaka Ino repeated they wanted to control the wild three-tailed beast, the legendary tailed beast. Realizing that it was the three tails, Nara Shikamaru and the others also became solemn. The atmosphere in the cave fell into silence. In their ears, there was only the sound of sparks sputtering from the bonfire burning tree branches. For half a minute. Finally, Kakashi suddenly spoke in a deep voice, "The current mission is beyond our control. I need to report this information to the 5th generation. What a troublesome thing." Nara Shikamaru scratched his head and said with some annoyance, "It was obviously a mission to find a stronghold, but I thought the biggest disadvantage would be to face Orochimaru and Uchiha Sasuke, but I didn't expect that the tailed beast would be involved." Akimichi Chisai nodded in agreement. "That's right." On the other hand, Class 8 showed no signs of worry at all. Abarame Shino came to Yagyu's side and asked in a low voice, "Is that mark in the sky you're doing?" Yagyu glanced at Shino Abarame in surprise and nodded slightly. Seeing him admit it, Shino Aberame adjusted his sunglasses and sighed softly. Your strength is getting more and more terrifying. At this time, Kakashi has recorded the information in the form of a special password. Then he formed seals with his hands and summoned his own psychic beast, Parker, one of the 8 great ninja dogs. Tie the information to Parker, and Kakashi briefly told the story and said, Parker, I'm sorry to trouble you so late. It's okay, leave everything to me. Parker, who was wearing a Konaha forehead protector, was just like a dedicated ninja. He didn't complain at all about being summoned so late. Instead, he warned Kakashi, you must be careful, I'm leaving. After saying that, Parker's figure rushed out of the cave. Watching it leave, Kakashi stood up and, as an elite jounin, commanded everyone, prepare to rest. Tomorrow will probably be very busy. Yes. Members of both classes responded one after another. Yamanaka Ino pointed to a few people on the ground and asked Kakashi-sensei, what should I do with them? Kakashi 540 scratched his head and hesitated. As if he thought of something, he looked at Yagyu and said, Yagyu, you brought these people back, what are you going to do with them? Just kill them, there's no need to waste energy looking after them. Yagyu's decision was very decisive, but it was expected by Kakashi and Nara Shikamaru. Except for Yamanaka Ino's timid expression, even Hinata and Aberame Shino's expressions did not change at all. Obviously Yagyu treats the enemy like this, it has happened more than once. Yagyu's sword skills are the art of killing. Anyone who fights with him will definitely die, and the death method will still leave the body intact. Hinata and Aberame Shino have seen it many times, and they are used to it. Cassie nodded. Then leave it to you. Yaosheng once again separated several shadow clones, dragged these people out of the cave, and then followed behind. Not long after, Yagyu returned to the cave. Deep in his eyes, there was a touch of satisfaction. After killing those few after becoming an individual, the inheritance template of the 2 ritual has finally increased from 0 to 0.62%. This progress should be able to provide myself with a little understanding of death. At 8 or 9 in the morning, the silence in the cave was broken by a voice. Yuzuki, you didn't sleep all night, right? The first time Nara Shikamaru got up, he saw Yagyu sitting cross-legged in the tent, and he couldn't help but said in surprise. Before going to bed last night, Yagyu looked like this, and he still looks like this when he wakes up. He obviously hasn't slept all day. Nara Shikamaru's voice brought Yagyu's consciousness back to reality. Opening his eyes, he looked at Nara Shikamaru who was rubbing his eyes, and said calmly, I have slept for a few hours. I am different from you. I sit still, you can fall asleep even if you lie down. What a monster? Nara Shikamaru muttered, then opened the tent and walked out. They brought a total of 3 tents, one for Hinata and Yamanaka Ino, one for Yagyu and Nara Shikamaru, and one for Aberame Shino, and the last one was Kakashi. And Akimichi Koji. Nara Shikamaru was not the first one to wake up. Aberame Shino had long disappeared. After Nara Shikamaru woke up, about half an hour later, the rest of the people came out of the tent one after another. First, from the backpack he took out a storage scroll from inside and took out the water source stored inside. After everyone finished washing briefly, they ate the dry food they brought to calm down their complaints of hunger. Call out. At this moment, an afterimage suddenly came from the jungle. It was Shino Aberame who had gone out very early. The first time he came back, Shino Aberame brought bad news. Something happened. These words were like thunder, causing Kakashi and others to wake up instantly. Nara Shikamaru asked seriously, what's going on? I can't explain it in a few words, I will take you to a place. Aberame Shino did not explain, but turned towards the forest and walked away in an instant. Yagyu and the others looked at each other and followed in an instant. A group of 7 people shuttled through the forest and headed straight in one direction. It didn't take long before we entered a woodland filled with thick fog. A pillar of light could be seen clearly just by looking up at the sky, even in heavy fog. Ah! The sound of screams faintly reached my ears. Nara Shikamaru said solemnly, the sound should have come from far away from the front. Yamanaka Ino said timidly, this sound seems to be very painful. What happened in front? Shino, do you know what's going on? Kakashi looked at Aberame Shino who was leading the way and asked. Aberame Shino shook his head and said, I don't know either. After I saw the light pillar, I went back to inform everyone. Just go and take a look and you will know. There is no need to make random guesses. Yagyu said calmly. His words were recognized by Nara Shikamaru and Kakashi. The speed of the 7 people increased again. A few minutes later, Yagyu and others rushed out of the forest. In front of them was a huge and vast forest. The lake. That beam of light soared into the sky from the lake. Looking at the thick fog-filled lake in front of him, Aberame Shino said calmly, the bug told me that there was a very huge chakra in it, and the aura was very strong. Danger. Kakashi looked at Hinata and said, Hinata, please. Yes. Hinata responded, then put her index and middle fingers together. Byakugan, open. As soon as he opened his Byakugan, Hinata let out an exclamation in the next second, looked at Kakashi solemnly, and said, there is a very powerful chakra inside. The size and area are unprecedented. It should be the tail. Beast. Hateful? Did they act so quickly? Kakashi cursed secretly. Nara Shikamaru asked in a deep voice, Kakashi-sensei, what should we do now? The best way now is to wait for the Godame's will, but before the rescue team arrives, the 3-tailed finger may have been controlled or sealed. Kakashi fell into silence, seeming to make a decision in his mind. After a moment, he slowly said, "Don't mess around, we are here waiting for support." "Yes." Nara, Shikamaru and others responded one after another. Yagyu slowly closed his eyes, seeing the domineering power spread quietly. He was not deeply impressed by the plot of the Three Tails. He even forgot how the Three Tails came out and who had it. The ability controls it. The only thing I remember clearly is that 2 people from the Akatsuki organization will come to capture the Three Tails. And those 2 people are existences that even Yagyu does not dare to underestimate. Deidara, and the boss level behind the scenes Afei, Uchiha Obito. Deidara's strength is not very strong. People with thunder escape properties can almost completely restrain him. For example, Kakashi has a high chance of defeating and killing him. But there is no thunder escape. People whose nature has changed will almost certainly die when encountering him. Even a cage level like Gaara is not qualified to let Deidara use C4 Garuda. Even if Yagyu has the direct death demonic eye, he cannot withstand C4 Garuda and C0 self-destruct. In the original work, Uchiha Sasuke was able to defeat Deidara because of a lot of luck. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the halo of the protagonist. If there was no psychic technique, he would have died long ago. Dead again. The other Afei has an almost unsolvable virtual state that is almost like a bug. Yagyu doesn't know the understanding of death in another space yet. He can't kill Uchiha Obito at all, even though the other party can't kill him either. Knowing these 2, the individual meeting came, and Yagyu had an idea. Can he assassinate them? Even if he can't kill Afei, he can at least assassinate Deidara. The only scary things about Deidara are C4 Garuda and C0 self-destruction. As long as without letting him use these 2 special moves, Yagyu would have no pressure at all. To Yagyu's disappointment, after his knowledge spread, Deidara's aura was not found. The last time they met, Yagyu had already remembered Deidara's aura. It seems that they are not nearby, or have not arrived yet. However, without finding the new artistic duo, Yagyu sensed a familiar aura. Slowly opening his eyes, Yagyu said, "The support team is here." Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Almost as soon as Yagyu finished speaking, Parker's figure rushed out of the forest in the distance. Behind it, there are many familiar and unfamiliar figures. Surprisingly, it was the other 12 Xiaoqiang and the new Sai from Team 7, Kakashi-sensei, and everyone. Just as the support team arrived, Uzumaki Naruto immediately rushed out of the team, leaped in front of Yagyu and the others, and asked anxiously, "Orochimaru, where are Sasuke and the others?" Uzumaki Naruto's words made Yagyu and the others not sure how to respond. Fortunately, Kakashi was wearing a mask and no one saw the embarrassment on his face. There are students like this. To be honest, being a teacher is not that tiring. Bang! A figure appeared behind Uzumaki Naruto and punched him in the head mercilessly. Harino Sakura scolded, "Idiot! Have you listened to the mission carefully? We came here this time to seal the Three Tails, not to find Orochimaru and Sasuke." Ignoring the top 7 team, Shizune, who was in charge of leading the team, walked out of the team, looked at Kakashi seriously, and said, "Tsunade-sama ordered us to come over to support, and at the same time carry out the task of sealing the Three Tails." Kakashi asked how to seal it. "Use the 4-way sealing formation to seal the Three Tails into a different space." Shizune replied, then looked at Hinata and Yamanaka Ino, and said, "I need 3 helpers with strong chakra control, so Hinata and Ino, come with me." "Yes." Hinata and 540 Yamanaka Ino responded and walked out. Shizune looked at Kaiban, Class 8, Class 10, and Kakashi's Class 7, and said, "We have formed a 4-way sealing formation, and we need a certain amount of strength. Time? During this period, I hope that Teams 7, 8, and 10 can stop Orochimaru's men. They must not control the Three Tails or create a Three Tails Jinchuriki. Kaiban, please protect us and don't let others disturb us." "Yes." Kakashi and others responded one after another. At this time, Yagyu suddenly spoke, "Shino is participating in the 8th team. I need to leave here." Before Shizune could ask any questions, Yagyu continued, "I sensed a familiar aura. It was a member of the Akatsuki organization." As soon as the words were spoken, the expressions of Shizune and Kakashi changed slightly. Compared to Orochimaru's men, the danger of members of the Akatsuki organization is undoubtedly more terrifying. Seeing this, Lu Sheng comforted him, "Don't worry, there's only one person. I can stop him by myself. I will never let him get close to here. Please, Izuku." Shizune pondered for a few seconds, and finally agreed with Yagyu's behavior, and warned, "It's not appropriate to be obsessed with fighting. If you can't defeat it, remember to retreat." Yagyu nodded slightly, then patted Hinata's head, silently comforting the worried girl, and walked away in one direction. Yagyu didn't lie. It was known that the new artistic duo knew how to use Three Tails. Yagyu, who decided to assassinate them, released the haki from time to time. It was almost Shizune, not long after they came over. Yagyu's haki created a wave of life, a very rich aura. There was even a little difference with Kakashi. The same breath. The life wave should be the cells of Senju Hashirama, and the same breath as Kakashi should be the Sharingan. Combining the two, it is not difficult for Yagyu to guess that the breath is Uchiha Obito. He was probably also attracted by the beam of light on the lake. But Yagyu didn't. Sensing Deidara's aura, he must have separated from Uchiha Obito. After leaving in an instant, Yagyu didn't immediately move towards Uchiha Obito's aura ran away, but chose to take a detour. Throughout Naruto, there are not many Mangekyo Sharingan, but the two strongest pairs are not the eternal Mangekyo, but the ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan. The other gods have the most powerful illusions, and the divine power of time and space. But compared to the invulnerability of other gods, Uchiha Obito's divine power is even more troublesome. In the final stage, Uchiha Obito can even use the divine power to let his soul back to reality, give Kakashi the power of the Sharingan and let him open the complete Susanoo. If Uchiha Obito takes back Kakashi's left eye, gathers the kaleidoscope of both eyes, and adds the body transplant the cells between the hand pillars reduce the consumption of the kaleidoscope, the divine power of one attack and one defense, and the would escape. The strength is absolutely superior to pain. There is even a high chance that it can kill the seriously ill Nagato. Even if he only has his right eye, his 5-minute invincibility, and Izanagi are extremely tricky. If Yagyu wants to assassinate him, he has to kill him with one hit. He can't even use Kamui and Izanagi. Uchiha Obito didn't know that he was being targeted by someone who knew the plot. He pretended to be stupid and confused, and after angering Deidara, the two of them split up, and the direction he was heading in happened to be the lake. From a long distance away, he saw a pillar of light piercing the sky and sweeping the clouds into a whirlpool. Not only did he run over, but when he came to a high cliff, Uchiha Obito was lying on the ground. On the stone, he was watching the play without warning. He was watching the play with such concentration that he was not afraid of someone sneaking up on him from behind. Maybe he was too confident in his ability. In less than 2 seconds, he can enter another space, and no matter how powerful the technique is, it can't hurt a hair on his head. And after the death of the 4th Hokage, except for Black Zetsu, Pain, and Konan, as well as Uchiha Itachi and Kisame, there is no one who knows his identity. People know his true identity. The identity he created is that of a weak member of the Akatsuki organization who has just got rid of his traineeship. There is no way anyone would assassinate him at this time. Just such a gesture, given to a person only chance. Ah, what are those people doing? Uchiha Obito is lying on the stone. His superb acting skills allow him to play the role of Fei. Even if there is no one around, he still maintains his funny look. The right eye hole on the Uzumaki mask has the words the Rinnegan looked down at the Shizun girls who were preparing to seal the formation. When he saw the forehead protectors of Harino Sakura and others, his funny tone returned to normal, and he murmured slightly that sign is Konaha. His emotional changes were clearly sensed by an invisible person. Whoosh, whoosh. There was a sound of air rubbing in the forest, which was not like the sound of a teleportation technique. Uchiha Obito subconsciously turned his head. Then, a dazzling silver-white sword light came into his eyes. The sword light passed across him, body, and the huge stone behind. Tear it apart, boom. What a fast knife. The body, broken into 2 parts, flew in the air and fell to the bottom of the high cliff. Uchiha Obito looked at Yagyu standing on the high cliff and said the words that almost everyone would be so amazed when seeing Yagyu's sword for the first time. Immediately, the 2 fallen bodies gradually turned into nothingness. Call out. Seeing this scene, Yagyu jumped back without saying a word, and looked at Uchiha Obito who appeared in his original position with an extremely solemn expression. Boom. Below the high cliff, the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground was heard. The girls who were preparing to seal the formation in all directions in the distance turned their eyes towards them subconsciously. When they saw the familiar figures and familiar clothes on the high cliff, after that, her beautiful eyes suddenly shrank slightly. It's Yagyu, and that outfit, it's the Akatsuki organization. Yamanaka Ino exclaimed. Hinata also looked worried. Calm down. Shizun spoke, drawing their attention back, and said in a deep voice Yuzuki is dealing with that person. Our mission is to seal the 3 tails. Don't distract us. Yes. Hinata and the other girls responded quickly and concentrated on preparing to seal the formation in all directions. Not far away, Kaiban was also paying attention to the 2 people on the cliff. But they did not speak, but looked around intently to prevent anyone from coming. Stop the sealing team. The light beam on the lake in the distance has disappeared. The 3 tails may have emerged. The increasingly dense white mist has enveloped the entire lake and the direction of the forest. The Shizun girls below can still be seen. The figures of Yagyu and Uchiha Obito. But as the thick fog filled the air, their figures gradually disappeared. This fog had no effect on the 2 people on the high cliff. Yagyu watched as he reappeared on the high cliff. Uchiha Obito felt a little regretful in his heart, but he was not surprised. As expected, it is not that easy to assassinate. However, the trajectory of the appearance, and the actual feeling from the previous sword, Uchiha Obito should have used Izanagi, that a forbidden technique that changes destiny. In other words, he no longer has an eye. Hello? Do we have any grudge? Why am I killed if I don't say hello? Uchiha Obito shouted loudly, with a tone full of displeasure, and asked the question of guilt as a matter of course. Do you know that if you want to show your trump card, you were killed just now? On the surface, he still uses a phase tone. In fact, under the Uzumaki mask, Uchiha Obito's face is full of solemnity. He has a young appearance, long hair similar to Kakashi, and every blow, he is holding on to kill the other party's terrifying sword skills. This person is Zetsu and Kisame, the mentioned Yagyu Yuzuki, the man who killed the Red Sand Scorpion and Kakuzu. Damn it! He actually caused him to lose a Sharingan. But, what a dangerous kid. Yagyu ignored Uchiha Obito, sheathed the sword and drew it out. The thick fog gave him an excellent advantage, and there was no need to close his eyes to prevent it. Uchiha hated Obito's illusion. Hey, wait a moment. Seeing Yagyu locking his energy, a crisis hit Uchiha Obito's heart. He quickly pretended to be panicked, shaking his hands in front of him, and defended, I didn't mean it just now, we are not enemies. Swish, boom. Yagyu drew his sword, and a sword energy 3 to 4 meters long swept out. The sword energy tore through the fog and roared towards Uchiha Obito. I'm going to die. Senior, goodbye. Uchiha Obito covered his face with his hands, with a sad tone, and said goodbye to Deidara, who didn't know where he was. Then the sword energy overwhelmed him and flew into a forest behind him, destroying several towering trees and setting off a storm. There was a thick dust mist. Uchiha Obito, on the other hand, froze on the spot, looking confused and saying, I'm not dead, that's great. God bless you. This dem drama queen. Looking at the bouncing Uchiha Obito, the corner of Yagyu's mouth twitched slightly. If it were other people who didn't understand Uchiha Obito's abilities and intelligence, they would definitely be stressed by this scene. Rise. Asking for flowers. But Yagyu had already anticipated this scene, so the sword energy he swung was only 3 or 4 meters long. Unless fighting to the death, Uchiha Obito would not give Yagyu a second chance to kill him. If he can't find a chance to kill Yagyu, he will probably choose to retreat in a few minutes. You see, it's my turn to attack this time. After Uchiha Obito jumped for a while, he faced Yagyu with a confident look. He bent his body slightly, assumed a running posture, and rushed towards Yagyu with his whole body full of flaws. This extremely reckless behavior, coupled with the previous being blurred, will inevitably bring great psychological pressure to others. 0. But Yagyu just held the sword, with the tip pointed forward, and remained motionless, letting Uchiha Obito rush over. Uchiha Obito seemed not to notice and continued to run. Yagyu stared at his body without blinking, not at the right eye hole of his Uzumaki mask. Obito Uchiha, who was running, bumped into Yagyu's sword and passed through Yagyu's body. The two of them were facing away from each other, with Yagyu maintaining a sword-holding posture, and Uchiha Obito maintaining an exaggerated running posture. A few seconds later, Uchiha Obito stood up straight with an exaggerated posture, turned his head and looked at Yagyu with the corner of his eye. His tone no longer exaggerated, but became deeper. How do you know my ability? Yagyu turned around. Facing Uchiha Obito, he said in a deep voice, the corner of your eye must be the Sharingan. With a tone full of affirmation, Yagyu continued, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, and Kakashi's aura are the same as yours. It is the aura that only the Sharingan and the Uchiha clan have. Has a special ability, only the eye technique of Mangekyo Sharingan. Yagyu pointed the knife at Uchiha Obito, pretending to be ignorant, and guessed the ability you just resurrected is your eye technique, right? And the ability to blend into another space is all your pupil technique, right? When a person has top strength, mind, and mentality, he will be a very scary person. Even people of the same level will find it very difficult. This is how Uchiha Obito felt at this time. The last person who gave him this feeling was his teacher, the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. But Uchiha Obito has already experienced the power of the teacher. But now, the person who gave him this feeling was a boy who was more than 10 years younger than him. The eyes under the Uzumaki mask looked directly at Yagyu. Uchiha Obito said in a deep voice, I didn't expect that after Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, there would be geniuses like you in this era. Yagyu didn't because of Uchiha. Obito's praise changed his mood with 540. His red eyes were staring at Obito Uchiha, and seeing the changes in Uchiha Obito's emotions, Yagyu said calmly, you don't want to fight. No more fighting? Uchiha Obito replied, turning his eyes to the foggy lake, and said softly, now is not the time to fight with you, we will meet again in the future. After he finished speaking, Uchiha Obito's body began to twist, and the surrounding space formed a vortex. A black spot emitted strong gravity, sucking his body into it. After a few seconds, Uchiha Obito's figure disappeared. In front of Yagyu's eyes. Immediately, Yagyu's eyes looked towards the lake. In the thick fog, the breath of Uchiha Obito had transferred from the high cliff to the lake. After a while, the entire lake fell into silence. Just now, when holding Uchiha Obito, Yagyu could still faintly hear the sound of fighting and the roar of monsters in his ears. Now not only was everything quiet, but the thick fog that enveloped the entire lake and part of the forest began to gradually dissipate. The misty white scene gradually began to become clear. When the huge and vast lake appeared, the figures of Class 7, Class 8, and Class 10 instantly came into Yagyu's eyes. They were putting a woman, a strong man and a child were tightly surrounded. Large cherry red crystal particles were scattered on the lake and sky. Why? What about the 3 tails? Standing on the high cliff, Yagyu could hear Uzumaki Naruto's voice from a long distance away. Naruto, let's go. While Uzumaki Naruto and others were attracted to their attention, the woman whose body was covered with crystals quickly picked up a boy and shouted loudly towards a strong man. Call out! Call out! Immediately, 2 afterimages ran through the water and left in an instant. Because the direction was opposite to Kaiban, and Yagyu, Kakashi, and others could only watch them leave. After reacting, they could no longer catch up. However, the attention of Kakashi and others was no longer on them. It had long been attracted by the member of the Akatsuki organization who suddenly appeared and took away the 3 tails. Nara Shikamaru looked at Kakashi and said in a deep voice speaking, Teacher Cassie. Ah, that's the spacetime ninjutsu. Kakashi nodded and said solemnly, Tisk. The guess was confirmed. Nara Shikamaru was not in a good mood at all, and said it's really troublesome, the Akatsuki organization even has such a guy. We had already gained the advantage. Just after they subdued Gurren and the others, the sealing team could seal the three tails. Unexpectedly, a cut-off man appeared on the way and took away the three tails easily using the time and space ninjutsu. This mission was a complete failure. The only good thing was that they knew that the Akatsuki organization had a terrorist who mastered time and space ninjutsu. The four-way sealing formation that Shizun and the girls had just performed was also forced to be cancelled. The group of people after gathering together, Yagyu took the initiative and said I'm sorry, I didn't stop that guy. Shizun shook her head and said, I can't blame you. After all, we currently don't know anything about the Akatsuki organization's intelligence. Moreover, the opponent possesses time and space ninjutsu, and none of us present can stop him. Nara Shikamaru scratched his head. Then our mission is over, right? Shizun nodded and said with a smile, it's over. Let's take a rest and return to the village. Call. Yamanaka Ino and Akimichi Chuji breathed a sigh of relief. Hinata immediately came to Yagyu's side and carefully checked his body for any injuries. After seeing that he was not injured, Hinata breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. In response, Yagyu raised his hand with a smile and pinched her nose. The two of them silently showed off their affection, while Shizun and others summoned slugs to bring the information back to Tsunade. After processing, the group dispersed into two teams. One team returned to Konaha first, while the other team returned to the cave and took away the luggage stored there. After dusk, the group returned to the village. After running around for a day, Yagyu and others disbanded directly at the entrance of the village. Shizun intervened in this mission, and Yagyu and Nara Shikamaru did not need to go to the Hokage's office to report to Tsunade. After saying goodbye to Nara Shikamaru and others, Yagyu and Hinata walked towards the vegetable market. On the way, Yagyu rarely complained this mission is really hard. Well, good work. Hinata nodded, feeling the same. This mission was indeed very uncomfortable. Not only was the drastic change in the content of the mission, but also the environment and results there, making Yagyu and others seem to have made the trip in vain. This should be the 8th team's first failed mission. As he said this, Yagyu looked up at the dusk sky, but a solemn look appeared deep in his eyes. After the 4.13 Tails incident, the Uchiha brothers killed each other and fought with themselves. The hero Leia fell. After that, pain invaded Konaha. Before the Fourth War of the Ninja World, Konaha experienced the biggest event. After going to the market to buy vegetables with Hinata, Yagyu and his wife returned to Yagyu's house. At the door, looking at this familiar house, Yagyu felt a little regretful. When the time comes, he doesn't know whether this building full of memories of him, Hinata, and Hanabi will be preserved. But, it shouldn't be big. Maybe, after all, the entire village will be destroyed by that terrifying repulsive force.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.